A kidnapping from the past, 13 specters standing resolutely in a castle, a life reversed, and the wrath of deities unleashed upon humanity. This world is fraught with fragility. Human reason is delicate and must be soothed. True investigators do not compete in handling the bizarre, but rather in the quality of their reports. Chapter 1. The Headless Doll. A frightened mouse scurried into a corner, while the blinding sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows. Withered vines extended from outside, cascading onto the floor like grotesque scars. A boy clad in a black suit sat on the ground, a gaping wound torn across his neck, blood oozing out in a steady flow. His gaze was already beginning to lose focus, yet he struggled to keep his eyes open, pleadingly looking at Han-Su, who stood before him. Han-Su, also a boy of 10, bore a maturity and determination that set him apart from others, perhaps the very reason why all the kidnapped children were willing to trust him and follow him in their desperate escape. The surroundings were eerily silent. A slightly taller girl with a ponytail, adorned with a birthday crown and dressed in a frilly dress, stood beside him, along with a scrawny boy in a tailcoat and another with a bowl haircut, all too frightened to utter a sound, their eyes glistening with tears at the sight of the small boy's plight. Behind them, a sense of being watched loomed, emanating from rows of exquisitely crafted wooden dolls encased in glass. They remained eerily still, seemingly unfazed, obediently confined within their glass prison. As Han-Su observed the boy, who was clinging to the last vestiges of life, he slowly crouched down, grasped his hand, and pried open his fingers, retrieving the weapon he clutched. Tightly tied was a sharp steel blade wrapped in cloth, its tip honed to a deadly edge. Seeing the boy's despair transform into hopelessness, Han-Su calmly reassured him, "You cannot escape. This weapon is of no use to you. Consider it a loan to me. But you performed admirably this time. I shall remember that. If not for this boy, they would have likely fallen prey to that swift, half-woman creature on the third floor. Alas, he would not survive. Discussing anything further was merely a waste of time." Rising to his feet, Han-Su turned to the others, declaring, "We must proceed as discussed. He has perished, but the rest of us must focus on escaping. Let us ignite the fire." The girl with the birthday crown promptly nodded, despite the tears still lingering on her face. From her elegantly designed dress pocket, she produced a small folding toy, which, when unfolded, revealed a tiny magnifying glass. She directed the beam of sunlight outside onto a cherished card she carried, inscribed with the words "Mommy" and "Daddy love you." As the light transformed into a dark spot, a wisp of smoke began to rise, and a faint flame flickered into existence. Han-Su watched intently until the flame appeared, then abruptly turned to the ponytailed girl, instructing, "Secure the glass cabinet. Do not let them escape." Then, the ponytailed girl glanced back at the glass enclosure, observing a row of tattered, oddly shaped dolls, their eyes wide open. Without further inquiry, she moved forward, grasping the cabinet's handles. Only when the flame had fully formed did Han-Su cautiously yet anxiously accept the toy from the doll's hands, igniting the heavy purple curtains without hesitation. He had performed this act numerous times, his movements fluid and practiced. The flames leapt eagerly, consuming the curtains like a greedy serpent, quickly filling the room with thick smoke. Inside the cabinet, the dolls were subjected to the oppressive heat, their lifelike materials and frilly dresses becoming charred and distorted. As the distorted faces of the dolls contorted in the searing air, a torrent of vile curses erupted from within the cabinet, revealing their true nature as they struggled against their confines. Plastic arms pounded violently against the glass. The ponytailed girl, now pale with fright, instinctively recoiled, but, recalling the others, summoned her courage and firmly pressed against the glass. The boy in the tailcoat and the one with the bowl haircut quickly joined her, bracing the trembling cabinet. However, the doll screams seemed to awaken something beyond, as heavy breaths echoed from the corridor outside. Whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the creaking of the floorboards, it sounded as if some monstrous entity was slowly approaching their room. Inside, fear gripped everyone, their legs trembling, minds in disarray. Yet Han-Su shouted, "Guard the glass cabinet. When I acquire the key, we shall flee. We will surely escape." Those who had followed him to this point were carefully chosen. Though small, they remained resolute, shutting their eyes tightly and desperately shielding the glass behind them. The dolls inside the cabinet writhed in agony as the flames engulfed them, frantically hammering against the glass. Some shards shattered, and a plastic arm reached out, scratching the ponytailed girl's arm, drawing blood. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, yet she resolutely refused to let go. The cacophony of the doll's screams, the spreading flames, and the encroaching smoke filled them with trepidation, their hearts gripped by icy hands, their faces pale with terror. They could only look to their steadfast leader, Han-Su, who had now crouched by the door, covering his mouth and nose, and counting silently, ignoring the chaos around him. Heavy footsteps resounded in the corridor, the floorboards protesting under the weight. A pungent stench wafted into Han-Su's nostrils as he tightened his grip on the sharp blade, his eyes narrowing like those of an adult. The footsteps halted at the door, and the red-painted wooden door slowly creaked open, revealing a grotesque figure that squeezed inside, its massive frame almost filling their entire view. From its outline, it appeared to be a man, towering at nearly 2 meters, with corpulent legs. His face remained obscured, but the exposed neck and skin were eerily pale, resembling a corpse. The figure had been waterlogged for days, its body grotesquely swollen, the black trench coat and coarse work trousers tattered, with a brass-colored antique key hanging from its belt. Han-Su fought against the discomfort that surged within him at the sight of this creature, fixating on the gaping hole in the back of its coat. It was not yet time. He needed to wait until it moved a few steps closer, nearing the wardrobe. Huh. The pale-skinned monster had poor eyesight. It was only after several paces that it noticed the flames spreading within the room, prompting it to hastily march toward the inferno. In the billowing smoke, it failed to discern the trembling children before the glass cabinet. Even the dolls within had fallen silent, cowering as the flames raged around them, as if the monster was far more terrifying than the fire itself. But at that moment, Han-Su lunged forward, clutching the steel blade. Not yet 10 years old, he pushed off the wall with his feet, propelling his small frame like a nimble leopard towards the corpulent creature. Every step was calculated, considering timing, posture, and landing. With both hands gripping the blade tightly, he plunged it into the man's back, precisely at the hole in his coat that aligned with the location of his heart. Thud! The blade sank accurately into the creature's back, though it was too short, only penetrating 6 or 7 centimeters deep. The pallid creature writhed in pain, suddenly rearing up. Its body as corpulent as that of a colossal elephant, exhibiting an equal measure of strength. Han-Su, who was precariously perched upon its back, was instantly flung away. He collided with the wardrobe, his entire skeleton feeling as though it might shatter. Yet he endured in silence, abruptly sliding down to sit upon the floor. In the next moment, the creature crashed violently against the wardrobe, causing a shard of metal to protrude further into its back, digging deeper into its flesh. Thanks to his timely descent, Han-Su avoided being wedged between the creature and the wardrobe. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped a brass key that hung from the creature's waist, then ducked beneath its legs and surged toward the doorway of the room, shouting, "Run!" Inside the room, all the children jolted into action, scattering like a panicked swarm of mice, following closely behind him. However, the girl with the ponytail found herself too close to the glass cabinet. As she attempted to flee, a plastic hand suddenly shot out from the cabinet, seizing her braid and yanking her head back. With the obstruction removed, a multitude of puppets swiftly crawled out from the glass cabinet, overwhelming her in an instant. Her terrified screams echoed amidst the flames, yet none dared to look back. They merely pressed onward toward the exit. Unexpectedly, the creature, wounded by the metal shard embedded in its heart, rose once again, albeit sluggishly, furiously waving its rotund arms and grasping wildly at its surroundings. That it seized the boy with the pot lid and the one in the tailcoat, hurling them aside with a violent motion. The pot lid boy's head crashed against the cabinet, twisting grotesquely, while the tailcoat boy was caught in the creature's grip, his bones crushed as blood splattered from his mouth. Meanwhile, the doll and the lean monkey, slightly slower than the others, managed to dart past the creature towards the door. They were eager to catch up with Han-Su, terrified of being left behind in the company of the frenzied monster, while also fearing the boy who led them, worried that they might be abandoned. Just as Han-Su, closest to the door, was about to burst through, he suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Stop! Stop!" His voice was filled with urgency, yet the lean monkey could not restrain himself and rushed toward the door. At that moment, a heavy gust of wind swept toward them as a dust-covered piano flew overhead, crashing down at the doorway. The lean monkey, having just reached the entrance, was crushed into a bloody pulp by the falling instrument. Hansu's heart lurched violently. Yet he gritted his teeth, leaping onto the piano at the door, turning back to grasp the arm of the doll who had just arrived, pulling her over the piano and into the dark corridor beyond. The door must be there. Clutching the key tightly, he focused on his thoughts and raised his eyes. An uncanny scene unfolded before him. At the end of the dark corridor, the surroundings distorted as if something were squeezing in. In a blink, he beheld a door marked with the word exit. This door bore a style distinctly different from that of the castle, as if two disparate aesthetics had collided at that moment. Hansu's heart swelled with joy. Clutching the doll in one hand and the brass key he had snatched from the creature in the other, he dashed toward the iron door. Behind him, the creature staggered to the entrance, thwarted by the piano it had toppled. Its massive form unable to leap over the obstruction, in its rage, it roared and began tearing the piano to shreds. Seizing this moment, Hansu nearly dragged the young doll toward the iron door. Her pale knees were scraped and bleeding, yet she remained silent, aware that this was a matter of survival. The cold, piercing brass key, now slick with some strange viscous substance, suddenly slipped from Hansu's grip, clattering to the ground. Panicking, he broke out in a cold sweat, bending down to retrieve it just as the creature stormed into the corridor. "Brother!" The doll's bright voice rang out as she spotted the fallen key. Quick on her feet, she snatched it up and eagerly handed it back to Hansu, her face adorned with a joyful smile, as if she felt she had finally contributed. Hansu grasped the key with urgency, not even glancing back, relying solely on its familiar feel as he inserted it into the lock behind him. In that moment, he felt a surge of profound gratitude toward this young doll, the smallest among them, yet obedient and clever, always ready to lend a hand in critical moments. But suddenly, the doll's delicate face erupted before his eyes. The once charming smile, now replaced with a grotesque crack. Blood splattered across Hansu's face as he beheld the creature at the doorway. It had just burst from the room, but its massive form could no longer pursue them, causing it to dissolve into a gruesome puddle. Flesh and blood cascaded towards them like a tidal wave, swiftly approaching, revealing its melted visage and flailing limbs. A gooey arm swung toward him, shattering the doll's head, its sharp claws grazing Hansu's right eye, leaving a cold trace behind. Though as I felt no pain, it was as if air had escaped, and within seconds, a slimy liquid covered his entire face. Yet, Hansu could not afford to dwell on such matters. He fixed his gaze on the little girl, still clutching his hand. Behind him, the iron door swung open, a blinding light pouring in from outside. The corridor was engulfed by the surging mass of the creature's blood and flesh, akin to a crashing wave against him. Hansu slowly released the doll's hand, allowing her petite form to tumble backward, while he too stepped back. With his feet dangling in the void, he fell freely. Before him loomed the tumultuous blood and flesh beyond the door, and above, a bright expanse of sunlight. With a sudden gasp, Hansu awoke, panting heavily. As he straightened up, he found himself in a university classroom, his arms numb from resting his head upon them, his sleeves damp with sweat. Beside him, a classmate turned with a grin, saying, "Well done, Hansu. Daring to sleep during master's lecture? Have you finally decided to join us, the decadent wealthy?" Hansu remained in a daze for a moment before realizing he had escaped. This time, he had returned alone. Gazing at the electronic watch on his wrist, he noted the time was 4:52 p.m., as if nothing had transpired at all. He sat there, processing the emotional turmoil and fragmented memories, before finally turning to his friend Suji and requesting, "Could I borrow your mirror?" Suji's face paled, exclaiming, "Don't be ridiculous. I don't wear makeup. How could I have a mirror?" As he spoke, he rummaged through his bag, producing a mirror and lowering his voice. "It's my girlfriend's. It ended up with me." Hansu opened the mirror, gazing at his own face now. At the tender age of 19, his features were delicate and pale. Once could even deem him handsome, but a grotesque scar marred his visage, stretching from his right eye to his hairline, casting an unsettling aura upon him. Not just the scar, but his right eye bore a faint grayish hue, exuding a sense of repulsiveness and menace, much like his defeated self. "What's the matter? Are you complaining about that scar again?" Suji remarked, observing Han Su's scrutiny of the disfigurement. You've earned quite a bit from your job. Why not consider getting a scar removal surgery? If that's insufficient, I can lend you some. Suji jested. Han Su did not respond, lost in deep thought as he stared into the mirror, contemplating. Perhaps if his hand hadn't slipped, it would have been different. Perhaps they would have escaped together. Han Su, someone is looking for you. Just as he was gathering his belongings to leave, he heard a familiar classmate calling from outside. Turning around, Han Su spotted a man and a woman standing outside the lecture hall. The man was clad in a suit, while the woman donned a white dress, adorned with a delicate necklace, a driver trailing behind them carrying a bag. They appeared to be of considerable status, likely from a well-off background, yet their faces bore the sorrowful countenance of long-enduring grief. Damn it, not again, Han Su muttered, but before he could voice more, Suji's expression shifted with concern. It's been nearly 10 years. Little Han, over here. Before Suji could finish his complaint, the couple had already spotted Han Su and hurried over. The woman wore a pitiful yet pleading expression, beseeching, please don't find us bothersome. Have you remembered anything lately? We truly mean no harm, nor do we intend to intrude upon your life. We just wish to find closure, even if it's merely the remnants of our child. The classmates nearby instinctively averted their gaze, well aware that Han Su had once been a victim of kidnapping in his childhood, along with dozens of other children. The incident had caused quite an uproar, prompting the entire city's law enforcement to mobilize. Regrettably, only Han Su had returned alive. He recounted being trapped in a dilapidated castle with the other abducted children, where a monster devoured them. Upon hearing his account, the authorities had taken it very seriously, dispatching special forces and numerous officers to search for this so-called castle. But they found nothing, nor any trace of a monster. Everyone had dismissed Han Su's claims as the ramblings of a traumatized child, yet the grim reality remained. All the other children had vanished, never to be seen again, leaving behind no leads. Years passed, and many parents abandoned hope, nursing their wounds in solitude. Yet some continued to seek Han Su, hoping he might recall a vital clue, even if it was merely the remains of their children. This couple was among them. Han Su empathized with their plight, for just moments ago, he had attempted to rescue their daughter, who was undeniably charming, though he regrettably lost his head in the process. Chapter 2. Escaping the Past. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, Ms. Fong. I still haven't recalled any clues. You know I was traumatized at that time, losing many memories, even my own name. But rest assured, I'm seeing a psychologist cooperating with hypnosis and the police inquiries. If I recall anything, I will notify you immediately. As he passed by the grieving couple, Han Su could only muster a few words before departing. Let's go. Suji tugged at him, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. It had been far too long since the kidnapping. Shouldn't Han Su be living his own life by now? The authorities had declared him innocent, advising the families of victims to refrain from disturbing his peace. Yet some, like this couple, persisted in their visits. Old Han, if it becomes unbearable, should I have my father talk to them? They care deeply for their daughter, but they shouldn't intrude upon your life. No need, I understand their sorrow. Then why the long face? Understanding doesn't mean I'm not annoyed. As they conversed, they reached the school gate, where several sports cars were parked outside, and a group of extravagantly dressed young men and women waved eagerly. The security guard at the gate cast a disapproving glance at the ostentatious vehicles and their flamboyant occupants, feeling disgruntled yet hesitant to chase them away, forcing a smile when their eyes met in this immensely inflated metropolis. Privilege had ballooned proportionally. Amidst the endless opulence, the identities and statuses of the wealthy had reached a chilling altitude. Even a venerable institution like Qinggang University could not deny the entrance of these affluent heirs. Among them were students enrolled at Qinggang University and some wealthy dropouts who gathered on weekends to seek amusement. Naturally, such gatherings would not be complete without the truly affluent Suji, the scion of a prominent family, who often rallied them to the school gates to meet him. Of course, there were times when the company was not solely Suji's. Some female students frequently slipped into their cars, shyly tying their hair back. Shall we go? Upon seeing them, Suji shifted his tone, cheerfully urging Han Su, care to join me today to experience my driving skills? Noticing Suji's enthusiastic invitation, the wealthy youths appeared somewhat awkward. Each time Suji went out, he insisted on bringing Han Su along. And while they were willing to indulge Su-ji, they found it perplexing that this less fortunate student never seemed to fit in with them. How naive. Han Su cast a glance at the affluent young man, shaking his head. I won't go. I'm heading to the library. Su-ji was momentarily speechless. What are you working so hard for? It's futile, I tell you. Do you think my family's wealth came from hard work? Han Su simply waved his hand with a smile, shouldering his bag and striding away from the school gate. The wealthy youths watched in disbelief. After all, Su-ji was the most prominent young master in Qingang City. They were expected to cater to him, ensuring his satisfaction while maintaining their own dignity, avoiding ridicule from their peers. Yet here was a privileged heir inviting a poor student who, rather than showing gratitude, brushed them off. Su-ji, observing Han Su's retreating figure, refrained from expressing any dissatisfaction, merely pondering, what's up with old Han lately? First, he's staring at the mirror, then heading to the library. Has he finally matured and started to desire women? He didn't care about Han Su's attitude toward him. After all, they were brothers. Had it not been for parental disapproval, he would have even considered having them adopt Han Su. Regardless of their stance, he had already decided to take control early on at that time. He could still adopt Han Su if he wished. Immediately, he turned to his companions, inquiring, who knows of a pure, beautiful, wealthy girl with a good personality, not just a pretty face, but also caring? I want to introduce her to my brother. His friend were taken aback, exclaiming, with such perfect standards, only you could possibly undergo a transformation. Su Gongzi. Upon hearing this, Su-ji sighed. My mother might agree, but my father would never consent. Hearing this, his group of friends dispersed. His expression was peculiar. Does this fellow possess some incriminating evidence against you? Why are you so benevolent towards him? Han Su departed alone, walking several hundred meters before swiping his card to enter the subway station. Clutching his backpack tightly, he silently observed the train weaving through this highly urbanized concrete jungle. The vibrant hues of neon lights and various advertisements flooded the carriage, casting a surreal ambience over everything. The world felt eerily tranquil. The display board revealed that today was June 13th, 2724 in the new calendar. Han Su fixated on that number, as if he could never tire of gazing at it. Yet there lingered a sense of dread, fearing that it might suddenly flicker and revert to 2714. That was the year when the robbery that had haunted him his entire life occurred, a calamity from which he had yet to escape. At that time, he was merely 10 years old. What began as an ordinary school trip abruptly thrust him into a dark and dilapidated castle. There, these naive children encountered numerous mysterious and bizarre creatures that should not exist in the realm of reality. Uncertain of why they were abducted or what those monsters truly were, Han Su was the most astute. The moment he laid eyes on those creatures, he instinctively recognized it was not a safe place. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, he silently crawled out through a hole beneath the rose-covered wall that he ran, sprinting with all his might, even losing his shoes in the process. Finally reaching a place of safety, he was greeted by a flurry of flashing lights and law enforcement, as well as countless sorrowful and anguished parents and family members. They desperately questioned him about the identity of their captors and the whereabouts of the other children. Han Su indicated the path he had escaped, pointing out where the children had been imprisoned, but there was nothing there, only an empty factory area. The authorities scoured the place thoroughly, but found nothing. In the aftermath, numerous experts and scholars repeatedly questioned him, even subjecting him to lie detector tests and hypnosis in an attempt to uncover the truth of the abduction and locate the other children. Yet ultimately, they were met with disappointment. Even the agents of law enforcement could only speculate that he had been traumatized, misremembering the location, and would have to wait for his recollection to return. Subsequently, he was sent to an orphanage where he lived, studied, and grew into the person he was today. Over the course of 10 years, he often found himself haunted by midnight dreams, reflecting on that sinister and terrifying place, feeling incredibly fortunate to have escaped such a strange and malevolent realm. However, it wasn't until later that he realized he had not truly escaped. For the past 3 years, he had once again become the target of those creatures. First, everything around him began to flicker, followed by eerie whispers in his ears, and an unseen force ensnared him. He was once more drawn back into the abduction that had transpired a decade prior. confronting those indescribable monsters as a 10-year-old child. He felt lost, yet instinctively, he managed to flee once more, only to find himself back in his 17-year-old bed, surrounded by crumpled papers. The television continued to broadcast the ongoing struggle, and everything around him remained unchanged, leading him to believe it was merely a dream. Little did he know, less than 3 months later, he was once again ensnared. That time, as he escaped, he broke a leg, and when he awoke again, he was utterly dazed, finally realizing that it was not a dream, for in reality, he had become a cripple. Countless new memories flooded his mind. Along the entire trajectory of his life, he had become a disabled person. 3 years, 17 times. Han-Soo pondered this figure, letting out a quiet sigh. Time and again, he was forcibly pulled back to a decade ago by those monsters, only to escape back to the present repeatedly. It felt like a nightmare. Yet what was more horrifying than a nightmare was that the injuries sustained in that castle would directly impact his current life. For instance, this time, as he escaped, he injured his eye, and now he was left with only one functioning eye. The dark fortress continues to self-repair, leaving fewer and fewer openings for me to exploit, but to rescue so many people, it's exceedingly difficult. His right eye began to throb faintly, pulling Han-Soo from his reverie. He sat quietly for a long time before retrieving his phone, locating a chat window with a black rose avatar, and slowly typing. So, is it truly only when everyone escapes that I can rid myself of this curse? After a few seconds, the black rose avatar began to pulse, and a message appeared. Have you once again been abducted by those monsters back to the past? Han-Soo paused momentarily before replying. Yes, I just returned. To others, it may seem as if I merely took a nap, but this time I was there for a full 4 days. Previously, I always escaped alone, which was somewhat easier, but my solitary escape proved futile, as I was always recaptured. Hence, following your advice, I intended to bring others along this time. But once again, I failed. Despite their willingness to listen, I successfully led them to the key and the door, yet all perished at the hands of the monsters before we could escape. I even lost an eye. The Black Rose avatar took a long while to respond. So, for you, the timeline has once again altered. Chapter 3. Just wanted to live. Han-Soo replied earnestly. Yes, the last time I escaped, I did not injure my eye. This time, I lost an eye, and my mind is now filled with many inconvenient memories caused by the loss of vision. Nevertheless, overall, this life is not significantly different from the standard path I've previously traversed. I am still a student at Qinggang University, with the same classmates and friends. It remains the most familiar trajectory of my life that on this trajectory, you are the one I know best. For example, I recall discussing this matter with you and remember how you helped me analyze it from a mystical perspective, offering suggestions on how to address the issue. The Black Rose avatar replied after a moment. Yes, from the perspective of a mysticism enthusiast, I believe that when you are repeatedly abducted by creatures that do not exist in reality, there must be some form of surreal logic that allows them to continually locate you. For instance, when you were abducted 10 years ago, some mysterious spell may have been cast upon you. You may be considered a sacrifice or perhaps selected as experimental subjects by the monsters. That is unimportant. What matters is that in terms of identity, you are one with them. Thus, escaping alone is futile, and no matter how many years you have been free, you remain intertwined with them. The other children are still trapped in that castle from 10 years ago, and the monsters can utilize mysterious forces to draw you back. Mystical forces are sometimes unbound by time and space. Based on this, I believe the only way for you to escape this nightmare is to bring all the children out, without exception. Her message filled Han-Soo with a sense of indescribable frustration as he held his phone, sitting alone in the empty subway car, motionless. Escaping that dark castle was no easy feat. Initially, he managed to escape because the castle was so dilapidated and the monsters were arrogant. A bold child could simply slip into a corner and find their way out. But now, that dark fortress was continually self-repairing, leaving fewer and fewer vulnerabilities for him to exploit. Although the monsters did not retain memories of his previous escapes, the longer he lingered, the more brutal they became, increasingly viewing the lives of children as inconsequential. If it were not for that strange door, perhaps even escaping would have become a far-fetched notion. Moreover, due to the shifting nature of the keys, each escape necessitates the selection of a new route, all while tending to those innocent and frightened children. Yes, I pondered this. The icon of the black rose suddenly flickered to life, its tone somewhat peculiar. Of course, I still maintain that you are merely mad. After all, while I am an amateur enthusiast of mysticism, I'm also a professional psychologist. In my eyes, your failure to save them did not alter the trajectory of your life. You were already blind in one eye when the authorities found you a decade ago. This is your existence. The evidence lies in our chat records, where you occasionally discuss your abduction, mentioning how your experiences in the castle have altered your life. But what is the reality? Each time you reach out to me, you present yourself as disfigured, lacking a leg, yet the essence of you remains intact, distinct from the version of yourself who is blind in one. EYA.AT this juncture. She paused momentarily, the characters on the screen pulsating. From my perspective, the circumstances you now face align more closely with the fact that a decade ago, you escaped alone and misled the authorities and rescue teams regarding the location of your abduction, thereby wasting precious time. The media at that time accused you of sacrificing the lives of over 20 children due to a childish lie. The authorities subjected you to repeated questioning, compounded by the relentless inquiries of the victims' families, which resulted in profound psychological trauma. Years have passed. While you appear normal, your psychological issues have intensified, culminating in delusions that you have once again been abducted back into the past. In these delusions, you yearn to rescue other children, both to alleviate your guilt and to share the burden of this pressure. Hence, on a psychological level, I still support your desire to save the other children. Is that truly the case? Hansu gazed at her reply, understanding her intentions, yet he refrained from contradicting her, even finding a hint of humor in his predicament. A decade prior, when he recounted his abduction by a monster, neither the authorities nor any experts or newspapers believed him. Now, as he spoke of being abducted back into the past, how could he expect anyone to believe him? He had previously sought her counsel on the matter, not expecting her to believe him, but she could indeed offer suggestions that, as a mysticism enthusiast, appeared quite reasonable. However, in detailed arguments, he knew he could not prevail against her. Each instance of being transported back in time represented a seismic shift for him. Yet to those around him, it seemed as though he merely dozed off. Perhaps everything he confided to her was perceived as nothing more than a fleeting dream, a nightmare, and his subsequent ramblings. Yet, how could he articulate his reality? The changes were palpably evident. His right I had ceased to see. Even if this were merely a series of bizarre dreams and fantasies, these dreams and fantasies had begun to seep into reality, distorting his entire existence. Perhaps you can continue to believe that I am mad. This does not contradict my reality, Hansu reflected, typing meticulously, correcting only the singular issue that mattered to him. But I must express that I harbor no guilt regarding the other abducted children. When we were kidnapped, I seized the opportunity to escape. It was imperative that I did so. The fates of others, their families' anguish, are of no concern to me. His words rendered the black rose silent for a moment before it responded. Yet, your previous demeanor suggested otherwise. You were quite invested in rescuing those other children. Hansu replied, that was only because a few of those children aided me. They assisted me, and I feel obligated to return the favor. In the event of an opportunity, I would rescue them. That is my moral duty. However, I do not feel remorse for my desire to survive. Only once I have ensured my own survival would I consider saving others. When the moment demands it, I would not hesitate to sacrifice anyone to create an opportunity for myself and any other children who might survive. Now, I wish to inquire, must I truly save all the other children to break this curse? The Black Rose responded swiftly. We have already discussed this matter at the outset. From a mystical standpoint, there are only two methods to escape this curse. The first is to eliminate all those monsters. The second is to thoroughly investigate the origins of these monsters and the nature of the abduction case, seeking clues from the source to resolve the issue. Yet you have already determined that these two paths are, in fact, impassable, have you not? Hansu could only nod. To kill those unfathomable monsters within the castle, which seemingly should not exist in reality. He had attempted this, even trying to stab the heart of the pale creature during his recent escape. Alas, he could not even inflict harm upon them, let alone kill them. As for investigating how these monsters came to be or the details of the abduction case, he had been probing diligently, even leveraging different lifelines to uncover the truth. But all this had only deepened his confusion, leaving him adrift without direction. Perhaps the only glimmer of hope lay in rescuing those children one by one. After all, that was the only success he had ever achieved. During his second abduction, he had managed to rescue one child. However, the outcome was not as he had envisioned. They both escaped the castle, only to face inquiries from the authorities. In reality, once he had saved that child, the latter completely forgot the incident, or society simply ceased to remember that he had ever been abducted. Nevertheless, he had forged a friendship with him that, in the bunker, a child was indeed missing. Yet there was now a door that could appear anywhere. This door had become his sole hope for escaping the castle. This time, he had hoped to rescue another child, even just one more, if only to witness some useful transformation within the desolation of the castle. Regrettably, it proved exceedingly difficult. When he inadvertently saved Suji, it seemed remarkably simple. Yet when he deliberately aimed to rescue a specific child, no matter how meticulously he planned or how cautiously he acted, he always fell short. If rescuing one more child was so challenging, how could he possibly succeed in saving them all? The helplessness and pressure weighed heavily on his heart, indescribable and too complex to discuss with others. Han-Su could only reflect silently. Yet, as he contemplated this, the icon of the black rose flickered once more. As an amateur mystic, I must also remind you of another crucial issue. The intervals between your abductions are growing shorter. Initially, it was once every 6 months, then 3 months, followed by 1 month, and now, nearly every fortnight. This may indicate that the curse upon you is intensifying. Sooner or later, the intervals will cease altogether. To that point, not only will you be unable to uncover the truth, nor rescue the other children, nor contemplate different life choices, but you may find that you no longer exist in the present. Chapter 4. Private Detective, is the interval resetting? Han-Su pondered silently. Does that mean I will be trapped in the ancient castle forever? Even if I manage to escape, I will be immediately recaptured? The thought was too daunting to entertain. Now, with merely half a month left before being apprehended again, he found himself in a perpetual state of anxiety. If this interval were to compress once more, becoming even shorter, or worse, reducing to zero, Han-Su felt that he might as well find a building to leap from, to experience the sensation of flight. Ding! You have arrived at the Central City Library. As Han-Su exited the subway station, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Outside the station, a kaleidoscope of neon lights illuminated the scene, while a fine drizzle had begun to fall from the sky, enveloping everything in a misty and damp atmosphere. He had no time to admire the grandeur of the city, bustling with crowds of freshly off-duty workers, laughing students, and elderly scavengers. Even dinner was hastily resolved with a mere bread purchased from street vendor. With hurried steps, he arrived at the largest library in Qingyang City, where the religious and cultural section revealed an almost endless row of books. He pulled one from a shelf and began to search through it patiently. In his mind, he recalled some peculiar symbols that existed within the dark castle. Each time he returned to the present, he had developed a habit of seeking the origins of these symbols, hoping to uncover some clue. Although the investigation into the kidnapping case had been fraught with difficulties, he was reluctant to give in easily. Each day, he contemplated surrendering to despair. Yet each time, he managed to muster his spirits once more. Perhaps another search would yield a clue. As time passed, the library remained eerily quiet, with few visitors. The only sound echoing through the empty benches was the rustle of Han-Su turning the pages. "Hello, classmate." While engrossed in reading, he heard a voice nearby. Turning around, he saw a girl with long hair, holding a stack of books. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she had just turned from behind a shelf to find Han-Su. Though Han-Su's appearance had been marred along this timeline, he had developed a habit of wearing sunglasses when going out, which concealed his scar. From afar, his earnestness in reading made him appear rather pleasant, prompting her to approach him with her books in hand. "That I noticed you were studying materials on the radiated era. Are you interested in that period of history as well?" The radiated era? Han-Su paused, realizing that the book he was examining was indeed an ancient religious text from a lost era prior to the Reconstruction era. This world had once endured a tumultuous history filled with war, radiation, disease, and disaster, before rebuilding and flourishing from the ruins, resulting in the current overwhelming prosperity that in the context of modern civilization. Those earlier, hazy eras were referred to as the Flare era, the Radiated era, and the Reconstruction era. However, despite having names, those times were exceedingly distant, especially given the severe cultural disconnections that occurred then, rendering language, writing, and records deeply fragmented, alongside the emergence of many exaggerated myths and legends. Modern individuals examining those historical records often feel a profound sense of distortion. Han Su continued to flip through the pages of his book, remaining noncommittal, yet curious as he asked, "Are you a student who has chosen to study that history?" Without hesitation, he rummaged through his backpack, borrowed the girl's pen, and diligently sketched the mysterious symbol from his mind onto the paper. Enthusiastically, he asked, "Could you help me identify this symbol?" The long-haired girl happily sat down to examine it closely. It resembles the style of certain tribes from the Radiated era. Back then, civilization had yet to be restored, and people were collectively lost and ignorant. They believed in the existence of deities, leading them to design their own totems and rituals in hopes that their voices could reach the divine. Of course, they couldn't be too intricate for fear that the deities might not comprehend them. Yet, due to their simplicity, there were many collisions. It is said that numerous tribal wars erupted over such misunderstandings. Han Su, intrigued, asked, "Do deities really exist?" Such ancient history is often severely distorted and warped. Moreover, during that time, disasters and wars led to significant cultural disconnections, leaving language, writing, and historical records in shambles. The long-haired girl waved her hand dismissively. If we take the remaining religious texts at face value, there are not just one, but multiple deities. Mechanical beings, sea monsters, chaos, calamity, disease. It is said that these deities once ruled over the Radiated era for thousands of years, but were sealed away in the dust of history by the ancestors of modern civilization before. The Reconstruction era began. Even to this day, in certain regions, religious sects claim that these forsaken deities will return to exact revenge on all of humanity. Noticing Han Su's rapt attention, the girl felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I'm just recounting what I've heard. These mythological tales cannot be taken as truth." Historians assert that during that era, radiation was so severe that humans often experienced large-scale collective hallucinations. Han Su nodded, acknowledging that he had encountered similar legends during his own research. Each time he heard them, he found himself captivated. Yet upon closer examination, they often proved too fragmented. After a brief pause, he pointed to the symbol on the paper, looking at her with concern. "So, have you recognized it?" The long-haired girl shook her head shyly. "Not yet." With a cheerful demeanor, she turned and suggested, "There's a nice cafe over there. Would you like to go?" Han Su had already coldly lowered his head, casually removing his sunglasses and placing them aside, unabashedly revealing the stark scar on his face. With an expression devoid of emotion, he fixed his gaze on the girl, which was rather intimidating. "Are you not worried about not being able to sleep after drinking coffee at this hour?" The girl suddenly noticed the grayish-white eye on Han Su's face, visibly startled. Covering her mouth slightly, she paused for a moment. Seeing that Han Su showed no intention of speaking further, she awkwardly gathered her belongings and left, first sitting a few rows behind before quietly taking her leave with her. Back, Han Su remained unfazed by her departure. Repeatedly being dragged back into the past, his life had long been fragmented into unstable shards, rendering all his studies, careers, and ambitions meaningless. The only assistance he sought lay in the clues related to the Dark Castle and the plan to rescue the other children. After the girl departed, the library area felt as though it contained only Han Su. Even though he had read to the point of dizziness, he continued to search meticulously. Time ticked away, and the silence enveloped the space like a pristine grave. "Hello, classmate." Suddenly, another voice broke the stillness. Han Su slightly tensed, lifting his gaze with evident impatience. To his surprise, it was not the long-haired girl, but rather a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing a black flat cap. He appeared polished, yet bore an air of shrewdness. He regarded Han Su with a smirk, bowing his head slightly as he extended his hand, saying, "My surname is Chun. I work at a detective agency." Han Su did not reciprocate the handshake, merely raising an eyebrow. "What do you want?" The man seated himself uninvited, smiling as he said, "I have a small matter to discuss. Recently, our agency received a commission to investigate a kidnapping case from 10 years ago. It is said that you, Han Su, are the only one who escaped from that incident. I trust one have not mistaken my inquiries." Upon hearing this, Han Su immediately grasped the man's purpose, leaning back slightly. "What have you discovered thus far?" The man in the flat cap blinked in surprise before replying with a chuckle. "I have only just begun. That is why I have come to visit you so boldly. I have some inquiries I would like to make of Han Tongxue, and I hope I am not being too much of a bother. Rest assured, should you provide me with any valuable leads, I shall express my gratitude appropriately." Han Su endured the conversation, offering a polite smile. "You are already a bother. Furthermore, I have already articulated everything I needed to say multiple times. The Public Security Bureau possesses backups. With so many leads, have you not conducted any investigations?" Upon hearing this, the man smiled, replying, "Han Tongxue, the notion of a monster abduction case is indeed rather fantastical, and I fear it may not satisfy my employer. I suspect you might have had your reasons for speaking so casually at the time. However, given that so many years have elapsed, shouldn't you?" Han Su interjected, stating earnestly, "Would you kindly leave?" The man paused in surprise. "Pardon?" Han Su rose, declaring, "Then I shall take my leave." His irritation was palpable. The abduction case from a decade prior had caused him considerable distress. The Public Security Bureau, having confirmed that he retained no memories, had nevertheless released him back into society as per protocol. Yet, the families of the victims refused to relent. Those who approached him rationally merely sought to help him recall any relevant details, which was acceptable. However, numerous families had expended substantial sums to hire private detectives or individuals claiming to possess special skills, urging them to uncover the truth of the event from a decade ago, no matter the cost. Often, those who claimed to be capable were the ones who resorted to targeting him directly. They appeared to hold a firm belief that the Public Security Bureau had been misled by him, and that their involvement would unearth the so-called truth behind the abduction case. Surveillance, clandestine photography, harassment, and the installation of listening devices. Initially, there were even attempts to kidnap him and resort to extrajudicial measures. These myriad tactics became an unbearable source of distress for him. Observing Han Su efficiently gathering his belongings, the smile on the cap-wearing man's face gradually faded. He refrained from speaking to stop him, merely tilting his head slightly and snapping his fingers gently. As Han Su slung his backpack over his shoulder and prepared to depart, a robust man wearing sunglasses emerged from behind the bookshelf, standing before him with his arms crossed. Turning around, Han Su noticed another man clad in a floral shirt, casually holding a cigarette and grinning mischievously while toying with a knife in hand. Chapter 5. The Black Table Bounty. Han Su let out a low breath, deciding not to retreat just yet. He turned to the man in the cap, whose expression was concealed behind sunglasses, and said, "A reckless friend once informed me that inflicting harm is illegal, especially when captured by surveillance cameras." The two individuals flanking Han Su only smiled silently, as if he had just shared a grand jest. The man seated in the chair, however, responded with a grin. "What are you thinking, young brother? We are not here to cause harm. Rather, we wish to ask for your cooperation in an investigation. Perhaps your emotions have gotten the better of you, resulting in a misunderstanding with my companions. This location lacks surveillance cameras, so refrain from making baseless accusations. Furthermore, I believe it would be in your best interest to cooperate. You may not be aware, but a bounty of 3 million has been posted regarding your kidnapping case on the Black Table." At the mention of that figure, he paused, a glimmer of greed shining in his narrowed eyes. "Those seeking you will not be limited to us, nor will they be as accommodating. Some secrets cannot remain hidden. You will inevitably divulge them. Kidnapped by monsters? How absurd," Han Su thought, yet he wondered, who would believe such a tale? Why not simply tell us the truth? We can resolve this amicably, which would be beneficial for you. 3 million? Ansu Furoved his brow, contemplating. A bounty from the Black Table? Currently, he found himself at the bottom of society, unfamiliar with many intriguing aspects of Qingyang City. However, during his previous life as a son of the affluent, he had been well acquainted with the etiquette and lifestyle of the upper class, as well as various means of manipulation. The Black Table appeared to be a somewhat nefarious website, one that the authorities could not seem to eradicate. It frequently hosted clandestine commissions for private dealings, encompassing investigations, hiring, smuggling, and even harm. Numerous private detectives, bounty hunters, and rogues relied on this platform to secure commissions or pursue bounties for their livelihoods. Yet this kidnapping case had occurred a decade ago. It was an event long past, one that the newspapers had long since deemed unworthy of discussion. Why would anyone suddenly offer such a high bounty? Noticing the change in Han Su's expression, the three individuals surrounding him recognized that he had grasped the gravity of the situation and hesitated to act. They exchanged glances, signaling for the others to assist Han Su in sitting down. If anyone were to believe this, I would gladly take that 3 million bounty for myself. Han Su sighed internally, raising his gaze to them, a polite smile adorning his face. The library prohibits smoking. Huh? The trio was momentarily taken aback, especially the one with a cigarette clenched between his lips. Before they could react, Han Su swiftly thrust his backpack into the face of the sturdy man in front of him, then turned and delivered a resounding slap to the cigarette holder. Hey! The man was momentarily stunned, his knife wavering in midair, unsure of how to proceed. Hadn't they agreed to pay 200 for merely creating a scene? Why was there suddenly violence? Before a single thought could form, Han Su, undeterred, stepped forward, seizing the man's arm that clutched the dagger. A swift twist ensued, accompanied by a sharp crack. The man cried out in agony, the knife clattering to the ground, where Han Su casually kicked it beneath a bookshelf. Turning around, he found the sturdy man already rummaging through the backpack, a fierce glare in his eyes as he advanced toward Han Su. With a powerful push off the ground, he unleashed a punch that appeared fierce and rapid, indicative of someone with professional training, even possessing a hint of a combat stance. Yet, he underestimated Han Su's calm demeanor. Han Su's I remained cold and observant, and as the man entered striking range, he sidestepped the punch, his right hand forming a fierce strike aimed at the man's throat. The man was taken aback by Han Su's quick reflexes, hastily attempting to retreat. But Han Su followed like a shadow. He seized the man's arm, drove his knee upward, and executed a swift shoulder thrust combined with an elbow strike. Another crack echoed through the air. The man let out a choked cry, his forehead bulging with veins as he clutched his broken arm and staggered backward, his legs tightly pressed together. Meanwhile, Han Su nonchalantly picked up his backpack from the ground. Though others viewed him as refined, years spent imprisoned in a dark castle, searching for escape routes under immense pressure had honed his spatial awareness and reaction time to astonishing levels. Even the boxing coach had remarked upon his natural aptitude for the sport. Furthermore, in preparation for each time he was kidnapped, he had consistently trained to ensure a successful escape. Despite being trapped in the body of a 10-year-old, his physical abilities remained constrained. Yet his speed and striking technique allowed him to execute actions with remarkable efficiency. Additionally, the torment in the dark fortress had bestowed upon Han Su numerous lives. Whether blind, disfigured, crippled, or gravely ill, he had learned to adeptly utilize the strengths of his body. Importantly, those in the real world, no matter how fearsome they appeared, were nowhere near the monstrosities he had faced. I was pursued by monsters daily in that castle. Yet here, in reality, I am still being bullied by you. Shouldering his backpack, Han Su approached the man in the cap, taking a couple of steps closer. Hand over your arm. The cap-wearing man had lost his earlier playful demeanor, his eyes now filled with disbelief. The two individuals, one hired for 200 and the other for over 5,000, were long-standing partners in this private commission industry. How had this seemingly inconspicuous student managed to incapacitate both in mere moments? Sweat beading on his forehead, he forced a smile. Young brother, must we resort to such measures? Inflicting harm is illegal. You stated there were no surveillance cameras, Han Su replied, cutting through the banter. He raised his hand as if to strike him. The cap-wearing man instinctively raised his arm in defense, only to find it captured, his body stiffening in fear. Han Su, with a bemused expression, remarked, as a private investigator, surely you understand a fundamental truth. There are at least two types of individuals in this city that you cannot provoke. One type is the wealthy, whom you cannot afford to offend. The other type is like me, those who have nothing left to lose. Don't be hasty, the cap-wearing man exclaimed, panic-stricken. You've been accepted into Qinggang University. You have a bright future ahead. I am burning with rage daily. Ansushjautif, gripping the man's arm and forcefully slamming it against the edge of the table. Once, twice, 3 times. By the third strike, the man's arm emitted a third crack, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Oh, oh, oh. The cap-wearing man collapsed, transforming into the oily-haired man. Han-Su finally released his grip, straightening up with a sense of satisfaction. He rummaged through the piles of books until he found the symbol he had drawn for his long-haired female classmate, refining it further for clarity. He placed the paper before the oily-haired man, gesturing for silence, and said, "You shall not leave empty-handed. If you seek clues, this symbol is your lead. Investigate it. Should you uncover anything substantial, I shall reward you with 30 million. Having delivered his message, he refrained from further dialogue and exited the library. Although these private detectives and bounty hunters, who often dwell at the bottom rungs of society, typically possess little genuine skill, Han-Su did not mind casting out another line, just in case they stumbled upon something akin to winning the lottery. Of course, he did not have 30 million to spare. Who had suddenly issued this bounty? Who possessed such audacity to offer 3 million in one breath? After leaving the library, Han-Su's emotions dampened somewhat as he made his way to the bus station, his mind incessantly mulling over these thoughts. In this era, where one could buy a life for 200,000 or cripple someone for 100,000, 3 million was indeed a substantial sum. Yet the crux of the matter was that, while this kidnapping case still shadowed him, for others it had already become a cold case from a decade ago. Why would someone suddenly present such a hefty reward at this juncture? His present was shrouded in uncertainty, leading Han-Su to care little about the happenings in his current life. The only thought occupying his mind was that this bounty might bring him considerable trouble, yet it mattered little, for he would soon be thrust back into the past. And whether he could escape again was another question entirely. As he pondered, Han-Su arrived at the bus stop and quietly lifted his collar to shield his face. Just as he patiently awaited the arrival of the bus, a figure appeared before him. Raising his gaze, he recognized a slender man clad in a black raincoat, revealing only a scruffy face. He appeared to be in his 30s, yet his features bore a weariness. He held a silver case, covered in dust, reminiscent of a traveler long estranged from home. What a day it was, with one visitor after another. Han-Su felt a surge of displeasure, but maintained politeness, glancing at the newcomer with narrowed eyes. "May I ask who you are?" "Song Chu, sure. We have met before." Chapter 6. The Monster of the Castle at the First Glance. Han-Su immediately recognized him. This man was a relative of a victim, the brother of the girl with a ponytail who had perished on the second floor of the castle. Over the years, apart from the wealthy couple, he had sought Han-Su's assistance most frequently. However, for the past 6 or 7 years, it seemed he had vanished entirely from Han-Su's view. Han-Su, cautious, slowly raised his head to meet the other's gaze, tightening his grip on his backpack. "I have already told you everything I know. Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I have nothing more to say." Sensing Han-Su's wariness, Song Chushur abandoned the idea of shaking hands, nodding instead. "Understood. My return to Qingang City is not to revisit old matters with you, Mr. Han. Rather, I wonder if you would be interested in finding a place to sit down and talk." Han-Su was momentarily taken aback, lifting his eyes to him. A few minutes later, they found themselves seated in a nearby wonton shop, 2 bowls of egg yolk-filled wontons placed before them. Song Chushur removed his glasses, took a tissue to wipe his face, and softly addressed Han-Su. 10 years ago, when this incident occurred, none of us had it easy. Many believed you were lying or had lost your memory, replaced by unfounded fantasies, and thus they awaited your recollection of valuable clues. But I believe you, Mr. Han. I witnessed the terror on your face when you escaped, and it was genuine. On numerous occasions afterward, I reviewed the footage of your interrogation by the Public Security Bureau, scrutinized the itinerary of your class, the timeline of the disappearances, and your escape. Although I could not locate the dark castle you described, the incident's timeline suggests it was indeed not far from where you indicated. And for all these years, with so many forces delving into the investigation, scouring the entire area, it is inherently unreasonable that no clues were found. Listening to his words, Han-Su looked up in surprise. Since he had first disclosed the existence of the Dark Castle to the Public Security Bureau as a child, no one, be it newspapers, experts, or relatives of victims, had ever believed him. Except for Su Ji, who believed everything he said. This man was the first to do so. He fell silent for a moment, setting down his spoon and softly replying, "So your purpose in coming to find me is, before my sister's incident, I did not truly believe in the existence of the supernatural or so-called monsters. I am a PhD student at Qingang University, a researcher in the application of relics from the radiated era, adhering to science and logic rather than those ethereal notions. Song Chusher exhaled softly, gently rubbing his temples, and continued, however, over the past decade, in my quest to uncover the truth behind my sister's fate, I have investigated numerous leads, even some absurd ones. He seemed to hesitate before looking at Han Su. I am somewhat shaken, Mr. Han. Han Su listened intently to his words, feeling a subtle stirring within. The identity of this man was quite remarkable. In this world, anything pertaining to the relics of the radiated era was perilous and challenging. Even the administrative office had legislated against unauthorized access. The fact that this man could navigate such a realm spoke volumes about his capabilities. I have discovered that this world indeed harbors many elements that defy the laws of reality. Song Chusher slowly began. I have come to request your assistance in recalling the events of that fateful day, as well as the monsters you encountered within the Dark Castle. When he made this request, his expression bore a hint of remorse, as if he understood that compelling someone who had escaped the clutches of evil for 10 years to relive painful memories was an act of discourtesy. Faced with his earnest plea, Han Su was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slowly. Very well. In truth, had he been asked to recount these events immediately after his escape 10 years ago, he would have struggled to articulate them, as he had been too frantic to observe the castle's details. Yet now, after countless returns and escapes, everything was indelibly etched in his mind. Upon hearing his response, Song Chusher appeared immensely pleased, quickly retrieving a notebook and a sharpened pencil. The origin of the matter need not be elaborated upon. It began when our class of students visited the Science Museum. We were still young and unfamiliar with the area, and somehow ended up at that place. It resembled a castle, or perhaps a prison, or even a tower. It mattered not, as there seemed to be many levels connected by a spiral staircase, each housing a monster. As Han Su recounted his experience, his tone was devoid of inflection. The gatekeeper was a man with porcelain-like skin, dressed in a black suit. He was tall, likely around 3 meters, gaunt, and entwined with countless withered vines. As Han Su narrated, Song Chushy's pencil began to dance across the paper, producing a rapid sketch of the monster. The likeness was commendable, resembling the creature Han Su had encountered. Alas, no matter how accurately the drawing captured its features, it could never convey the oppressive sensation of a 10-year-old child facing such a monster. We were all seated on the primary school bus, feeling a jolt as the sky darkened. When we opened our eyes, we found ourselves in that yard, reeking of decay. Siti dapesit son chusi, ansu slowly continued. The man with porcelain-like skin led us into the castle. Numerous grotesque creatures gathered around a long table, as if partaking in a communal feast. They conversed in a language that eluded our understanding. Indeed, it was not mere speech, but rather the guttural howls that constituted their form of communication. Upon hearing this, Song Chushy's brows furrowed, his expression growing increasingly grave. Han Su continued, stating that these beings gazed at us as one would at mere toys or potential sustenance, meticulously selecting their favored children to escort upstairs. One disobedient child began to wail, only to be silenced by a creature clad in a black apron, which brutally ended the child's life, splattering blood across our faces. In that moment, all the other children ceased their cries, bewildered by the sight of a child's head bursting like a ripe watermelon and the fact that he did not weep. The monsters reveled in our silence, scrutinizing us more closely, examining our eyes, teeth, the patterns of our palms, eyebrows, and ears. Some appeared elated, while others drooled uncontrollably. One creature, swathed in a black cloak and resembling a noblewoman, chose a girl with a ponytail. Another, a half-bodied female creature that emitted a goat-like laugh, selected a bespectacled boy. Yet another, clad in a trench coat and towering like a giant, carried away a girl who resembled a doll, adorned in a white dress and crowned for a birthday celebration. Her name was Li Xiaoman, the daughter of the chairman of Mo He Group, whose parents had frequently sought my assistance over the past decade to locate her. Song Chushy's hand trembled slightly as he sketched, and after a long pause, he gazed at the image he had created and murmured, "These are the entities previously reported by the newspapers. The wilted steward, Madame Fleshhorn, the worm monk, the half-body goat girl, and the pale giant." Han Su snickered in agreement, recounting how, when he first emerged, the Public Security Bureau repeatedly interrogated him, and the journalists lying in wait managed to obtain records of his questioning, publishing extensive reports. Although no one believed Han Su's account, the case had significant ramifications, leading to detailed coverage of his narrative, including the corresponding codenames for the described monsters. However, despite the grandiosity of the initial reports, they quickly faded from memory. Yet Song Chushi retained the recollections. After a prolonged silence, Song Chushi raised his head and inquired. And then, Han Su, meeting his gaze with calmness, replied, "Eventually, I escaped." The girl with the ponytail was remarkably brave, even a bit reckless. Despite her youth, she clearly had undergone training and exhibited remarkable agility. She leapt forth, knocking over a candelabrum and igniting a conflagration, which terrified the children into a chorus of cries. At this juncture, Han Su paused, observing Song Chushi's countenance. Though he did not display overt sorrow, his expression seemed to blur. That girl was his sister. Han Su sighed softly and continued, "Due to that fire, or rather, the children's disobedience, the monsters grew agitated. I seized the chaos as an opportunity to escape through an unlatched door, plunging into the adjacent rose bushes. I recall traversing numerous thorns and vines, running incessantly, too frightened to look back, until I was spotted by a rescue team. In the aftermath, I pointed out the ancient castle's location to others, but as you are aware, nothing came of it." Han Su endeavored to satisfy Song Chushi's inquiries, divulging every detail he could recall, even illustrating the mysterious symbols etched in his memory, affirming that these were indeed clues. Song Chushi meticulously documented all, leaving no minute detail unrecorded. Yet, as their dialogue approached its conclusion, he abruptly halted his sketching. His gaze sharpened, becoming astute and incisive. A stark contrast to his usual weary demeanor. "Mr. Han, a decade has elapsed, and you still remember such intricate details?" Meeting the scrutiny in Song Chushi's eyes, Han Su suddenly broke into a smile, softly stating, "Over these 10 years, I have often dreamt, revisiting that haunted place. I relive that experience repeatedly, unable to forget. And even in dreams, I strive time and again to rescue the other children." Chapter 7. The principle of mysterious contact. This revelation rendered Song Chushi momentarily speechless. He discerned the truth in Han Su's words, detecting an indescribable loneliness embedded within them. After a prolonged silence, he removed his glasses to wipe the fog from the lenses, murmuring, "Thank you." It remained unclear whether he expressed gratitude for Han Su's desire to save their loved ones or for his cooperation. Ansuriman Saident, finally bowing his head to consume the bowl of cold wontons before him. The conversation did not delve into specifics thereafter, as Song Chushi repeatedly inquired about the details of those monsters, displaying utmost seriousness while making revisions as if he sought to elucidate every aspect of their patterns, fabrics, and eye colors. Han Su obliged as best he could. Considering his identity and the earlier mention of supernatural phenomena, Han Su was inclined to assist him sufficiently, facilitating a smoother investigation. Song Chushi diligently recorded everything until Han Su's narration reached a conclusion, at which point he gradually set down his pen. As he meticulously reviewed his notes, he appeared contemplative and suddenly remarked, "Mr. Han, amidst the entire incident, did you notice anything peculiar?" Han Su thought to himself, in such a bizarre scenario, what could possibly be considered strange? Identity. Song Chushi slowly lifted his gaze to Han Su and continued. After the abduction incident, everyone was astonished by the so-called monsters, the eerie castle, and the apparent failure of the investigation. A kidnapping case that no one believed became sensationalized into a national frenzy, conveniently overshadowing another critical issue. For instance, why were you involved? Han Su began to grasp Song Chushi's intent, silently urging him to proceed. Song Chushi opened a new page and slowly inscribed several names. The daughter of the chairman of MO Group, the sole heir of the Lin family next door in Manchester, the grandson of a senator from Qingang City, a prodigy in the field of archaeological literature, a young Go master, and a gaming prodigy. All the abducted children whose identities were exposed, including my sister, hailed from affluent and distinguished backgrounds, which was precisely why this abduction case stirred such a tempest in a short span. Furthermore, the children whose identities remained undisclosed, who mingled with these peers in their studies abroad, undoubtedly possessed extraordinary backgrounds as well. However, he raised his head slightly, fixing his gaze on Han Su, and inquired, "Who are you?" Han Su sat quietly, reflecting on Song Chushi's words. Amidst a gathering of children either of noble lineage or extraordinary talent, there stood you. Song Chusher continued, "Forgive my candor, Mr. Han, but your circumstances are not favorable. The Public Security Bureau's investigation revealed that you were raised by a single woman. However, following the abduction incident, she vanished from the city. Even the Public Security Bureau could not locate her, nor uncover any assets registered in her name, thus leaving no choice but to place you in an orphanage. You are not an orphan by birth, yet even if that were not the case, your origins and conditions starkly contrast with those of the other children. How did you find yourself on that abducted bus?" His inquiry was astute, and it was a question Han Su had pondered countless times without finding an answer. Indeed, it was precisely because of his incongruous identity compared to everyone else that so many speculations arose. Some believed he was an accomplice of the criminal organization, having boarded the bus to provide intelligence and locational information to the kidnappers. Some individuals harbor the belief that they were never truly kidnapped. Instead, they were simply discovered by a multitude of people, and out of a desire for attention, the child fabricated a tale of being abducted by a monster, only to forget it later. Regrettably, the memories preceding the kidnapping are hazy. The only clarity lies in the recollection of a tall, slender woman with long hair who lived with them. In this memory, her temper appeared to be poor, and they often suffered from her wrath, only to be held close by her in tears after the fact. Beyond this, everything fades into obscurity. Even the moment they found themselves on that bus is but a vague recollection, with the only certainty being that this woman had arranged for their transfer to a new school before the incident transpired. Following the event, they were suddenly engulfed in a whirlwind of public speculation, besieged by the scrutiny and interrogation of the adults around them. Yet that woman vanished without a trace. The police could not uncover any leads regarding her whereabouts, speculating instead that she fled the city out of fear of being implicated in the calamity they had caused. Han Su maintained a stoic expression before finally lifting his gaze to Song Chusher. "So, do you have any theories?" "There are many possibilities," Song Chusher slowly replied. "She disappeared completely after your incident, and despite the efforts of powerful figures, no trace of her has been found. This, in itself, is quite peculiar." The topic was not addressed too bluntly, yet its implication was clear. Han Su understood well that, despite the scant traces the woman left in his life, he had pondered countless possibilities over the years. Who was she? His mother? If so, why did she vanish so suddenly after the incident? The directions of his imagination were numerous. A common woman would not possess the capability to vanish entirely under the watchful eyes of so many high-ranking officials in Qingang. This suggests either that she is inherently mysterious, harboring secrets unknown to others, or that someone found her after the incident and dealt with her in a manner that left no evidence behind. Regardless of the possibility, both scenarios stirred an inexplicable tremor within Han Su, a heart that had long since become indifferent. He said nothing, merely picked up a plastic spoon and resumed eating the now-cold wontons. "Let us refrain from discussing such unpleasant matters," Song Chusher remarked, breaking the silence after sharing his speculation. "I have not returned to Qingang in quite some time. This visit is solely to see you and learn more details." He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Furthermore, I have a rather outrageous idea. Mr. Han, do you wish to prove that you are not lying?" Han Su furrowed his brow slightly. Song Chusher continued, his tone tinged with skepticism, yet his gaze sincere. "May I inquire whether your eye was also blinded by that monster in the ancient castle?" Han Su's expression darkened, and he shot him a cold glance. "What else could it be? Did I do it to myself, for amusement?" "Please do not misunderstand," Song Chusher quickly explained, smiling. "I have encountered numerous esoteric concepts over the years and have pondered some intriguing questions. I have consistently attempted to uncover the truth behind this case. But I have faced obstacles at every turn. All relevant clues seem deliberately erased, and just when I feel close to a breakthrough, I lose the trail. You appear to be in a similar predicament. I have learned that you are troubled by the plight of certain victims' families. In the face of repeated inquiries from the police, you have endeavored to reveal the truth, yet no one is willing to believe you. I wonder if we have erred. Perhaps our attempts to seek answers through rational logic have led us astray?" He spread his hands gently. "What if this kidnapping case, which clearly defies the laws of reality, can only be explored through the lens of the mysterious?" Ansushifted slightly, intrigued. "Continue." Song Chusher regarded Han Su's blinded eye with a serious expression, whispering, I have merely heard a theory. Mysterious forces do not vanish. They transfer through any form of logical contact, which cannot be erased and exists in reality. For instance, when it comes to the mystical, simply knowing of its existence constitutes a form of contact. Thinking of it is another form of contact. Witnessing it is a considerably deeper contact. And he paused, his voice imbued with an air of mystery, having your eye pierced by those monsters. What level of contact does that represent? Han Su was momentarily taken aback by this perspective, as it was the first time someone had analyzed the issue in such a manner. Mr. Han, if all you claim is true, and such monsters indeed exist, which should not belong to the realm of reality at this juncture, Song Chushur leaned forward slightly and whispered, then we may reasonably suspect that the strange power of the monsters still lingers within your eye. Validating this is rather simple. As he spoke, he retrieved a silver case from his possession, producing a recording pen. Consider this a gesture of goodwill from me to you, Mr. Han. After all, many families of victims have been troubled by misunderstandings and concerns for their loved ones, and you have inadvertently brought back clues. Han Su did not accept it, merely observing him. Meeting Han Su's scrutinizing gaze, Song Chushur smiled gently. In my pursuit of the truth behind that kidnapping case, I have traversed many places and encountered numerous arcane elements. At times, I have delved so deeply that I could hardly discern reality from illusion. The incantation I possess was obtained from fishermen in Haijiao port. They believe that unknown spirits inhabit the sea, capable of stirring storms, capsizing their boats, consuming their catch, or even harming their loved ones. Thus, they habitually recite this ancient incantation before embarking on their voyages, seeking the protection of mysterious forces. It is said that this incantation has the power to awaken hidden mystical abilities within certain individuals or dispel certain shadows. You might consider trying it. Perhaps those monsters in the ancient castle truly left some enigmatic power within your eye. Chapter 8. The Divine Revelation. What an odd fellow this Song Chushur is. After parting ways at the wonton shop, Han Su accepted the recording pen and, upon returning to his rented abode via bus, securely locked the outer protective door and drew the curtains tightly over the small window. Although he was not afraid of the bounty advertised on the black market, he could not afford to be careless, for such a bounty could lead to unwanted complications. He had no desire for someone to intrude upon his room in the dead of night, threatening him with a knife while demanding his cooperation in some investigation. Nor did he wish for anyone to stealthily install listening devices or cameras in his quarters, prying into his internet browsing history. Those self-proclaimed clever private detectives and bounty hunters willing to do anything for money could conjure any number of schemes that would trouble him greatly. Having made the necessary arrangements and set up several small traps, he finally opened his second-hand notebook and began jotting down a few keywords. Compared to the bounty on the black market, Song Chushur left him with a more complex impression. The man appeared weary and worn, unkempt, yet when he focused intently, his narrow eyes emanated an unusual aura of danger. Having escaped from that monstrous realm countless times, Han Su was particularly sensitive to such threats, and the last incantation left by Song Chushur stirred an inexplicable feeling within him. Is there truly a kind of esoteric contact logic that exists? And has he fortuitously discovered a means to activate this residual mystical power to validate the possibility of certain phenomena? As he pondered quietly, he extracted the recorder from his bag, scrutinizing it carefully. There appeared to be no visible flaws on the device. Yet the vigilance within Han Su could not be so easily dismissed. The families of the victims had reacted differently following the incident, but overall, they were largely skeptical and even harbored hostility towards themselves. In retrospect, it is somewhat amusing. Those who vocally express their outrage back then have seemingly moved on the quickest. Conversely, it is the chairman of the Mo group and Song Chushur, who initially displayed restraint, that have continued to grapple with the past over the years. Regardless, whether the incantation is genuine or not, Han Su realized he must make certain preparations. Soon, a pristine second-hand computer displayed a cascade of pages and news articles as he inputted relevant keywords. As he perused the information, he quickly gained insight into this relatively obscure fishing port located in the southwest of Dongda district, steeped in mysticism and religious fervor, where a tragic incident of immolation had once occurred. The local populace was rather insular, often perceived by outsiders as somewhat eccentric. A mere search revealed numerous bizarre statues and enigmatic churches. As he scrolled further down, the most prominent news item detailed an incident where local fishermen claimed to have been assaulted by malevolent spirits from the sea, resulting in 7 fatalities and 23 injuries, obliterating the church and countless homes. However, the article clarified that subsequent investigations by the Public Security Bureau concluded it was merely a violent clash among a gang of armed smugglers. Everything seemed to fit seamlessly. Donning his headphones, Hansu imported the audio from the recorder into the computer and reopened the dialog box marked with a black rose avatar. Are you there? Speak. Their essay spell. Could you help me listen to it and trace its origins? It's an incantation used by the fishermen of Jiao Gang to appease the sea spirits. When did you develop an interest in such matters? Hansu hesitated momentarily before replying. A friend provided me with this incantation, claiming it could activate some mystical forces. The other party seemed to take him seriously, perhaps rifling through materials. After a prolonged silence, they responded, "What nonsense is this? I found it in the records. It appears to be a standard incantation. There are a few characters that are indecipherable, but the general meaning is still comprehensible. It means, divine beings descend with a decree." From a folklore perspective, this is merely the language used by the fishermen of Jiao Gang during their rituals. They believe this language can be heard by the deities, instilling them with the courage to withstand storms. It has no capacity to activate mystical powers. Unsollicent, intrigued, activatkeri. Is there any ability to awaken any residual mystical forces within certain spaces or objects? The Black Rose replied, "No. Why you ask? Hey, your mind is already muddled. You don't actually believe in these esoteric matters, do you?" Upon hearing this, Hansu realized the gravity of the situation. This woman was fundamentally a psychologist, appointed by the Public Security Bureau to provide him with regular psychological counseling. She had a keen interest in esotericism, but fundamentally did not believe in it. Naturally, as a psychologist, Hansu found her professionalism lacking. However, this was quite reasonable. Since she was assigned by the Bureau and he bore no financial responsibility, how could her expertise be expected? Just passing time out of boredom. Hansu casually responded before tentatively inquiring, "So, is there any theory of contact in esotericism? I lost my sight to a monster. Could there be any mystical residue left in my eyes?" The Black Rose seemed momentarily perplexed by Hansu's words, taking a while to reply. Her tone tinged with fatigue. "Brother, being blind is simply being blind. Don't make yourself into a lunatic. You should consider, if such miraculous phenomena truly existed, why has there been no movement until now? Additionally, while I enjoy esotericism, I do not believe in it. But to take it a step further, even if these things were real, you must never attempt them lightly. The essence of esotericism lies in its mystery. The logic is convoluted. If you come across a false incantation, the worst that happens is you suffer a loss or are deceived. However, if you find a genuine one, then you must proceed with caution." At this point, she sent an array of exclamation marks, her words imbued with a sense of warning. Have you heard of the monkey's paw phenomenon? The power of esotericism often manifests through twisted logic. If you desire a young, beautiful, and wealthy girlfriend to accompany you and inherit her family fortune, the outcome might be that a deceased heiress's family has their eyes on you, arranging a ghost marriage and sending you to rest in the grave together. If you wish for a lifetime of unending wealth, you might just be struck by a car the moment you step outside, leaving you with $20 forever. Of course, while the nature of what I've mentioned varies theoretically, when an ordinary person suddenly engages with mystical matters, be it incantations, objects, or rituals, they essentially exploit mystical forces, distorting their otherwise normal progression in life. This distortion often leads to unforeseen crises. Whether being targeted by some unknown entity or encountering unexpected changes in life, these experiences frequently become a nightmare for the average individual. I have studied esotericism for so long, yet I never attempt to ascertain its truth or falsehood. This is precisely the reason. Her seriousness even prompted Hansu to adopt a more somber demeanor. Is it fatal? The Black Rose replied, "Not necessarily." Hansu responded, "That essay relief." At this point, the Black Rose seemed somewhat flustered. After a while, her tone lightened. "Of course, I might be overthinking it. The prerequisite for this incantation to take effect is that you must know how to recite it, just like this incantation, although it can be easily found in the database. Those fishermen must train for many years to bear the responsibility of the ritual and must recite it in their local dialect to capture its essence. This is also the reason why your friend recorded this incantation for you. Han Su nodded slowly, and after a long pause, replied, "Thank you. You're welcome." The Black Rose replied calmly, "By the way, would you like to come see me? The Public Security Bureau has been quite diligent lately. They called yesterday to ask if you've been attending your appointments and whether I uncovered anything during your hypnosis." Busse. That is fine. Concluding this exchange, Han Su closed the computer and sat in the cramped room, slowly closing his eyes. Within him stirred a subtle sense of unease. Without the Black Rose's reminder, he understood that for an ordinary person, recklessly engaging with these mystical and unknown matters is a double-edged sword. Such transcendent phenomena, which defy the logic of reality, could easily shatter the tranquility of his life, leaving him with no remedy for regret. Yet he was different. Was there any semblance of a peaceful life left for him? As for Song Chushur, regardless of his intuitive trustworthiness for a logical standpoint, how likely was he to cause harm? In the depths of despair for the families of these victims, one could be their sole thread of hope in the search for their lost loved ones. Thus, despite their myriad grievances and doubts, who among them would dare to risk their own life? After sitting in silence for a moment, when Han Su reopened his eyes, a flicker of madness intertwined with fervent anticipation surged within him. He grasped the recording pen, slowly activated it, and brought it close to his ear. As the static faded, a deep and resonant voice began to resonate, echoing with a powerful cadence, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, evoking a sense of primal antiquity. It resembled the sea shanties sung by fishermen as they set sail from the harbor. The incantation, it seemed, was articulated in a language akin to his own, yet so ancient and peculiar in its pronunciation that it imparted an air of mystery and strangeness. As Han Su listened intently, he found himself gradually reciting the words. The content he vocalized was a divine proclamation, but due to his earnestness and fervent thoughts, it felt as if he had inadvertently stirred his spirit or tautened his nerves, causing his tongue to momentarily knot. The simplicity of the phrase, upon leaving his lips, transformed into an enigmatic and indistinct utterance, distinct from his usual speech, yet vaguely resonant with the syllables and essence emanating from the recording pen. It flowed effortlessly, devoid of the obscurity and difficulty that Heisei Meiguei had described. Merely a gentle stirring of thought allowed the incantation to cascade fluidly from his tongue. In a daze, he sensed a momentary weightlessness as he recited the spell, as if an invisible force enveloped him, plunging him into another realm. He beheld layers of space behind which innumerable towering and indistinct shadows encircled him. As the incantation resonated, they slowly opened their eyes. Han Su felt their gaze upon him, raising his head as an ant might gaze skyward, confronting a mysterious and unknowable scrutiny. Their eyes met. Within Han Su's heart, an overwhelming tranquility settled. It felt as though everything was receding, yet soon after, an ocean of thoughts surged within his mind. It is difficult to articulate the peculiar and mysterious sensation of that moment. Han Su felt as if his consciousness and spirit had suddenly taken on a tangible form. It was like a sea so clear that its essence was nearly invisible, allowing one to see to the very depths. Yet, the incantation he uttered stirred the waters, creating ripples that rendered the unseen visible to the naked eye. He instinctively understood what this was. The spirit, his own spiritual power, was omnipresent and ever at his side, though often difficult to perceive until it stirred into motion. Once it stirred, it sought an outlet. Han Su could not ascertain whether his spiritual power surpassed that of others or if it was something else entirely. He merely felt an intense tumult within his mind, an unrestrained ocean crashing about, unleashing terrifying waves. Yet, just as it appeared on the verge of bursting forth from his head, it was restrained by his will, or rather, by his very being. He vaguely understood the reason. The spirit does not belong to reality. Thus it can influence it, but must not manifest directly within it. This was a rule. However, this rule's limitation upon the spirit persisted until that spiritual force reached his right eye, where a sudden and excruciating pain surged from the long-dormant eye. For a fleeting moment, Han Su thought his right eye might explode. The violent impact was far more painful than a solid punch delivered with full force. This blow originated from within his head and struck outward. Countless phantoms emerged, akin to the dazzling stars that flicker before one's eyes after such a strike, alongside a multitude of distorted images. He seemed to behold a giant. This giant resembled those from the ancient castle tales, yet was vastly larger, so immense that its full form eluded the naked eye. When it rose, it nearly matched the mountains in height, surpassing the limits of reality itself. Sitting there, the black and blistering sun was obscured behind it, casting a shadow that could envelop an entire nation. Countless ragged souls bowed before it. An array of bizarre altars had been erected in its honor, surrounded by innumerable poems and offerings designed for it. A sense of mystery and madness washed over him, overwhelming Han Su in an instant. Yet, this vision flickered a few times before vanishing abruptly. As if the power that struck his right eye was once again compelled to retreat by the rule that forbade its direct manifestation in reality. In that moment, Han Su's head felt as if it had been shattered. All his spirit, memories, and thoughts spiraled out of control like a tumultuous sea. He found himself frozen in place, unable to move, allowing the ocean's chaos to subside passively. He could not discern how long he remained in this state before the overwhelming dizziness dissipated. Slowly raising his head and lowering the hand that covered his right eye, striving to open it. Still, he could see nothing. Yet, this incantation. Han Su sat quietly, but his thoughts surged like a tide, almost beyond his control. This incantation was indeed potent. Yet why within my eye did nothing manifest? According to the logic espoused by Song Chushur, if it could indeed awaken some mysterious force, would it not serve to validate the existence of monsters to others? Yet now, it appeared contrary to his expectations. Externally, there was no change, but internally, in his self-perception, his mind, or rather his brain, had been subjected to a frenzied assault. The ocean of spiritual power in his mind was constrained by the rules, unable to penetrate reality, and his right eye felt like a breach. However, this breach had not yet opened. If it were to open, would that suffice? Should I attempt once more? This thought was compelling. Yet it was abruptly tempered by the recollection of the intense pain and dizziness experienced during his prior attempt. That pain, to describe it vividly, was akin to being struck with a hammer of considerable weight, forcefully, from within. Alternatively, one might say it was as if a brutal force were tearing open the scar of his right eye, which had been healing for a decade. I still harbor a fear of pain. Han Su admitted to himself that he lacked the toughness of a true warrior. Thus, at the very least, he resolved to bite down on a towel before attempting again. He rose and retrieved a towel from the bathroom, glancing casually into the mirror, where he observed his right eye, marred by scars which, although still closed, seemed to be seeping blood. Han Su gazed, and suddenly a smile broke across his face, his spirits soaring to new heights at this sight. Blood from an eye long blind. This was a fortuitous sign. Whose eyes, after a decade of blindness, would bleed without reason? This further affirmed the potency of the incantation. It was its utterance that had incited this transformation in his eye. Biting down on the towel, Han Su settled onto a stool, eagerly touching his eye, akin to a masochist ready to embark on a second attempt. Yet in that very moment, a chill wind suddenly swept through the window behind him. Han Su was momentarily taken aback as he gazed out of the window, a sense of bewilderment creeping into his mind. Hadn't he just closed that window? Yet now it stood wide open, the chilly breeze sweeping through, gently lifting the curtains by the window, only to let them fall back down softly. Han Su stared blankly at the window for a long time, and suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. He could not quite articulate the sensation, for from his vantage point, the pitch-black night sky was merely illuminated by the sparse lights of distant homes and the eerie glow of neon signs. Yet, inexplicably, he felt as if something was watching him, igniting a bone-chilling fear within him, prompting him to rise abruptly. This sensation was eerily reminiscent of the times he had been targeted by monsters within the ancient castle. He recognized this feeling, but now he was in reality, in the present moment. No, he thought, I was too hasty in my joy. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled the warning from the Black Rose. If the incantation were a fabrication, it was not to be feared. What was truly terrifying was the authenticity of it. Whether it could activate something remained uncertain. But the one who first uttered the incantation would undoubtedly encounter some form of change. Perhaps it was a crisis birthed from a life forcibly distorted, or the attention of an unknown entity. As the night deepened and silence enveloped him, Han Su sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the outside world. The unsettling feeling in his heart grew increasingly intense, as if some monstrous presence lurked just beyond the window, poised to intrude at any moment. In the castle, those monsters were visible. Once Han Su laid eyes upon them, he could at least engage in rational thought, whether to flee or to hide. But now, he faced this phenomenon in reality at this very moment. He could not see them, yet he sensed an unseen force drawing near, an event set in motion, known yet invisible, leaving him tense and almost paralyzed. Suddenly, amidst his heightened alertness, his phone rang, shattering the oppressive silence of the environment and startling Han Su. The unsettling sensation in his heart dissipated instantly, leaving him momentarily disoriented, thinking it might have been an illusion. Glancing down, he saw it was Su Ji. Old Han. Old Han. Upon answering the call, Su Ji's voice immediately erupted from the receiver. Help. Hearing Su Ji's cry, Han Su jolted upright, exclaiming, "What's wrong?" Su Ji's voice continued to echo through the phone. "There are too many beautiful girls here. I can't handle it. Wait for me to share the burden with you." Han Su was stunned for several seconds before realizing what had transpired, nearly hurling his phone in frustration. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "That fool." Just then, Su Ji's voice came through again. "Haha, I was just kidding. I'm downstairs at your place. Hurry down." "All right." Han Su glanced out the window and coldly instructed, "Stay there and don't move. I'll grab a knife first." Chapter 10. Super City, suppressing his anger. Han Su descended the stairs to find a flamboyant red sports car parked in a narrow alley below. "Give me one good reason not to kill you," he said. "Oh, you're so angry. I must have caught you at a busy moment when I called." Su Ji leaned in. "I'm sorry. I heard someone is looking for trouble with you." Han Su shot Su Ji a puzzled look as he settled into the car. Su Ji immediately leaned closer, his expression serious. "It was my father's assistant who called. Our security department detected a bounty against you online. They suspected someone might come after you, and since we're close, they wanted to give me a heads up." Han Su was taken aback. "So you came all the way here in the middle of the night? I was worried you might be in trouble. Isn't that reason enough to rush over?" Su Ji continued, "It's fortunate you're with me tonight. I'll introduce you to a friend who is well-connected in Qingang City. Knowing him will significantly reduce the likelihood of trouble coming your way. In Qingang, there were certainly many shady dealings, but they were usually of such a low caliber that they hardly feared even his father's name. However, the mere mention of it sent them into a panic. Anso rigardi su hiwi slight surprise." He recalled the kidnapping case from years ago. Su Ji, the young master of the Su family, had been one of the kidnapped children. After being rescued by Han Su, society seemed to forget he had ever been abducted, as if the event had never occurred in this world. Yet, that kidnapping case had instilled a profound sense of vigilance among many prominent families in Qingang, leading them to enhance the protection of their offspring, and the Su family was no exception, having set up one of the highest levels of security. Now, a decade later, while the urgency had subsided, the security department established for his protection still existed. On the surface, it seemed as though he could do as he pleased without a single attendant, yet he felt the ever-watchful eyes of a security team monitoring his every move. Strangely, this security department even seemed to be tracking information related to him. Normally, if parents felt their child was in danger, wouldn't they simply sever ties? Regarding his offer to help, Han Su did not refuse. In fact, Su Ji had already assisted him significantly at school. Their bond was so strong that many who wished to act against Han Su had to consider Su Ji's presence. If not for Su Ji, many would have been eager to persuade Han Su on behalf of the chairman of the Moa Group. Reflecting on those bothersome private investigators, Han Su pondered, "Will you be willing to help me? Not willing?" Su Ji scoffed, "That depends on whose face it is. If he refuses to help you, he can forget about ever receiving the Zidalu's precious red wine or the South Continent's imported cigars from me." Han Su chose not to voice his thoughts. The wealthy scions of Qingang tended to gravitate towards Su Ji, and coincidentally, each had their own small favors they needed from him. For instance, certain wines were only obtainable through Su Ji, and a particular professor in Qingang was only accessible through his introduction. When they approached Su Ji for help, he could conveniently assist them, and in return, they would often invite him out to express their gratitude, fostering a close-knit relationship. The downside of this phenomenon was that Su Ji often felt exceedingly important. "Let us go." Excellent. After being turned down so many times, Han Su's rare acquiescence thrilled Su Ji, who energetically patted Han Su on the back, saying, "I knew you would finally succumb to temptation. Rest assured, my friend is quite generous with his money. It's his birthday tonight, and he has planned a grand celebration, inviting hundreds of beautiful women, gorgeous ladies Lolis, and even Ultraman. Each one can have 10. While it may not compare to your own skills and attentiveness, the genuine warmth of the occasion can still make do." Han Su replied, speechless. How could someone embody both the attributes of wealth and the contradictions of a lowly existence so perfectly? Why did he, with such a dignified demeanor, find himself in such poverty, constantly beset by troubles? Suji picked up Han Su, and they drove along the city highway for over an hour, finally reaching the outskirts. In this world, the surge of prosperity had birthed countless megacities, each with populations starting from 2 to 3 million. It was rumored some even exceeded 1 billion. And the voracious attraction of these extraordinary metropolises drained the surrounding towns of their vitality, leaving large areas in desolation and decay. In contemporary society, apart from certain industries and specific reclusive groups, towns and villages have largely fallen into desolation. Only those without identity wander there, surviving through smuggling or cultivation. Many children born in cities may never have ventured beyond the urban outskirts, growing up and ultimately perishing amidst the steel jungle. Conversely, the offspring of affluent families, such as Suji, frequently escape the city to seek novelty in these sparsely populated areas. At the end of a remote road, overgrown with wild grasses, an array of luxury vehicles, whose names elude recognition, lie parked. Burning oil drums and high-powered lights illuminate the surroundings with a dazzling glow. Countless young men and women, clad in distinctive or exquisitely alluring attire, congregate here, the blinding lights transforming the cityscape into a nightclub atmosphere. Han Su alighted from the vehicle. Glancing around, Suji was indeed boasting, an old habit of his. Where were the hundreds of beautiful young women resembling stars? There were clearly only a few dozen. It was improbable that each gentleman present would be allocated 10 companions. A rough estimation suggested that 2 each would be fortunate. Why had he been brought along? Upon Suji's arrival, acquaintances swiftly approached him. Among them was a man in a deep blue casual suit, whom Han Su had encountered before. His name was Zhang He, the guest of honor for the evening, and someone Suji had specifically wanted to introduce to him, a figure of influence in the underground world of Qinggang City. Zhang was indeed wealthy. Yet unlike Suji's other friends who merely squandered money, he was a scion of a wealthy family with considerable power in the underground realm. Just mentioning Zhang's name could make many street thugs tremble. "Are you here to pick him up?" As Zhang approached, holding a glass of champagne, he scanned Han Su before politely but distantly nodding at him, saying, "You should find something to eat. I have matters to discuss with Suji." This remark somewhat implied that Han Su was merely a subordinate at his beck and call. Han Su did not mind. He merely nodded and sought out food, while Suji's expression darkened. At a nearby row of canvas tables and chairs, Han Su discovered an abundance of food, though it predominantly consisted of simple fare, such as pizza and barbecued meat. Nearby, someone was grilling sizzling steaks over a fire barrel. Numerous drinks and unfamiliar beverages were plentiful. Without approaching, one would not realize that these children of the wealthy contented themselves with such fare. As he casually sampled some barbecued meat, Han Su observed his surroundings. In the realm of the affluent, the concept of losing or having items stolen seemed non-existent, with discarded clothing, watches, photography equipment, and notebooks strewn about haphazardly. Han Su casually picked up a camera resting on the hood of a car, switched it on, zoomed in, and aimed it in Suji's direction. Utilizing the camera's view, he attempted to read the lip movements of 2 individuals conversing nearby. His eyesight was sharp, although he could not discern every word with precision. He could roughly grasp the content of their dialogue. He saw Suji, visibly displeased, reprimanding Zhang He in the blue suit. "What is your problem? I have told you numerous times that Han Su is my brother, a bond of life and death, not like your entourage behind you. I informed you beforehand that I would bring him. Your attitude towards him makes me uncomfortable, more so than if you insulted my father. You may insult my father, and I could respect your audacity, but to scorn my brother in my presence is a humiliation for me. If this happens again, let's not mingle in the same circles." Zhang He, rather than appearing upset, responded with a cool smile, saying, "I understand you two share a close bond. But let's be frank, he does not belong to our echelon. What meaning is there in forcing someone from outside our circle into our midst? Suji retorted with a cold laugh, fixing his gaze on Zhang. Those who rely on others for assistance choose their friends carefully. Unlike you, I do not need to compete with 7 or 8 siblings for inheritance, nor do I expect my friends to aid me in any endeavor. Therefore, I associate with whomever I wish. This statement was rather impolite, yet Zhang smiled and suddenly remarked, "You make a valid point. If we were to analyze it meticulously, we can only be considered wealthy individuals, while your family possesses true standing. However, you need not take offense. Perhaps after this birthday celebration, I indeed will have no opportunity to associate with you again." Suji was taken aback. Why? I have always seen others distancing themselves from me, but I have never encountered someone who would not want to associate with me. Zhang smiled. Unlike the subtle arrogance he displayed towards Han Su, he exhibited a demeanor of tolerance and gentleness before Suji, as if devoid of anger. "I have recently resolved to cease being a wastrel in the underground world of Qinggang. I intend to wash my hands of it." Suji was stunned. "Could you assist my brother with a small favor before you do so?" Zhang replied. "Did you not just say you did not rely on others for assistance?" Suji countered. "Do I appear to be someone who cares so much about maintaining face?" Suji was reluctant to let him withdraw from that world, in contrast to others who merely squandered money and sought fleeting pleasures. Zhang was one of the few with substantial capabilities in their circle, clearly not favored at home. He had forged a considerable reputation in the underground world of Qinggang through sheer perseverance. When friends from these circles found themselves in trouble and wished to conceal it from their families, they would seek his assistance, which he handled adeptly, earning him great popularity. Amidst the astonishment, Zhang sighed softly, saying, "You know, my mother is merely my father's 4th mistress. Now that I am grown, I receive a generous allowance each month. But the company shares and Zhang family assets are entirely unrelated to me. Furthermore, I lack academic prowess, despite being able to enroll in Qinggang University through financial means. I was expelled for injuring a rival. My father keeps me at bay from entering the family business, and the eldest son's offspring also regard me with suspicion. My aspirations of joining the military are thwarted by my physical limitations. Consequently, I was misled by those around me, thinking I might carve a path in the underground world of Qinggang. Initially, I did find some semblance of success, but as I delved deeper, the absurdity became increasingly apparent. There is no exit in the underground world. The path I tread is merely one where the underclass fights for survival, striving for the opportunity to serve the wealthy. Can you fathom how ludicrous that is? After several years in the underground world of Qinggang, I discovered the best path forward was to return to my original identity and serve it. Hence, I have decided to withdraw." Suji had never contemplated such matters and found himself momentarily stunned by Zhang's words. As Zhang spoke, a hint of disappointment crossed his face as he sighed. "Suji, you are an only child, and the Su family possesses foundations beyond our imagination. Thus, you cannot comprehend the plight of individuals like us. Currently, I may associate with you, but my children and their children will forever be unable to glimpse your shadow, even if they stand on tiptoe. Yet that is not the most terrifying aspect. The most dreadful reality is that we have no paths left to traverse. The old-timers are reluctant to relinquish their shares, leaving us without stable prospects. And they're increasingly thriving, living longer and healthier lives, even finding partners faster than I can. Just days ago, my mother wept before me, and her words made it clear that I have grown up and must seek a way out, whether in politics or the corporate world. These elite resources are not accessible to me. Thus, I am prepared to leverage everything I possess now to secure a path into the political arena." Upon hearing these words, Suji felt nothing but bewilderment. Entering the administrative hall, "You can pass the judicial examination?" The incredulity was evident on his face, in his eyes. Passing the judicial examination was far more challenging than gaining entry into his family as patriarch's company. The crux of the matter was that after mingling in the underworld for so long, could one truly cleanse their past? However, Zhang He, listening to him, merely shook his head slightly and said, "There is not just one path to enter the administrative hall. My grades are mediocre and I cannot pass the exam, so I intend to pursue a more unconventional route." He paused briefly and added in a hushed tone, "I plan to work for the number 5 secretary. This position is the only one that allows me to transcend the barriers of our prominent families and carve out a path for myself." Suji listened, momentarily taken aback. I recall that there are only 4 secretaries beside the mayor, right? Even Han Su, who was observing their conversation through a camera from a distance, was momentarily stunned. The most powerful figure in Qingang City, undoubtedly, was the mayor within the administrative hall, surrounded by 4 secretaries who assisted him in managing all affairs of the city, including politics, economy, public security, and culture. The 4 secretaries were embodiments of power. Yet, it was common knowledge that there were only 4 secretaries beside the mayor. What then? Was this number 5 secretary? You only need to know this. Zhang He responded to Su Ji's curiosity, patting his shoulder with a smile. The existence of a no. 5 secretary should not be a secret to your family. When you mature a bit more, your patriarch will naturally inform you. He continued, I'm here to tell you that I need to pursue this path, but I am uncertain of what the outcome will be. If one day I suddenly fall ill, die in an accident, or meet an untimely demise in a dark alley, he paused, looking earnestly at Su Ji. I hope you can, considering our current friendship. Take care of my sister or my mother. Su Ji stared at him for a while before softly replying, I will look after them. But it is best if you take care of it yourself. Well then, with your assurance, I have no further worries. Zhang He chuckled. Tonight, let us revel to our heart's content. We will set off from here, and whoever reaches the Dingxiang courtyard first will enjoy the first glass of whiskey. Moreover, the horse you admired earlier, I will let you ride it today. As they spoke, they made their way towards a crowd. Zhang He casually pulled a strikingly beautiful young girl, with fair skin and a slender waist, from the throng, guiding her into his car. He then leaned out from the driver's seat, launched a firework into the sky, before returning to the car and accelerating away with a roar. Damn it, trying to take advantage of me one last time? Seeing this, Su Ji hurriedly dashed to his own car. Many elegantly dressed women nearby eagerly approached. But Su Ji held the car door with one hand while anxiously calling out to Han Su, Brother, get in the car. Han Su shut off the camera and climbed into the vehicle, amidst the envious gazes of the girls. Su Ji preferred a race with Han Su because he had once demonstrated remarkable reflexes in front of him, skillfully maneuvering the handbrake and steering wheel just in time to avoid a bridge pier, which left Su Ji in awe. However, this time, it was also due to an instinct that he genuinely wanted to race alongside him. His mind was still occupied with thoughts about Zhang He's mysterious job. In this super metropolis ecological chain, these individuals belonged to a realm beyond the reach of ordinary people, yet they appeared so pessimistic. Nevertheless, just as curiosity began to rise, he dismissed it. What use are these thoughts? Following the usual pattern, I might be captured again in less than half a month, uncertain if I can escape at all. What promotion or advancement has anything to do with me? For someone living under the constant threat of time running out, class barriers simply do not exist. While contemplating these matters, Su Ji pressed the accelerator, the car's headlights blazing brightly as he sped down the overgrown, abandoned highway. Though this fellow exuded a certain air of a loser, his reckless demeanor had been cultivated with genuine wealth. His driving skills were commendable, and Su Ji had no need to worry about safety. Moreover, they were not without sense. This route for racing had been previously inspected. As Su Ji pressed the accelerator, the wild grass and trees swiftly blurred past the car window, but Zhang He had taken the lead, seemingly intent on relishing this final thrill, maintaining his speed. And Su Ji found himself unable to catch up. The taillights ahead flickered like ghostly eyes, receding further into the night. It seemed impossible to overtake him. Han Su thought to himself, contemplating whether to advise Su Ji. However, at that moment, he inadvertently looked up and noticed a hazy mist outside the car. In the deep night, thick fog had unexpectedly enveloped the surroundings. A sense of foreboding crept in as he remarked, Did you all not check the weather forecast before heading up the mountain? Su Ji, too, sensed that visibility was rapidly diminishing, but, feeling anxious, did not slow down. He grew increasingly frustrated, exclaiming, We are merely a bunch of car enthusiasts showing off. Do you think we're professionals? Despite his discontent, seeing that visibility was indeed deteriorating, he reluctantly reduced his speed. Watching as Zhang, he continued to surge ahead. He had now followed the winding mountain road to the opposite hillside. In the dim light, he could vaguely see the headlights racing forward in the dark, as if peering into an alternate reality. He muttered, Zhang He is truly insane. Judging by his tone, it seemed unlikely they would ever race together again. If winning was to be, then so be it. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed something amiss. And at that precise moment, Han-Soo in the passenger seat also sharply turned his gaze. He saw, against the backdrop of Zhang He's car lights, two beams of headlights from the opposite direction suddenly flash to life. These lights flickered ominously, as if emerging from the underworld, abruptly closing in on Zhang He's vehicle. The speed was so rapid that there was no time to react. The lights collided violently. In an instant, flames erupted, and, even from a distance, Han-Soo and Soo-ji could hear the sound of the crash and the screams, as the car was engulfed in a fireball, and its occupants were surely lost. Shit! Soo-ji slammed on the brakes, the vehicle swerving violently as he forced it to a halt, eyes widened in horror as he stared at the opposite mountain road. He was utterly stunned, muttering, "This is bad, this is bad. How could this happen? There should have been anyone on the other side to let cars through. How could this happen to live, breathing people?" His meaningless repetitions left his face pale as a ghost, as if his soul had been entirely lost. Simultaneously, Han-Soo felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing, his gaze fixated on the window. They are coming. Chapter 12. The Phantom Freight Truck. The night fog thickened, resembling layers of white ink staining the darkness. Just a moment ago, they could still see the distance, albeit with some obstruction. Yet in mere minutes, the fog had intensified, enveloping everything. Even the headlights of the sports car seemed constrained, illuminating only a few meters ahead. Amidst the dense and oppressive fog, the surrounding sounds and objects have been obscured, as if ensnared in a desolate and isolated realm. Only the sound of the engine reverberates, echoing within this confined space. Yet even this mechanical hum is peculiar, a cacophony of kinetic energy, heartbeat, breath, moans, and wails. Han-Soo feels an inexplicable thrill bubbling within him, an excitement that surges uncontrollably. Suddenly, he perceives a subtle shift in the engine's sound emanating from beyond the fog, instantly alerting him. His instincts, honed from countless escapes from shadowy fortresses, act almost reflexively. He yanks open the car door with one hand and seizes Soo-ji with the other, propelling them both out into the unknown. In that very moment, as Han-Soo unexpectedly pulls Soo-ji from the sports car, the thick fog ahead suddenly parts, revealing two waves of mist swirling violently. A colossal truck hurtles toward them. Its towering frame, composed of solid metal with harsh lines, is grotesquely smeared with blood. Veins of organic matter intertwine with mechanical components, creating a striking visual impact. It races forward at a staggering speed of 260 kilometers per hour. From a distance, this velocity might appear manageable, but up close, it feels as if the Earth itself is splitting apart, obliterating everything in its path. Soo-ji's vibrant red sports car is crushed into shards almost instantaneously, the remnants exploding into a shower of sparks, resembling a tattered bag flung into the distance, with parts clattering to the ground like a kick soccer ball. Despite Han-Soo's swift reaction, pulling Soo-ji to safety, the fierce wind generated by the collision nearly sweeps them beneath the truck. What the hell? Is this real? Soo-ji collapses to the ground, disoriented by the impact. Yet his gaze remains fixed on the retreating monstrosity of a truck, his expression lost in disbelief. This cannot be. If such a thing existed, my father would have told me. Meanwhile, Han-Soo rolls on the ground and quickly hauls Soo-ji back to his feet. As he drags him toward a corner, his eyes are drawn to the vanishing taillights of the truck, an unexpected thrill coursing through him. The murderous truck on Highway 59, he states calmly, Suzy visibili sekung, resembles a person who has just emerged from a drunken stupor. I once heard a bragger in a club talk about this. He was a drunken fool who spoke in riddles, somehow crashing the party. He mentioned a truck that met with an accident on Highway 59, obliterating everything in its path. Yet the driver, unwilling to accept death, fused with the wreckage, transforming into a grotesque apparition that roams the night, killing every living being it encounters. But he claimed a legendary investigator had sealed it on the abandoned Highway 59. But we are clearly on Highway 48. Han-Soo, intrigued, responds, so such things truly exist? Soo-ji feels tears welling up. Can you really accept this? It shouldn't be real. Ignoring him, Han-Soo suddenly appears displeased. Did you not know I have always been fascinated by such phenomena? Why did you never tell me? Soo-ji's expression is a mix of bewilderment and grievance. I invite you to the club daily, saying everyone there understands everything, but you insisted on going to the library. Before he can finish, Han-Soo abruptly turns and delivers a powerful kick, sending Soo-ji sprawling several meters away. But in that instant, the dense fog ahead suddenly blazes with blinding light. The oppressive, towering front of the truck bursts forth from the mist at a frenzied pace, charging directly toward their position, its blood-red headlights almost overwhelming their senses. It careens past the spot where Soo-ji had just stood, accompanied by a deafening roar, plunging headlong into the fog across the way, swiftly vanishing into the haze. Silence envelopes the surroundings, the fog inching closer. Yet from deep within, the engine's rumble persists, akin to a mechanical beast lurking in the mist, gathering strength and fixating upon them. Everything around them embodies an unfathomable madness and absurdity, an existence that defies reason. Soo-ji, utterly a loss, finds himself paralyzed by the fog, unsure of where to flee. Theoretically, he should vacate the road in the face of such a truck, but the thick mist obscures the edges of the highway, rendering him blind to the boundaries. Trembling, he gropes the ground, seeking the roadside, but all he encounters beneath his hands is asphalt, with no edge to be found. Han-soo, too, faces this bizarre reality for the first time. However, having been abducted and returned countless times, he now confronts this strange encounter in the real world. Gazing into the fog, he feels an oppressive, maddening atmosphere that threatens to freeze his very blood, prompting his mind to race. This is not an illusion, nor a figment of his imagination during abductions. It is a tangible entity visible to all. Is it the incantation that summoned this monstrosity? Or has the world finally descended into madness? Regardless of which, he feels an exhilarating thrill surging within him. Even his right eye, dormant for a decade along this path of life, begins to ache, the sensation intensifying. Boom! The engine's roar from the depths of the fog escalates once more. Suddenly, the tumultuous mist churns, and blinding lights fill his vision as the truck, having just plunged into the right side of the fog, now barrels towards Soo-ji from that direction. If his bearings are correct, that area should lead off the highway to an empty slope. But the truck relentlessly collides with Soo-ji, who has not yet turned. At that moment, Han-soo, anticipating the onslaught, swiftly steps forward, grasping Soo-ji by the collar and yanking him aside. Securing his own safety, he extends his hand toward the towering truck and its glaring lights, feeling diminutive against the monstrous machine. The human body is as fragile as tofu in comparison. Yet he presses his palm forward, a wild expression on his face, and chants fervently, "Divinity, descend with your decree." The syllables rise and fall, imbued with an ancient, mystical resonance. Within his mind, dormant spiritual energy awakens, spurred by this ancient incantation, unleashing a torrent within him. As if practiced, this energy rampages through his being, ultimately converging upon his right eye, the force of this surge surpassing anything he had previously encountered. In that moment, the ashen hue of his right eye begins to seep crimson, as if torn from within by an immense force. The agonizing signal of flesh being ripped apart relentlessly assaulted Han-soo's sanity, striking layer upon layer in proximity to his brain. The eerie and frenzied truck suddenly came to an abrupt halt, its wheels still spinning wildly, creating friction with the ground. The acrid scent of burnt rubber lingering in the air. The headlights of the colossal truck shone with an extraordinary brightness, twisting slightly as if too immense. Luminous eyes were gazing intently in Han-soo's direction, exuding an inexplicable sense of vigilance. Surrounding him, thick fog seemed to rise from the depths of the earth, mingling with profound shadows, creating a vision of whiteness where illusory figures emerged. Some were vehicles grotesquely deformed, others were human forms bearing scars of damage. One by one, they appeared beside the enormous truck, resembling phantoms, fixated on Han-soo and Soo-ji in front of the vehicle. Among them, they could discern the bloody Jong-hee, and the innocent figure of a long-legged, fair-skinned woman in a short skirt, her face contorted with a mix of resentment and agony, her lips moving as if she were uttering something incessantly. They too had been consumed by this deadly truck, transformed into its specters. Each pale visage mirrored the truck's expression, manifesting the countenance of this ghostly vehicle. In stark contrast, Han-soo stood immobile, blood trickling from his right eye, the searing pain crashing against his brain. Yet he felt an odd exhilaration, his scarred face twisted into a grin akin to that of a malevolent spirit, more grotesque than those phantoms. Just moments ago, When the surge of mental energy struck his right eye, it had been repelled, suggesting that the limitations of his mental power were more formidable than he had anticipated. He was unsure of the origin of these constraints, yet he sensed they were inscribed deeply within the instincts of humanity. The mind was not permitted to enter reality. Chapter 13. The Power of the Right Eye. Although the tumultuous surge of mental energy failed to break free from his right eye, it had nonetheless alerted the bizarre truck, akin to a startled tiger. With each growl of its engine growing louder, the strange behemoth seemed to amass an even greater force. As if it recognized the threat posed by Han Su and began to shift its focus from Su Ji to him. The scene was reminiscent of racing videos where cars, upon ignition, unleash an unparalleled force in the next instant. Was this a mere inanimate object? A living being? A specter? Or perhaps a machine? Han Su had never encountered such a bizarre entity, yet he felt an astonishing sense of indifference. Having witnessed numerous strange and formidable things within ancient castles, encountering such monsters in reality only evoked a sense of amusement and intrigue. The pain in his right eye persisted, yet with each onslaught of mental energy, the agony surged like waves, invigorating him further. Come what may, he thought, stepping boldly forward toward the nightmarish ghost truck and the ethereal shadows within the fog. He shouted, "Cicerat in abysso!" His voice echoed with an enigmatic quality, the distorted intonation rendering the divine decree unintelligible to ordinary ears, evoking a sense of mystery and remoteness. As he chanted the incantation, a tempest of mental energy surged within him, spiraling into a frenzy. The truck seemed to observe intently, its blinding headlights fixated on Han Su. Upon realizing that Han Su's power was not as formidable as it had presumed, it lunged forward. Han Su and Su Ji appeared as mere prey, vulnerable and feeble before the approaching specter. Simultaneously, as Han Su uttered the incantation, he felt the tumultuous mental energy crashing against his right eye with an unprecedented force, amplifying exponentially. Beside him, Su Ji screamed in terror as the ghostly truck barreled toward Han Su. Yet unexpectedly, the eye that had been blind for a decade cracked open slightly. A sliver of hidden light burst forth, nearly piercing through the fog. The mental energy could influence reality, yet could not directly penetrate it. However, in Han Su's third attempt, bolstered by fierce willpower, the fissure in his right eye allowed his mental energy to breach this limitation. A trickle of power seeped forth from his eye, influenced by some unknown force, flowing out in a bizarre form. The frenzied truck, hurtling toward him, collided with this ephemeral surge of mental energy, suddenly halted by an invisible force, pressed firmly in place. The encroaching mist recoiled under this unseen power, dispersing outward. The mechanical monstrosity, accompanied by countless specters, was once more subdued by this intangible force, its headlights concealing an abundance of confusion and strangeness. The specters beside the colossal truck appeared increasingly agitated, many of the weaker ones visibly trembling. The piercing sound of twisted steel resonated painfully in the air as the swirling fog and the massive truck seemed stymied by an unseen force, an immense power intertwining, compressing, and clashing against it. It was as if it were being torn apart. In that moment, Su Ji, overwhelmed by the spectacle, beheld a haunting brilliance emanating from Han Su's once blind eye. His brother was indeed a deity. He gazed incredulously at the clash of the incantation and the truck's roaring, as if two opposing waves were battling. In the next moment, a more bizarre scenario unfolded. Amidst the confrontation of this intangible force, the truck's headlights blazed brighter, accumulating strength. Yet gradually, the once rusted and blood-stained frame, still hard and sharp, began to emit an unsettling distortion under Han Su's gaze, the hardness dissipating, replaced by an eerie softness. The front end sagged as if deflated. The grotesque, fleshy matter that coated the vehicle began to pale, slowly melting away, dripping to the ground. It was indeed melting. This creature, forged from steel and bizarre energy, was losing its metallic essence, or rather, its characteristics were being warped into something akin to dough. This transformation astonished even the specters beside the truck, their expressions shifting from confusion to sheer terror, their previously twisted and ferocious faces now adopting a vacant look. It dawned on Han Su that something truly resided within his right eye, a revelation that invigorated his spirit. It became clear that the pale monster's abilities were thus A vision flashed in his mind of the pale creature melting into a pool of flesh and blood in a corridor, awakening a strange sensation within him. For he had initially believed this to be an innate trait of the monster, a product of nightmares. However, it has now become evident that this is a form of power, a force that lingers within his right eye, a power that can be unleashed through one's gaze, capable of melting anything it encounters. He can sense that his mental strength has been profoundly shaken, as if drawn out like flowing water, time and again. He himself is on the verge of collapse, yet the grotesque truck remains, seemingly poised to gather strength anew. Ansukan no longerindur. Even his expression subtly shifts to a chilling demeanor, the eye wounded by the creature within the ancient castle, now radiating a frigid malice. He cries out for the third time, "Deity, bestow your decree." Seizing upon this frenzied pain and the sense of release, he boldly decides to amplify it further. The more pain he endures, the more exhilarating it becomes. Accompanied by this incantation, he suddenly steps forward, pressing his palm against the front of the truck, and a resounding echo permeates the thick fog surrounding him, imbued with an air of profound mystery. Boom! At the very moment his words escape his lips, an indescribable pressure descends upon the area. The dense fog dissipates entirely, as if swept away by a tempest. The massive, grotesque truck quivers slightly at the utterance of his words, the sound of its engine abruptly diminishing, resembling a mechanical whimper. Though it is not human, even this bizarre machine seems to exhibit emotions akin to those of humanity. It retreats fiercely before Han Su's palm can truly make contact with its hood, demonstrating a vehement resistance and fear, pulling back before the hand can press down upon it. In the realm of mental power, it appears far stronger than Han Su. However, the force within Han Su's right eye instills a sense of dread in it. It retreats 3 meters back into the remnants of the thick fog, its front lowered, the headlights gradually dimming as if in a gesture of submission. In the next moment, even the surrounding swirling fog suddenly vanishes, merging into the night sky. All at once, the sounds of the night, the wind, the rustling, return to normalcy. Suzy, Suzy, Zhangmatsta Su. Distant voices cry out in panic, accompanied by the sounds of vehicles approaching. A throng of frantic individuals searching for answers. Further away, police cars from a city arrive in response to the disturbance. At this moment, Han Su exhales softly, glancing down at his trembling palm. Upon reciting the incantation for the third time, his mental energy surged forth violently, nearly exhausting him, leaving him with an indescribable sense of weakness, as if his mind had become nearly blank and he felt on the verge of fainting. Yet, an exhilarating sense of excitement propels him onward, causing his eyes to shine ever brighter. After being pursued by monsters for so long, I have finally transformed into a monster myself. Alas, what a pity it is, how regrettable. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, atop a desolate hill far removed from the urban sprawl, the towering power lines stretch toward the heavens. Song Chushur, whom Han Su had encountered only recently, stands quietly beneath the power tower, clutching a silver briefcase. A mocking voice begins to emanate from within the briefcase. Song Chushur remains silent, gazing toward the city, attuned to the vibrations that emanate from beneath the endless lights, sensing the unfolding changes within the vast Qinggang city, akin to the cascading effect of dominoes. Armed personnel have surrounded the wonton shop where he conversed with Han Su, and figures cloaked in black trench coats appear at every street corner he once traversed. Qinggang City, once stagnant like a pool of still water, now seems to exhibit the faintest signs of boiling. Having traversed countless forbidden realms, endured immense pollution, and interacted with numerous dangerous individuals, he has finally discovered this S-class incantation. Noticing Song Chushi's silence, the voice from the briefcase exhibits a tone of lamentation. You cannot be unaware of the value of this incantation, nor its requirements regarding unique mental attributes. Yet, you not only fail to claim it as your first master, but you have also entrusted it to an ignorant child? Do you not feel regret? Through narrow doors, seeking the gaps of causation, the abyss lies here, and the wheel begins to turn. At last, Song Chushur gradually speaks. Though he does not respond to the voice from the silver briefcase, his tone resonating with the vast and boundless night. This path was not given to him. It was one he was destined to tread. The voice within the briefcase sounds stifled, tinged with urgency, Surely you cannot believe the absurd tale that monsters have abducted them? Trust me, while this world has been infiltrated and birthed many grotesqueries, it has not descended into the madness of spawning monsters to abduct children. Monsters? The unknown entity confined within the briefcase, measuring merely 50 to 60 centimeters in length and width, scoffs, wrapping the case with a resounding thud. If such real and tangible monsters existed, show them to me. The incantation has been activated within him, signifying that he is not deceiving. Song Chushi's voice carries a hint of indifference as he slowly turns, descending the slope into the unfathomable darkness. Thus, I have wagered correctly. That kidnapping case runs deep, regardless of the cost or the consequences it may bring. I know this much. The truth cannot remain hidden. 26 children must not vanish from this world without a trace, especially since among them is my sister. Chapter 14. Stockings and Milk Tea. So, you only witnessed a madman driving a heavy truck, desperately crashing into you? 2 hours later, Han-Soo, Suji, and all the wealthy young men and beautiful women who attended young Master Zhang's birthday party were brought into the security bureau for questioning. The incident had escalated significantly. After all, besides young Master Zhang and a somewhat famous leg model who succumbed to injuries from the accident, even Suji had nearly lost his life in the bizarre assault. Given the gravity of the situation, even the officers assigned to them exhibited an uncommon sternness, repeatedly pressing for details of the events. In response to the officers' inquiries, Han-Soo calmly stated, "To be precise, I only saw a vehicle. I did not see the driver." His answer remained consistent, despite having been asked numerous times. However, the officer, sporting a crew cut, appeared increasingly impatient, glaring coldly at him. "If there was no driver, how did the vehicle collide with you?" Han-Soo met the officer's fiery gaze, choosing not to respond. He had ample experience with such interrogations, having accumulated more memories of being questioned in security bureaus than most would in a lifetime. Thus, he sensed that the officer's demeanor was somewhat unusual. Despite the bizarre nature of the events, they were not instigated by him. In fact, he had saved lives. And given his connection to a wealthy family like Suji's, he expected to be treated with more respect. Why then was the officer so aggressive? Seeing that Han-Soo was uncooperative, the officer's tone grew darker as he coldly remarked, "Moreover, we have thoroughly examined that area. We found no signs of a heavy truck coming down the hill or evidence of any collisions. The deceased, Zhang He and Xiao Meng, appeared to have succumbed to an accident caused by an ill-timed U-turn, colliding against the roadside rock face. The sports car you were in with Suji seems to have similarly suffered from a delayed braking response, plunging into the abyss, yet you miraculously escaped. There is no evidence of a murderous heavy truck." As he concluded this assertion, he slammed his palm onto the table, demanding, "Be honest, were you under the influence?" Han-Soo personally verified the existence of these inexplicable supernatural phenomena and now felt an unusual sense of reassurance, treating everyone with newfound amiability. Faced with the officer before him, who appeared ready to resort to violence, he merely smiled with resignation and gazed sincerely into the other SIs, stating, "I do not engage with such substances. A urine and blood test will attest to that. Moreover, officer, your intimidation tactics are futile. Suji has been with me throughout this ordeal. Even if I were to alter the statement to suit your understanding, he would not comply." The officer momentarily faltered, narrowing his eyes as he turned to observe his silent colleague, who had been perusing documents without uttering a word. His colleague slowly set down the materials, and Han-Soo noted his name upon them. He then heard the man lower his voice and smile, saying, "The young master of the Su family is not someone anyone dares to detain, but your situation is different." Han-Soo was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze toward him. Judging by their insignias, both officers were mere ordinary detectives, with the speaking officer in his 30s wearing tinted sunglasses. At that moment, he regarded Han-Soo with a knowing smile, his eyes brimming with significance. Han-Soo, in that instance, experienced a sudden clarity, pausing briefly before responding, "I am merely a witness in this matter, not a participant. You have no grounds to detain me." The officer with the tinted glasses leisurely leaned back in his chair, propping his legs on the table, and continued with a slow smile, "Because your experience is quite extraordinary, and given that someone has lost their life, it is necessary for us to retain you for the investigation. Among the two witnesses, the young master of the Su family has at least suffered some abrasions. so we must allow him to seek medical attention first. Thus, keeping you here for inquiries, urine tests, and to recollect details for your statement is entirely reasonable. At the very least, we can hold you for 24 hours. Naturally, we will inform the young master of the Su family that your retention is solely for the purpose of cooperation, allowing them to leave before returning for you in 24 hours. Han Su exhaled deeply, realizing an unforeseen turn of events, slightly straightening his posture. He scanned the two men before directly inquiring, "Have you accepted the bounty from the black market?" Upon hearing this, the previously interrogating officer's expression shifted, and he was about to slam the table. However, the long-haired officer with the sunglasses gestured for him to refrain from making a scene. Silently watching Han Su's eyes as he stated, "I understand the dark web you mentioned. It is a realm for unsavory characters seeking contracts for nefarious tasks, such as stalking, covert filming, or even hiring assassins. We are from the Public Security Bureau, receiving commissions from the administrative office, and thus would never engage in such endeavors." However, his voice lowered significantly. "Are you aware that the bounty is excessively high? So high that both the lawful and the unlawful are tempted. What appears as a single bounty has been subdivided into numerous detailed tasks. Therefore, even if we do not accept this bounty, extracting just a shred of useful information from you would be worth a considerable sum." At this juncture, the implications were unmistakably clear. The families of the victims would undoubtedly pursue their own interests, or perhaps they're simply unable to let go of the case. But with the bounty in place, there will be those unwilling to relent. Han Su had cautiously evaded many troubles, and even his meeting with this young Master Zhang was to sidestep such complications. Yet, he had not anticipated that a visit to the precinct would present an opportunity for others. The officer with the tinted glasses, observing Han Su's demeanor, appeared to grasp the situation. He signaled to the short-haired officer beside him, who immediately seemed excited. Rising to retrieve a bamboo stick leaning against the wall to redirect the camera's focus, the man with the tinted glasses then procured a box from beneath the desk, revealing several peculiar items. Among them was a thick book, appearing to have been mishandled, with striking marks on its pages. There was also a hammer, an oddly shaped nail clipper, a box of tissues, half a bottle of milk tea from an indeterminate time, and even a plastic-wrapped strand of hair. He poured the milk tea into a cup, slowly cutting the hair into fragments and adding it to the mixture, all while casting a half-smile at Han Su across the table, remarking, "I have reviewed the files on that kidnapping case from 10 years ago many times. Among the abducted individuals, all were affluent, except for you, who stood out as an ordinary person. Following that case, so many vanished, yet you alone managed to escape. Does that not suggest something significant? Back then, you were too young, and with so much media scrutiny, the Public Security Bureau could do little if you claimed not to remember. But now that you have matured, I trust you have gained more clarity and will not resort to childish fabrications. We have 24 hours to spend with you, and I believe we can help you recall more valuable information." His demeanor was as insidious as a serpent, his tone neither high nor low. It unsettled those seated across from him. From the fluency of his words, it was evident he had engaged in similar tactics before. Ansuriman silent, his expression tinged with annoyance, and within him a slight flutter of unease arose. Could his right eye, which seemed capable of dissolving the phantom truck, extend its influence to the living? The extraordinary experience of that mental force permeating the reality through his right eye was tantalizing, leading him to ponder whether he might harness such a gift. More crucially, if he were to return to the ancient castle, would this ability persist? And could it be wielded against the monstrous entities lurking therein? The thought of encountering that spectral truck had ensnared his mind, and the impulse to experiment had grown unbearable, so intense that even the two individuals before him seemed surprisingly endearing. However, given his current predicament and location, it appeared unwise to engage in such trials. Moreover, considering Su Ji's loyalty, he would undoubtedly not abandon him. Yet, if the Public Security Bureau were to politely insist on his cooperation for a mere 24 hours, would even Su Ji be powerless to assist? He believed they lacked the audacity to take his life, and even out of respect for Su Ji, they would refrain from leaving overt marks on him. Nevertheless, there were countless methods of inflicting suffering without leaving scars. Would he dare to resort to violence himself and then gauge whether the Su family's legal team lived up to their reputation? As Han Su remained silent, the two officers exchanged glances. The short-haired one peeked outside, quietly securing the door, and pulled over a chair to brace against the doorknob. The officer with the tinted glasses poured a bag of expired milk into the cup containing the hair clippings, gently shaking it. The short-haired officer produced a pair of handcuffs from behind, slowly approaching Han Su. With his head bowed, Han Su continued to calculate his next move inwardly. However, it was at this moment that a resounding voice suddenly echoed from outside. "Ladies and gentlemen, this area is temporarily under our control. Please leave all notes, recordings, and evidence behind and wait outside." Immediately. Chapter 15, Dangerous Individuals. The abruptness of this voice was striking, as if it had originated just outside the interrogation room. The two officers were slightly startled, sensing footsteps approaching rapidly. They exchanged a fierce glare at Han Su before hastily beginning to tidy up the items on the table, in stark contrast to their previous leisurely demeanor. At this moment, footsteps had reached the door of the interrogation room, and a hand reached to push the door open. However, the doorknob was blocked by a chair, rendering it impossible to open. The two officers intended to take advantage of the moment to clean up, hoping to delay as long as possible by redirecting the camera. Unexpectedly, the door merely emitted a soft sound before swinging open to reveal several tall, slender figures outside. Han Su and the two officers were taken aback, a sense of peculiarity flickering in their minds. Upon focusing their gaze on the door, they noticed the chair that had been blocking the doorknob was now quietly placed beside the door, while the interrogation room door itself had been pushed open intact, as if the obstruction had merely been a figment of their imagination. They had no time to ponder the strangeness of the situation before their attention was drawn to the figures standing by the door. They were wearing their collars turned up, obscuring half of their faces, and the leader, adorned with dark sunglasses, glanced at the unfinished milk tea and scattered hair on the table, seemingly surprised, before letting out a derisive laugh. The agents following him displayed expressions of astonishment and confusion. This was the precinct of the Public Security Bureau, the domain of these officers, and they naturally felt a sense of defiance in the face of these uninvited individuals. However, when the man in sunglasses politely requested their cooperation, a woman in a fitted black suit with short hair, exuding an air of competence, produced an identification badge. Outside, a plump man who appeared to hold the rank of a captain or chief suddenly paled, swiftly signaling to the other officers. Even the two officers who had just interrogated Han Su could not afford to tidy up any further and hurriedly exited the room. Before leaving, they shot Han Su a threatening glare, as if warning him to be cautious about what to say and what not to say. The door finally closed, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Han Su quietly observed the door, and approximately 2 minutes later, it was reopened, allowing the man in sunglasses to enter once more, accompanied by the competent woman in black. Upon entering, he removed his sunglasses and nodded at Han Su, softly saying, "Long time no see, Xiao Han." "Officer Zhang." Han Su also nodded in acknowledgement. Although he felt an unexpected surprise within, he skillfully concealed it. He had not anticipated this individual's arrival, yet in retrospect, he perhaps should have foreseen it. He was familiar with Officer Zhang, having known him well. After the abduction case, it was Officer Zhang, named Zhang Qihua, who had been responsible for the investigation. After escaping from that dark fortress, it was he who had inquired about various details, taken his statements, and even arranged for lie detector tests and psychological evaluations. Moreover, he had assisted the young Han Su in calming several agitated family members of the victims. When Han Su could no longer remain in the orphanage, needing to transfer and complete enrollment procedures, it was also Officer Zhang who had assisted him during that time. The young Han Su held a deep gratitude towards this officer who had cared for him. However, he had not seen him for many years. Even after the incident, while Han Su often visited the Public Security Bureau to cooperate with investigations and inquiries, he had inquired about Zhang, only to be told that he had left for another department. Han Su had assumed that he had been sidelined and resigned from the Bureau, especially since Officer Zhang had not seemed to fare well in the security hall at that time. Yet, now he found himself unexpectedly encountering him under such circumstances. "I have transferred to a new department and no longer handle the original cases, but I never expected to meet you again." Given their familiarity, Officer Zhang appeared somewhat relaxed upon taking a seat. Observing the now taller young man, who had matured into a figure resembling an adult, he sighed softly. His gaze swept over the cup of milk tea, discarded in the trash, revealing a hint of wistfulness. His entry into this new department was indeed related to that abduction case from years ago, and after so many years, he had come to believe that this young man was merely a victim. The pressure from that case had been immense, as most of the children involved were either wealthy or held formidable identities. The burden of taking over that case weighed heavily on him. Yet, as he wore the uniform, he felt the responsibility was his to bear. But this young man was also a victim. He had lost an eye and bore a horrific scar on his face, with his life irrevocably altered. Yet those responsible had not even spared him the last shred of peace. Han-Soo gazed at Officer Zhang for a long time before slowly articulating. "So now, Officer Zhang, do you believe me?" Although Officer Zhang had cared for him back then, he had not believed in the so-called monsters or the dark fortress that had abducted over 20 children. He had merely thought that Han-Soo had been frightened. Yet now, he stood amidst the events connected to the ghost truck on Highway 59, and coupled with the change in his identity, Han-Soo felt a sense of anticipation. "I have always believed you," Officer Zhang casually replied before picking up the notes on the table. The records contained numerous crossed-out sections, as the officers who had just taken Han-Soo's statement did not believe him and merely sought to make him confess that he had misinterpreted or was under the influence of drugs. They likely hoped to use the notes as a justification to keep Han-Soo at the Public Security Bureau. Officer Zhang merely glanced at the notes, folded them, and tucked them into his pocket. Addressing Han-Soo, "I have already familiarized myself with the situation, Xiao Han. I have only one question." He fixed his gaze on Han-Soo, softly inquiring, "How did you fend off that ghost truck?" Han-Soo looked back at him candidly, sensing that the officer he had not seen for several years seemed to possess a different aura. The eyes that once reflected frustration and confusion in the face of such matters now appeared to harbor many secrets, unspoken yet profoundly clear within. After a moment of silence, Han-Soo finally spoke. "Sun Chusi, I wonder if you remember him. He was also one of the victims who was kidnapped alongside me. A few days ago, he reached out to me, inquiring about details of the abduction case, and provided me with this incantation, claiming it was used by fishermen in Jiaogangxiang to summon spirits. He said that reciting this incantation could activate some mysterious powers to dispel malevolent entities. As I've been plagued by nightmares and desired a good night's sleep, I committed the incantation to memory." Song Chusher? Upon hearing this name, Officer Zhang's pupils dilated slightly. He was no longer the ordinary officer he had once been, and his expression was well concealed. Yet, Han-Soo's keen observation revealed this subtle change. "Where is that incantation?" Zhang Qi fixed his gaze on Han-Soo, then abruptly gestured, "No need to recite it. Just write it down, or do you have it recorded?" Han-Soo slightly paused. Retrieving the voice recorder from his pocket and glancing at it, he remarked, "I was just recording the words spoken to me by those two agents. Uncertain whether the incantation has been erased." Zhang Jigua furrowed his brow slightly, but accepted the device. The competent woman in the sleek black suit immediately brought forth a briefcase containing professional playback equipment. She donned headphones and listened intently for a while before reporting to Zhang Jigua. "It is the fisherman's chant from Haijiaoport." Only then did Zhang Jigua exhale in relief, gesturing for her to continue analyzing and prepare a report. After completing these tasks, he turned his gaze to Han-Soo and slowly inquired, "How did you know this incantation would be effective?" Ordinary individuals encountering such phenomena would merely flee in terror, would they not? In response to his inquiry, Han-Soo remained silent for a moment before gradually smiling and replying, "Officer Zhang, I was once abducted by things you did not believe in 10 years ago. Ordinary people do not believe me, nor the existence of such entities, but I do. From the very beginning, I accepted this incantation because I've always yearned for such mysterious power, thinking that if I were to be abducted again, at least I would possess something to contend with those entities." His sincerity was palpable, so much so that even the seasoned detective could discern no hint of deception. A flicker of complex emotions crossed Zhang Jigua's eyes, yet he habitually concealed them and adopted a matter-of-fact tone. "When you recited this incantation, did you feel as though your spirit had awakened, permeating into reality?" Han-Soo sensed something amiss. Zhang Jigua's expression was overly vigilant when he posed that question, prompting him to withhold certain words, merely responding, "What do you mean by spirit awakening?" "It's nothing." Zhang Jigua waved his hand dismissively, lowering his gaze to the statement. "Why were you there?" Han-Soo replied, "I encountered a minor inconvenience in my life related to that abduction case. My brother took me to seek assistance, and that is how I came across it. It is all documented. Is there any issue? Zhang Jigua observed only sincerity and composure on Han Su's face. His taut nerves gradually relaxed, replaced by a faint weariness and contemplation. Little Han, you truly are an unfortunate child. He even appeared somewhat helpless, shaking his head. How could such matters befall you? Chapter 16, Someone Has Made a Determination. Encountering such a predicament 10 years ago already indicates my misfortune, does it not? In response to Zhang Jigua's lamentation, Han Su felt no particular sentiment, but rather a sense of anticipation, stating, "So, what exactly are these entities?" In truth, Zhang Jigua could be considered the most trusted person by Han Su. After all, during his initial escape from the bunker, when everyone had abandoned him, it was only Zhang who took care of him. Meeting him again at this delicate juncture, Han Su felt a sense of destiny, as if he had prepared many words to convey. However, Zhang Jigua did not allow Han Su to continue speaking. In a few glances, he scanned over the statement, clearly wrestling with something within, and soon that inner turmoil reached a resolution. He suddenly looked at Han Su and declared, "You should return." Zhang Jigua slowly rose, addressing Han Su, the child from the Su family, and Mr. Su's assistant have been waiting for you outside since earlier. You may leave directly and extricate yourself from this case. But little Han, he paused, earnestly gazing into Han Su's eyes, advising, "Take my counsel and forget this incantation. Song Chushur is a dangerous individual. Many cities prohibit his entry, and his classified information at the Disaster Management Department is of a higher security level than mine. 10 years ago, your escape was fortunate. You should continue moving forward and avoid being drawn into these matters again. This is a scheme, and you are merely an unfortunate pawn in it." Scheme? Han Su was somewhat taken aback, never expecting Zhang Jigua to utter such words so soon after their meeting. Even Zhang Jigua's expression was conflicted, as if he wished to say something, yet realized that any statement would breach protocol. Even if such matters arose from good intentions, it was evidently a quandary for him, who typically adhered to the rules. Ultimately, he could only express, "Little Han, I've been keeping an eye on you. I know you have been accepted into Qingang University and have made progress. I am also aware that you have been following the Security Bureau's advice, frequently consulting a psychologist in hopes of uncovering valuable clues. But do your best. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. Some matters cannot be clarified and must simply be avoided. The farther you distance yourself, the better. Leave the professional matters to the professionals." As he listened to Zhang Jigua's comforting words, Han Su vaguely sensed something, his mind sharpening. Did Zhang Jigua perhaps know certain clues? Previously, Zhang Jigua's attitude towards him had been akin to that of the families of the victims. They sought to find their children, while Zhang Jigua aimed to solve the abduction case. They had no other recourse, hence repeatedly turning to him for any valuable insights to resolve this case. But now, Zhang Jigua evidently seemed transformed, his desire to distance himself from the situation even more pronounced. This could only imply that he had unearthed some truths and confirmed his own innocence. It could even suggest that he had come to believe in the existence of monsters. Yet why, even so, had he not sought out Han Su again? Now that they had encountered each other, he merely wished for Han Su to leave quickly. Professionals. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Han Su's face broke into a smile, stating, "Uncle Zhang, in my eyes, you are already a very professional person. It has been a long time since I last saw you, and I wish to know if you are still investigating this case." His question was direct and earnest. Had it been anyone else, Han Su knew his inquiry would have been meaningless, as the other party could easily dismiss him. But Zhang Jigua would not. In any world where humanity resides, there will inevitably be good people, and Zhang Jigua is one of them. Indeed, after Han Su posed this question, Zhang Jigua's hand, which had been smoking, suddenly stilled. He remained silent for a considerable time, as though his mind was heavy, unable to lift it to meet Han Su's gaze. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke softly. "The original case files of this incident have always been in my drawer." Han Su inquired, "Just sitting there?" This time, Zhang Jigua refrained from responding, silently taking a deep drag of his cigarette. "Uncle Zhang, I understand that the abduction case we encountered is exceedingly bizarre. Previously, I could even comprehend why you did not believe my words, why those individuals persistently sought the truth from me, because..." Han Su paused, then forced a bitter smile. "The notion of monsters among the abductors is indeed a bit strange. However, now I'm aware of the existence of the killer truck. He stared intently into Zhang Jigua's eyes. Since such sinister entities are indeed real, why must the abduction case I experienced be deemed false? Do not ask any further. Before Han Su could finish, Zhang Jigua suddenly raised his head, his expression uncharacteristically grave. The abduction case from 10 years ago was originally merely a child's fantasy born from fear. Someone has already made a determination on that. Han Su abruptly lifted his head. Determination? Who made that determination? Zhang Jigua could not answer, falling into silence. After a moment, he took a deep breath, softening his tone, and murmured, I do not know what intention Song Chushi had in granting you this incantation, but I can tell you that it will plunge you into an endless abyss. What you should do now is to forget this incantation and leverage the Su family's influence to extricate yourself from this incident that never concerned you. Return to school, continue your studies, seek employment, find a girlfriend, and carry on with your life. Han Su discerned the goodwill in Zhang Jigua's words, yet he could only find them laughable now. He shook his head slowly and said, Uncle Zhang, I no longer possess a semblance of a normal life. At present, I am certain I have encountered that supernatural entity. I wish to know if this entity is of the same ilk as the monsters I have faced. Furthermore, I am perplexed as to why, despite being aware of such beings, no one believed me when I encountered that creature previously. A frost seemed to veil Zhang Jigua's face, as if he contemplated issuing a warning to Han Su. However, reflecting on Han Su's circumstances and experiences, and recalling the child he had watched grow up, he could only emit a weary sigh. Is this truly the time to deliberate on such matters? Do you not realize that the being you encountered was originally sealed in an abandoned stretch of road, meant to remain undiscovered? Its appearance signifies that someone has deliberately unleashed it. I have perused the information, and it appears that the individuals most likely to orchestrate this are from the Su family. You merely stumbled into this situation by chance. Yet, your unique identity has entangled you in this affair, rendering it more troublesome than for the child of the Su family. As he spoke, fatigue washed over him. With a deep breath, he continued, It is fortunate that it was I who encountered this situation. Otherwise, escaping would not have been so effortless for you. Thus, leave and never speak of tonight's events again, nor of the kidnapping case from 10 years ago. Let all fade as if it never transpired. What rationale lies behind this? Han Su sensed that he was being aided, yet restlessness churned within him. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if a beast roared inside. The interval was shortening. He had been captured within a fortnight previously. How long would it be this time? 10 days? Or merely a week? Han Su could not afford a wager, as dawn might bring his recapture, leaving him powerless against that entity, which would not engage in reasoned discourse. Zhang Jigua, faced with Han Su's seething anger, felt an urge to speak, but ultimately shook his head slowly and murmured, This world operates in such a manner. If someone declares this to be false, then it is deemed false. Let's go. He waved his hand wearily, insisting, We must leave immediately and refrain from discussing such matters henceforth. Very well, Han Su replied, finding a strange calmness. He could not abandon his pursuit of this mystery. Yet he understood Zhang Jigua's decision rendered any further dialogue futile. Perhaps he could persuade him, but not in this environment. He sensed Zhang Jigua harbored unspoken concerns, needing a more discreet opportunity to converse. Outside the door, he noticed several individuals stationed there, likely Zhang Jigua's subordinates. Their gazes were filled with scrutiny and curiosity. As Han Su reached the end of the corridor and pushed open the unlocked iron door, he found several officers from the Public Security Bureau standing in groups. Upon hearing the doors creak, they instinctively straightened up. Yet, when they saw Han Su emerge, their expressions turned peculiar. The officer who had previously interrogated him widened his eyes and demanded, Who permitted you to leave? Han Su glanced back at the interrogation room and replied they did. The officer faltered, his demeanor darkening. However, in the presence of his colleagues and the captain, a colleague with brown glasses swiftly signaled for the officer to refrain from further comment and, with a smile, guided Han Su to a nearby table for registration. Please leave your phone number and address, and you may return home. But ensure the details are accurate. This matter is not yet resolved, and we may need to call you back for further inquiries. Han Su met the gaze hidden behind the brown glasses, committing his appearance to memory as a suppressed fire simmered within him, and his lips twitched slightly. Just as he was about to respond, a sharply dressed woman in a black suit rushed out from another room, her expression tense, even fearful. Wait, She called out to Han Su, then urgently turned to Zhang Qigua, exclaiming, "Chief Zhang, we cannot let him go." The recording pen contains incantations far from mere nursery rhymes. Chapter 17. That road, why is old Han still not out? Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Public Security Bureau, several vehicles were parked. The foremost was a sleek, high-end black sedan, its door ajar, with Su Ji seated on the steps, 2 band-aids affixed to his forehead. Nearby, a cluster of flamboyantly dressed young aristocrats lingered, hesitating to approach Su Ji. Standing beside Su Ji was a slender man in a black suit, donned with gold-rimmed glasses, perpetually wearing a smile. He was Su Ji's father's personal assistant, sharing the Su surname. With patience, he addressed Su Ji, who insisted on waiting for Han Su's emergence. "Perhaps it would be wise to return. I will ensure someone is here to wait for Mr. Han." "It's not my concern," Su Ji retorted. "We encountered something supernatural. Zhuzi, you must believe me. Without old Han, my life would have been forfeit. I trust Mr. Han will assist you again, and in return, he will be guaranteed a safe departure from the Public Security Bureau," the assistant replied. "Why not just let me rest?" "Suzi out the VCBL dit split." He turned to the ever-smiling secretary and remarked, "Zhuzi, why do your words seem rather harsh today? When I see old Han, refrain from discussing transactions. He is my brother. Remember that. I know many Sikh connections through the Su family, through my father, but old Han is a true friend, someone I genuinely wish to befriend. He saved my life." The secretary, unfazed by Su Ji's complaints, calmly explained, "You are nearing graduation and should understand that, including friendship, even love and familial bonds. What relationship is not fundamentally transactional?" Su Ji's anger flared. "You..." The secretary raised a hand, smiling as he interjected, "Moreover, you must exercise caution. This incident is far from over. It is merely the beginning. Do you believe that the death of a mere illegitimate child from the Zhang family during your reckless driving is inconsequential?" Su Ji protested. "I did not provoke this. Besides, I heard tales about that entity at the club, merely thinking them fictitious." "Silence," the secretary commanded, his tone chillingly cold. Su Ji was taken aback, slowly responding, "Do you know Secretary Number 5 from Qinggang?" Su Ji was momentarily taken aback, uncertain, a temp. Ignoring his response, the secretary continued, "Qinggang City has 4 secretaries, each responsible for various affairs. Their jurisdictions overlap significantly, necessitating collaboration. However, the management of Qinggang City encompasses more than just them. The 4 secretaries frequently appear on television and in newspapers, yet only Secretary Number 5 remains an enigma, entirely uncooperative with the others. Ordinary individuals are often unaware of his existence, but his unique identity surpasses that of the other 4 secretaries. For instance," he turned to Su Ji and said, "If one day your father decides to enter politics, accepting the commission from above to serve as the head of the Qinggang City Administrative Office, then I shall become his chief secretary. The 2nd and 3rd secretaries will also be chosen from the enterprises under the Su family and among the social elites. However, the 5th secretary remains unchanged. He will continue to serve his role. The Bureau of Anomaly Disaster Assessment Management, which he directly oversees, will operate in the same manner. Once a department under his direct management encounters an issue, everyone must yield to them." He observed Su Ji's expression, convinced that, given his upbringing, he understood the gravity of the situation. He then slowly added, "Do you comprehend what your fate would be if you were not a child of the Su family?" Su Ji sensed the seriousness of the matter and slowly shook his head. The secretary spoke matter-of-factly, "You would either be subjected to hypnosis or eliminated as a deep contact." Su Ji was taken aback. "Contact? Eliminated?" The secretary did not respond directly, continuing, "Hypnosis? I am referring to genuine hypnosis. Once you undergo their hypnosis, no one can assure you that your mind will remain untainted. You would forfeit the opportunity to inherit the Su family's enterprises, leaving Mr. and Mrs. Su, at their advanced age, to consider having a 2nd child." Su Ji was bewildered. The secretary sighed, looking at Su Ji with sympathy, and said, "This time, it was your father's connections and influence that spared you this punishment. However, in return, you must vow to never speak of that night's events to anyone, nor can you discuss them." All of this left Su Ji in shock, and as he began to comprehend the situation, he suddenly thought of the key issue. What about Lao Han? What would become of him? "That is what I am here to convey," Assistant Su stated calmly. "Given his status, Encountering such a situation at this juncture would typically result in only one outcome: hypnosis. It is even possible that he may not warrant the resources for hypnosis and would instead directly face the second option. Nevertheless, he indeed saved your life twice. Therefore, we will ensure his safe release and compensate him handsomely. The price, he paused, speaking with undeniable authority, is that your bond with him will be completely severed. What the hell? Soothed exclaimed, his face flushing with anger as he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Lao Han encountered these troubles because he was with me. He saved my life. In stark contrast to Sootjed's fury, Assistant Su remained remarkably composed and replied calmly. Your anger stems from your ignorance of the peril you have inadvertently invited upon yourself. To put it differently, you have not caused the trouble. You have merely fallen into someone else's scheme. The Zhang family's offspring harbors grand ambitions, attempting to employ this method to place themselves under the Fifth Secretary's command. Yet, he too is likely being manipulated, ultimately losing his life. Currently, the investigation has not yet unveiled the truth, but I've already expressed my suspicions to the master. It seems someone aims to exploit his situation to ensnare you, branding you as an aberrant contact. The severity of this matter surpasses even that of murder. I have never killed anyone. Sootjed's impotent rage flared, and he suddenly gestured towards the group of wealthy scions waiting in the distance. It's not just Lao Han and me who witnessed it. They did too. They're not classified as deep contacts. Assistant Su did not even glance at him, merely stating softly, "Moreover, all I have relayed to you is what the master wishes me to convey. If you have objections, you may address them with him." Assistant Su interrupted. "Believe me, if Mr. Han were to grasp the implications of this, he would instead express gratitude to the Su family. Perhaps, in all of Qingang City, only our Su family possesses the capability." However, at that moment, Assistant Su's words were abruptly interrupted. Sootjd and Assistant Su both looked up to see a woman clad in a black suit, her demeanor cold, stepping out of the law enforcement office. Her eyes fixed on them, she approached with a document in hand and said flatly, "Sign here, and you may leave." This time, it was Assistant Su who was taken aback. He glanced at the document and noticed Sootjed's name on it, which left him somewhat astonished. "There is another," the woman in black interjected. "He is to remain here." "What?" Assistant Su's expression shifted, while Sootjd grew anxious. Having vehemently opposed Assistant Su's earlier suggestion, he now felt even more alarmed. He stepped forward and exclaimed, "What do you intend to do with Lao Han?" Assistant Su grasped Sootjed's arm, stepping forward himself, suppressing his arrogance and striving to keep his voice calm as he gently said, "I have just met with Miss Li. Moreover, I am aware that the ghost truck incident on Highway 59 has garnered widespread attention, elevating its threat level." Investigator, Li. The woman in black glanced at him, her eyes seemingly laced with mockery, and smiled as she said, "Generally, her influence is considerable, but this time, she cannot intervene." Before proceeding, she added, "I must ask you one thing." She turned to Sootjd. "Your statement is essentially blank, so I need to ask you face to face. When you encountered that eerie truck, did your friend display any behavior beyond reciting incantations?" Sootjd was momentarily stunned, recalling the disturbing hue emanating from Han Su's blind right eye. He resolutely shook his head and replied, "No." The woman in black tilted her head slightly. "Really none?" Sootjd insisted, "I just thought he was really cool." "Does that count?" The woman in black shook her head and said, "Sign here." Observing her growing impatience, Assistant Su swiftly regained his composure. Clearly, the current situation had exceeded even his expectations. Yet, he quickly adjusted his demeanor, taking the document while inquiring rapidly, "May I ask whether Mr. Han will face the first or the second outcome?" "Neither," the woman in black replied, slightly lifting her head as if amused. Assistant Su was momentarily rendered speechless by this revelation. Just moments ago, he had insisted Sootjd refrain from mentioning the supernatural occurrence. Yet now his expression mirrored one who had seen a ghost. It was not until the flaxen-haired woman departed that Sootjd finally reacted, anxiously asking, "What is happening? What will they do to Lao Han?" Assistant Su slowly shook his head and replied, "Do you know what the Zhang family child did with their entire fortune just before their demise?" "Suzy Guidit, Hugh." Assistant Su continued, "That path has now fallen upon your classmate. The current introduction is not what I initially intended. I had envisioned a description that conveyed a carefree spirit. carrying a small leather suitcase with my hands casually tucked into my pockets, ready to rush wherever there was a task at hand, asserting my social superiority. Does this introduction not exude a certain investigator's charm? Haha, as the new book begins, I shall refrain from elaborating further. In essence, it is a new journey, and I humbly seek your support. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed patrons who have backed my endeavor. Mitionda, Sha 11, Shwetting 132-43324. Vank Bengyov, Daoyuzan Nabiadongtan, Kviatinki Foyin, Xiaomo Bushixiaomo, Menkli, Tseradva Ypsilonha, Chimchin Iuchen. Ingzi Iching, Hanoosi Bing, Shenve Xiaove, Feng Xiao Xiao, Yumigo, Balitongon, Tsoonayar, Yesientitian. Si Yunsu, Yue Yuibi Isho, Hien Yu Sing Tien, Huishu Huedi Sosi, Gil, Pai Tsugu. My goodness, they are all fellow colleagues, and I must reciprocate. Chapter 18. The eccentric contact. What are the 3 choices for the eccentric contact? 10 minutes ago, Hansu had not anticipated such a twist as he was preparing to leave the Public Security Bureau. Observing Zhang Qigua's suddenly grave expression, he felt a flicker of curiosity. Zhang Qigua, having called Hansu back, realizing there was no room for negotiation, stated plainly, hypnosis, cleansing, and the third option, coercive absorption. Any individual who has experienced or encountered bizarre phenomena must confront these 3 choices. The Phantom Freight Truck is a peculiar existence. Prior to this, its legends had already leaked out, thus the confidentiality level was not exceedingly high. Furthermore, owing to the influence of the Su family, I could have let you go. Alas, the families of the victims harbor deeper resentment towards you than I had anticipated. After bestowing this incantation upon you, Song Chusher ensured that neither I nor the investigator sent by the Su family could maneuver around this matter. Observing Zhang Qigua's solemn demeanor, Hansu felt a slight stirring within himself and inquired, "So what does this signify?" Zhang Qigua replied softly, "It signifies that aside from undergoing abnormal hypnosis and being subjected to special cleansing or long-term detention by our enforcement department, you are left with but one choice." He paused momentarily before continuing, "To join the Disaster Management Bureau." Hansu remained composed, though his tone shifted. Disaster Management Bureau? The Bureau of Abnormal Disaster Assessment and Management. Zhang Qigua sighed softly, pulling out a cigarette to smell it. He murmured, "It is responsible for the evaluation and containment of surreal aberrations and phenomena that should not exist within the city. Typically, suitable talents are selected from the Border Defense Forces, the Public Security Bureau, and elite members of society across various specialized fields. However, even these individuals must endure fierce competition to be chosen by us. Meanwhile, those who have encountered the bizarre are one of the 2 direct pathways for our absorption into the Bureau." Fearing that Hansu may not fully comprehend, he paused briefly before adding, "Although we have yet to clarify the investigation, we can make a rough judgment that the aforementioned young Master Zhang is likely contemplating such a notion, aiming to join our ranks. By engaging with the Phantom Freight Truck, he would enter our purview, utilizing his background and identity to evade hypnosis or cleansing, ultimately becoming a member of the Bureau's enforcement department." Listening intently, Hansu was somewhat taken aback. Why? This young Master Zhang is already affluent and has been navigating his affairs in Qinggang quite smoothly. Yet he exhausts much effort to join this department? Linking it with what he had overheard previously, this so-called Disaster Management Bureau is directly overseen by the 5th Secretary. Is it not? Because we possess considerable power. Zhang Qigua succinctly revealed the truth, his expression somewhat somber. Thus, many individuals overlook the risks along this path and instead regard it as a means for upward mobility. This resonated with Hansu, who suddenly recalled the conversation between young Master Zhang and Su Ji before his demise, remembering his confident demeanor at that time. After resolving his confusion, he subtly averted his gaze, looking back at Zhang Qigua and softly asking, "If that is the case, then I experienced something similar a decade ago. Why did no one come to find me?" A single Phantom Freight Truck can dictate the fates of some contacts, yet the mysterious castle kidnapping case. Zhang Qigua sighed deeply at his words, realizing the gravity of the situation and thus choosing to be forthright. The classification indicates that this incident did not transpire. While the kidnapping occurred, the monster kidnapping case did not. Therefore, even at the Bureau level, it was merely a child's fanciful ramblings after being frightened. This is why you were neither cleansed nor subjected to another form of coercive hypnosis. Understand? Prior to this, you were not recorded as a contact by the Disaster Management Bureau. Han Su's heart jolted slightly. He still had more to say, but Zhang Qi slowly shook his head, quietly stating, "Little Han, some things should not be hastily voiced." He began to speak slowly, yet seriously. "I need you to understand that being forcibly absorbed by the Disaster Management Bureau is not a favorable outcome. Many ambitious or overly curious individuals seek to join us to elevate their lives, yet they often become the subject of ridicule. In truth, this path often leads to their demise. Given his disposition, he would not agree to the clandestine release of individuals." The investigator sent by the Su family was quite surprised when he agreed to let Han Su go. Yet, unexpectedly, this singular instance of leniency was thwarted. "Now, I can no longer permit his departure at will. Thus, it must be coercive absorption, an affair of significant consequence, one that impacts a lifetime." Why does this lad appear utterly unperturbed? Could he not exhibit a reaction that a sound-minded person ought to display? It seems that the individual determining the classification of my experiences holds a high position. Upon hearing Zhang Qigua's warning for the second time, Han Su surprisingly did not become enraged, nor did he display the shock and panic Zhang Qigua had anticipated. Instead, he pondered quietly for a moment, raised his head gently, and smiled. "Uncle Zhang, upon joining you, I will have to engage with aberrations akin to the murderous freight truck, correct?" Zhang Qigua nodded sternly. "A lifetime of service, combating the tides." Han Su immediately nodded, smiling. "Then I shall join. What should I do now?" "You possess such strong adaptability." Han Su's reaction unsettled Zhang Qigua, prompting him to question whether he had failed to elucidate the intricacies involved or if this lad had genuinely become somewhat unhinged. He had countless words to express, yet ultimately sighed and lowered his voice. "Do not assume I am unaware of your thoughts. Heeding my advice, once you enter, you will indeed encounter many things inaccessible to ordinary individuals. However, refrain from frequently mentioning that kidnapping case, and be cautious not to casually discuss our conversation today with others. Correspondingly, I assure you, once you complete your training, I will adopt a different identity and formally discuss that kidnapping case with you." At last, Han Su discerned steadfastness and determination on Zhang Qigua's face, and his spirits lifted as he nodded. "Understood, Uncle Zhang. I hope you realize the seriousness of the situation we face." Han Su now presented a relaxed and even somewhat expectant demeanor, which left Zhang Qigua feeling a twinge of helplessness. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "At this moment, arrangements will be made for you to undergo an assessment to evaluate your spiritual sensitivity and resistance to disruption. Should you pass this evaluation, you will receive training from the Disaster Management Bureau's Execution Department and become an operative. However, if you fail—" He paused briefly and lowered his voice. "The best outcome awaiting you will be compulsory hypnosis." A group of armed security personnel had already arrived at the entrance, and Han Su obediently followed them away. Watching his relaxed figure depart, Zhang Qigua appeared somewhat fatigued. After a moment of quietude, someone brought him a cup of tea. He took a sip, only to recoil from the heat, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the woman in a black suit beside him. She shrugged and remarked, "Although this is my duty, I must admit I am not particularly skilled at it." Zhang Qigua refrained from expressing anger. Instead, he sighed deeply after a long silence and said, "So it has been confirmed that this young man cannot escape?" The woman in black nodded. "If it were merely the fishing chant from Haijiao Port, you could simply sign a release for him to leave. However, after thorough analysis, it has been determined that the chant is merely a facade. The incantation possesses a far more perilous essence." As she spoke, she retrieved an analysis document from her handbag, stamped with a confidential seal, and quietly added, "The content of the fishing chant is exceedingly simple. It translates to, 'The deity delivers a decree.' This is merely an ordinary incantation, commonly recited by various religious and folk organizations during rituals and blessings. However, the recording device contains additional syllables that are deeply concealed, only discernible through meticulous analysis. Once these extra syllables are appended to the ordinary incantation, its entire meaning transforms entirely." She paused before continuing. "The two additional syllables, though vague, can be confirmed to imply I am the deity delivering a decree." At that moment, the room fell into silence. Zhang Qigua furrowed his brow, took another sip of tea, and after a long while, quietly inquired, "Has this incantation been activated?" "No," the woman in black replied, shaking her head. "I have already attempted it. Although the incantation is entirely presented in a coded form, it does not contain any directional mystical power, indicating that it is void. Thus, reciting it should yield no effects. However, due to the high status of the incantation itself, it was reasonable that it deterred that cunning and timid ghostly cargo truck. Furthermore, I have also consulted with that child from his Sioux family, and his words corroborate that when he recited this incantation, there was no infiltration of spiritual power, and his current mental state supports my perspective. That is good." Zhang Qi sighed with relief, feeling a sense of fortune amidst misfortune, and slowly stood up, saying, "Let the report to the higher authorities reflect this. As for other matters, we can only hope that this young man can smoothly pass the upcoming assessment." Chapter 19. The flickering arrival Han Su was escorted by a group of armed personnel, leaving the Public Security Bureau and boarding a windowless vehicle that took him to a rather ominous and oppressive building complex. He was subsequently placed in a room adorned with dark metal. Throughout the entire process, he exhibited remarkable cooperation. After all, being surrounded by armed individuals required him to temper his temper. Yet his mind was incessantly racing. What precisely is this so-called Anomaly Disaster Assessment Management Bureau? Who is the individual that defined the situation, wielding the power to make the Disaster Management Bureau overlook our past kidnapping case and the numerous children who have gone missing since? Among the missing children, many parents possess energy. Are they being kept in the dark, or have some individuals taken on certain roles within the situation? While unable to find answers in his mind, Han Su felt an inexplicable thrill and excitement, an emotion he had never experienced during all his previous futile investigations. For the first time, it felt as though he was on the verge of something significant. Additionally, he couldn't help but reach up to touch his right eye, recalling the exhilarating sensation he experienced in the presence of the ghostly cargo truck. The peculiar feeling of spiritual energy flowing from his right eye felt like the opening of a gateway to a new world. Even though the Black Rose had previously cautioned him that utilizing such power might entail a cost, he was eager to experiment once more. Setting aside her lack of expertise, he reflected on how dismal his life had become. What more could he possibly care about? What intrigued him more was the method of utilizing this mysterious power, its application, and whether it might still be possible to harness it upon his return to the castle. Naturally, thoughts aside, he was acutely aware of the two glaring cameras monitoring him, compelling him to suppress his urges for the time being. Furthermore, when Song Chu first provided him with the incantation, Han Su initially intended to use it to demonstrate to those who doubted him that he had indeed encountered those mystical matters. However, Zhang Qigu's words had already alerted him, since someone had determined the nature of this situation. Proving himself had become inconsequential. The disbelief of others might not stem from skepticism, but rather from a deliberate choice to remain unconvinced. In this predicament, concealing himself appeared to be the most prudent course of action. Having spent considerable time hiding from those colossal entities in the castle, he understood the importance of remaining in the shadows. Even though, upon careful analysis of the current situation, he realized he was effectively under the spotlight, rendering the notion of concealment moot, it still seemed advantageous to keep a portion of himself hidden. Perhaps it would be best to find peace and sleep for now. With a long sigh, he lay down on the mattress of the small bed. Despite the metallic confines of the chamber, its modest size, and the locked door resembling a prison cell, the room was surprisingly well appointed, complete with a set of toiletries. The event of the day had been overwhelming, granting Han Su for the first time a sense of tranquility sufficient to allow him to sleep soundly after having just escaped. He could only hope that this step he had taken would yield invaluable intelligence, enabling him to return to the castle with greater assurance when confronting those monstrous beings. The following day, when Han Su opened his eyes, he found the metallic door of his room ajar. The woman in the black suit stood at the entrance, holding documents, and said coolly, "Get up and freshen up. I will arrange for someone to bring you breakfast. At 9 o'clock, someone will escort you to a location. As long as you pass the assessment, you will enter the training process." After speaking, she did not wait for a response and walked away, the sound of her high heels echoing as she left Han Su, who was just waking up in a daze. The breakfast was quite satisfactory, featuring sausage, eggs, and milk. After finishing his meal, Two armed personnel arrived to escort Han Su to a spacious room, its walls lined with black sound-absorbing foam, resembling a professional recording studio. However, several expensive speakers were mounted on the walls. Han Su recognized those speakers as highly valuable, having seen them in one of Su Ji's residences. The empty floor held nothing but a solitary chair placed in the center. The individuals who had brought Han Su led him to the chair and then exited the room. Shortly, you will hear some sounds. Suddenly, the voice of a woman clad in a black suit emanated from the speaker. I need you to listen attentively, to listen earnestly. It is fine if you do not comprehend. However, you must strive to grasp the essence of these words. Not only should you endeavor to understand their meaning, but you should also attempt to memorize a portion of the syllables, trying to recite them. Should you experience any discomfort, raise your hand immediately. Remember, do not act with any semblance of cleverness. This pertains to your potential admission into the Zai Guanju, or rather, your ability to reintegrate into society as a normal individual. If comprehension eludes you, how can you fathom the meaning of these words? Han Su's mind was a flurry of doubts. However, he faced the black glass on the wall, completely oblivious to the outside world. Yet, he could vaguely sense numerous eyes observing him from beyond that glass. He nodded calmly and replied, understood. At that moment, on the other side of the one-way glass, Zhang Jigua was also watching Han Su, a sense of inexplicable worry washing over him. The armed security personnel nearby were ostensibly there to ensure his safety, yet he felt an unsettling sense of danger from them. However, the situation had escalated to this point, and there was no turning back. He exhaled deeply and said, Commence playback. Once the staff outside initiated the operation, Han Su was suddenly enveloped by a cacophony of static from the surrounding speakers, followed by the emergence of an ancient and enigmatic sound within the room. It resembled a language, with its unique cadence and rhythm, yet felt more akin to noise, instilling a sense of inexplicable irritation and discomfort. The sounds remained unclear, accompanied by moans and screams, the splatter of flesh, and distant collisions and shouts. Given the high cost of the sound equipment, the realism was overwhelming. For a moment, he thought he had been transported to an alternate realm, enveloped by a frenzied and bizarre environment. His thoughts began to wander uncontrollably, as if a scene flashed before his eyes. The moment he first recited the incantation and beheld the pale giant emerging into the world. It was a vision of ragged figures worshipping a deity, encircling a wire-ridden pole with rusted car shells, discarded oil drums, and naked women. What on earth is this? Han Su furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by waves of discomfort. The sound instilled an instinctive urge to flee. Yet their intense focus on it brought them dangerously close to the source, amplifying their unease. However, the sound showed no mercy, rising from low to high, as if drawing nearer from all directions, threatening to engulf him. Han Su had yet to discern any specific language or understand the sounds within, but as the noise crescendoed, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He patiently awaited its return, and when it reemerged, his heart trembled slightly, instantly confirming. It was unmistakable. He had heard that voice before, many times, and even without understanding its meaning. He could discern from its style that it was the language of a creature involved in a kidnapping from the depths of the dark bunker. Is it possible that the Zai Guanju harbors the language of a creature from the dark bunker? Outside the one-way glass, Zhang Jigua's expression tightened with sudden anxiety. Had he indeed come to the right place? Just as Han Su was grappling with disbelief regarding his impulsive decision, the lights flickered, momentarily plunging him into darkness before returning to normal. Yet, he sensed something was amiss around him. His eyes widened, fixating intently as the flickering returned, reminiscent of faulty lighting. In that instant, a chill ran down his spine and disbelief washed over him. Was it happening again? The interval since his last kidnapping had been about half a month. Yet now, only a day had passed since his escape, and he was to be abducted once more? How could this be? Had the interval truly reset to 0? It shouldn't have been this quick. The strange and agitated sounds had rapidly receded, as if separated by a thick barrier. Han Su felt an icy chill envelop him from behind, as if an immense void had materialized. Distant, profound, and frigid, it resembled a person floating in space, gazing at the vast cosmos, with a colossal and endless black hole looming behind them. The tangible reality of the surrounding objects, the carpet, chairs, walls, and speakers, seemed to dissolve. blending into indistinct halos of light. Accompanied by the precise and intricate sound of mechanical gears, Hansu felt an unseen gaze approaching from afar. Laden with conspiratorial whispers that enveloped him in a sense of foreboding, his mood plummeting. It was truly upon him. Chapter 20. Welcome back, alas. Hansu only had time to sigh before he suddenly felt an absence of weight, as if plummeting into an endless abyss, or as though a bungee cord was swiftly retracting him. The speed of this retraction surpassed his own, even outpacing light. An overwhelming sense of dizziness clouded his mind, rendering him unable to discern his surroundings until the faint, rustling sounds began to penetrate his ears, mysterious and ancient. Hansu abruptly opened his eyes to witness a rusted iron door slowly creaking open before him, accompanied by a flurry of crows taking flight. Meanwhile, in the Zai Guanju, on the other side of the one-way glass, Zhang Jigua observed Han Su's expression transforming into one of increasing agony as the incantation played, culminating in a visage of fear, his heart rising to his throat. Such a strong reaction? Was this young man exceptionally perceptive, or had he been irreparably tainted? Could this lead to a determination that he was unfit for testing? This lad had already been thrust into such ghastly troubles. Surely he wouldn't be assigned to Group D7 as cannon fodder? Amidst the palpable tension, the security personnel instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their concern intensifying. Yet, just then, he was astonished to witness another transformation. As the incantation played, the previously intolerable Han Su inexplicably closed his eyes, his breathing becoming unexpectedly calm. Had he fallen asleep? The once anxious security personnel gradually relaxed their grips. The air, tinged with decay, rushed into Han Su's nostrils as he surveyed his surroundings, confirming his environment once more. A school bus. More precisely, a school bus entering through the slowly opening iron gate, leading to a garden with a dried-up fountain and overgrown, desiccated vines. In the seats beside him sat a multitude of bewildered children, some clad in elegant suits and polished shoes, others in lovely dresses, and some with ponytails, all exuding health and vitality. They were still there. Doll, ponytail, tailcoat, bowl haircut, skinny monkey. The last time they escaped. The children who perished before his eyes now vividly reappeared within this school bus, their faces still bearing that innocent and bewildered expression. Now they widened their eyes, gazing at the manor that lay before them. In the city they inhabited and were familiar with, various architects showcased their unique creations, and while their exposure was not insignificant, the manor before them imparted an aura of antiquity and gloom. Inside the manor, it was desolate and empty, save for a solitary, irregularly shaped tall structure that stood in the center, dark and lifeless, resembling a monstrous creature lying in wait. Indeed, once again he had been kidnapped. At that moment, Han Su found it challenging to articulate his emotions. Although he had long recognized that the intervals were shrinking, he had not anticipated such rapidity. If less than 24 hours had passed before he was captured again, how could he find the time to investigate anything? The very meaning of escaping this place seemed futile. Perhaps he should simply leap from the building. No, wait. His frustration, a fleeting instinctive reaction, quickly dissipated as he realized something. Perhaps this was not a misfortune? The true horror lay in the predictable intervals of his abductions. Initially 6 months, then 3 months, and gradually compressing to a fortnight. It was a systematic pressure that left him breathless and powerless to resist. However, this time, the interval did not conform to the prior patterns of his kidnappings. Did this not suggest that some entity, or perhaps a force, was influencing the occurrence of his abductions? What could it be? A flicker of thought crossed his mind. Was it the mysterious voice he had heard from the Disaster Management Bureau? He could not ascertain this in the short term. But understanding this aspect alleviated the frustration and pressure within him. Whether positive or negative, discovering such an influence on the intervals of his abductions was a form of progress. If the abductions could be hastened, did it not imply that they could also be postponed or even evaded? Thus, Han Su restrained his slightly excited heart and silently resolved to return quickly and continue his investigation. The voice was crucial. His experience with the Disaster Management Bureau had confirmed that he was now, in the future, gradually approaching the truth behind the abduction case, a scenario he had never encountered in all his previous investigations. This future needed to be preserved as much as possible. This time, he also needed to escape back to the future as swiftly as he could. After all, despite the majority of his life's trajectory, whether marred or unscathed, leading him to the Public Security Bureau's Zhangqiwa, where he would be sent to the asylum and eventually admitted to Qinghai University to continue his life. There had also been strange divergences that rendered his surroundings drastically different and even unfamiliar upon his return. Teacher, is this the science museum? Where are the machines? At this moment, some children in the bus had begun to sense that something was amiss and were earnestly inquiring of the teacher who had brought them. However, there was no response from either the bus driver or the teacher responsible for their safety. Both remained silently seated, allowing the bus to glide into the manor. Han Su did not need to look. He already knew that searching for them was futile. He had been kidnapped countless times and was well acquainted with their appearances. They had long since transformed into pale statues. Their expressions might seem somewhat dim, yet a forceful strike would reveal that beneath their skin lay a brittle, stone-like substance. Abduction was inescapable. He had once attempted to escape through the bus window at the first opportunity upon being kidnapped, or to flee beyond the gates of the yard, only to receive a harsh lesson. Thus, he now sat silently, awaiting his moment. Teacher, the teacher is asleep. A naive child noted the teacher's abnormal state and called out brightly. Instantly, the bus was filled with voices, yet most remained in a stage of curiosity and confusion. These children, hailing from affluent backgrounds, had been overly protected and were still accustomed to obeying adult directives. With the adults asleep, they were at a loss. Not to mention, some were fidgeting uncomfortably, barely able to contain their need to urinate. Just then, the bus door suddenly opened gently, and a warm, elegant voice resonated. Welcome to the land of dust. Aside from Han Su, who had seen that face countless times, everyone was captivated by the voice, some even standing up, only to behold an elderly gentleman standing outside the bus. He was slender, dressed in a deep black tailcoat, which was remarkably filthy, adorned with mud, dust, and unidentifiable grime. Yet oddly neat, as if meticulously ironed. His hair was sparse, but his mustache was impeccably trimmed. Even his face bore an exceptionally standard, amiable smile. In any other context, he would seem to be a professionally trained butler, proud of his vocation. Except for his face. Its pallor was ghostly, marred by numerous porcelain-like cracks, faintly revealing the dry veins and muscular textures beneath. This bizarre appearance rendered his otherwise standard posture and congenial smile eerily unsettling. Teacher. The intangible discomfort frightened the children into calling out, shrinking back into the bus while attempting to awaken the slumbering teacher once more. The butler outside the bus remained unfazed, still smiling, and gently clapped his hands. The crisp sound echoed twice. Suddenly, all the children in the bus fell silent, their expressions blank as they gradually stood up and began to exit the bus one by one, forming two lines beside the porcelain-like butler. The castle's grand door creaked open slowly and heavily, exuding a mysterious and profound aura as it welcomed its special guests. No one cried or fussed. They transformed into soulless, lifeless husks, slowly following the butler towards the castle. Even Han Su obediently followed, pretending to be hypnotized. He feared this old butler the most. He was the only one in the castle who spoke in a normal language and appeared communicable, seemingly not belonging to the realm of monsters, elevated one tier above them. Yet paradoxically, he was the most bizarre and cruel of all, for he understood just how strange and merciless this articulate butler truly was. Chapter 21. They are monsters. Inside the castle, directly opposite the entrance, one could behold an excessively large oval table, draped with a thick purple tablecloth, around which an assortment of individuals, or rather, monsters, were seated. They simultaneously turned to look towards the entrance, all sporting smiles. The children, their eyes glazed, could no longer react to this surreal and striking scene, while Han Su among the crowd had likewise grown numb. He had been welcomed by this assortment of monsters numerous times and had long since desensitized. As he blended in with the crowd walking towards the castle, he instinctively began to observe every detail around him. First, his gaze fell upon the rose wall in the northwest corner, where he noticed a multitude of wooden boards nailed haphazardly behind the weeds. Originally, there existed a hole through which small children could escape. This was the path he took during his first escape. But after being kidnapped from the future for the second time, that hole had been sealed. Such repairs had occurred numerous times. Once, This dilapidated fortress was riddled with gaps created by time or some force, allowing many children to slip in and out freely. He had utilized these vulnerabilities to escape on several occasions, yet each time he was brought back, the previous escape route was often blocked, as if an invisible force were endlessly patching the castle's flaws. Strangely, however, the monsters within seemed oblivious to the fact that he had escaped countless times, as they did not remember their own escapes. In contemplation, Han-Su had entered the castle hall alongside the dazed children. The monsters seated around the oval table slowly turned their heads in unison. Han-Su had observed them countless times before, noting their varied forms, some resembling the rough sketches drawn by Song Chu. Yet, the living, mysterious, and terrifying aura they exuded was far beyond what the sketches could convey. There were 7 of them, scattered around the long table, with numerous empty seats, each set with cutlery and chairs, some even holding half-filled glasses of wine. Which surprised Han-Su. Was it possible that other monsters had not yet arrived? Regrettably, during his numerous escapes, he had never encountered any other monsters. Turning his gaze toward the corner of the staircase, he noticed a solitary candlestick, made of brass and over a meter tall, adorned with intricate patterns. Yet devoid of candles, only a sharp spike remained. The candles, much like roses, had been removed. However, his attention was drawn to a corpulent figure wearing a tight-fitting black robe at the table, where he spotted a brass key at the monster's waist. This revelation brought him some relief. Fortunately, the key remained with the pale giant. This indicated that the door was on that level, meaning he merely needed to replicate his previous escape route as closely as possible to flee. The butler gently clapped his hands twice, producing a crisp sound imbued with elegance. Immediately, the dazed children seemed to awaken from their noise-induced stupor, as if the clap had flicked a switch. They lifted their little heads, surveying their surroundings, gradually adopting expressions of fear, particularly when one of them caught sight of a monk clad in black robes, infested with crawling insects, seated at the table. He burst into tears. "These were the fortunate ones chosen by our great emperor," the butler said with a pale smile. His gloved hands clasped together as he gazed at the surrounding monsters. "I hope this pleases your palate." As the butler spoke, or rather, as the children regained their senses and revealed expressions of fright, the monsters around the table suddenly donned smiles, whispering among themselves, their gazes flitting from one child to another. Their voices were peculiar, unlike any sound Han-Su had ever heard in reality, reminiscent of a language belonging to another species, imbued with a sense of mystery and eeriness. Previously, Han-Su had no recollection of such sounds. However, now he felt a subtle stir. The intonation bore resemblance to the fishing shanties from the Disaster Management Bureau broadcasts, which he could confirm as one of the languages spoken by these monsters, albeit not as clear as it was now. The recordings from the Bureau resembled ancient tapes, filled with monstrous speech interspersed with static, as if capturing the creature's utterances unintentionally. Instinctively, he sought to discern the language more carefully, striving to commit it to memory. Yet, he soon recognized the difficulty. While he could effortlessly remember and accurately recite the fishing shanties from the recordings, facing these monsters was a different matter. Everything felt murky, devoid of any memorability. In this strange and oppressive environment, a child clad in a blue suit suddenly raised his hand boldly. He looked up at the butler, mustering courage. "Is this the Science Museum?" The butler turned to him, offering no reply, merely smiling in a friendly yet rigid manner, maintaining that fixed smile as if looming larger in the children's sight. The boy who had posed the question began to tremble, frightened, lowering his hand and averting his gaze, his body shaking uncontrollably. At that moment, one of the monsters slowly rose from the table. This action captivated everyone's attention. It was the monk in black robes. Even while seated, he was often accompanied by twisting worms crawling about his collar, cuffs, and pant hems. Yet, his demeanor remained calm and stoic as he walked away from the table, the sleeves of his robe hanging down, bearing an expression of solemnity, reminiscent of a monk wandering through the ruins of a bygone era, filled with compassion for the world. He approached a chubby little boy in the crowd, who wore shiny leather shoes and had oiled hair slicked tightly against his scalp. The boy looked on in fear as the monk drew near, causing the surrounding children to recoil, scattering away from him. Suddenly, fear overtook him. His eyes squeezed shut, his legs trembled, and large wet stains began to spread across his white trousers. As the odor of urine began to permeate the air, the black-robed monk halted in his tracks, the worms writhing in disdain at all his orifices. After a moment, the monk shifted his gaze, directing it toward a girl in the crowd. Extending his hand slowly toward her, his palm bore rotten flesh with gaping holes, from which worms emerged, exuding a strong stench. The little girl, already terrified, tightened her lips in fear, and, as the monk reached out, she could no longer contain her tears, yet she remained silent and motionless, standing there in a daze. The monk took her hand gently with his decaying palm, leading her slowly toward the spiral staircase, as worms crawled from his arms and wrists, burrowing in her sleeves and collar. The frightened girl could only follow him, lost in her terror. Let her go. The other children, thoroughly frightened, could only watch with bewildered sympathy as the monk led the little girl away. Just then, a girl with a ponytail suddenly burst forth from the crowd, seizing the motionless girl's hand with urgency, calling out loudly. She appeared taller than the other children, as if older, yet in reality, she was of the same age. As she grasped the little girl's hand, her other hand snatched up the candlestick from the corner of the staircase. "I'm scared. I don't want to go with you," she shouted toward the worm-infested monk and the other monsters. "We want to go back to school. The police will come look for us." The other children were so astonished by the ponytailed girl's actions that they even forgot to cry. Amidst the throng, Ansuseart sank momentarily. It is no wonder that Song Chusher would forsake a life of ease to roam this world in search of her for a decade. Each time, it was this girl who would step forward first, shielding vulnerable children. Even during her own first opportunity to escape, it was she who enabled it. At that time, the candlestick she held bore a thick tallow candle, and, as she brandished it, she inadvertently ignited the carpet, drawing the attention of the monster, while she seized a chance to flee through the still-open door, escaping into the thicket. Regrettably, such opportunities for evasion have become increasingly scarce. Without that door, her chances of escape dwindled. The only variable now was whether the incantation she had brought would prove effective. Chapter 22. The pig-headed monster. As the girl with the ponytail shouted, the monsters at the dining table ceased their movements. Each creature wore a peculiar smile, as if finding amusement in the ponytailed girl. A ghostly figure silently vanished from beside the table, reappearing behind the ponytailed girl, having grown out of the shadows. She was exceptionally tall, nearly 2 meters in height, clad in a flowing black gown, adorned with an exquisite top hat. Her face was pallid, most of her features obscured by the shadow cast from the hat, resembling a mass of darkness. Only a peculiar, fleshy horn protruded from her forehead, extending 20 centimeters beyond the brim, quietly directing a gentle gaze downward, as if scrutinizing the brave girl. "Stay back. Don't come near me." The ponytailed girl brandished the candlestick at everyone, but only when she noticed the terrified gazes of the surrounding children did she realize that a monster stood behind her. She spun around, aiming the candlestick at it while exclaiming, "Run! They're monsters!" Her cry ignited a long simmering tension and terror that had accumulated since their arrival in the castle. All the children surged in a chaotic rush. Some, indeed, cried out in fear, but they merely huddled together like lambs, lacking the courage to flee. The steward, observing the commotion among the children, merely stood by. He could have resolved the situation with a mere clap of his hands, yet he seemed detached, as if having brought them and fulfilled his task. Meanwhile, the woman in the black gown with the horn watched the girl's anxious demeanor, her form barely stirring, as if she were emitting an inaudible laughter. Only Hansu suddenly grasped something, his heart filled with unease as he glanced toward a figure at the dining table. "I don't want to. I want to go home. I want to find my mother. Mother, mother, come save me." At the ponytailed girl's cries, all the children seemed to finally recall their fear, bursting into tears. Among them, a boy with a green backpack wept the most intensely, his cries piercing and shrill, overshadowing the others. He paid no heed to his peers or the monsters, raising his head, flailing his arms, stomping his feet, wailing as if reporting to a teacher. Hansu had already realized what was about to transpire. He directed his gaze toward a monster at the table. Clad in a black leather apron with a grotesquely plump head resembling a pig's, at first glance, it appeared as if he wore a pig-shaped mask. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that it was indeed his head, grotesquely twisted into such a form. He had remained quietly seated at the table, not engaging with the other monsters or scrutinizing the frightened children. Yet, As the boy's shrill cries pierced the air, he suddenly trembled, lowering his head and covering his ears with great force, as if in excruciating pain. A muffled groan emanated from his chest, an attempt to convey to the children to cease their weeping. However, no one could comprehend the sounds issuing from him, especially as they were drowned out by the cacophony of sobs. Consequently, his agony intensified, his body quaking with fear, and his pig-like visage contorted into an expression of indescribable torment, his eyes clenching tighter until, upon suddenly opening them, he was met with a vision of blood-like brilliance. Hansu could no longer bear to watch, instinctively closing his eyes. Yet, he refrained from intervening. He had once tried to stop such occurrences, but to no avail. The boy, once he began to cry, would not cease until he achieved his aim, a tactic he had successfully employed with parents, elders, and teachers alike. After that, he understood the futility of engaging in meaningless ventures within the castle. Safeguarding his own safety was paramount before attempting anything else. The cries persisted until a burly man clad in a black leather skirt abruptly stood up. In that instant, he drew forth a bloodied knife from his apron and hurled it with all his might at the boy. Splat! The faces of the children who were crying, pushing against one another, and calling for their parents and teachers were suddenly splattered with blood. All cries ceased simultaneously. The boy who had been stomping and wailing stood frozen, rendered mute, as the brutal knife lodged itself in the wall, half its blade embedded, quivering ominously. The heavy panting of the pig-faced man echoed throughout the empty hall. The monk, covered in writhing worms, felt all the insects retreat into his robe and wounds. Then, in the ensuing silence, he wordlessly led the bespectacled girl upstairs. The lady in the black gown, standing behind the ponytailed girl, slowly raised her hand to shield the girl's vision, preventing her from witnessing the gruesome scene. Yet, the ponytailed girl seemed to have sensed something, freezing in place, her candlestick clattering to the ground. All the children in the room appeared as if they had lost their souls. The pig-faced man crouched amidst the chairs at the dining table, seemingly absorbed in his recent pain, wishing to hide beneath the table. Conversely, the other monsters erupted into silent laughter, watching as the worm-ridden monk and the horned lady escorted their chosen victims upstairs, their greedy gazes fixated on the remaining children at the table, as if they were selecting from a flock of lambs that had lost their final cries. A half-body doctor, bound in bandages, chose the bespectacled boy, while a massive, pallid-skinned monster took the girl with the doll-like appearance, her dress adorned with angel wings. Some merely smiled and stood, beckoning the group of children with a gentle gesture. Due to the distance, the children could not discern who she was beckoning, yet they felt as though the gesture was directed toward them. Thus, some individuals, in a state of confusion, approached her. She merely took the first child who came close, grasping his small hand, and ascended the stairs slowly. Even the burly man with a pig-like face, who had been trembling silently beneath the dining table, regained his composure. He rose slowly, his eyes fixed vacantly on the frightened children, particularly on the headless corpse, tears unexpectedly welling in his eyes. It appeared he was also making a selection, but even the terrified children remembered his fearsome presence and desperately pressed back. At that moment, however, a boy with a side-parted hairstyle, donned in a small tailcoat, unexpectedly ran towards him, standing quietly before the burly man. The other children could not fathom his thoughts, yet they could only watch as he was the last to be taken upstairs by the pig-faced man. This fellow remains astute, Hansu mused inwardly. He possessed profound understanding of both the monsters and the children. He recognized that among these privileged little ones, a few were quite cunning, and the fear and timidity of others served as a guise for these particular children. Some remained obediently silent, furtively observing their surroundings as if searching for an escape route. Others maintained a stoic demeanor while discreetly positioning other children in front of themselves. Throughout this ordeal, Hansu stood quietly in place, aware he would not be chosen. It seemed the monsters harbored a disdain for him. Even in the third round, they appeared to look down upon him, which felt rather unjust given his current predicament. Beside the dining table, each monster selected a child, and the elderly steward, with a smile, picked out 6 children to send upstairs individually. At that point, the selection was deemed complete, and the remaining dozen or so children huddled together in one spot. Some sighed in relief, believing they had narrowly escaped a catastrophe, while others appeared increasingly anxious, their eyes fixated on the bloodstains on the ground. All right, you unfortunate little ones, it's time to rest. The steward, having escorted the 6 children upstairs, smiled as he descended the staircase, casting a glance at them that seemed to brim with a certain sympathy, offering comfort. But do not despair. There will be another opportunity. As he spoke, he gently raised his palm and clapped twice, the sound crisp yet soft. Suddenly, all the remaining children became once again entranced, standing still and motionless. Han-Su stood the straightest among them, determined not to reveal his secret of evading the steward's hypnosis. Chapter 23. The child of Secretary Number 2, the steward, cast a satisfied glance at the entranced children and elegantly walked to the left wall of the hall. Before a row of dusty cabinets, he lightly tapped the foremost cabinet, which then creaked open. A hunchbacked man, holding a lantern, slowly emerged. Before his appearance, it was difficult to imagine such a small cabinet could contain such a large figure. Yet, once he stepped out, it seemed entirely plausible, raising curiosity about what else might lie within the other cabinets. The steward nodded gently to the hunchback and then led the entranced children to a half-height door at the end of the living room against the left wall. Upon opening it, a staircase leading deep underground was revealed, shrouded in darkness, its depth unknown. At the steward's gentle clap, all the children filed into this small door. Han-Su obediently followed. Although the castle's surroundings inspired numerous escape ideas, he dared to choose only the most feasible route. Risks were necessary, but he aimed to minimize them as much as possible, for he was certain that if he perished here, it would signify true death, rendering all future experiences meaningless. The dungeon was pitch black, accessible only by a narrow wooden ladder leading back to the entrance, devoid of windows. Confined here with no light, Han-Su silently calculated the time based on the weeping of the children around him, marking when they began to speak to gauge the passage of time. Including Han-Su. No one knew how long they would be imprisoned, occasionally hearing the cawing of crows outside and the faint, fearful cries of children from above, transmitted through an unknown medium. All the children huddled together, enveloped in an intangible fear, yet they dared not cry out loudly, fearing that their cries might attract something ominous. The first night was one of weeping, the second a night of silence, the third a night of joy, and the fourth a night of transformation. Han-Su mentally noted these milestones. From his experience, the most opportune moment for escape would be after the joyous night of the third day, during the daytime before the fourth night of transformation. Previously, he had attempted to lead those children willing to trust him out during that time. However, this time, he did not intend to wait. He would escape tonight. Besides the fact that the key was on the pale giant, making it easier to seize, there were 2 additional reasons. First, the children were restless that night, which would distract several monsters. Second, Han-Su knew that once he and the children were sent into the dungeon, the steward, entangled in withered vines, would depart. The only guard left would be the hunchbacked man with the lantern. Although he possessed strength far beyond that of the children, he was bound by the rules. As merely a servant, he would not dare to harm them. This was the opportunity. In the darkness, all the children clustered in a corner, their quiet sobs the only sound, no one daring to make unnecessary movements. They were unaware of how long they would be confined or whether something dreadful would occur in the next moment, particularly in the oppressive darkness of the dungeon. The children feared the unknown lurking in the shadows, yearning for adults, longing to escape, wishing to cry, yet afraid of the monsters outside. Thus their cries were but soft whimpers. Only Han-Su maintained his composure, his gaze slowly scanning the surroundings. Having resolved to leave that very night, he deemed it prudent to act swiftly. His current body was merely 9 years old, inherently weak. The longer he delayed, the less strength he possessed, diminishing the likelihood of escape. As he contemplated, he raised his gaze to a section of the dungeon where a rusty pipe, approximately 3 to 4 meters high, loomed. Its end was cluttered with tattered bags and broken floorboards, yet had recently been sealed with a fresh wooden board. Indeed, that exit had been blocked off. Once, he had climbed up there, escaping the dungeon, then managed to ascend to the upper levels in search of an exit. Now, he could only devise alternative methods. You all are afraid, but I am not, Han-Su thought as one child among the huddled group wept, shaking his fist at the others, proclaiming, "My father will surely come to rescue me. If you follow my lead, I will have him save you as well. My father is very powerful. He is Secretary No. 2, but his authority surpasses that of the mayor." With just a nod, disobedient gardeners would be dealt with severely, thrown into the garden to feed the dogs. so my father will certainly come to rescue me. When he arrives, these monsters will be imprisoned. And those of you who disregard my warnings will also find themselves behind bars. In moments of trepidation, children often seek a pillar of strength, even if that pillar may bully or scold them. Thus, the words of this little boy with a bifurcated hairstyle instilled a flicker of hope within the confines of this diminutive cavern. I will obey, I will obey. Meanwhile, Hansu merely observed with a cold gaze. He seldom deemed a child to be wicked, yet this particular boy was an exception. At such a tender age, he was foolish, malicious, and selfish. The last time he had escaped from this cavern, just as he had climbed up the iron pipe, this boy had abruptly emerged, demanding to be pulled up first. Naturally, Hansu refused, prompting the boy to scream and shout. His cries startled Hansu, causing him to hastily retract his legs, which resulted in a deep gash from a protruding nail, slowing his escape and nearly leading to an encounter with a woman in pursuit. Furthermore, he had heard this boy boast numerous times about being the child of the second secretary. Each time they were trapped in the cavern, when fear gripped him, he would boast fervently about the prowess of his father, the second secretary. After several eavesdroppings and probing inquiries, Hansu understood that if the boy's claims were true, his father held at least 3 to 5 lives in his hands. There were those who had damaged flowers, shattered dishes, or provoked their wives' wrath. He had even bragged about how he had feigned illness to touch a maid, claiming she had fed him spoiled food and then watched her suffer a cruel fate. The prideful expression he wore while recounting such tales sent chills down Hansu's spine. However, there was an oddity to the situation. After his escape, the families of those children had sought him out. Some were affluent, some were noble, yet none appeared to be related to the so-called second secretary. Logically, this second secretary was the most powerful figure in Qinggang City aside from the mayor. If his child had also been abducted, the media would have made a sensational report. Yet Hansu had never heard a word. Was it possible that his unique status necessitated secrecy? Hansu could not discern the truth. Regardless, the opportunity to flee now rested upon him. Amidst the children's bravado and support, he endeavored to maintain his composure, envisioning the structural layout of the fortress below the 5th floor. Although the principle was to avoid any potential danger, it seemed that taking a risk was the first step toward freedom. As he contemplated, he lifted his gaze toward the staircase, fixating on the small door at its end, just half a person's height, recalling the figure who would bring a lantern to frighten them when the children cried too loudly. Resolute in his determination, Hansu began to act. He listened to the boy boast about his father's greatness, seemingly oblivious to fear, and suddenly nodded vigorously in agreement. Your father is the second secretary? The one so formidable that even the police dare not investigate him? Upon hearing Hansu's affirmation, the boy paused in surprise, then puffed up with pride, crossing his arms and scrutinizing Hansu from a distance. Noticing his black jacket, he declared, "You know my father is powerful? Then I command you to take off your clothes and give them to me, because I am cold." With a smug lift of his chin, he added, "If you obey, I will allow you to wipe my backside while I relieve myself. Everyone in my house fights to do that for me." He then glanced around, as he was indeed in need of bathroom, yet fear and the inability to clean himself kept him from doing so. Hansu responded, "That's good. I found someone." With that, he raised his hand and struck the boy across the face. The boy was left stunned, clutching his cheek, unable to fathom what had just transpired. After all, even his father would not dare strike him. This act of violence was an unprecedented blow to his worldview. My sister was killed by your father's dog for breaking a plate he cherished. My younger sister had her leg broken and was thrown out for angering your mother. My cousin was wrongfully accused and perished because of you, and my cousin was buried in the garden for damaging a flower. Hansu shouted, baring his teeth and delivering another slap, adopting the guise of a vengeful specter. Although it felt somewhat akin to an adult bullying a child, the boy's family was undeniably detestable. He refrained from excessive blows. One life for one slap seemed a fair exchange. After all, he was not lying. All those who suffered were his kin. Chapter 24. Run faster. Why are your family members all coming to my house? After the 3rd slap, the boy finally remembered to cry, especially as Hansu's fierce demeanor was a nightmare beyond anything he had ever encountered, far more terrifying than the monsters above. For they would not single him out for punishment. You hit me. You hit me. You're in for it. When my father comes to rescue me, I will ensure he does not save you. I will have him bury you in the garden. Then you shall experience the iron-fisted education of the working class." Han Su retorted angrily, delivering a kick that was painful but not overly harsh, forcing the boy to scurry about the cavern in a frenzy. The boy's high-pitched cries echoed through the night, disturbing the other children who were also pressed together, unable to contain their own creeping fear. This suppressed chaos erupted, filling the cavern with a cacophony of cries and shouts that even Han Su found jarring. Suddenly, the commotion caught the attention of an outside presence, perhaps a monster, as heavy footsteps approached rapidly. With a loud crash, the small door was thrust open and a blaze of light flooded in. A towering shadow loomed behind the fire, emitting a hoarse, threatening growl, warning the children in the cavern to silence their cries. Some children, frightened, ceased their weeping, but Han Su took the opportunity to stomp hard on the boy's foot, causing him to wail loudly. The brief silence in the cavern was shattered once more. Seeing that the children had not quieted, but instead raised their voices in defiance, the creature outside grew furious, its chest heaving with rage. Accompanied by the clanging of metallic objects, the light rapidly advanced into the cavern, revealing a lantern being held on a long pole. It seemed the figure sought to identify the source of the noise, employing intimidation as a tactic. When the lantern illuminated their faces, the children instinctively recoiled, fearing that the monster might use it to scorch them. At that moment, Han Su, who had been quietly observing the crowd, suddenly darted up the staircase. His slight figure scurried up the steps, casting a fleeting shadow in the firelight. Outside the small door, the hunchbacked figure holding the lantern was taken aback, hastily retracting the light to discern the identity of this audacious intruder. Yet he had severely underestimated Han Su's speed. He dashed towards the small door at the top of the staircase with a speed that surpassed even that of the retracting lantern. He was the first to reach the entrance, confronting the enormous and oppressive shadow outside the door. Without hesitation, he swiftly dove down and rolled, emerging from beneath the legs of the monstrous figure guarding the doorway, racing into the living room. The hunchback guardian was visibly taken aback, hurriedly grasping the lantern he had just received, turning around to locate Han Su. To his astonishment, he discovered that Han Su had not fled, but remained composed, standing right behind him. With a resounding clap, as soon as the hunchback pivoted, Han Su raised his hand and struck. Although he was merely a 9-year-old child and lacked the strength to wrestle with the towering hunchback in that moment, he only needed to knock the lantern from the guardian's grasp. It was a remarkably simple act. The lantern fell, spilling oil and igniting the flames that quickly spread across the thick carpet below. The ancient bunker, once a symbol of grandeur, was now caked in dust from years of neglect, making it particularly susceptible to fire. Han Su had confirmed this fact upon his initial abduction. In an instant, flames leapt up, spreading in several directions, startling even the hunchback who intended to seize Han Su. The fire that began to engulf the carpet created a barrier between Han Su and the hunchback, and through the flickering flames and smoke, the hunchback beheld the small figure of the child, who appeared oddly peculiar. He took a few steps back, maintaining an unsettling calmness, but suddenly opened his mouth to emit a high-pitched and anxious shout. "Run! The teacher is here to rescue us." The door swung open. "Teacher, wait for me. Teacher, just a moment." This bizarre scene sent chills down the hunchback's spine. Was the child insane? But then, realizing something, he turned in shock towards the cellar. No, it was the children below who had lost their wits. Among them were several clever ones who had seen Han Su rush into the cellar, but refrained from mimicking him, already guessing that such behavior could lead to a fatal encounter with the monster. However, they never anticipated that instead of Han Su's screams of despair, they would hear his joyful exclamations. His voice rang with such authenticity that it was as if they truly saw the teacher. As if the teacher was indeed closing the door. Too late would mean no chance at all. Thus, they began to scramble up the staircase with fervor. They jostled and pushed each other, their small bodies bursting with boundless energy. Even though a few were astute, the rest formed a raucous crowd, and seeing others believe. Even the clever ones lost their previous composure. The boy who had been struck burst into tears, desperately pushing forward. "Let me go first. I command you to let me go first." Yet no one paid him any mind. Instead, he was repeatedly shoved back, landing on the ground, kicking and crying. The carpet was aflame, the small door was ajar, and the children were charging upward. The hunchback was at a loss for how this chaotic scene had unfolded. He felt an overwhelming urgency, his hands inadequate to grasp all that was happening. He attempted to rush forward to seize Han-Su, but more children were already bursting from the cellar, clamoring and weeping, dashing towards the main door like a flock of panicked lambs, each one colliding with the other. He could no longer focus on Han-Su, desperate to catch the fleeing children. Meanwhile, Han-Su cast a glance at the securely locked bunker door, took a deep breath, and turned towards the nearby spiral staircase, ascending to confront the monster above. The aged staircase creaked underfoot, the sound masked by the chaos below. Neither the hunchback nor the children who followed from the cellar noticed Han-Su's ascent. In the night, his youthful face was taut with tension, his small frame propelled by an extraordinary will and skill, moving with the agility of a monkey, swiftly reaching the second floor of the bunker. Looking up, he could only see the dim light of the wall sconces illuminating the crimson carpet above, which was already rotting and moldy, carrying a suffocating odor. Doors leading to unknown destinations were set into the walls, with some emitting a faint warm glow through their cracks. The moment Han-Su reached the top, he opened the first door on his left, the only one he had determined was accessible during his previous escape. Upon entering, he found shelves cluttered with various items caked in grime. Upon these shelves sat glass vessels of diverse shapes. Some were empty and covered in cobwebs, while others contained thick, dark liquids. It seemed as if some peculiar organs floated within this viscous substance. Han-Su averted his gaze, determined to avoid any sight that might distract him, and proceeded directly towards the window, aiming for the one on the left. Yet, as he passed a massive shelf, a groan emanated from within, compelling him to momentarily glance aside. The shelf held a glass vessel connected to an array of pipes and machinery. Inside, a girl with a high ponytail was submerged in a green liquid, various strange tubes protruding from her, preventing her from breathing, though she appeared conscious. Upon seeing Han-Su pass by, her eyes widened, and a stream of bubbles escaped her lips, her struggles intensifying. Han-Su saw the pleading and anguish in her eyes. Yet he did not pause. He was aware that the girl would be fine. In 2 days, she would once again appear at the joyous night. He swiftly maneuvered past the iron framework and reached the window opposite the door, adeptly opening the rusted window before slipping outside. The girl in the vessel watched in despair as Han-Su appeared, then vanished through the window, finally falling silent, her gaze lingering on the direction of his disappearance. Her lips subtly moving as if to say, "Then you must run quickly." Chapter 25. The impetuous boy. After Han-Su squeezed through the window, he glanced around, feeling slightly relieved to see the black, rusted pipes clinging to the castle's exterior, leading straight up towards its heights. The damaged candle and other small objects he had previously utilized would either be repaired, disappear, or be relocated upon his next abduction. Yet the original pipes and staircases of the castle typically remained unchanged. Han-Su had long since recognized this pattern, though he could not articulate why. Perhaps it was due to the bunker itself remaining constant. He had no time to ponder these thoughts as he climbed out of the window and ascended the rusted pipe, a task remarkably simple for his small, yet agile frame. In a few swift movements, he reached the top and pushed against the window nearby, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. Last time, he had climbed to the 3rd floor from here, yet this time, although the pipe remained, the previously open window had unexpectedly been locked. Han-Su hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, clutching the pipe tightly, and with a powerful kick, he struck the window's glass. With a sudden crash, the glass shattered, and Han-Su swiftly surveyed the location of the remaining shards. Cautiously, he extricated himself from the pipe and slipped through the window into an unknown room on the 3rd floor. This space resembled a vast machine shop, filled with dust-covered precision instruments and components, where gears of various sizes were huddled together, exuding an eerie odor. Many of these gears bore an uncanny resemblance to human eyes or even visceral shapes. Each time Han-Su encountered these gears, a chill ran down his spine. Yet he could not afford to waste time dwelling on such thoughts. Instead, he tiptoed towards the doorway. The sound of the glass he had just smashed was unmistakable. Even though the 1st floor was engulfed in thick smoke and flickering flames, and the faint cries of children echoed from below, theoretically masking some of his movements. It was not a guarantee. The creatures within this bunker were acutely aware of their territory. Pressing his ear against the door, Han-Su discerned a woman's piercing laughter emanating from outside. The walls resonated with a sound, as if a spider was scurrying along the outer surface. His heart raced. He was uncertain whether this woman on the third floor would discover him in this room immediately. Fortunately, at that moment, a loud bang echoed outside. The sound of a door being flung open, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps racing down the corridor. Seizing the opportunity, Han-Soo gradually pushed the door open. As he dashed into the elongated corridor, he spotted not far ahead a figure whose upper body was wrapped in bandages, resembling a strikingly beautiful woman, while her lower half was a sophisticated mechanical apparatus akin to a spider's body, crawling along the wall. This creature was perilously close to the room he occupied, its eyes glowing with a sinister light. Han-Soo could even perceive the creature's delight and greed as it gazed at him, as if it had stumbled upon a long-lost treasure. At that instant, he noticed a small boy, his entire body swathed in bandages, clutching a rusted piece of iron wrapped in cloth. The boy glanced in his direction, then turned and fled. The door he had just heard opening was indeed the boy's. He was the third child chosen to be brought upstairs, and only a few hours had passed since he was taken. His body was already wrapped in gauze and bandages, blood seeping through as he limped along. Upon seeing the boy, Han-Soo could not help but exhale deeply. This fellow, still like before, was intent on fleeing each night. He was not the only one yearning for escape. With each different route Han-Soo took to flee the bunker, he had encountered this boy at least 2 or 3 times in his own attempts to escape. Moreover, he was the first boy to perish on the 4th floor during Han-Soo's last escape. He seemed to be a stubborn individual, his desire to flee stronger than even Han-Soo's. Sometimes he would run without a plan, simply driven by the urge to escape. However, it was precisely because of him that the half-formed monster on the 3rd floor seemed to engage in a relentless game, distracting the creature and facilitating Han-Soo's escape. For Han-Soo, the way out lay on the 4th floor, while the half-formed monster on the 3rd floor was the most terrifying of all, capable of crawling along walls and exuding a mechanical thread, with a speed that was uncanny and a responsiveness that was acute. Without this small boy on the 3rd floor, Han-Soo would find it far more difficult to contend with her. "Apologies, little brother. I would call you a brave soul, but this endeavor is futile," he mused inwardly. Han-Soo then turned and sprinted in the opposite direction of the fleeing boy towards the staircase, his movements tense and filled with trepidation. The creature climbing the wall hesitated momentarily, but her hesitation was brief. She merely flickered her gaze at Han-Soo before decisively pivoting, her mechanical limbs swiftly propelling her forward in pursuit of the small boy. As she chased after him, she emitted a laugh reminiscent of a bleating sheep, echoing down the corridor, seemingly reveling in the chase. Yet, she did not anticipate that after a few steps, Han-Soo would turn back, pressing himself against the wall, following closely behind the half-formed woman as he strode purposefully towards the staircase on the opposite side of the corridor. The bunker had staircases on both sides, but the staircase leading to the 4th floor on the right had collapsed, an insurmountable gap that the children could not leap across. Han-Soo had once seen this gaping hole and was forced to retreat and find another way, eventually reaching the 4th floor. Ahead, the half-formed woman was closing in rapidly on the limping boy. The boy realized he was being pursued and, remarkably calm, made a quick decision, turning to dart into a room across the hall. Almost immediately, the sounds of numerous glass jars shattering filled the air, mixed with the boy's shouts. "Monster! I'll take you on! Bah, you ugly beast, come and fight!" Han-Soo did not pause to witness the fierce struggle. Instead, he hastened down the corridor and ascended the staircase on the left. He lamented the situation, setting aside the boy's lack of decorum. His fighting spirit was undeniably fierce. He ran when he could, and when he could not, he circled the monster, and if that failed, he would retaliate. Unfortunately, he understood that the boy's repeated attempts to flee and resist were ultimately in vain. The ancient castle had long since sealed every potential escape route for the children. Since the 5th escape attempt, he himself could only rely on a door that would respond to a key to succeed. Everything the boy was doing now was merely entertaining the whims of the half-formed woman, akin to a ceaseless game. Indeed, as Han-Soo swiftly passed the doorway of that room and approached the staircase, he could not help but glance back at the cacophony of metal frames collapsing behind him. He saw that the boy was using debris to impede the half-formed woman. Yet, the woman who traversed the walls with ease effortlessly overcame these obstacles. Creeping up behind the small boy, one of her mechanical limbs firmly pinned him to the ground, her excited grin revealing sharp metallic appendages piercing through his shoulder blade. The boy lay on the ground, a look of regret etched across his face. At that moment, he mustered the strength to lift his head and caught sight of Han Su passing by the doorway, raising his hand in a desperate plea for help. Han Su was uncertain but did not slow his pace. He witnessed the boy making a final effort, throwing something black out of the door. With a clatter, it landed. It was a knife wrapped in cloth. This act was unprecedented. Unsuseartstef. Was this impulsive boy recognizing his imminent capture and choosing to relinquish his only useful tool to the one escaping outside? He quickly bent down to seize the knife and accelerated towards the staircase, swiftly ascending to the 4th floor. In that fleeting moment of relief, the image of the scene replayed in his mind. As he picked up the knife, he caught a glimpse of the half-formed monster, her metallic limb embedded in the boy. Her dark hair cascading over her eyes that now bore a strange smile, slowly raising her head to fixate upon him. Meanwhile, beneath the metallic limb, the boy lay in a pool of blood, gazing at Han Su's vanishing figure, his hands slowly drooping in disappointment. You run. Why not take a knife to deal with her? Chapter 26, Man. Han Su dashed to the 4th floor without glancing back, navigating the eerily silent corridor with practiced ease. Arriving at the 3rd room, he opened the door and stepped inside, allowing himself a deep breath. That half-woman, should she change her mind and attempt to capture him, would make the staircase the most perilous stretch of his journey. Conversely, if he could ascend the staircase and enter a new floor, it would signify temporary safety. Each of these creatures possessed their own domains. The staircase seemed to belong to a public area, accessible to all monsters. Yet the floors were private territories where others typically refrained from intruding, save for the old butler. The weapon in the hands of the child was quite well crafted. Han Su glanced at the peculiar metallic object he held, its edges surprisingly sharp. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the room was cluttered with an array of vintage toys from various eras. Dolls, dusty plastic soldiers, plush puppies, black electronic spinning tops, and a life-sized wooden doll dressed in a gown, all carefully arranged within a glass cabinet against the wall. Finally, he had made it up. Though Han Su's heart raced, his instincts began to sharpen, urging him to remain alert. The key resided on the 4th floor, thus the door would materialize there as well. While the 4th floor was home to those bothersome dolls, the creature, being both corpulent and sluggish, could be outsmarted if approached with sufficient caution. Once he obtained the key, the door would appear, and escaping through it would signify his liberation from the ancient castle. The precise workings of this phenomenon eluded him. The door had not originally belonged to the castle, but had inexplicably manifested alongside the key after he rescued Suji. It felt like a reward from some unseen force. Regrettably, Han Su found himself too drained to investigate the reasons behind these occurrences. He only recognized it as his glimmer of hope for escape. The pale giant had poor vision and moved slowly, yet possessed keen hearing. The dolls within the glass cabinet were alive, though they seemed to relish in disguise, remaining silent unless absolutely necessary. While the dolls harbored malice towards the living beings in the castle, they were not aligned with the pale giant. Moreover, new information emerged. Previously, the pale creature had been injured, causing its flesh to melt away like flowing water. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best to avoid inflicting harm upon it. An uninjured version would be easier to manage. Additionally, if he could evade the damage to his eyes this time, might it also lead to significant changes in his life upon returning to the future? Various thoughts flashed through Han Su's mind, and he struggled to determine how much he should alter his life path, given the multitude of uncontrollable factors. He even recalled the incantation from Song Chushur that had activated the power in his right eye, pondering if the enchantment would still hold weight now that everything about him had reverted to his 10-year-old self. However, all considerations must yield to the singular goal of escaping. As he contemplated, Han Su gradually slowed his pace, inching deeper into the room. Inside the vast yet cramped space, the glass cabinet loomed with a doll wearing a peculiar smile, its large eyes fixed on him as it appeared to be sleeping. Beyond the towering piles of toys, he could see a large pink bed at the far end of the room, accompanied by a piano and heavy black curtains, which seemed to have once been pink. Han Su paused, directing his gaze to the side of the bed, where a small girl sat curled up in the corner, hugging her knees. Upon hearing his voice, she looked up, her face marked with tear stains. She was Li Man, the daughter of the chairman of the Moa Group, the very doll he had nearly rescued from the bunker last time, a fragile yet obedient girl eager to help. Hansu noticed that among the dolls in the nearby cabinet, a blonde doll had tilted its head slightly. It had awakened, scrutinizing him through the glass with a smile playing at its lips. Isachiche Hansu Guisperth, calming himself as he looked at Li Man, raising a finger to his lips. The little girl appeared frightened, yet she reacted promptly, as she always did when he approached. Remaining silent despite her fear, Hansu slowly approached her, gently stroking her head, memories flooding back of the moment she had been torn apart just as he was about to reach the door. Quickly, he dismissed the useless emotion, focusing intently on the little girl. Man, I have come to save you. I know today is your birthday and that you have a card from your parents expressing their love for you. I also know you possess the latest toy from the Moa group, which can fold into various interesting shapes, such as a magnifying glass, a triangle ruler, small pliers, and even a mirror. Am I right? Li Man's eyes widened as she listened. Though unfamiliar with Hansu, he had accurately named her and identified the item she possessed, dispelling her doubts. She nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with hope. Now, I intend to help you escape. Seeing her nod, Hansu continued, however, there are monsters guarding the way outside. Before I can rescue you, I need your assistance. Can you help me? Limamma nuda ernasli. Excellent. Ansulin close. Whispering key points to her as succinctly as possible, fearing she might not comprehend otherwise. After briefing her, he turned his attention to the glass cabinet where more dolls were awakening, their expressions twisted with excitement as they gazed at him. He stealthily approached the cabinet. Casting a glance back at the small figure in the corner, a sense of anticipation welled within him. If he only intended to take one person with him, this might be an opportune moment. Although he had not initially planned to rescue anyone, the chance had arisen. If he could successfully obtain the key and leave the room with her, perhaps he could also liberate her from the castle. With these thoughts in mind, Ansu steeled himself. He slowly closed his hand into a fist, arriving at the door. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly yanked a cabinet down in front of the door, sending clouds of dust into the air, effectively blocking the exit. The plastic dolls within the glass cabinet were disturbed, their expressions contorted in fury as if casting curses. The commotion shattered the silence of the fourth floor. Soon, the heavy sound of flesh dragging across the old floorboards echoed. The monster was making its way towards the door. Ansu se atrased, yet he merely closed his eyes momentarily, adopting an expressionless demeanor, accustomed to facing crises with a stoic face. The stench began to invade his nostrils. The dragging sound reached the door, and he heard heavy breathing, sensing a shadow looming from outside the room. At that moment, he gestured to Li Man. The small figure stood up, summoning her courage to approach the glass cabinet and gently tap on it. The doll in the cabinet, upon noticing her approach, became increasingly agitated, filling the air with a shrill and bizarre sound, as if cursing at her. The creature outside seemed to perceive this noise, which heightened its anxiety, prompting it to emit a low, guttural roar, and it forcefully pushed against the door, sending clouds of dust swirling, eager to enter the room and investigate. However, the door was obstructed by the cabinet that Hansu had toppled, rendering it impossible to open with any force. At that moment, in accordance with Hansu's instructions, Li Man took out her small toy from the cabinet, revealing a palm-sized mirror. She stood on her tiptoes and angled the mirror towards one of the dolls within the glass cabinet, allowing it to see its own reflection. Initially, the doll had been hurling insults, feigning immobility when others were present. Yet, faced with the little girl Li Man, it exhibited no fear, its curses becoming increasingly vicious. However, when a mirror was thrust before one doll, it abruptly froze in place, its plastic eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Suddenly, it unleashed a horrifying scream, one that transcended the expected sound of a plastic doll, resembling that of a desperate and shattered girl. The plastic dolls were terrified of the mirror, for it would lead them to their own collapse and despair. The scream startled the pale giant outside, causing it to momentarily hesitate. It abandoned any semblance of grace and forcefully shoved the door open, scattering the cabinet and sending wooden planks flying. Even some of the glass cabinets within the room were shattered by the chaos. Chapter 27. The bronze corridor. The opportunity had arrived. Dust, noise, fallen toys, and scattered papers engulfed the room, filled with strange sounds. The pale giant outside hurriedly burst through the door, eagerly squeezing its corpulent body into the room, barely taking the time to observe before rushing deeper inside to investigate the screaming dolls. Though its eyesight was poor, It was highly attuned to the doll's reactions. Yet, as it charged in, Han-Su darted out from behind it. The door, torn apart by the monster's violent entrance, could no longer close. Seizing this chance, Han-Su swiftly approached the creature, reaching for its waist while shouting "Go!" Just moments before, he had clearly explained the escape route to Man-Man, instructing her to veer left while he would try to draw the monster to the right, granting her ample space to flee towards the exit. This distance of several meters should be manageable for her, right? Although young, she had always been sensible and obedient, adept at fulfilling his instructions, even if she didn't fully understand them. However, just as Han-Su was about to grab the creature's belt and prepared to leap to the right, he suddenly froze. Upon entering this bunker, he had observed that the brass key was affixed to the pale giant's waist, which was the very reason he had resolved to escape on the first night. The key was easily accessible on its person, but now, as he looked, he found a monster's waist devoid of the key, empty and barren. Just hours earlier, that key had hung there prominently. Damn it! En su guismo mentalidad. Questioning whether that cursed mysterious was toying with him or if the key had been transferred to another monster due to some unforeseen pattern. Cursing under his breath, he propelled himself off the ground and dashed out of the room. Behind him, the pale monster had spotted Han-Su, inciting its wrath as it struggled to turn around in an attempt to seize him. Meanwhile, Man-Man, recalling Han-Su's instructions, resolutely rose on her tiptoes once more, directing the mirror towards another doll. Thus, the second doll also succumbed to despair, screaming in terror. This sound momentarily distracted the pale giant, prompting it to turn back towards the glass cabinet. Amidst the doll's desperate cries, the enormous shadow of the creature gradually loomed over the frightened Man-Man. She gazed up at the door, where her brother had promised to take her away. Yet, he seemed to have vanished. Before her stood the massive and ferocious pale giant, while beside her, the two deranged plastic dolls inside the glass cabinet were frantically striking the glass, cursing both the giant and Man-Man for revealing their true forms. Having mustered the courage to assist Han-Su moments ago, Man-Man now felt fear wash over her once more, slowly curling up and hugging her knees. She would be punished for this. Meanwhile, Han-Su, having escaped the room, felt his heart racing uncontrollably. He had not anticipated the key would transfer in such a short span of time, leaving his carefully laid plan in ruins. Man-Man's actions had incited the wrath of both the dolls and the pale monster. What would happen to her now? As guilt threatened to rise within him, he clenched his teeth, determined to cast aside these futile emotions. There would be opportunities, surely there would be opportunities. The fifth floor, he exerted all his strength to reach the end of the corridor, leaping up the stairs towards the upper level. He recalled the pattern. After Su-Ji was rescued, the key appeared, but each time he returned, it resided on a different monster. However, it typically remained with the same creature for a duration. Why had there been a sudden change this time? Was it because he had returned without adhering to the usual intervals? Han-Su had no time for such musings. He merely recalled the patterns he had observed when encountering the key previously, surmising that it should be on the first floor. The last known transfer had been to the decayed butler on the first floor, then it would appear with the enigmatic Madame Rue, and subsequently with the bizarre half-woman on the third floor. Thus, the probability of the key being on the fifth floor was the highest. He could not be certain whether it was even there, nor had he devised a plan for retrieval. But he had no choice but to ascend to the fifth floor first. The fifth floor was uncharted territory for Han-Su, and the monsters had not descended from there. Yet, he had no time to ponder what lay ahead as he swiftly bounded up the 13 steps to reach the staircase corner, catching sight of the pale monster in pursuit. As it rounded the corner, its roar of anger and disappointment echoed, its fist pounding heavily against the wall. Upon entering the corridor, Han-Su quickly scanned both sides of the fifth floor, only to be met with an eerie silence. The area was still and devoid of wandering monsters, not a single shadow of life in sight. Where could the key be? Han-Su pressed a hand to his chest, suppressing his racing heart, and slowed his pace, cautiously treading on the thick, damp carpet, advancing step by step. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, the sounds of roaring continued to reverberate. The pale giant was in a state of fury, unable to ascend to the fifth floor. It seemed to have struck something in frustration, creating a colossal commotion that shook the very foundations of the ancient castle. Dust and decaying particles filled the air, and the walls trembled, revealing cracks. From within these fissures, something emerged, lunging outward. In the midst of tension, Han-Su's vigilant gaze discerned the shapes of what appeared to be bronze statues emerging, adorned in peculiar and intricate armor. Each figure boasts a slender, scaly neck, a flat and ominous head, and eyes embedded on either side that shimmer with a dim red glow. These are in fact bronze statues. Particularly striking is the bizarre appearance of these bronze figures, suggesting that the armor was not crafted for humans, but rather for monstrous beings with serpent heads and human forms. They are embedded in the walls along the corridor, appearing almost as if they are part of the very walls themselves. However, with the tremors of the castle, they have begun to shift slightly, and one of them has even protruded slightly, blocking Han-Su's path. What on earth? Unlike others who might instinctively jump back in fear, Han-Su stands still, his gaze fixed intently on the bronze armor, confirming that it is indeed inanimate. Only then does he cautiously maneuver half a circle, gradually bypassing it. His eyes scan the sides, where sturdy bronze doors are set into the walls, each flanked by a bronze statue extending its arm, seemingly part of some ancient, yet intricate mechanical construct. Han-Su, with no intention of admiring this mysterious technology, strides forward into the dim light of the corridor, his heart gradually rising to his throat. Approaching the light, he finds himself before a partially open door leading into a lavishly decorated room reminiscent of an ancient palace, though everything appears exceptionally aged. In the center of the room stands a coffin, beside which two large white candles burn quietly, illuminated by the candlelight. Han-Su's gaze sharpens as he spots a brass key hanging beside the coffin. Found it! His heart skips a beat, and with steely resolve, he lightens his steps and enters the room. He surveys the space silently, noticing no other living beings. The room contains only the black coffin adorned with intricate and bizarre copper patterns. Moving closer, each step feels like a gamble with fate. Yet Han-Su slowly approaches the coffin. Gradually, he retrieves the key hanging beside it. Nothing happens. "Thank you," he silently expresses, then begins to retreat from the room. Suddenly, the coffin lid bursts open, and a pale, emaciated hand lunges out, grasping his left hand. The cold, rigid grip feels like iron, ensnaring Han-Su's left hand in a vice-like hold. A chilling aura spreads throughout his body, rendering him immobile, as if frozen in ice. The skeletal hand begins to move slowly, as if caressing something. The eerie, copper-hued fingernail glides across the back of Han-Su's hand, cutting a wound that instantly oozes blood. As the blood flows, he feels a sudden slackening in his body, as if the momentary freedom from his frozen state has been granted. Damn it! Ansukurses inwardly. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he bites down on the key, then raises the weapon gifted by his impulsive friend and brings it down forcefully upon his own wrist. Chapter 28. The Copper Coffin's Malevolence. Han-Su knows precisely what to do in such a critical moment. Striking at the creature's hand, with its myriad of peculiarities, could provoke it into a frenzy, posing a dire threat. Inflicting harm upon his own hand, however, is merely a matter of pain, even if he cannot sever it. When the creature attempts to pull him into the coffin, he might have a chance to break free or retaliate. It is a careful calculation. In an instant, as he instinctively brings the blade down upon his wrist, the creature emerging from the coffin seems to sense something, abruptly retracting back inside. This sudden withdrawal is too swift. The sharp claws leave a vertical gash on the back of Han-Su's hand, intersecting with the previous horizontal wound to form a cross, blood gushing forth. Reacting swiftly, Han-Su stumbles backward, simultaneously thrusting his blade forward, striking the coffin and sending sparks flying. Momentarily taken aback, he disregards everything else, clutching the key in his mouth, and bolts from the room without looking back. His mind races. The door must appear now. Indeed, as if fulfilling a promise made in moments of despair, a door marked with the word exit materializes at the end of the dark corridor. Yet at that moment, the coffin he had left behind seems to emit an eerie sound, and the flames of the two candles in the room flicker as if disturbed by an unseen force, casting the shadows into disarray. The bronze statues that have been jolted from the walls suddenly produce a cacophony of scraping scales. In an instant, a flat-headed serpent, reeking of a foul odor, lunges at Han-Su's face. With lightning reflexes, Han-Su catches a glimpse of what appears to be an ancient sculpture come to life, its fanged mouth open wide as it attempts to bite him. Not only that, but serpents are also slithering out from the other bronze armors lining the corridor, their tails flicking as they leap into the air, creating a veritable net before him. Damn it! Anxiety grips Han Su as he frantically swats at the serpents crawling onto him, and without hesitation, he raises his hand. Pressing forward, he intones, Cicerat in abysso. He had long wished to test this incantation within the castle, but had refrained from inviting unnecessary trouble until this urgent moment. If it works, splendid. If not, it serves as a bolster for his courage. Buzzing at the utterance of this ancient incantation, Han Su feels a surge of spiritual energy swelling within him, as if a long-dormant force has awakened, becoming perceptible. Instantly, a torrent of rippling waves emanates from his right eye. The rigid and grotesque bronze serpents, suspended in midair before Han Su, seem to be bound by an invisible force. Some of the serpents contort grotesquely, clattering to the ground. Has the spell taken effect? A momentary thrill surges through Han Su. He has not been injured by the creature's attack, yet he can still wield this ability. A peculiar sensation washes over him, as if he has touched upon a profoundly significant secret. But with his mental energy rapidly depleting while reciting the incantation, he has no time to ponder. As he finishes the spell, he charges forward. Crack! As Han Su traverses the corridor, layers of distorted ripples spread through the air, as if vapor has seeped into the walls on either side. The bronze statues embedded in the walls suddenly straighten, displacing dust and debris. And even the hollow eyes begin to glow with an eerie red light, as if awakened from slumber. Those sinister eyes fixate on Han Su, and he can even perceive the slow rise of their arms. It had simply been too long since he had moved, resulting in his joints feeling rusted and his speed diminished. What could possibly be the cause of this? Han Su could distinctly sense the spiritual ripples emanating from his right eye, as if they were being absorbed by the bronze statues. Were they drawing upon his spiritual energy to revive themselves? This thought heightened his anxiety. However, he managed to endure the dizziness while navigating through the corridor teeming with bronze serpents, finally arriving before the door that symbolized hope. The key was firmly in his grasp, clutched tightly, for it must not fall again. Yet, this time, since it was not taken from the pale giant, the key was devoid of any slime, and thus lacked the urge to slip from his fingers. With several determined strides, Han Su reached the door, raising his hand to insert the key into the lock. At that moment, a fleeting glance from the corner of his eye left him momentarily stunned. On the 5th floor, near the end of the corridor, there lay a solitary little room. The room was modest, illuminated by 2 flickering candles, revealing that a once-iron door was now secured tightly by intricate metal contraptions. However, due to the incantation he had recited, the corridor experienced some alterations. The awakening of the bronze statues was one such change, and mechanical devices had loosened as a result. A narrow gap now opened in the door, revealing half a terrified face staring back at him. What on earth? Whose child could this be? Han Su was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. A child had also been chosen on the 5th floor. The incantation he had uttered triggered the permeation of spiritual energy, which in turn awakened the bronze statues on either side of the walls, leading him to witness this imprisoned child on the 5th floor. In his urgency, he couldn't recall who the child sent to the 5th floor was, as some had been directly brought up by the butler. He had inadvertently unlocked the door to this room with a spell. Time seemed to freeze. Gazing into the eyes filled with fear yet yearning, Han Su felt his heart race, as if his blood were surging with a frantic force into his brain. Should he insert the key and escape before the monsters behind him sealed the corridor completely? Or should he approach? Without much contemplation, Han Su suddenly halted, almost stumbling, before swiftly turning back to glance down the corridor. The bronze serpents on the ground were still writhing, seemingly eager to move again, while 3 or 5 bronze statues had already begun to awaken, their eyes glowing with a sinister red light, their hunched bodies straightening as they approached full revival. However, there was still time, a fleeting moment. Wasting no time in hesitation, Han Su sprang forward, kicking the door open, and without a second thought, he grasped the hand of the long-haired child, pulling her to his side. He tucked her under his arm, dodging the outstretched arms of the bronze statues. Holding his breath as he dashed toward the door, clutching the small figure closely, he extended the key toward the lock that represented hope. He paid no heed to the reawakened bronze serpents or the revived statues behind him, whether he lived or died. Han Su was determined to hold onto her tightly as he reached for the key. With a satisfying click, the key slid into the lock, turning and producing a delightful sound. Han Su exerted every ounce of strength to force the door open, feeling a cold wind rush in, brushing against his face. He did not glance back at what lay beyond. Instead, he embraced the soft form in his arms and leapt outside. Inside the ancient castle, the revived bronze statues gradually lifted their hands, their eyes gleaming with an eerie red light, fixated on the direction of Han Su's escape. Slowly, they raised their hands to their chests and bowed toward the one who had awakened them. Unfortunately, at that moment, Han Su had already vanished. The instant he broke free from the iron door's grip, he felt a sensation of weightlessness. It was as if he were plummeting from the 5th floor, about to crash into the stone-paved courtyard below. Yet his mind suddenly felt hazy. A brilliant light flooded his vision, and after a few seconds of silence, he finally discerned his surroundings. He found himself in a room within the Disaster Management Bureau's base, surrounded by large, expensive speakers. The strange and chaotic sounds that had filled the room had ceased, and before him stood the peculiar-faced Zhang Qigua in a sharp black suit, accompanied by a bespectacled staff member. Their gazes towards him were oddly peculiar, almost as if they were looking at a monster. During the playback of the ruined secret language, some had succumbed to madness, while others, inspired by the multitude of effective incantations, had overloaded their minds and exploded. Some had rigidly resisted throughout, while others had been contaminated on-site, unsure of how to protect themselves. Zhang Qigua's companion, the bespectacled staff member, gazed at Han Su with astonishment, remarking, "But you're the first to actually fall asleep while listening, little handsome." Chapter 29. Rescued suddenly, he returned to the present, as if he had traversed an endless river in an instant. Everything around him continued to twist and change, and the sounds grew closer. As the noise reached his ears, he met the gaze of a disheveled female staff member, finding it somewhat strange. Was she mocking him by calling him little handsome? Yet, abruptly, he realized something. Han Su lifted his gaze to the one-way mirror directly opposite him, catching sight of his own reflection. His eyes widened as he beheld his two unharmed eyes. "My eyes are healed." Upon realizing that he had successfully escaped once more, Han Su exhaled a long sigh of relief, then surveyed his surroundings. Confirming he had returned to the moment he first entered the Disaster Management Bureau for testing, feeling a slight sense of ease. Following that, an uncontrollable excitement and tremor surged within him. He pondered, but even such thoughts were now accompanied by uncontrollable trembling, filled with self-doubt. Did I really save someone? Surely, I must have saved someone? Han Su struggled to maintain his confidence, vividly recalling the warm sensation of the soft, small body he had held as it tumbled into reality from that door. But did he truly accomplish this? He could not suppress his self-doubt, having failed far too many times, each attempt only leading to more misfortune for those children. After numerous adventures and plans that had ultimately ended in failure, could this time truly be different, simply because of fleeting glance? He scarcely dared to believe in himself, as if the long-awaited event had finally occurred. Yet it left him questioning whether it was all merely a figment of his imagination. His contemplative expression did not go unnoticed by Zhang Qigua and the staff beside him, who exchanged looks of bemusement, as if he had just awakened from a deep slumber, their expressions tinged with a hint of helplessness. "You passed the test. Do not forget what I told you earlier. Fully engage in the training. You must strive to enter groups D1 and D2, Zhang Qigua said, patting Han Su's shoulder with satisfaction before departing. From his retreating figure, it seemed as if the old fellow had shed some immense burden, moving with newfound lightness. "Now you're fine. Just write the report truthfully and have Zhang sign it." The female secretary in a black suit turned to the disheveled staff member and asked, "Is there any problem?" "No, it's absolutely safe," the staff member replied. "I've never seen anyone playing a cryptic spell who not only shows no discomfort, but actually experiences dryness in their eyes and begins to doze off. This fellow, let alone showing signs of contamination, has such a low spiritual essence that it is simply appalling. Having a low spiritual essence is not necessarily a bad thing." The black-suited secretary smiled and said to Han Su, "Get up, young one. I will escort you to the Disaster Management Bureau for an assessment. Perhaps we will soon be colleagues." Colleagues? Han Su's mind was still overwhelmed with self-doubt and surprise, yet he obediently stood up. As he followed the black-suited secretary back to the lounge, he felt an uncanny sensation as if he were walking on clouds. After completing the registration and seemingly signing up for an assessment, as well as undergoing various physical examinations. He finally gathered his thoughts and found an opportunity to speak to the black-suited secretary who had accompanied him throughout. "Miss Secretary, about that kidnapping case." The secretary's expression shifted slightly. She glanced around and lowered her voice, saying, "Hasn't Zhang already told you not to discuss that case casually? Especially here at the Disaster Management Bureau. Not everyone is a friend of Zhang. I can see that he values you highly and wants to help you avoid pitfalls in the Bureau. If you trust him, you should heed his advice and refrain from mentioning this matter. Just consider yourself a newcomer to the Bureau until he officially speaks with you." Unsuperceived Hirkoshchen nodded and organized his words. "I just want to ensure that there will be an investigation into this case. After all, it concerns the lives of over 20 people." He deliberately slowed his speech. To this day, those 20-some missing children. 25. The black-suited secretary furrowed her brows and said, 25 missing children. Not only Zhang, but even I have a vivid memory of this case. But this is my final reminder. Do not casually bring up this case. Do you think the pressure on Zhang is any less? Since he promised to have a proper conversation with you, do your utmost to pass the assessment first. 25. Han Su felt a sudden tremor in his heart, even experiencing a slight ringing in his ears. Could it be that he had truly saved one? After Su Ji, another child had been brought out from the castle by him, thus reducing the number of victims in that kidnapping case from 26 to 25. Why did he feel so foolish? The black-suited secretary observed Han Su's expression and suddenly broke into a smile, finding it somewhat peculiar. This child, whom the cold and heartless Zhang had been fixated on without offering overtime pay, now seemed somewhat lacking in any remarkable qualities apart from his good looks. So, I have indeed rescued a child. The next time I return to the castle, will there be another door to help me escape? Or perhaps some other change? Lost in this overwhelming joy, Han Su found it hard to control his thoughts. Ever since he was mysteriously transported back to the past, he felt as if he had not experienced such exhilaration in ages. However, amidst this grand excitement, he suddenly became aware of a somewhat absurd question. Who exactly was the girl he had saved? He was not very familiar with the group of kidnapped children, merely recalling their faces. The girl he remembered was rather reticent, belonging to the more ordinary type among the kidnapped children, with little that stood out in his memory. In reality, although he had investigated the identities of those children, not every one of the 26 kidnapped children had their identities revealed, and the girl fell into the category of those whose identities remained undisclosed. Furthermore, before the kidnapping, he had just been transferred into that class by a tall, thin woman who had raised him, so he did not know the names of all the children. He racked his brain and could only vaguely remember someone mentioning the name Elan. Was it Meilon? Or perhaps a homophone? However, trying to check her name and background in that class was no longer feasible. Just like Su Ji, who disappeared from the kidnapping case after being rescued. She too likely vanished from that class. Moreover, based on Su Ji's transformation, he forgot about his own kidnapping, and naturally, he would also forget about saving him. Theoretically, the girl would no longer remember him either. Wouldn't that mean that finding her would be impossible? But perhaps, just as Su Ji became a friend, they might meet again in some destined way. In this regard, Han Su found peace. For him, the act of saving the girl outweighed the question of who she truly was. What mattered was that he had saved her, since he could rescue her. Then there was hope for Li Man, Song Yushur, and the others, the boy in the tailcoat, the irritable boy, and the one with the bowl haircut. This hope invigorated him, filling him with a sense of renewed energy, making his walk feel unusually light. However, something felt amiss. This buoyancy remained until he caught a glimpse of his reflection in a nearby window, at which point he slightly restrained himself, suddenly pondering another puzzling question. This query had surfaced during his time in the castle, but had never been given the chance to be contemplated. He raised his head and faced the glass window directly in front of him, clearly seeing his own face in the one-way mirror. His features were intact. Not only were both of his eyes unharmed, but even the previously grotesque scar was absent. This time, he had finally escaped the fate of being blind in one eye and disfigured in this life. Yet the question arose. His confusion fully emerged at this moment. Earlier in the castle, it seemed he had successfully recited that spell, even distorting the copper snake that had charged at him. However, the spell's ability was to activate the mysterious power that lingered within him. Yet theoretically, he should not have had any remnants of the monster's power in his eyes while in the castle. How then had he activated this power through the spell? More strangely, Previously, he had repelled the ghostly truck using the mysterious power left in his right eye, saving Suji and himself, which naturally led to him being found and joining the Disaster Management Bureau. So, how had he managed to repel the ghostly truck and reach this current life node without being blind in that eye? Chapter 30. The cross scar. As he pondered these questions, a slight dizziness began to cloud his mind, and fragments of memories from his new life began to surface. The new memories were not much different from his previous standard recollections. He still escaped the castle, was sent to an orphanage, studied diligently, and was admitted to Qingang University. However, the difference lay in the fact that he had not been disfigured. Both of his eyes were intact, but his left hand bore a new cross scar. Consequently, his left hand felt somewhat stiff, unlike his right hand, which remained agile and functional. This change seemed to have triggered many other alterations in his life. For instance, his file at the Disaster Management Bureau had changed from right eye function impaired to left hand slightly stiff. Lowering my gaze towards my left hand, I indeed discovered that it was slightly curled and somewhat stiff. It was not incapable of movement or grasping objects, but rather bore a rust-like stiffness. On the back of my hand, an unmistakable cross-shaped scar stood out prominently. The rest of the scene unfolded like a familiar script. I had awakened in class, conversed with the Black Rose, visited the library for research, encountered a helpful long-haired female classmate, and dealt with the troublesome private investigator. After resolving those encounters, I faced Song Chushur once more, yet this time he did not bestow upon me a spell. For a moment, I found myself questioning the accuracy of my memories. But upon reflection, I realized that he had indeed not given me a spell. He merely recorded the descriptions of the monsters I had narrated and subtly inquired whether I believed that mysterious and bizarre entities truly existed in this world. Perhaps even among us. Ordinary individuals were blind to these phenomena, deliberately severed from awareness by a powerful organization. This was perplexing to me. Typically, such influences would alter my memories, leading to changes in my own actions. For instance, after injuring my leg, I would certainly not participate in the high jump competition at school. Yet, why was it that this time, it was the behaviors of others that had shifted? I recalled more details with a growing sense of unease. In this memory, when confronted by that ghostly truck, I had recited the incantation. The spell was already lodged in my mind. Regardless of whether Song Chushur had imparted it to me, when faced with grotesque danger, I would instinctively recite it. At that moment, I did not understand the reason behind my utterance of the spell until this flickering moment brought clarity to its origin. Moreover, after I recited the incantation, the ghostly truck exhibited signs of melting before fleeing in terror. This spell was meant to activate the mysterious power residing in my right eye. So why did it function similarly even when my right eye remained uninjured, just as it had in the castle? A series of changes had emerged, yet they were confined to subtle details, as Song Chushur had not granted me this incantation, and the Disaster Management Bureau merely expressed astonishment at my association with someone as hazardous as him. They even suspected that my survival under the ghostly truck was due to Song Chushi's assistance, and having detected traces of his involvement, they had kept me within the Bureau. As my memories restored themselves, various doubts surfaced. I increasingly felt I had touched upon something significant. My name is Chui Chiao, and I've been under Zhang's guidance for 2 years. As I pondered this, the black-suited female secretary brought me back to reality, having organized a stack of documents. She stated, "Your information has been recorded, and your file is about to enter the confidentiality process. Even your school will have someone assist you in taking leave. You need not concern yourself with that. Just focus on performing well in the upcoming training." She added, "If you have any further inquiries, feel free to approach me. If I cannot assist you, seek Zhang." I nodded repeatedly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Chui." The black-suited secretary smiled and replied, "No need to be so formal. Since Zhang is looking out for you, I shall not treat you as an outsider." I recalled how Zhang Jigua had been struggling in the Public Security Bureau when he first took on the kidnapping case. At his age, he had yet to receive a promotion, laboring as a frontline investigator in a demanding and unappreciated role. Yet now, after only 3 or 4 years, he had risen to a position of considerable authority within this mysterious department, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful secretary. In comparison to the previous timeline, I vaguely remembered her attitude towards me had not been so amiable. Could it be that my current unscathed appearance had influenced her demeanor? This woman, initially appearing cold and unapproachable, turned out to be quite taken by looks. Observing her friendly attitude, I felt a flicker of interest and tentatively inquired, "Sister, what was that sound I heard earlier? Why did you say I had been tested while I was asleep?" "Initially, you instructed me to listen carefully and attempt to discern certain words or syllables from those sounds. Did you not?" This question genuinely piqued my curiosity. My unexpected kidnapping had come too abruptly and was inconsistent with previous occurrences, certainly related to that segment of coded speech I had heard in the Disaster Management Bureau. If this coded speech could have led to my premature abduction, might it also possess other functions? To contemplate further, could this coded speech contain the means to delay or even escape such abductions? It is known as the ruins language. Hearing me change my address, the black-suited secretary, initially reluctant to entertain such naive inquiries from a newcomer, softened her demeanor and replied, "This is a language unearthed by archaeologists from the ruins of ancient civilizations. It is said to be non-human. Listening to this language serves to assess whether you have been tainted by the grotesque and to gauge your aptitude for spirituality and resistance capabilities, which will be useful in subsequent training." Her speech mirrored her attire, concise and precise. "You and that child from the Sioux family, having encountered the ghostly truck, are now classified as contactees of the grotesque. Although you survived, there are concerns regarding whether your minds have been distorted or if any other peculiar and dangerous elements lurk within your psyche. This coded speech is exclusive to the Disaster Management Bureau, holding the highest status while inflicting minimal psychological harm on ordinary individuals. If there are hidden elements in your mental realm, listening to this segment of coded speech could easily trigger resonance, awakening those elements. Thus, it serves as a testing method for the Bureau, a final safeguard, as they do not accept just anyone despite their mandatory recruitment policies. However, based on the results, you appear to be safe. She glanced at me and suddenly smiled, revealing a set of white, fine teeth. "You are indeed very safe, having even fallen asleep. I must ask, did you mistake that obliterated coded speech for snoring?" I too smiled in response. "To be honest, I find it quite intriguing. I have always had an interest in mysticism and religious culture. I wonder where I might be able to engage with these topics in the future." She replied, "Engaging with such matters carries risks. Your current clearance level is insufficient." The black-suited secretary merely regarded me with a glance, stating, "We shall see how you perform in the future. If you truly qualify to become an investigator, then we will discuss it." Yet inwardly, she mused, "A person who can fall asleep while listening to coded speech dares to claim an interest in mysticism? Very well." I maintained a sunny smile, but internally, I became increasingly vigilant. Perhaps I was not the safest, but rather the most perilous. That entity had not only resonated with the mysterious power within me, but had directly transported me. Yet each time this flickering occurred, my demeanor at the precise moment was that of someone who had merely taken a nap, inadvertently allowing me to pass this test. However, it appeared that the black-suited secretary was reluctant to divulge further on this topic. Yet I was unsatisfied with the scant information received and continued to probe. "So, what will my responsibilities entail upon joining your department? Will it be to capture entities akin to the ghostly truck?" "Capture?" The woman in the black suit smiled and said, "This responsibility certainly exists, but more importantly, it involves tracing origins, cutting off threats, preventing issues, and most crucially, deception." "Deception?" Hansu was taken aback by this term. "Is this also part of the job?" "Indeed, it is the most vital aspect," the woman in the black suit replied with a smile. "The ghost trucks, tainted by mysterious machinery, should not exist in reality, as their existence would shatter many people's worldviews. Therefore, we ensure they do not appear in public consciousness. For surreal and grotesque phenomena, public awareness constitutes a form of mystical infiltration into reality. Our task is to allow the ordinary populace to live peacefully without encountering or being contaminated by such entities, and most importantly, to instill disbelief in their existence. Isn't it quite simple? Chapter 31. Spells beyond time and space, certainly. Observing Han Su's contemplative demeanor, Secretary Chui chuckled again, saying, "For the sake of Director Zhang, I must remind you that upon entering our domain, you should be prepared. You will undergo our specialized training here and then be assigned to different operational teams. We will assist with your leave from school, and if other matters arise, you must resolve them yourself when you decide to leave." Hansu was somewhat surprised by her words. Given Zhang Chigua's serious demeanor at the Public Security Bureau, he had thought he might be confined in darkness for the rest of his life. With curiosity, he asked, What kind of training can be accomplished in just a few days? The focus is not on training. The woman in the black suit regarded Han Su with a measured gaze and replied coolly, "We lack the time to train suitable candidates from scratch. So we prefer to recruit established elites from various sectors of society. You may consider this period as training, as it will indeed expose you to information inaccessible to the outside world. However, the most important aspect," she paused, recalling Zhang Qigu's relationship with the young man before continuing, "is to perform as best as you can to secure a position in the more advanced groups. According to Director Zhang's expectations, you should aim to be placed in either Group D1 or D2. However, I am aware that these groups are particularly difficult to enter. You would need to strive for at least 3 A-level evaluations to have a chance, which may be a tall order. Still, even if you cannot enter Groups D1 or D2, do not despair. Just make sure you do not end up in Groups D5 or D6. Why not? Ansuing Guayev. Secretary Chui replied, because it is a perilous path. Groups D1 and D2 are training units for reserve investigators. They provide genuine opportunities to engage with surreal powers and gain rights for grotesque investigations and cryptic permissions. Did you not express an interest in cryptic matters? Only by joining Groups D1 or D2 will you gain access to these elements, serving as an early learning experience for your future work as an investigator. Groups D3 and D4 are more ordinary, simply positions for labor, yet they offer decent compensation and are somewhat risky but respectable jobs. As for Groups D5 and D6, you may as well consider them as fodder groups. No wonder Zhang Qigua had been so eager to dissuade him from this venture. It truly was a dangerous profession. Yet, one could not help but wonder if the young Master Zhang, having exhausted his wealth and even risked his life, understood that he had chosen such a treacherous path. Han Su now had a rough impression of the Disaster Management Bureau. However, if the D1 and D2 groups Zhang Qigua urged him to join were indeed so exceptional, the competition must surely be fierce. Nevertheless, he had no other options. The allure of the cryptic and the secrets hidden within the Disaster Management Bureau was far too compelling to resist. That day, Han Su toiled late into the night, completing numerous registrations, detailing his education, skills, athletic abilities, and more, until he produced a sufficiently comprehensive dossier. He was then escorted by the woman in the black suit to a room infused with a metallic ambience. Before entering, his belongings were thoroughly searched, and by morning, he found that even his undergarments were no longer his own. With arrangements made for his training the following day, Han Su finally found a moment to calm his thoughts and ponder his circumstances. Is the ability at my right eye still usable? He reached up to touch his right eye, which appeared whole once more, free of scars, causing no discomfort. Although the experiences in the castle and the memories of this lifeline suggested that the ability remained intact, he still felt a twinge of apprehension. Contemplating this, he quietly raised his left hand. On the back of his hand lay an unsightly cross-shaped scar. The entire hand seemed affected, slightly curled, capable only of simple opening and closing motions, slow and stiff as if it had rusted. Would this hand also awaken a new monstrous ability? Reflecting on how he had relied on the power of incantations to escape the castle and even save the girl, Han Su felt an insatiable thirst for this mysterious force. Logically, he should exercise caution while in the Disaster Management Bureau, but considering he would be there for several days, could he afford to forego any attempts during this time? His life was already precariously poised. He could not bear to waste even a few hours, let alone days. He resolved to be cautious yet proactive. He silently contemplated, slowly lifting his left hand. Divine beings, bestow your decree. Han Su did not vocalize the incantation, but instead repeated it in his mind while observing his surroundings. No other changes occurred. However, the moment the incantation resonated within his mind, the unspoken syllables rippled through his tranquil mental ocean. Once again, Han Su sensed a flow of mental energy. It seemed that by merely muttering the words in silence, the current of mental energy flowed unusually gently this time. He could distinctly feel that this gentle state of mental power was far easier to control than when projected loudly, as if his focus directed the energy wherever he concentrated. Even more astonishingly, before he consciously attempted to manipulate it, the mental energy seemed to possess its own inertia. It initially flowed toward his right eye, but was suddenly diverted by an unseen force, redirecting toward his left hand. A familiar pain immediately surged within him. As his attention remained fixated on the back of his left hand, the mental energy surged toward it. The cross-shaped scar felt as if it were being torn open anew, accompanied by a vivid pain, especially as Han Su stared at his hand, where he began to perceive an illusion. It seemed as if the scar on the back of his hand was subtly changing color, exhibiting a bronze hue that appeared to seep from the depths of the scar. Was this a new mysterious power? Han Su clenched his left hand tightly, the clear pain bringing him an indescribable thrill. If what Song Chushi had previously posited was accurate, this incantation merely activated the remnants of mysterious power within his body. Therefore, it was entirely plausible that his injured left hand had now retained a new mysterious force. However, what could be the reason for the mental energy instinctively flowing toward his right eye? Upon attempting to control the flow of mental energy once more, Han Su discovered that with deliberate focus, he could successfully direct it toward his right eye. He could even envision the sensation of the mental energy flowing more seamlessly than ever before when he opened his right eye. The ability to wield the power of his right eye had become remarkably easier than before. A vague thought began to take shape within him, igniting a flicker of excitement. A bit of analysis and speculation led him to a nascent understanding. When mental power is activated, it requires an outlet to permeate reality. If it emanates from the right eye, it harnesses the melting power of the pale monster. Conversely, if it seeps from the cross-shaped scar on his left hand, it seemingly channels the ability of the creature from the coffin on the 5th floor. However, it had not yet reached the stage of true permeation. Thus, his mental energy instinctively flowed toward his right eye, manifesting the power of the pale monster. Only when he concentrated on the back of his left hand did the energy gather there. The ability of his left hand remained dormant, unable to achieve true permeation, resulting in a mere sensation of excruciating pain. Yet alongside this pain, his hand seemed to possess a newfound agility and strength. Nevertheless, without fully unleashing his mental power, he could not conduct a true test. In summary, both abilities existed. By reciting the incantation once more, or even merely whispering it, his mental power would awaken, allowing him to utilize whichever ability it flowed toward. This enigmatic sensation made Han Su hesitant to draw any abrupt conclusions, yet he keenly identified a critical issue. More significant than his left hand or right eye was the incantation itself. This spell was undoubtedly more formidable than he had initially perceived. On this particular lifeline, his right eye remained unscathed, meaning the pale monster had not managed to leave its power within it. However, this incantation still allowed him to access the melting ability. Could it be that when he recited this incantation in his previous lifeline, the melting power associated with his right eye had already been recorded by it? Because, in the prior lifeline, the incantation had documented the mysterious power of his right eye. Upon returning to the ancient castle, he was still able to employ the power of his right eye. In this alternate lifeline, did the incantation similarly assist him in repelling the ghostly truck? Strange as it may be, this seemed to be the only answer. A thought from the black rose flickered through his mind, causing Han Su's heart to flutter. Certain mysterious powers could transcend time and space. This incantation might possess the ability to accompany his consciousness, traversing between the present and the past, manifesting in different lifelines, recording various effects. What on earth was Song Chushi's background, and why was his incantation so extraordinary? What did he mean by fishing songs? Were modern fishermen truly this remarkable? Even more crucial was the question of Song Chushi's origins, how he had acquired this incantation, and why he had so casually bestowed it upon him. In this lifeline, had even the act of gifting him the spell ceased to exist? Chapter 32. The rules of murder. The more he pondered these matters, the more exhilarated Han Su became. Although many aspects still required validation, he sensed a glimmer of surprise. That night, he stayed up late, and despite being awakened early the next day, his spirits remained high. He donned an outfit akin to combat gear, and after breakfast, was escorted to a spacious room where he met the other candidates participating in the assessment alongside him. For him, it felt as though he had been swept into a mysterious event, involuntarily absorbed by the Disaster Management Bureau. Yet it was at this moment he realized that many others had formally registered, subsequently receiving notification from the Bureau to attend training. This group comprised over 20 individuals, a mix of men and women with varying ages. The eldest appeared to be in their 30s, while the youngest were merely 17 or 18, each exuding diverse temperaments, some wild, some composed, some rational, and others bearing an air of arrogance. The staff member who had led Han Su merely turned and left without uttering a word. Curiosity piqued within him. He began to speculate on the identities of these individuals when a man sporting a buzz-cut and flamboyant attire broke the silence with a laugh. "So, we are the newcomers the Disaster Management Bureau intends to absorb?" Most of the group maintained a calm demeanor, tinged with vigilance, and did not respond to his comment. He continued, "No need to be so tense. We are all individuals who will collaborate and rely on each other in the future. Since training has yet to commence, why not introduce ourselves?" He proceeded, "I'll go first. I'm Su Ching-yi, 18 years old, just returned from studying in District 7. I excel in diving, rock climbing, wilderness trekking, wingsuit flying, and even obtained a helicopter pilot's license. As for driving skills, I've been driving since kindergarten." The others exchanged glances, unsure how to react, clearly aware that he was joking about driving to kindergarten. Nevertheless, if he truly possessed such a diverse skill set, he would indeed be a formidable individual, especially wilderness trekking. In an era dominated by sprawling metropolises, traversing the wilderness was perilous, fraught with encounters with wild men unwilling to embrace the conveniences of city life, ferocious beasts, and inexplicable phenomena like mirages and disorientation. However, with his introduction, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. Next to him, a man with gold-rimmed glasses lifted his head and said, "I'm Chin Mushi, holding dual doctorates in ruined structure and electronic communication, and I've self-taught 7 languages." Following him was a robust, dark-skinned man who nodded slightly when he noticed everyone's attention on him. "I'm Hei-Hu, proficient in firearms and combat. Just returned from military service in the Northern District. I've received second-class merit once and collective first-class merit once, and have executed missions in the Northern District Wilderness. Apologies. My memory isn't great. I've been shot before, and I just recall that mission is still classified." Is this what Zhang Jigua meant by societal elites? As the introductions continued, Han Su felt a mix of astonishment and apprehension. If these new recruits for the Disaster Management Bureau were of such caliber, it underscored the daunting threshold for entry, comprising the cream of the crop from various fields. In his contemplation, he sensed numerous gazes fixated upon him, and as he raised his head to meet their expectations, he hesitated and finally spoke, "I carry the weight of over 10 lives on my shoulders." Suddenly, the room fell into a profound silence. Those who had previously introduced themselves with a hint of pride, as well as those about to do so, fell silent, sensing the stark presence of Han Su, a unique entity among them, causing an uncomfortable shift in the atmosphere. Someone muttered softly, "Were we not told that those D7 supercriminals wouldn't be training with us?" Amidst the crowd, a girl clad in a black hood, remarkably quiet, turned to glance at Han Su, her hood large enough to conceal most of her face, revealing only her pale and slender features. The rhythm of self-introductions was abruptly disrupted, and the group found themselves at a standstill. At that moment, the stainless steel door swung open, and a man clad in black combat gear entered the room. He tossed a dossier onto the table and coldly remarked, "What else with the self-introductions? Do you think this is a new student orientation where you need to familiarize yourselves? Do you think that establishing friendships now will prevent your colleagues from hesitating to act when you must become a critical part of emergency disruptions in the future, leading to a catastrophe?" His remarks momentarily stunned everyone present, prompting them to sit up straighter. The unfamiliar environment and the intimidating instructor were a familiar scenario. As the instructor faced the collective gaze of the trainees, he remained silent for an extended period, until the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Suddenly, he let out a derisive laugh and asked, "What are you all waiting for? For me to deliver a grand speech about the truths of the world that will soon unfold before you? To tell you that you will become the saviors of the world, bearing burdens for the greater good? To declare that you are destined to sacrifice for this world? Yet some will remember your contributions?" Han Su was taken aback by this. "Aren't opening remarks usually like this?" The instructor sneered, "We are not so dull. I will only share 2 things with you. First, our benefits are substantial. Second, our work is perilous. Many of you already knew of our department's existence before entering. Indeed, many have applied here in pursuit of the so-called truth of the world. However, let me inform you that joining our department is no easy feat. Countless individuals strive to gain entry. More importantly, once you are in, leaving becomes even more challenging. In the coming days, I will conduct your training. Rest assured, although our training is rigorous, We will not expel anyone based on their performance. We will not even compel you to truly engage in the training. Whether you choose to merely pass time here, sleep, or indulge in distractions, as long as you do not disrupt the hygiene, you only need to remain here long enough to leave. After all, even if you lack the capability to become an outstanding operative, you can at least serve as suitable cannon fodder. At this point, many in the audience felt a mix of astonishment and discomfort. As the instructor surveyed the expressions of the trainees, he once again laughed derisively and stated, "However, your performance during this period will be evaluated by professionals. This will determine which group you will be assigned to, and once the grouping is complete, your fate will be difficult to alter. In other words, your performance during this time will dictate your destiny." The crowd exchanged glances, and just as someone was about to inquire about the nature of the training, staff members entered, carrying boxes to distribute among them. To their surprise, each box contained a book, several dozen pages long, with a cover void of any text. The instructor coldly scanned the room and declared, "This is the first lesson of your training, and is also the final assessment. Inside, you will find the rules that personnel of the Anomalous Disaster Assessment Management Bureau must adhere to while executing their tasks. If you possess intelligence and a good memory, you should memorize all of its contents. You have 1 week. After this week, your training will conclude. This manual is classified at a higher level than your current files and must not be disclosed. It must be returned before you leave." The trainees were taken aback, incredulous at the sheer volume of content to memorize. What if they could not? The instructor merely chuckled coldly at their overly serious inquiries and replied, "If you cannot memorize it, then at least remember 2 words, be obedient." Many expressions turned to shock, uncertain whether this was mockery or a serious directive. Ansu, however, found himself recalling the instructions he had given to other children when attempting to escape the dark bunker, his heart tightening slightly. How intriguing. With this thought, he opened the thick manual, only to discover that it not only lacked a cover, but even an introduction, containing merely a single phrase at the beginning. In the face of the anomalous, all investigators and operatives must believe this world is logical and adheres to scientific principles. As he continued reading, he encountered the first rule: convince any witnesses or contacts of anomalous phenomena that what they have seen is merely an illusion. If they do not believe, ensure they vanish from this world. The second rule stated, those who believe in the existence of surreal powers and grotesque realities are madmen. However, a group of such madmen poses a terrifying threat to this world, and they must be made to disappear. The third rule mandated, any historical artifacts or records pertaining to the era before the Reconstruction, including the radiated era, the chaotic era, and the pre-civilization era, must be immediately sealed and reported. No personal examination is allowed without a superior's order, ministerial level. What in the world is this? The crowd glanced at one another, particularly those who, unlike Han Su, had applied to this department. Their expressions reflected shock. Is this really a code of conduct? 2 of the first 3 rules advocate for extermination. This should be deemed a manual for legal murder. In the ensuing silence, many questions brewed. Yet the instructor seemed to understand their thoughts, casting a glance over the assembly before stating, just remember, do not ask questions lightly. Our line of work does not welcome excessive curiosity. Furthermore, you do not have much time to memorize this manual, as we will commence other training this afternoon, and the subsequent days are fully scheduled. Therefore, you only have now and any free time to utilize. This will be your final assessment, but you will soon realize it may be the most equitable one. To be placed in groups D1 or D2, you must achieve at least 3A grades. This will be the only aspect you can attain through effort. The assembled individuals sat in stunned silence, whether questioning or irritated by the instructor's aloofness. They suddenly reacted in unison. Instantly, the sound of pages flipping filled the air. These individuals, hailing from various societal echelons, many of whom were elites, began to exhibit diverse traits. Some immediately engaged in rapid reading, their eyes darting across the pages while murmuring softly. Others rolled their eyes towards the ceiling as they turned each page in an attempt to memorize. Some strained their necks, laboring over every word. Ansu, however, took a leisurely approach, methodically flipping through the rules, noting the detailed nature of each, many of which contained uncommon vocabulary. He slowly perused the manual, searching for any content related to the creatures in the dark bunker. Unfortunately, he found none. The content was indeed merely operational guidelines, articulated simply with scant examples and no explanations. Each rule often bore no relation to the next. After this initial examination, he confirmed that it would be impossible to memorize everything in just a few days. Thus, as the morning of the first day passed, the training facility was enveloped in near silence, save for the low hum of recitation. Among the participants was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who caught Han Su's attention. He appeared to be merely skimming the manual before zoning out. He soon got up to use the restroom, then returned to refill his water cup, and shortly thereafter, engaged in eye exercises. Han Su, growing irritated, remarked, "Could you please be quiet for a moment? You're distracting me." The bespectacled man blinked in surprise and sheepishly apologized, "Sorry. I'll step outside." He took the paper cup and exited, leaving the manual abandoned on the table, prompting wide-eyed reactions from those nearby. Is this guy just giving up? Lunchtime quickly approached, and all the trainees continued to hold their manuals, eating while trying to memorize. However, after lunch, the instructor swiftly ordered them to put down their manuals and prepare, as it was time to commence the second phase of training. In the second training session, they unexpectedly found themselves in the same location where Han Su had previously encountered that mysterious voice upon his arrival. Recognizing the room, Han Su was taken aback, recalling how merely hearing that voice had led to his premature abduction. Could it be that he was to experience yet another wave of turmoil? The earlier manual had been designed to enhance their survival rates during missions, while this assessment aimed to evaluate their potential. The instructor cast a sweeping glance over the assembled students and stated, among the various assessments, "You must achieve the highest number of A-grade evaluations to secure a position in a more advanced group. However, in this assessment, if you excel, you may directly advance to Group D1. The students, who had been tormented by the manual's content throughout the day, suddenly felt invigorated, even pondering. Why was such a favorable assessment not placed at the forefront? Having returned once every 2 weeks, Han Su had felt a constant tension. Now, just 2 days later, he was anxious about returning again. This was hardly a visit to his ancestral home. After all, what was the purpose of this? Beside him, Han Su anxiously observed the room equipped with speakers when he suddenly heard a voice crackling through the instructor's earpiece. He looked on in surprise as the instructor nodded and addressed both him and the girl in the black hood, stating, "You two need not attend. Remain here." Remain? Han Su, who had been contemplating how to respond should flickering occur again, abruptly lifted his head. Not only he, but also the other students around him wore puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend why these two individuals were treated differently. The instructor glanced at Han Su and explained, "Because you experienced the incantation 3 days ago, we do not recommend that students confront this pressure twice within a week. Therefore, your previous performance will suffice as your evaluation." He then turned to the girl in the black hood, adding, "She does not require it. En su moment distant. What does that mean for our evaluation?" Meanwhile, in the base office, Zhang Qi was sat before the monitors, flanked by other researchers. Holding a thick dossier containing the registration details of each participant, he casually inquired, "Are the protective measures in place? Have emergency protocols been prepared?" In response to Zhang Qigua's seemingly relaxed questioning, the staff nodded in unison. "No problem, Director Zhang. We have thoroughly prepared the security, protection, stretchers, and body bags." "That's good," Zhang Qigua remarked, casually pointing to Han Su's name on the list. "This student was brought back a few days ago. I was worried he had been contaminated by the aberration, so we conducted tests in advance. He need not listen again, correct?" The researchers hurriedly affirmed, "Of course, that's clearly stated in our regulations. The girl who just returned from the wilderness does not need to participate in the assessment. She can be directly placed in Group D1. As for this student who interacted with the absorbed individual, we can evaluate him based on his previous performance." Zhang Qigua nodded slightly. "Then, what evaluation do you intend to assign him?" The researchers exchanged glances, and a bald researcher hesitated before suggesting, "A C-grade evaluation would be appropriate." "I suppose." According to the report, his performance was quite average. He fell asleep. How poor must his instinct be to do that? This is why we refrained from assigning a D grade. Upon hearing his words, several staff members nodded in agreement. Zhang Qigua remained silent, lowering his gaze to examine the documents. The top page bore Han Su's name, with various details about his background and experiences noted, appearing remarkably ordinary compared to others. He seemed to be a natural underachiever, a prime candidate for cannon fodder, and aspiring to join D1 or D2 was akin to dreaming. Should he receive a low evaluation in this round, It would be most unfortunate. He refrained from voicing his opinions and chose not to participate in the discussion, causing the atmosphere around them to grow increasingly tense. The bald researcher and the surrounding staff exhibited visible confusion, sensing something amiss. At this moment, Chui Chiao, a slender secretary in a black suit, suddenly interjected. How is your work being conducted? Have you ensured that the evaluation considers all aspects? Are you certain that the selected personnel are adequately equipped to handle the tasks they will face? The bald researcher appeared taken aback. Huh? Chui Chiao observed their reactions, frowning slightly, and added, this student from Qinggang University demonstrated remarkable composure when confronted by the ghost truck. He did not succumb to being struck down in his sports car, evaded several times, and even rescued someone, showcasing his rationality when facing aberrations and highlighting his strong and stable mental state. And so, the bald researcher muttered, he fell asleep, while listening to the incantation. Kui Kiao replied coolly. Do you not perceive that his ability to remain asleep in the presence of divine whispers indicates an extraordinary resilience? This is highly advantageous for combating the unknown and aberrant influences. He is an excellent candidate for containment work. Of course, I understand that spiritual sensitivity is beneficial for future training in mysterious powers, but selecting the right personnel is also crucial in our recruitment efforts. A one-dimensional mindset and procedural rigidity are not conducive to the Disaster Management Bureau's ethos. The bald researcher was momentarily stunned, muttering, it has always been this way. At that juncture, another staff member spoke up, it is absolutely insufficient to assign only a C grade for this student's performance. I propose a B grade. Casting a glance at Zhang Qigua, he asserted that too is inadequate. His ability to sleep through the incantation signifies a robust will and pure intentions, enabling him to resist contamination when confronting aberrations. Furthermore, he managed to escape unscathed from the ghost truck while rescuing another person. He is truly exceptional. As he spoke, his admiration grew, and he looked at the bald researcher, saying, Teacher, an S grade might be excessive, but I believe an A grade evaluation is fitting. The bald researcher was momentarily at a loss, processing for 3 full seconds before finally responding, glancing at the silently reading Zhang Qigua, hesitantly affirming, Right? Only then did Zhang Qigua slowly nod and state, I find your arguments compelling. Once the report is drafted, please submit it for my signature. Could we cast a vote for Lao Gui brothers? Chapter 34. Mental penetration in A grade? Han Su was momentarily bewildered. What had he done to deserve an A? To be fair, his reaction during the last incantation had indeed been significant, transporting him a decade back in time, yet to others, it merely appeared as if he had taken a nap. Hadn't Secretary Chui Chiao mentioned he was rather dull-witted? What then was the rationale for this A-grade evaluation? As he pondered, the instructor began guiding the students into the room where he had previously encountered the mysterious language. The only noticeable change was that the single chair that had once been present was now replaced with a circle of chairs, arranged back to back. The students entered one by one, taking their seats, and the door was closed, so much so that even the instructor distanced himself from the entrance. Subsequently, the room commenced playing the previously heard incantation, while outside, a contingent of armed security personnel, a group of doctors in white coats, and rescue workers in protective gear awaited outside the room. Silently, they remained poised for an extended period until, suddenly, an alarm rang out, and the door opened slightly. Protective personnel swiftly entered the room, emerging with a pale-faced female student. Her nostrils bled, and her eyes were stained a deep crimson as she was carried out while murmuring, I heard them. They said this is just the beginning. As the female student disappeared from view and the door closed, it seemed the incantation continued to play. Moments later, the alarm rang out again, accompanied by flashing lights. Medical personnel rushed in once more, this time carrying a man who was convulsing violently, the veins on his neck twisting like serpents. The medical staff struggled to restrain him as he fought desperately, shouting the Copper Man. The Copper Age shall inevitably descend upon the city. The deity of the Copper worshipper has awakened from the abyss. Ansustud Nurbai. Catching a glimpse of the man's eyes, which glimmered with an unnatural metallic sheen. Simultaneously, a dull pain emerged in the scar on the back of his hand, as if responding to something. A faint sound akin to mechanical whirring resonated in his ears, yet it felt like a mere hallucination, filling his mind without discernible origin. The frenzied student was eventually subdued by the security personnel who administered a sedative, allowing them to carry him away to an unknown destination. As he vanished from sight, the sensation in Han Su's scar gradually faded, yet a sense of dread lingered within him. What did he mean by the Copper Age? Was that metallic gleam in his eyes characteristic of a normal person? Why had the scar on his hand suddenly begun to ache? He felt an unsettling intuition brewing within. But he forced himself to remain composed, standing quietly to the side. Subsequently, several more individuals were brought out. One was convulsing on the floor with eyes rolled back. Another had suddenly grasped his own throat, choking himself into unconsciousness. Although they exhibited abnormalities, no words escaped their lips. The instructor cast a regretful glance at them, his usual nonchalance replaced by a hint of reluctance. Seizing the moment, Han Su cautiously approached the instructor and whispered, "I heard that sound before, but it didn't affect me. Why are they like this? You felt nothing, yet you received an A?" The instructor glanced at him and shook his head. "Well, it's a good thing. Not understanding this is preferable." "What exactly is it?" Han Su inquired, observing the instructor's disinterest. He quickly added, "I asked Uncle Zhang about it, and he told me to ask you during training." "Uncle Zhang?" The instructor paused and lowered his voice. "Zhang too?" "Yes, that explains it." The instructor patted Han Su's shoulder, offering a knowing look and a quiet chuckle. "In light of the new leadership, I can share a bit. What you heard is essentially a language, albeit not one from our era. The purpose of exposing you to it is to assess your spiritual responsiveness and intuition, gauging your potential. Training in mysterious powers?" "Indeed," the instructor replied with a smile. "It's a skill that allows one to combat the supernatural using mental prowess, a true weapon. When confronted with bizarre entities like ghostly vehicles, conventional weapons often fall short, necessitating the use of surreal powers to confront such madness. To master these surreal powers, one must first dismantle a certain theory. The mind can influence reality, but is not permitted direct entry into it." Han Su felt a surge of clarity. When he had attempted to let his mental power break through his right eye, he had sensed this concept vaguely, not from anyone's words, but as an instinctual reminder from deep within his genes, as if he had touched upon a boundary. Now, hearing it articulated in reality brought a sense of novelty. The instructor continued, "The mind is an abstract descriptor, encompassing consciousness, thought, and spirit. Humans use their minds to drive their bodies and to create and study, altering the world through various actions. This is the essence of how the mind can influence the physical realm. However, when the mind transcends the body and directly enters reality, it becomes a profoundly terrifying act. The mysterious power training within the Disaster Management Bureau employs special methods alongside the listening of this ancient incantation to establish resonance with a certain force in the shadows, ultimately breaking limitations to achieve controllable mental powers infiltration into the real world." Infiltration? Yes. The instructor extended his palm and gently clasped it. "This is a power that should not belong to reality. It is a force beyond ordinary comprehension, which you may understand as surreal application power. All our surreal powers, whether spells, talents, or certain objects, must be realized through this foundation. Understanding. Thus, the power in his right eye and the one on his left hand both belong to a mysterious force. Yet this force had to pass through the infiltration of his mental essence into reality. But why did the power from his right eye require infiltration while the left seemed to function without it? Such details flitted through his mind, promising future clarity. But for now, he seized the opportunity to ask, why could some students understand the incantation while others could not? "That reflects the disparity in spiritual aptitude," the instructor replied, stroking his chin. "Gifted individuals possess an innate higher spirituality that allows for immediate mental infiltration." He glanced at the quiet girl in the black hood leaning against the wall and added, "However, such individuals are rare, and the Disaster Management Bureau cannot find many of them. Thus, most operatives and investigators must undergo mysterious power training, which means that ordinary individuals need to achieve mental infiltration through acquired means in a safe manner. Therefore, assessing the potential for these ordinary individuals to achieve mental penetration becomes vital. Those who discern specific sounds from the incantation belong to the spiritually adept category. Such individuals are prone to contamination, but can also gain talents through mysterious power training. Some can even interpret spells from such incantations. Ansu was astonished. Spells? Indeed. The instructor's excitement was palpable as he reflected. Mysterious powers lie hidden in the shadows of the world, undetectable by ordinary people. Only those who unearth the language from the ruins can activate them. These spells are the very words capable of directly invoking these mysterious forces. When someone who has achieved mental penetration recites a spell, they can directly harness this mysterious power. However, incantations are not synonymous with spells. Many incantations, while they are indeed excavated languages, do not possess the directed mysterious power. Such spells remain void. The language capable of driving mysterious forces reconstructs the ruins of the age before. The more Hansu understood, the more he felt as if a vast and unknown world was slowly unfurling before his eyes. What language could possess such enchantment? The instructor couldn't help but glance at Hansu, pondering that even if he were a favored individual, it was somewhat impolite to present so many issues. At that moment, the girl in the black hood, who seemed to have been oblivious to their conversation, suddenly spoke softly. Some speculate that this is a language once used by deities. Upon hearing this, Hansu's gaze sharpened. Deities? The girl in the black hood gently nodded and explained in a soft voice. The language of deities is a language of a higher order, conceptually encompassing all languages. Whether it is our language or that of the Western continent, they are all subsystems of the language of deities. Naturally, this also includes their authority. Humanity, based on a spiritual force that permeates reality, employs cryptic spells or bloodlines, contracts, and objects as mediums to wield powers once possessed solely by deities. This is humanity's imitation of the divine, as well as their innate gift. The term gift resonated with Hansu, prompting him to glance at her thoughtfully. Chapter 35. Executing the task. Spiritual penetration. The language of deities. Hansu cast a sidelong glance at the girl before retracting his gaze slowly. This theory was novel to him, yet it evoked a faint sense of familiarity in relation to his right eye and left hand. While others achieve penetration through innate talent or acquired training, he had done so through a spell bestowed by Song Chu and the scars left by the monster on his body. Did this classify as innate or acquired? Having subtly grasped something, Hansu felt as if he had secretly opened a door, gently squeezing his somewhat numb left hand, standing thoughtfully to one side. Meanwhile, the instructor, observing the time, noticed the assessment was nearing its end and promptly signaled for the staff to cease playback and enter the room. The other students inside had already awakened, staring blankly at one another, some with bewildered expressions, others appearing bleak, and some deep in thought, sensing they had comprehended something, albeit vaguely. Many pondered the few who had just been sent out, bewildered yet indignant. What is real and what is not? Why does that voice sound like a chaotic jumble to me? Yet she could discern two spells from it. Was there some form of cheating involved? Amidst the clamor, the instructor stepped forward, snorting disdainfully and remarking, "It seems you are merely a group devoid of talent. Just look at him." He gestured toward Hansu. He didn't even need to participate in the assessment to achieve an A rank. Caught off guard, Hansu thought, "You need not praise me so openly at this moment." The instructor, having fairly mocked all the students present, sighed and added, "In this project, which offers the easiest path to high scores, you have garnered not a glimmer of light. Your group assignment will solely depend on your future efforts." Upon hearing this, those who had not performed well felt a slight uplift, only to hear the instructor continue, "Though subsequent training will bear little relevance to your evaluations." A wave of despondency washed over the students at this statement. The instructor continued, "It is solely related to your lives." The group of students grew somewhat irate. "Why must you speak so excessively? It's quite evident, isn't it?" However, in truth, the training in the following days did indeed align with the instructor's words. The students gradually acclimated to the new experiences in the Disaster Management Bureau, absorbing a plethora of fresh knowledge into their minds, including the internal structure of Qinggong City, its geography, population distribution, key locations, power distribution, and policy implementation both within and beyond the city. Additionally, there were elements of combat and firearm theory, as well as operational knowledge regarding related electronic devices. Initially framed as training, it had now begun to resemble actual training sessions. Yet, it soon became apparent that they were hastily being inundated with these essential topics, as if there were no time left for them to memorize the rules. Strangely enough, while numerous seemingly irrelevant topics regarding the grotesque, pollution, and anomalies have been extensively covered, none had been linked to the evaluations. 6 days later, the instructor entered the training room, smiling at the students with various expressions. Congratulations, everyone. Your training is nearly complete. Although the final evaluation results are not yet available, you are all aware of your own performance. Those students with heightened spiritual intuition had already envisioned bright futures, with 2 of them being directly assigned to Group D1. The third had successfully secured a place in a psychiatric hospital and might even be sent to a laboratory to undertake a serious research task. As for the rest of you, as ordinary individuals, you will soon face the final assessment. However, do not lose heart. I initially informed you that no one would be eliminated. This entire training, or rather assessment, is merely to assist in your group assignments. His words, rather than reassuring, plunged many students into despair. Just a week prior, they had been so excited to sign their names on that contract, yet now they regretted that very act. Many understood the challenges awaiting them within the Disaster Management Bureau and were aware of the societal status and extraordinary powers that would accompany becoming an investigator. Yet they were unprepared for assignments in groups D5 or D6. Nonetheless, many rational individuals remained composed and began to calmly contemplate. What exactly is the final assessment? This was crucial, as many of your evaluation results would hinge upon this. At this moment, the instructor clapped his hands, and someone outside entered with a tray laden with sealed letters. He gestured for everyone to gather around, cheerfully stating, "Of course, this is also your opportunity. Memory and spiritual intuition are inherent gifts. They cannot be altered or even enhanced, but the upcoming assessment will provide you with a chance to showcase your abilities. These envelopes contain the tasks you would need to execute tonight. Strive to complete them to the best of your abilities, but do not feel pressured. Professionals will be observing, so theoretically, there will be no risk involved. However, trust me, this may be the only task you receive in the Disaster Management Bureau that carries no risk. Execute tasks directly." Han-Su and the other students felt a tremor in their hearts, exchanging glances before some began to retrieve envelopes. When it was Han-Su's turn, he casually drew one from the middle and opened it, revealing a printed sheet detailing his task. From 10 p.m. to 3 o'clock a.m., guard the B3 elevator of Huaguang Building. Please promptly report any observed anomalies and terminate any humanoid entities emerging from the elevator. Below this were instructions on where to acquire firearms. Guarding an elevator? This task left Han-Su perplexed, unable to fathom its difficulty. He glanced at the others and found many wore equally puzzled expressions. Observing anomalies seemed somewhat comprehensible, but the directive to terminate was serious, wasn't it? As doubts swirled in their minds, they took a break and, following the instructions, proceeded to collect their firearms, reaching a peak of incredulity when they received the heavy, dark objects. They were genuine weapons, and they came with 2 magazines. In today's city, gun control was exceedingly stringent. Even gangsters clashed with baseball bats and chainsaws, while firearms were only seen in film. The majority of individuals participating in this training are indeed the creme de la creme. Yet being elite implies each possesses a particular expertise. However, when faced with firearms they have never encountered, how could they possibly know how to operate them? The personnel responsible for overseeing the firearms regarded Han-Su with a frosty demeanor as he fumbled with the weapon in front of him, asking, "Do you have any questions?" Han-Su replied, "Yes." The staff member, clearly unaware of Han-Su's relationship with Zhang Qigua, exhibited an unfriendly and impatient attitude, stating, "Speak." Han-Su looked up and inquired, "How does one operate this?" The staff member paused, then expressed dissatisfaction, remarking, "The new recruits are becoming increasingly unprofessional. If you wish to learn how to use it, consult your instructor." During this training, the instructor had also bypassed this topic, merely indicating that when it was time to take possession of the weapon, they would know. Han-Su was taken aback, realizing that they had entrusted real firearms to a group of individuals who had never even touched one before. Was the Disaster Management Bureau truly so inept? As he pondered this, a gaze from the side caught his attention, accompanied by a soft voice. Turning, he saw a girl clad in a black hoodie with a hood pulled over her head, which made him instinctively wary. This assessment had repeatedly emphasized confidentiality. Could it be that inquiring about others' tasks was part of the evaluation? Noticing his silence, the girl glanced at the firearm in his hands and remarked, "I heard you say you don't know how to use a gun, correct?" Han-Su replied, "Are you so curious?" The girl in the black hood asked, "Do you need me to teach you?" Han-Su eyed her warily, but then smiled. "Is that really an option?" Internally, He could not afford to relax. Who knew if these individuals, all vying for positions in groups D1 and D2, harbored competitive intentions and might be setting traps? In the end, the girl in the black hood led Han-Su aside, demonstrating precisely how to chamber a round, disengage the safety, aim, and change the magazine. Her instructions were meticulous and gentle, reminiscent of a kindergarten teacher instructing children on how to use chopsticks. As Han-Su attentively followed her guidance, others who were similarly inexperienced with firearms gathered around silently, intrigued. After a thorough demonstration, he could not contain himself and reached out, expressing, "Thank you, Han-Su." The girl paused, lowering her head, yet extended her hand in return, stating, "My name is Dongwei." Han-Su felt a twinge of disappointment, but could not suppress his curiosity, asking, "Might you have once gone by the name Mei Lan or something similar?" Dongwei appeared momentarily taken aback before shaking her head with a smile. "No, not at all." Han-Su felt a sense of loss, contemplating how she could be so kind to him without any apparent reason. Was it merely because of his looks? Such a rationale was profoundly disheartening. In a mere half-day, it was inconceivable for anyone to truly master the art of firearms, let alone transform a novice into an expert marksman. With only 2 magazines to use for the mission, practice was out of the question. Under Dongwei's patient and somewhat repetitive instruction, Han-Su managed to grasp only the most fundamental operations, disengaging the safety, changing the magazine, holding the firearm, and aiming. As the clock struck 5, staff members arrived to usher them into a room where they found a person already seated, awaiting their arrival. This individual, a chubby man sporting small glasses, appeared to be of similar age to Han-Su but bore an immature countenance. He seemed to be attempting to project an air of professionalism and authority, though the outcome was lacking, and his tightly wound expression did little to dispel his amateurish demeanor. In front of him stood the camouflage-clad man who had come from the military, alongside several other trainees assigned to the same mission. Particularly, the camouflage man's upright posture and ironclad demeanor made the chubby man appear as nothing more than an unfortunate bystander, while the camouflage man truly embodied the professional operative. "Have you all prepared your weapons and equipment?" As the group assembled, the chubby man's somewhat uneasy expression softened slightly, and he stated, "In half an hour, we will depart. In this test, I am both your adjudicator and one of your examiners, as well as your bodyguard, ready to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, I am your team leader, responsible for issuing commands. Understood?" Han-Su instinctively nodded, while the camouflage man boomed, "Understood." The chubby man scratched his ear, casting a resentful glance at the camouflage man before turning his gaze to Han-Su, stating, "If you have any questions before the mission commences, I will selectively answer those I deem appropriate. But once the mission begins, no one is to speak. You will each be assigned a walkie-talkie, but only I have the authority to communicate externally. Do you understand?" This time, Han-Su joined in a loud affirmation, "Understood." "Good." The chubby man waved his hand, declaring, "You all exhibit great spirit. Let us move out." The group of trainees promptly followed the chubby man as they exited the Disaster Management Bureau. Upon stepping outside and gazing at the night sky, the experiences of the past few days felt almost surreal. 2 black armored vehicles awaited them at the entrance, devoid of any extraneous markings, entirely coated in black except for a twisted snake emblazoned on the right door. Upon boarding the vehicle, it silently roared to life, whisking them through the streets beneath the night's veil. The vibrant neon lights and diverse throngs of people outside contrasted sharply with the oppressive silence within the vehicle. Although the chubby man had stated they could ask questions, their scant knowledge of the overarching mission rendered them unable to formulate inquiries. Meanwhile, the chubby man, already well acquainted with the situation, sat in the passenger seat, furrowing his brow as he played a game. Han-Su leaned closer, asking, "What level are you?" The chubby man abruptly looked up, surprised by Han-Su's lack of expertise, and stole a glance at the stern-faced camouflage man before cautiously responding. "I'm not very good, only level 39. Han-Su replied, "I know someone who is level 172. We could play together sometime." The chubby man's eyes widened with a hint of excitement, though he hesitated to express it in front of the serious camouflage man. Around 9:30 p.m., the group arrived at their mission destination and disembarked sequentially. Looking up, they beheld a 50-story building that seemed to pierce the night sky, its windows shrouded in darkness, save for a dim light illuminating the lobby on the ground floor. At this hour, when activity is typically high, the building felt eerily deserted, devoid of any visible presence. "Let us go." The chubby man instructed the driver to stop, and, along with Han-Su, the camouflage man, and the other trainees, they equipped their sidearms and walkie-talkies before entering the building. Currently, the elevators in the building were out of service, except for one that still had its lights on. The chubby man led them into the elevator, taking them directly to the 39th floor, where he utilized the walkie-talkie to order the halt of that elevator as well. Proceeding to the B section. The area was dimly lit, with 4 elevators entirely out of operation and not a soul in sight, save for a few scattered chairs. The chubby man pulled out a chair, positioning it directly in front of the left elevator in Section B, and then picked up the walkie-talkie to report that the temporary group members and team leader Zhao had arrived and were awaiting the commencement of the mission. Then, the signal for the operation was tested, and a report confirmed that there were no anomalies in the vicinity. With an electronic timer in hand, they patiently awaited. Subsequently, silence ensued. Both the task envelope and the directives from the chubby supervisor indicated that this was indeed their assignment. Each person was to take a seat, position left and right, fixating intently on the elevator before them. It was a rather absurd task, to remain in silence within a building that had been completely vacated of human presence, staring unwaveringly at an elevator that appeared to have lost power. According to protocol, their weapons could not leave their hands, and no gaze could stray from the elevator, from 10 o'clock in the evening until 3 in the morning. Should any living entity materialize within that elevator, they were to open fire immediately. Glancing at the electronic timer, it was still before 10 o'clock. When Han-Su could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly inquired, "Why are we waiting for the elevator here?" Among the group, some trainees were already tense. The camouflage man, sitting upright, turned sharply at the sound, and in a stern tone replied, "Our duty is to execute the task, not to ask questions." This reprimand not only chastised Han-Su, but also left the chubby supervisor somewhat bewildered. After a moment, he quietly remarked, "I believe I mentioned that questions are permissible before the task begins, did I not?" "Indeed," Han-Su responded. "The task commences at 10 o'clock, and we have 30 minutes remaining." "Precisely," the chubby supervisor exhaled. "This is our assignment for the night. In fact, it will represent the majority of the scenarios you will encounter as personnel of the Disaster Management Bureau's execution department." He continued, somewhat regretfully, "It is not just you who are unaccustomed to this." With a tone of resignation, he added, "A walkie-talkie, a pack of cigarettes, and a day spent like this. My family thinks I've achieved great success by joining this department. Little do they know I am reduced to this disgraceful work every day." Han-Su tentatively probed, "So what exactly is peculiar about this elevator? Why are we watching it?" Upon hearing this, the camouflage man noticeably perked up his ears. The chubby supervisor hesitated, seemingly contemplating whether to divulge the answer, before whispering, "Do you know how many people have gone missing in this building this month?" Han-Su eagerly prodded, "How many?" "5. The chubby supervisor replied. "Good heavens, Ansugast." Moreover, the chubby supervisor emphasized, adopting a conspiratorial tone, "It was only after our department received a report and dispatched investigators to gather evidence that we confirmed the disappearance of 5 individuals. But who knows how many unrecorded cases have vanished here prior to that report. Of course, the missing individuals were merely a statistic, insignificant within the grand scope of the city, leaving little impact. Do you know who we are guarding against with our firearms?" "Ansu feigned apprehension." "Who?" "Those who emerged from the elevator," the chubby supervisor said, his gaze fixed intently on the dark crevice of the elevator door. "Emerge?" Han-Su looked at the elevator. Externally, it bore no distinguishing features from the typical elevators found in office buildings, appearing somewhat antiquated, seamlessly integrated into the wall alongside other elevators. Most crucially, this elevator was clearly out of service, its display panel shrouded in darkness. Furthermore, the building had long been under the watchful eye of the Security Bureau, completely vacated of staff by 6 o'clock each evening. With no one present and power cut off, whom were they guarding against? And who were they to shoot? Emerge? One of the trainees, feeling a chill, stammered, "What kind of person comes out?" "Abnormal," the chubby supervisor relished the naivete of the trainees, chuckling softly. "A being that perpetually seeks to infiltrate our reality. Most of our future work will revolve around confronting such entities." He continued, "If some monsters were to materialize from that elevator, Why are we painstakingly tasked with guarding it? Listening to his response, unease settled among the group. Yet Hansu's internal questions surfaced. Why not simply seal the elevator with concrete? The building could be demolished and buried. It's futile, the chubby supervisor replied. Since a power-cut elevator can still function at certain moments, and in an uninhabited building, individuals can still emerge from this elevator and blend into the crowd outside. Sealing it with concrete would yield no results. This entity possesses the ability to distort reality and defies logic. He emphasized, our only recourse is to adhere to the investigator's recommendations. Standing guard here at this specific time, ready to fire upon any living entities that emerge from this elevator that should not be operational. Humans are the most efficient and cost-effective resources available to confront the abnormal. Chapter 37. Too quick to react, an elevator long out of service within a building completely devoid of personnel. Who, then, could possibly emerge from the elevator? Or rather, what emerged might not even be human. Hansu was uncertain. Upon posing this question, the chubby supervisor's lips tightened, but his expression did not imply reluctance to answer. Rather, it appeared he was equally unaware. Hansu began to grasp the essence of the Disaster Management Bureau's execution personnel, regardless of how bizarre or absurd the task may be. Strict adherence to execution was paramount, and execution alone was required. Yet, a thought intruded his mind. If mere execution were the standard, perhaps individuals like the camouflage man or rigorously trained agents would be more adept. Why then did the Disaster Management Bureau seek external recruits? Might this relate to some deeper issue? Was his task merely to remain vigilant? If something were to emerge from the elevator, would they truly be expected to fire? Or, beyond merely firing, could the incantation he had mastered also be invoked at a critical juncture? Contemplating these thoughts, Hansu felt his mind nearing a breaking point. Executing such an eccentric task inevitably led to a proliferation of questions. Time passed, yet not all of his questions were answered. The chubby supervisor, as he himself stated, responded only to what he deemed necessary, shaking his head in silence for the rest. It was only at precisely 10 o'clock that he quietly issued a reminder, gripping his firearm firmly, directing it at the elevator, and fell silent. Hansu and the other trainees mirrored his actions, turning their focus toward the elevator. In that moment, the air around them seemed to grow eerily still, the already dim lights now exuding a sense of rigid and oppressive tension that permeated their surroundings. Die Sensation renderdan su acutely uneasy. He adhered to the task's requirements, fixating his gaze on the elevator, feeling that the more ordinary something appeared, the more peculiar it became in that moment. It was as if the elevator doors could swing open at any moment, and gradually, he found himself adopting the mindset that no matter what emerged from within, he would not find it surprising. Yet, time continued to elapse second by second. The walkie-talkie would issue reminders every half hour regarding the time and necessary precautions, while the chubby supervisor would respond, but Hansu and the camouflage man remained silent, as if transforming themselves into statues amidst the night. Their hands rested on the cold grips of their firearms, warmth seeping from their palms, gradually dampening the grips with perspiration. The task reminders did not prohibit restroom breaks. Yet, following the commencement of this task, all trainees remained still, united in their unspoken resolve to remain vigilant. Regardless of the bizarre nature of the task or the seemingly significant ratings, both internal and external pressures weighed heavily upon them. They preferred to endure the suffocating rigidity, remaining silent and vigilant in this peculiar environment until the clock struck 3 in the morning. Nothing had appeared. The task was concluded, and the personnel were instructed to return to base. It was not until a hoarse voice suddenly crackled through the intercom that Hansu and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to glance at the chubby boy, he noticed him already standing, prompting Hansu to stretch his stiff back and sore posterior. With a hint of disbelief, he questioned, "Is it truly over? We kept watch all night, and nothing occurred?" The other trainees around him shared a similar sentiment, their expressions a mix of peculiarity and unwilling vigilance. They had an unshakable feeling that this assessment could not be so simple. There must be a hidden issue. "What do you expect?" The chubby boy's brow quivered slightly at Hansu's words, casting him an odd look as he replied, "This state of nothingness is precisely our working norm. You know? Once something truly happens, who knows if you will ever leave this place?" Hansu paused, understanding his point. He rose to his feet and rubbed his back, asking, "So we can go back now? How will our evaluations be determined?" The chubby boy replied, "I will submit a report based on your performances. But the final decision is not mine. All I know is that the task has finally ended, and I need to prepare for a late-night snack." As he spoke, he had already stowed his intercom into his backpack. At that moment, perhaps due to the fatigue from staring at the elevator for too long, a chance to move finally presented itself. Everyone quickly rose, stretching and twisting their stiff backs, coincidentally turning away. Behind them, the unattended elevator's dark control panel unexpectedly flickered to life with a faint red glow, resembling a pair of eyes quietly opening in the shadows. The elevator shuddered slightly, the sound of steel cables vibrating subtly, and without warning, the elevator they had watched all night slowly opened a narrow gap. Inside, it was pitch dark, rendering visibility impossible. Yet, a pale hand gradually extended from the elevator, inching closer toward the chubby boy's shoulder. The camouflaged man reacted swiftly. Catching a glimpse of that ghastly white color from the corner of his eye, he instinctively spun around, drawing his handgun with a fluid motion. Bang! He fired. In a flash of gunfire, he aimed at the hand emerging from the elevator, firing repeatedly. The bullets struck with precision, shredding the hand and arm, producing a cacophony of gunfire that reverberated painfully in their ears. They heard the bullets ricochet off the elevator's metallic doors and the adjacent concrete floor. Yet there were no screams to accompany the chaos. Throughout this ordeal, Han-Soo, along with the chubby boy, had not fully grasped the situation. The latter even flinched, retreating a couple of steps while covering his ears. Once the camouflaged man had exhausted his ammunition, he paused, calmly reloading his handgun with one hand while still aiming at the elevator. His face betrayed no sign of panic. The gunfire had activated the elevator's motion sensor lights, illuminating everything before them. They beheld the elevator doors, now marred with multiple bullet holes and metal shards, with smoke still wafting in the air. However, beyond that, there was nothing, no self-operating elevator, nor any abnormal arm emerging from within. The camouflaged man scrutinized the scene for a while, confirming that no further anomalies had presented themselves before he turned slightly to the chubby boy, inquiring, "What just happened?" "You reacted quite quickly," the chubby boy replied, still gazing at the elevator. After a moment, he continued, "Your aim was also quite precise, especially in the face of danger. You remained remarkably composed, drawing your weapon, firing, and reloading with enviable steadiness." The camouflaged man maintained a stoic expression, as if such praise was inconsequential to him. The chubby boy then shook his head, stating, "In my report, I will recommend a B rating for you." Initially, the camouflaged man did not hear him clearly, but upon processing the words, his rigid face finally registered a reaction. Blinking, he turned stiffly, asking what? "The task is over?" The chubby boy, startled, took a half step back, but insisted, "Indeed. The task has concluded. Everything that transpired here is no longer our concern. We should evacuate as swiftly as possible, even if we observed an anomaly. The first course of action should be to report to the team leader and await orders before discharging our weapons, should it be necessary. These protocols are clearly outlined. Did you not remember them?" The camouflaged man remained in a state of utter astonishment, slowly shaking his head. Out of the extensive regulations, he had only managed to memorize 2 segments. The chubby boy, unfazed, shook his head again, stating, "Even if you did not memorize them, your instructors should have at least reminded you of the 2 key words. Obey orders." He cautiously surveyed the other trainees, adding, during the task, "Everything must be done as I instruct." Therefore, he paused, feeling he had elucidated sufficiently, then nodded at the camouflaged man. "I can only suggest a B rating in my report for you. You, however, are different." He turned his gaze toward the other trainees, saying, "None of you violated any protocols during the task. In the face of an unexpected but unclear anomaly, although you did draw your weapons promptly, you refrained from firing when I did not give a command. Well done." Upon hearing this, smiles crept across their faces, albeit somewhat forced. Is it possible that we simply did not react in time? Yet, the Disaster Management Bureau certainly had a curious approach. For mere executing personnel, merely understanding the rules sufficed, yet they had arranged an illusion to test them. The chubby boy pondered as he packed his belongings, casually turning away and declaring, "Let's go. It's time for a late-night snack." Many others felt relieved, some even gleefully casting glances at the camouflaged man, preparing to follow him out, when suddenly, a clear and prolonged chime resonated behind them. The chubby boy paused, turning around to see all 4 elevators flickering red, their displayed floor now matching their location. His expression turned peculiar. "Did one of you press the elevator button?" No one responded, and an inexplicable stiffness enveloped them. Inside the elevator, it felt as though winter had suddenly descended, an invisible chill creeping up their spines. Chapter 38. The foe being in the elevator, this was the sensation. It felt like returning home. As the group exchanged glances, Hansu subtly relaxed his taut nerves, letting out a contented sigh before slightly turning his head to observe his surroundings. While everyone else's gaze remained fixed on the elevator, he paid closer attention to the periphery. It felt eerily familiar. The tension and malevolence permeating this space were palpable, as if invisible threads wove through the air, stitching the entire environment together. Shadows seemed to harbor something lurking, as if they had become animated, ebbing and flowing within the darkness. Hansu recognized this feeling all too well. He had visited numerous ancient castles, and this sensation had seeped into his very marrow. It was a harbinger of distorted entities on the verge of emergence, bearing the mysterious essence that should not exist in reality. Previously, he had frequently encountered this sensation within ancient castles, yet he never anticipated that he could experience such a familiar feeling within the confines of a modern building. How to articulate it? It was akin to a nightmare he endured daily, suddenly manifesting into reality. Caution! Barely a second had elapsed, and others around him were still in a daze, many glancing towards the little chubby boy, eager to inquire, when a warning unexpectedly emerged from Hansu's lips. Simultaneously, he had drawn his firearm. With a swift motion, as if something substantial had been torn apart, the rationality of reality began to fade. In the next moment, the 4 elevators, which had remained silent throughout the night, simultaneously opened, revealing a pallid, humanoid entity that spilled out like cargo from within. The onlookers scarcely had time to react before this creature overwhelmed them, sending them tumbling to the ground. This being was sticky, distinctly humanoid in form, yet its texture was far too soft, lacking the tactile quality of human skin. One individual, in a sudden jolt, beheld the creature's face. His heart nearly leapt from his chest, for the entity bore no human visage, merely a blank, dough-like surface that twisted and wriggled grotesquely. The unimaginable transformation elicited simultaneous screams from those present. The aura of mystery and absurdity was palpable, while it was manageable from a distance upon close contact. Especially when it lunged at one's face, one would realize just how fragile one's sanity truly was. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Hansu had retreated a step prior to the elevator doors opening and, without hesitation, fired his weapon. The bullet struck the creatures, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of shattering. The doughy figure exhibited vivid wounds where skin had been torn and crimson blood erupted forth, causing the nearest entity to Hansu to stumble back as if it were a real person injured by gunfire. It was effective, yet it was inaccurate. Hansu mused internally, though his wrist trembled slightly. The figure in the black hood had informed him that the recoil would be substantial and had taught him various techniques to mitigate it. Yet he had not anticipated it would be this severe. It was merely a pistol, not an automatic weapon. Why was the recoil so pronounced? What were those researchers doing? Creak! In that fleeting moment, before anyone could react, the camouflaged man suddenly stepped forward, charging into the crowd. His remarkable reflexes allowed him to evade the throng of doughy figures pouring from the elevator. Yet he immediately spotted an academy student pinned to the ground. All 4 elevators had opened simultaneously, and the bizarre entities emerging had caught them off guard. Only Hansu, the camouflaged man, the little chubby boy, and another student who had been standing further back managed to evade. 3 students were directly crushed beneath. The camouflaged man held a gun in his hand, but hesitated, ultimately not using it. Instead, he swiftly tucked the firearm into his waist pouch, then faced the 2 pallid faces rushing towards him, stepping forward with a sharp elbow strike, his body bending like a bow, delivering a solid blow to the opponent's face. The softness of the foe's visage, devoid of bone, effectively absorbed some of his force. Yet, his elbow was undoubtedly hard, and despite the creature's pliability, it bore a waxy quality, enabling it to endure a portion of the impact, thus sending it flying. In the next instant, the camouflaged man lunged forward, kneeing another half-risen doughy figure, sending it soaring through the air. He then swiftly ducked as another Dowie entity lunged at him, colliding with it headfirst. The space around him momentarily cleared, and he quickly pulled a fallen student to his feet, tossing him aside without a second glance, while he propelled himself off a wall and leapt into the air. In that instant, it appeared as though he was traversing rooftops, taking several steps mid-air, diving deeper into the chaos, rescuing yet another student engulfed by the throng of Dowie figures, flinging him far beyond their grasp. As he touched down, he pivoted and kicked, snagging a nearby Dowie figure mid-air, delivering a powerful downward kick that sent it crashing to the ground. His movements were swift and relentless, akin to a raging bull, yet imbued with an unsettling calmness. When the camouflaged man was still, he appeared dull and cold, but once he engaged, there emanated an extraordinary aura of terror. Wherever he moved, the scattered Dowie figures were sent flying as if made of paper, forming a wide-open circle around him. The third student was on the verge of being drawn into the grasp of countless hands emerging from the elevator, yet the camouflaged man seized him by the neck, pulling him back with force, rescuing the dazed student. This fellow possessed remarkable agility. Even Han Su, observing from a distance, couldn't help but raise his brows in surprise. Indeed, he was a monster. Nearby, the student, just saved by the camouflaged man, finally found his voice, trembling as he raised his gun, fumbling to disengage the safety. Just a monster. Haven't you seen one before? Han Su reacted promptly, slapping the student's gun to the ground and admonishing, "There are people inside. Don't shoot recklessly." The student was nearly on the verge of tears. Who the hell has seen this before? After disarming the student, Han Su scanned the crowd, anxious that anyone might inadvertently fire and harm the camouflaged man, who was entangled in a struggle to save others, then shouted urgently, "Is your fist harder than a bullet? Are you not firing?" The camouflaged man caught sight of Han Su's face, recognizing the reminder, yet recalling the little chubby boy's earlier words, he hesitated. Just then, the little chubby boy seemed to arrive at a realization, shouting, "Fire! Our mission is to prevent them from escaping." "No," he called out again, hastily advising, "Be careful. Don't harm our own." Bang, bang, bang. Inside the throng of Dowie figures, the camouflaged man finally ceased hesitating, elbowing one creature away while drawing his gun with determination. It was as if he had activated a lethal machine. In an instant, he was firing headshots, toppling several Dowie figures to the ground. As he shot, he also fought his way out. But at that moment, as the elevator doors opened and closed, an overwhelming number of figures surged forth, even more bizarre than before. Nearly devoid of human form, dozens of twisted arms, seemingly fused together through some grotesque procedure, flailed wildly, grasping at the camouflaged man's shoulders, arms, and back, even attempting to seize the gun from his grasp. The camouflaged man twisted his body, elbowing away a majority of them, desperately attempting to escape. Yet from within the elevator, even more hands reached out, grabbing onto him, trying to drag him back inside. In that instant, Han Su suddenly stepped forward, gun still in hand, instinctively extending his left hand to grasp the camouflaged man's palm, pulling with all his strength. To his astonishment, he discovered the camouflaged man's weight was immense. It was unfathomable how strong those arms were. He not only failed to pull the camouflaged man forward, but felt as though he might be dragged in as well. However, amid the heightened tension, Han Su's focus sharpened onto the pressure building in his left hand. Unbeknownst to him, the scar on the back of his left hand suddenly throbbed with pain. The cross-shaped scar, in this dimly lit place, unexpectedly glinted with a hint of bronze, as if it were not merely a result of flesh and blood, but rather a peculiar scar cast in some strange copper. Han Su felt his mental energy, which he had focused on this scar, gradually depleting. At the same moment, his left hand became oddly rigid, powerful, as if it had transformed from flesh into a mechanical entity forged from copper. Grasping the hand of the camouflaged man, he crushed it with a resounding crack of bones. And in the next instant, he pushed off the ground with his right foot, yanking the camouflaged man, who weighed at least 200 pounds, from the crowd and hurling him over his head, where he landed outside the throng. Chapter 39. The assessment. Is this the capability of my left hand? Though there was no manifestation of mental infiltration, it seemed I possessed an extraordinary strength. No, there was still a depletion of mental energy, but compared to a direct intrusion into reality, this consumption was significantly reduced and more subtle. In that moment, Han Su became acutely aware of the anomaly in his left hand. While he had previously attempted to harness it in silence, he had never found the opportunity. Now, this newfound convenience was rather surprising. If he were to utilize the power of his right eye, the commotion would undoubtedly be substantial, attracting immediate attention. Yet, the strength of his left hand went unnoticed by others. Perhaps the only irregularity would be that Han-Su appeared somewhat stronger, but with careful control. It would not seem too outrageous. Even the camouflaged man, once pulled out, rolled over and landed steadily on the ground, revealing 5 white marks imprinted by Han-Su's grip on his palm. He rubbed his arm, nodded at Han-Su, and remarked, "You may be slender, but your strength is remarkable. These beings are too fierce. Retreat, retreat." At that moment, the chubby leader, seeing that the camouflaged man had been rescued, immediately shouted and rushed toward the stairway. However, upon reaching the stairway, he abruptly turned and stood firm, exclaiming, "Stay here. We must not allow the imposters to escape. If they enter society, they will evolve into humans." But as he shouted to retreat, the panicked recruits surged forward, and by the time he stood his ground, the invisible terror had engulfed them, leaving no one willing to stop as they desperately scrambled into the corridor. Some even stumbled and fell down the stairs in a chaotic tumble. Only Han-Su and the camouflage man paused beside the chubby leader, one on the left and one on the right, raising their weapons. The camouflage man had no bullets left in his gun, but Han-Su picked one up from the ground and handed it to him. Before them stood a dense crowd of Dowie beings, emerging one after another from the elevator, marching in unison towards them. As they distanced themselves from the elevator, the changes in their bodies became apparent. Initially, they resembled soft, bizarre dough, entirely waxy and pale. Gradually, black hues began to emerge, and their facial features began to take shape. At first glance, they seemed to resemble a group of humans dressed in black suits. The closer they approached, the more human-like they appeared. The intangible strangeness and oppressive aura pressed in layers, even causing Han-Su, without chanting any incantations, to feel a flow of mental energy. Yet he restrained himself, silently contemplating. So, this is actually an assessment? The chubby leader's acting was terribly poor. He had initially portrayed it convincingly, perhaps unaware of this arrangement. However, after the appearance of these imposters, he had not once inquired via the radio, seemingly stunned as if listening to voices in his earpiece. Thus, this had been an assessment all along. Given that it was an assessment, it was naturally imperative not to utilize the powers of his right eye. Han-Su gritted his teeth in silence, displaying a facade of fearlessness as he aimed his gun at the imposters with an exceptionally professional stance. However, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he switched to holding the gun with his left hand. Though he was not left-handed, the change felt exceedingly unnatural. Yet his left hand exuded an unusual steadiness and strength. As he aimed at the imposters, bullets poured forth, remarkably eliminating any recoil. Am I truly a shooting prodigy? Han-Su was astonished beyond measure, feeling as if his left hand held the gun with extraordinary steadiness, akin to operating a machine. Although his aiming skills and shooting experience still required refinement, he could already foresee the tremendous enhancement in his shooting talent once he became accustomed to this hand. Amidst his astonishment, he remained composed, pondering. If this is an assessment, will it conclude here, or will there be further arrangements awaiting? Such remarkable talent. Meanwhile, within the Disaster Management Bureau's base, Zhang Qigua and a group of staff members observed the footage from the surveillance cameras, their faces alight with unexpected delight. It seemed they had not anticipated Han-Su's outstanding performance. Even those who had been aware of the existence of surreal horrors prior to joining the Bureau often faltered in the face of such shocking revelations, their legs trembling. Normally, displaying composure in the presence of such entities would merit a C rating. Understanding the captain's commands and executing them smoothly would earn a B. However, these two not only evaded all potential risks but even intervened to rescue other recruits, maintaining their rationality throughout this bizarre ordeal. Truly, they were the epitome of innate investigators. Indeed, their skills were commendable, and their shooting talent was impressive. Among the crowd of admirers, a bald man spoke sincerely. This young man is truly deserving of Zhang's attention. Initially, when Zhang intended to give him an A rating, I thought he was attempting to pull strings. It seems my judgment was lacking. Although his intuitive sense is low, he is precisely suited for such tasks. Indeed, Zhang's discerning eye is unparalleled. As he reflected on this, Zhang Qigua's brow involuntarily twitched. Call. Yes, received. Meanwhile, during the overall confrontation with the imposters, the chubby leader continued to shout animatedly. Although his voice was loud, his actions were minimal, as he focused his attention more on Han, Su, and the camouflage man. Occasionally, when an imposter drew too close, he would effortlessly fire a shot, invariably hitting the targets accurately. Observing these two shoot calmly and decisively, he felt admiration mixed with a hint of dread. The soldier was understandable, given his professional training. But the other one, who had never handled a gun before, dared to fire relentlessly at entities that were increasingly human-like. He even smiled, his lips curling more than the gun could suppress. They say one of the new recruits carries the burden of numerous lives. Could it be him? This line of thought persisted until he heard a voice crackling through his earpiece, prompting him to shake his head vigorously and call out to Han Su and the camouflage man. Stop! Be alert! Han Su and the camouflage man immediately ceased firing. Even as they watched the imposters draw nearer, some of them now opening their eyes. The colors on their bodies became increasingly vivid, even beginning to form the folds and lines of suits, while above their heads, the once bleached pallor transformed, revealing eerie strands of black that resembled hair. Indeed, as the chubby leader had said, they seemed to be evolving into humans. Clothing was beginning to manifest on their bodies, hair was sprouting atop their heads, and some had even evolved to don glasses, leather shoes, and pink socks. The stout boy took a bold step forward, drawing a dagger with one hand while raising the other. He slashed the blade across his palm, blood immediately seeping forth, and with his own blood as ink, he drew a straight line on the ground. The figures, moving swiftly towards him, seemed poised to cross this sanguine boundary, yet they abruptly halted, as if the bloodline bore an oppressive weight for them. Standing before the crimson line, the stout boy quietly uttered a brief, yet profoundly enigmatic phrase, causing the very air around to tremble slightly. A bizarre scene unfolded. The bloodline he had inscribed appeared to come alive, writhing and twisting, resembling a mass of red ants that began to advance slowly in tandem with his forward steps. As the bloodline moved forth, the figures recoiled. It seemed the stout boy intended to force them back into the elevator using this method, but at that moment, the elevator chimed unexpectedly. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of wax figures erupted from within, resembling a tide of white that swept forward, engulfing the preceding wax figures in a frenzy. The bloodline established by the stout boy was instantly overwhelmed and shattered. Not good, it's unstoppable, the stout boy exclaimed, waving his bleeding palm as he sidestepped, seemingly bracing for the onslaught of the wax figures. Observing this situation, the camouflaged man rushed forward to aid the stout boy, who was on the brink of being trapped. So that's how it is, Han Su discerned instantly. The final step of the assessment was to observe how the students would react when the defensive line faltered. He sees the camouflaged man commanding, "Fall back." The camouflaged man hesitated, confusion etched on his face. Just moments ago, Han Su had saved his life amidst the chaos, fostering a sense of trust, yet this command left him perplexed. However, Han Su had no time to elaborate. He forcefully pulled the camouflaged man backward. About 4 or 5 meters behind them, a row of stainless steel retractable barriers was embedded in the ceiling of the corridor, a detail Han Su had noted upon arrival. A basic precaution for someone accustomed to navigating the ancient castle. As the wax figures multiplied, Han Su dragged the camouflaged man to the barriers, leaping up to pull them down with force, sealing off the corridor. A cacophony of thuds echoed as the figures were trapped behind the barriers, alongside the bewildered stout boy, who protested, "What are you doing? I'm still inside." Chapter 40. Assessment results. He remained inside. Even the camouflaged man outside was momentarily stunned, then turned to Han Su with a serious expression. Han Su merely cast him a cold glance, stating, "If you're dissatisfied, feel free to open this barrier yourself." The camouflaged man furrowed his brow, contemplating Han Su's words. After a moment, he boldly declared, "If you're scared, just hide behind. I said I'd take the lead in a crisis." He then attempted to pull the barrier open, intending to rescue the stout boy trapped within, while Han Su simply stood aside, allowing the scene to unfold, believing that the assessment had reached its natural conclusion. Indeed, when the stout boy saw Han Su lower the barrier, his expression remained blank, but upon witnessing the camouflaged man's intentions, he visibly panicked, instinctively urging caution. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, raising his hands high and shouting, "That's enough! It should end now!" Amidst his shout, faintly discernible syllables escaped his lips, and the tension in the air reemerged. The bloodline he had previously drawn, which had been disrupted by the figures, suddenly coalesced once more, advancing towards the barriers and encircling all the figures within. Remarkably, the bloodline grew increasingly distinct. Han-Su focused intently, observing that the stout boy's palm continued to bleed, the blood fortifying the line, which rapidly constricted. As the bloodline tightened, the figures were compelled to retreat, inexorably pushed back towards the elevator. Their suits and features, which had begun to manifest, swiftly deteriorated as they retreated, reverting to their original formless state. They were forced into the elevator, and, as the doors closed, the red light on the display flickered and vanished, plunging the elevator into darkness. At that moment, the stout boy halted, panting heavily, turning to the camouflaged man who still held the barrier, saying, Do you only remember the good and forget the bad?" The camouflaged man stood there bewildered. So this was the true conclusion? Meanwhile, Han-Su, having sealed the barrier, felt a sense of accomplishment, neither stopping the camouflaged man nor firing again. Simply observing the stout boy's actions, intrigued by his mysterious blood, he began to glean insights into the ultimate purpose of this assessment. What aspect of their potential did the Disaster Management Bureau truly wish to observe? Initially, Han-Su could understand why the camouflage man's premature gunfire had diminished his evaluation. Having experienced the Dark Castle, he recognized that obedience was as crucial as intelligence, courage, and ability. Yet, the abrupt introduction of the wax figures after establishing control over the camouflage man raised questions about their intent. When confronting the grotesque, the imperative was to sever. The stout boy chided the camouflaged man. "Did you ever consider the consequences of unleashing the grotesque to save me? What if the world ends? What if I dock your pay?" His loud reprimand left the camouflaged man stunned, appearing somewhat lost in his towering stature. His admonishment also caused the other panicked team members to regain their senses, peeking cautiously from the stairwell. Han-Su, perceiving the camouflaged man's discomfort, intervened. "Captain, what exactly emerged from that elevator?" The stout boy, still irate with the camouflaged man, shot a glare at Han-Su, stating, "You can interpret it as a shadow, or a negative force capable of distorting reality, or even as a buried deity. In any case, they will endeavor to infiltrate our reality by any means necessary. Our task is to identify them, trace their origins, and disrupt their infiltration while eliminating any witnesses." He shot Han-Su an accusatory look. While he was dissatisfied with the camouflaged man's actions, he acknowledged that despite his mistakes, he had saved his life, whereas Han-Su had directly imprisoned him. The memory of the camouflaged man's decisive action in lowering the barrier sent a shiver down his spine. What a bizarre situation. Did the Disaster Management Bureau now prioritize ability over morality in their recruitment? Infiltrating reality? Ansu so sharpened. It seemed the Disaster Management Bureau possessed an extraordinary capability to permeate reality through psychological means. The bizarre phenomenon seemed eager to infiltrate reality. Could there be a connection? However, it was evident that the chubby boy had no intention of elaborating. Currently, he was still undergoing assessments, and with the ratings yet to be released, asking too many questions might jeopardize his evaluation. Thus, Han-Su chose to refrain from further inquiries. Of course, it was mainly due to his observation that the chubby boy's mood appeared rather dismal. This had no bearing on Han-Su, as he was undoubtedly the best performer among this group of trainees. The performance of the others, in contrast, was quite frustrating. As usual, he followed the bespectacled chubby boy downstairs and, along with the others, boarded the business vehicle awaiting them below. The journey was silent, and upon returning to the base, Han-Su unexpectedly spotted Zhang Qiguo waiting for them. Zhang's demeanor was remarkably cheerful as he approached Han-Su, clapping him on the shoulder and exclaiming, "I never anticipated that you would perform so well in the assessment. You are quite suited for this line of work. Once the groups are assigned, I shall be at ease." With a glance at the camouflage-clad man and several other trainees nearby, he produced an item from his pocket and slipped it into Han-Su's. "Take this. As the training nears its conclusion, fostering good relations with your colleagues is essential." Han-Su looked down and couldn't help but smile. This item was indeed a powerful tool for networking. After they surrendered their firearms and remaining ammunition, they returned to the training room, finding all the trainees already assembled. The numbers were intact, indicating no casualties, and no one appeared injured, perhaps suggesting that each group had satisfactorily completed their tasks. Yet, the expressions on their faces were perplexing. Some looked triumphant, others appeared distressed, and a few bore traces of lingering terror. It seemed that during this training, they had encountered some incomprehensible occurrences. There were likely many who had been so frightened that they had lost composure and fled. Those who had qualified to participate in this training had, to some extent, prepared for such sights, yet the visceral experience still elicited an indescribable strangeness. It felt as if, from that moment forth, normal life had irrevocably distanced itself. Initially, the instructor had reassured them that the benefit of training within the Disaster Management Bureau was that no matter their performance, expulsion was not an option, a seemingly favorable circumstance. However, after witnessing such phenomena firsthand, perceptions shifted. If they were to constantly engage with such entities in the future, it would be better to expedite their own dismissal. The assessment results for execution had been finalized. At that moment, the instructor, seated at the front, turned to the last two trainees who had entered. You may freely engage in activities for half an hour. Once prepared, you will undergo the final assessment, which revolves around the code of conduct. Once this result is determined, all your evaluation outcomes will be displayed, and you will subsequently be assigned to various groups based on these evaluations. Of course, if anyone prefers to bypass the formality and commence the code assessment directly, the venue is prepared for you. The trainees exchanged glances, and many who had previously appeared despondent suddenly altered their expressions, hastily retrieving the code of conduct to begin memorizing it. At this juncture, the man in the white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses declared, "I am ready. Let me go first." Han Su was momentarily taken aback, recalling that this individual had been the first to abandon the code when it was distributed. He had not observed him studying diligently like the others. Now, he sought to be the first to proceed. Was he giving up? Amidst the astonished gazes, the bespectacled man entered the adjacent room. Minutes passed, and after approximately 10 minutes, he emerged, revealing his results displayed above him. Codename: Doctor, Conduct, A Insight, A Adaptability, A Interruption, Cipher, Execution, A Additional Evaluation. None. A buzz of excitement erupted among the trainees. Many wide-eyed in disbelief. What? He achieved 4 A's right off the bat? This was curious, as this individual had seemingly not dedicated much time to studying the code. Amidst the astonished gazes, the man returned with a relaxed expression. Han Su nudged him and said, "Friend, you only glanced at the code for half an hour, right? You hardly seemed to study it. Was it that simple?" "Not quite," the man replied, adjusting his glasses with a raised finger. "There is an even higher S-level evaluation. But given that I only spent half an hour a week ago, achieving a level was the best I could do." Ansu sen something amis. Nearby, the camouflage-clad man, who had only turned 3 pages of the code, shook his head in resignation and stood up to head into the room. He returned in 3 minutes, revealing his results. Codename: Black Tiger. Conduct: C. Insight: C. Adaptability: Interruption: A. Cipher: C. Execution: B. Additional Evaluation. None. Once again, the room erupted in chatter, with many eyes reflecting envy. 2 A's is impressive. Yet, the camouflage man appeared dissatisfied, taking a seat in silence. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Han Su, nodding in acknowledgement, as if a profound sense of self-inspiration had ignited within him. The girl in the black hood was the third to enter. Her expression revealed pressure, as if she had finally made a resolute decision. Ultimately, she set aside her doubts and walked into the room. Approximately 10 minutes later, she emerged, with her results flashing above her. Codename: Crow. Conduct: C. Insight. A. Adaptability, A. Interruption, A. Cipher, Execution, A. Additional Evaluation. As a commotion ensued outside, as disbelief swept through the crowd. 2 A's and 2 S's? How is that possible? Soon, others recognized the anomaly, while everyone else had 6 results. The instructor had initially mentioned 6 training categories. How could she display 7? Only the girl in the black hood seemed somewhat dissatisfied, her gaze lingering on the C-level evaluation with a profound sense of shame. As other trainees began to enter the adjacent room, one after another, their results emerged, revealing that the vast majority had failed to attain even a single A, with an array of B's and C's dominating the outcomes. D ratings were notably rare, as the Disaster Management Bureau seemed to have a tendency to avoid assigning D-level evaluations. A few who had exhibited unusual performance during the Sci-Fi training and had left the training early now returned with commendable results, exhibiting newfound confidence. As the time drew near, Hansu rose to join the queue, proceeding into the adjacent room. The room was devoid of any occupants, save for a long table upon which sat a machine intricately connected by innumerable wires. The machine's display screen flashed a sequence of text. Greetings, Shuyuan Hansu. I am Miss I. I will assess your performance in the evaluation task, along with your aptitude for cryptic incantations. And I will provide a final assessment and grouping recommendations based on the evaluation reports submitted by the staff. Do you have any questions? Hansu could only shake his head, responding with a simple no. Please proceed to the final assessment task and demonstrate your understanding of the operational behavior manual for personnel. The screen flickered again, displaying. The entire manual comprises 567 words. If you can recite it verbatim, you will be classified as S-level. Comprehension of all stipulations and the ability to accurately recount their contents qualifies you as a level. May I inquire about your progress? Hansu replied honestly. I have only memorized the first section of the operational regulations. The subsequent 3 chapters have only skimmed through and have a general understanding of their topics. The screen momentarily flashed a string of data before revealing B-level. Shortly thereafter, a new line of text appeared. Please answer the following 3 questions in sequence. With 30 seconds to contemplate each, were the weaknesses of the pseudomen encountered during the internship task? How do they change upon entering reality? Hansu focused slightly, recalling his recent observations, and answered sequentially. Their weakness lies in the chest. Initially, their appearance changes to resemble clothing, then facial features emerge, and finally, true eyes, nostrils, and mouths develop. After a moment's thought, he added, the closer they become to human form, the more susceptible they are to bullets. It seems their weakness shifts from the chest to the head, as if they have learned to be human but have also absorbed human vulnerabilities. The text flickered again. Please explain why. When the pseudomen were about to breach the defenses, you can find your team leader within the iron bars alongside the pseudomen. Hansu responded, because the team leader had initially stated the need to prevent these entities from infiltrating reality, and at that moment, it was clear we could no longer hold them back, so I had no choice but to lock him in with those pseudomen. The text flickered once more. Having made a decision, why did you not stop your teammate from attempting to raise the iron bars again, an action contrary to your own? Hansu thought to himself, because I don't want to meddle, but verbally he replied, because that would lead to conflict. If we resorted to infighting due to differing ideologies, the outcome could be that I stopped him, or he might have killed me, resulting in a loss of strength. The text began to flicker intensely, as if vast amounts of data were being processed. After approximately 2 seconds, another line of text appeared. Please deduce based on normal reasoning. Is the issue with the elevator or the building itself? The questions were quite straightforward, seemingly assessing their attention to detail regarding the pseudomen and the logical deductions derived from their observations. For Hansu, this was akin to a familiar expedition through a low-level castle, each adventure therein far surpassing the challenges posed by the Disaster Management Bureau's evaluation. After providing his answers, the display screen initiated the final inquiry. Do you have a preferred codename, Shuyuan Hansu? Personnel within the Disaster Management Bureau are accustomed to operating under codenames, which serve as a protective measure for personal information. The final codename will be derived from the student's preferences and behavioral performance and, once chosen, cannot be altered. A codename? Hansu pondered seriously for a moment, conjured an appealing one, and then exited the room. Outside, numerous individuals were anxiously observing the electronic information panel above his head, quickly noting the assessment results flashing within. Codename, TOFA regulations, B insight, a response, an interdiction, a cryptography, execution, a additional assessment, none. Goodness, a 5A candidate? The expressions of those present shifted to one of incredulity at the revelation. If one were to dismiss the bespectacled man or the soldier just returned from the battlefield, how could this individual, burdened with responsibilities, possibly merit such high praise? No, wait, his codename. My heavens, does even the Disaster Management Bureau acknowledge the transgressions he has committed? The students fell into a stunned silence, and even Hansu, having turned around, was momentarily bewildered. What the heck? Wasn't my desired code, name shimmering handsome man, who labeled me as Tofu? In another office, upon witnessing the results, Zhang Qigua spat out his tea in surprise. After awkwardly wiping himself down, he regained his composure and mused. Could there be a mistake? No way, replied the bald researcher, his admiration for Zhang Qihua unwavering. This report is based on our data, and Miss I makes the judgment. She will not err. Even our reports merely serve to advise her. Since she adopted it, it indicates her belief in the accuracy of our assessments. Indeed, Zhang, that was remarkable. I nearly made a blunder. Amid the bald researcher's praise and admiration, Zhang Qihua was already drenched in cold sweat, inwardly regretting. Oh no, initially, I feared he would receive a low rating and be relegated to D5 or D6. But now it seems he has become too high profile. One cannot recklessly wield their authority. I should have downgraded his intuitive abilities to D-level. However, as this slight remorse blossomed in his heart, he instinctively leaned forward and tapped a few times on the monitor, causing the footage of Han Su during the elevator assessment to replay once more. Zhang Qihua had lost count of how many times he had viewed these clips, admiring each of Han Su's movements and reactions in the face of those entities. Aside from the phantom cargo truck, this was his first encounter with such beings. Yet Han Su displayed remarkable rationality and precise judgment. Although his stance was somewhat awkward during his first use of a firearm, he demonstrated exceptional shooting talent. Notably, his unhesitating decision to confine the team leader within the bars also garnered Zhang Qihua's admiration, stirring a sense of excitement within him. I initially thought that his situation upon entering the Disaster Management Bureau would not be favorable. Even agreeing to converse with him was merely a means of consolation, as I believed he would not survive a month if I revealed what I knew. However, given his displayed qualities, he is certainly worthy of placement in Group D2. Perhaps there are indeed matters he is entitled to know. Chapter 42, The Tools of the Trade. 5As. After emerging, Han Su glanced back at the figures on the display screen, slightly astonished before nodding. This evaluation mechanism is rather fair. In the midst of the astonished gazes surrounding him, he remained remarkably composed, returning to his seat as the staff collected the manual before him. Suddenly, he turned to a few others and said, "Now that the assessments are complete, there will be some time to spare. Would anyone care for a smoke?" I noticed a smoking area nearby when I came in. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man, the camouflage soldier, and a slender, greasy-haired young man exchanged glances, briefly taken aback, before nodding in agreement. Han Su led them away from the training room and into the emergency passage opposite the elevator, retrieving the workplace tool that Zhang Qihua had given him, a pack of cigarettes. The pack was half full, accompanied by a plastic lighter. Han Su divided a cigarette among them and lit it. "How did you bring this in?" The man known as Mikai Bing, or by the codename Hey Hu, took a deep breath and remarked, "I thought I would only be able to smoke after getting out. I had a pack when I entered, but it was taken by the staff." Han Su replied, "I have acquaintances here. He gave it to me." At that moment, the man with gold-rimmed glasses suddenly fixed his gaze on Han Su and asked, "You must be quite familiar with this place by now. What exactly does the Disaster Management Bureau deal with?" Han Su smiled faintly and replied, "I merely have some connections. It hardly counts as an advantage." He then turned to the others and added, "Rather, why don't you tell me what brought you here? For those things that are inaccessible outside." The man codenamed Bo Shur, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stated, "I noticed early on that something was amiss in this world, be it the rumor experts fervently promoted by the media, the bizarre reports in certain tabloids, or the pamphlets secretly distributed by religious zealots. Even historical research has turned into a taboo, requiring certain qualifications and background checks to participate. Yet, no matter how hard I searched outside, I found no leads. I sensed a colossal entity that was obstructing and erasing all the clues I could find, deliberately creating a facade of reality and rationality. Thus, I delved deeper, shifting my focus from investigating those strange phenomena to uncovering this massive entity. That's when I discovered the Disaster Management Bureau, and I signed up." The others looked at him in astonishment. This individual had managed to uncover the existence of the Disaster Management Bureau on his own and then chose to enlist. At this juncture, the man codenamed Hey Hu slowly spoke. "I do not know what I am facing, but my unit has fought a rather peculiar battle. My brothers were killed by a group of fanatics who capture living sacrifices in the wilderness, despite being unarmed. I was shot in the head. It was the greatest loss I have ever suffered. Upon my return, my superior asked if I sought vengeance, to which I replied affirmatively, and thus he brought me here. I am not like you. You are all formidable individuals. Then the most unassuming and slender boy spoke up. He was codenamed Shu Biao and received an A in one category while scoring mostly CS with very few BS. He was not well acquainted with the others, but followed them upon hearing there was smoking involved. He shrank back slightly and murmured, I only know that this place is related to certain mysterious phenomena and lost civilizations. I discovered this by hacking into a prominent figure's email. The reason I came here is quite simple. I am afflicted with a disease, and under the current medical system, I have less than 2 years to live. However, a certain technological artifact unearthed from the radiated era could save me. Unfortunately, everything from that era has been sealed away, and my only option to access these items is to join the Disaster Management Bureau and serve. As long as I do not perish in the field, I can utilize that technology to extend my life. The others listened, momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to console him. Hansu took another cigarette from his pack and offered it to him kindly, saying, While you can smoke, you should enjoy it. The slender boy accepted the cigarette with a complex expression. So, we have indeed come to the right place, Hansu remarked leisurely as he shared a smoke with them. Then turned to Hei Hu and said, You seek vengeance. Thus, mastering those mysterious powers is of utmost importance to you. When the opportunity arises, I will provide it. Hei Hu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond as he removed his hat and tousled his hair. A prominent scar graced the left side of his forehead as he stammered, Thank you. Hansu continued, A person as astute as you must possess a strong curiosity. Should there be anything requiring intellect, do not hesitate to introduce it to him. It will not only assist us, but also satiate his curiosity to the greatest extent. The man with gold-rimmed glasses expressed his surprise and sighed. Indeed, I often shy away from trouble, yet if something truly intriguing arises, I would willingly pay to be involved. As for you, focus on your work. Hansu patted the shoulder of the slender boy, saying, As long as you demonstrate your worth. The Disaster Management Bureau would hardly let you go easily. This step you have taken is undoubtedly the right one. The slender boy, who previously appeared anxious, now seemed moved by these words. Arriving in a new environment would inevitably present numerous opportunities. The chances encountered by an individual are limited, and those suitable for them even scarcer. But if we look out for one another, it is as if each of us has gained many more opportunities. Hansu smiled and added, Of course, we are merely strangers crossing paths. There is no need for mutual constraints. Once we have navigated the newcomer phase, it will ultimately depend on whose path unfolds more expansively. His words left the group contemplative. No one rejected the idea of camaraderie. Yet nobody wished to be ensnared by an inexplicable circle immediately. Hansu's remarks had indeed comforted the hearts of those present. However, he himself took this matter lightly, considering it merely a routine action. Back at the castle, he had put in considerable effort to persuade other children to escape with him. In comparison to that, he could only say, Adults are much easier to coax than children. The newcomer phase was not so easily traversed. Just then, a voice emerged. It was the woman clad in a black hooded cloak who had now removed her hood, revealing a refreshing short haircut. She stood a short distance away, appearing as if she wanted to approach but felt somewhat shy. The others looked up at her, feeling a bit awkward, while the evaluations of the others varied slightly. This individual was a paragon with 2 S's and 4 A's, evoking a sense of unattainable grandeur with just a glance. For those who had already ventured partially into the realm of the mysterious, she exuded an aura of profound enigma. Only Hansu, glancing at her, gestured towards his pack of cigarettes, asking, Care for a smoke? The hooded girl shyly replied, I don't smoke. Hansu encouraged, You could learn. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped forward, reaching out to take one, but Hansu withdrew it, saying, Perhaps not. Smoking leads to an early demise. This statement rendered the other students, who were holding cigarettes, somewhat awkward. As Hansu put away the cigarettes, he turned to the hooded girl, or Miss Wuya, and smiled. We are all newcomers and truly unfamiliar with the Disaster Management Bureau. You seem quite knowledgeable, however. The short-haired Wuya shook her head and replied, I am not well acquainted with the Disaster Management Bureau, but I possess a modicum of familiarity with the mysterious world. I only recall my mentor telling me that passing the Disaster Management Bureau's assessment merely grants one the opportunity to legally engage with surreal matters. The following steps are, in fact, the most perilous. The field agents serve as the first line of defense against mysterious infiltrations and are expendable bricks for those entities attempting to breach into reality. Ordinary people are not the most dangerous. Those who truly comprehend them are not the most perilous either. The most dangerous individuals are those who have merely dipped a toe into the waters, which is us. While some did not fully grasp her meaning regarding the infiltration defense line and expendable bricks, her calm tone stirred an inexplicable sense of unease among the group. In the midst of this silence, Han-Su found the girl increasingly intriguing. Suddenly, he smiled and interjected, "In light of this, it seems even more essential for us to engage in discussions with one another." As if recalling something, he turned to the man with gold-rimmed glasses and inquired, "Is it permissible for field agents to discuss matters privately?" Jinsi Yinjing Diantou. "As long as Miss AI does not catch us, there shall be no problem." "That is good." Han-Su smiled and nodded. "Once we finish dividing into groups and retrieve our phones, shall we create a group chat?" Initially, gathering those around him based on his performance in this evaluation seemed rather challenging, as his exhibited capabilities did not exert much influence over others. However, with the arrival of this enigmatic figure clad in a black hood, or rather, the Wu Yao Xiao Jie, the entire situation began to unfold logically. Chapter 43. The two great tools of the investigator training concluded, and everyone hurried back. The notion of solidarity, cooperation, and mutual care was merely an unspoken understanding, quickly interrupted by a gruff voice. "Is this a place where you can smoke? You have yet to become investigators. Do not appear so languid." The crowd hastily extinguished their cigarettes and returned to the training room, where they found staff members had already arranged a series of black leather cases on the table. The instructor, standing with arms crossed, coldly addressed the group. "Your training is now complete, and your group assignments have been finalized. From this point onward, you shall each report solely to your respective task leaders or the investigators who have summoned you, awaiting orders at all times. The arrangements for each group differ. Groups D1 and D2 do not have task leaders. They will form teams independently and are not required to remain at the base. After training, they will return to society and receive directives directly from the Disaster Management Bureau, with their completed tasks contributing to individual evaluations. Groups D3 and D4 will operate in pairs, serving 4 days a week at the Disaster Management Bureau, but are not required to stay at the base during other times, though they must remain vigilant and respond immediately to any tasks. Groups D5 and D6, however, cannot leave after training. They must remain at the base, ready to heed instructions. Regardless of whether they stay at the base for unified training or are allowed to leave for independent activities, none may divulge any information pertaining to the base. Any violation of these rules will result in demotion, potentially leading to placement in D5 or D6, or even a direct drop to D7, resulting in a permanent loss of personal freedom. Do you understand? The reactions below were far from the anticipated enthusiasm. Each face bore a peculiar expression. Why is there such a disparity in treatment among different groups? Is there such a clear hierarchy upon entering the Disaster Management Bureau? Especially for D5 and D6, the lack of freedom is akin to being imprisoned, is it not? Is one's status within the Bureau directly tied to the degree of freedom enjoyed? Excellent. The instructor nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the array of black cases on the table, stating, "Task personnel are considered half investigators, particularly in groups D1 and D2, which are regarded as trainee investigators. Now, I can also reveal to you, investigators are responsible for eliminating those supernatural entities that ought not to exist in reality, halting their proliferation, along with those who believe in their existence, as they too are part of the dissemination and must be eradicated. As investigators, you shall possess two formidable tools at all times. This box contains these two powerful instruments, which will soon be distributed to you as a graduation gift from the training institution. Are these tools firearms?" Han-Su thought of the items confiscated after the evaluation, feeling a flicker of intrigue. At that moment, the instructor casually opened one of the boxes and turned to the audience, unveiling, "This is a device to ensure your safety, to subdue enemies or other supernatural entities when necessary." As he spoke, he picked up a black object, pressed a button, and a crackling sound erupted from the tip. His voice tinged with excitement. The Thunder 101 high-voltage electric baton delivers an incapacitating shock of 20,000 volts, complemented by a 4W bright light and a 110 decibel deterrent alarm. This 3-in-1 self-defense design is suitable for various scenarios, including community security, impoverished households, long-haul truck drivers, and eccentric investigators. With a lightweight composite structure of only 700 grams for easy portability, capable of lasting 36 hours on a full charge. Henceforth, I require you to carry it with you at all times. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions fell flat. What the hell after all that talk? You present us with a mere electric baton? Meanwhile, amidst the astonished faces, the Weiyao quietly marveled. The investigator's specialized weapon, known as the Sword of Mystery, is a highly lethal tool. This is the so-called specialized weapon for investigators? Hansu glanced at her. Having just returned together, she stood beside him. During the previous evaluation task, we were at least issued a gun. Yet now, upon officially joining, we receive an electric baton. Who are you trying to fool? I am not quite certain, Weiyao admitted somewhat shyly, offering a low explanation. My aunt once told me that true investigators disdain the use of firearms. They consider guns to be classical, crude weapons of low logic. Firstly, using a gun creates too much noise. Even with a silencer, the sound is too conspicuous. Furthermore, employing a firearm against an enemy often exposes oneself to their gaze, which is a significant vulnerability in battles of the mystical nature. Therefore, among the investigators I know, few are equipped with guns. Of course, once one reaches the investigator level, applying for a firearm is a relatively easy matter. However, the paperwork for ammunition is far too cumbersome. She spoke with such earnestness. Hansu felt a twinge of surprise. At least for now, he still found it difficult to grasp how an electric baton could rival the importance of a gun. However, placing himself in the scenario, had he still been within the dark castle, he could somewhat comprehend that, in that place, facing numerous monsters, the utility of an electric baton versus firearms might not seem so disparate, although he had yet to experience the thrill of unleashing a machine gun upon monsters. Now, what is the second great tool? The expressions of the other trainees mirrored Hansu's, revealing a shared sense of bewilderment and disappointment. Yet someone still mustered the energy to inquire. That would be this identification. The instructor lifted a black-covered credential, presenting it to the crowd, and solemnly stated, "This credential bears the steel seal of the Disaster Management Bureau, and you must carry it with you at all times. But be extremely cautious not to let outsiders see it. In critical moments, when you receive an urgent task or face a sudden situation requiring action, this is when you will present this credential. Once this credential is displayed, you will possess temporary legal immunity." Initially, upon seeing the credential, the crowd wore expressions of slight disappointment until they heard this statement, which piqued some interest. What exactly does legal immunity entail? The instructor glanced at the inquirer, responding, "Running a red light incurs no penalties." The crowd was momentarily stunned. This implies that Jin Si Yin Jing, with a contemplative demeanor, slowly spoke. By the same reasoning, does that mean murder is also not a crime? The instructor exhaled slowly and nodded. Correct. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere buzzed with astonished chatter, every face revealing extraordinary disbelief. Yet, it is merely the standard legal immunity of society. The instructor raised his voice, his expression serious as he admonished. Once this credential is presented, you will only be bound by the internal rules of the Disaster Management Bureau. You may indeed run red lights outside, or even commit murder. However, all actions taken outside must be reported back to the Bureau, explaining the reasons. And only upon approval from the upper echelons of the Bureau will your actions be deemed legitimate. Should you exceed the upper management's tolerance, even if you evade external legal consequences, you shall face even harsher penalties within the Bureau. Thus, do not truly consider yourselves to wield supreme power. Quite the contrary. You will find many watchful eyes upon you. The weight of this final statement doused the excitement of many who had just begun to feel elated, whereas Hansu from the crowd below felt a slight stirring of spirit, pondering a rather reasonable question. Does that mean that those adept at drafting reports indeed possess unparalleled authority? This revelation shed light on why that esteemed young Master Zhang, who once thrived in the underbelly of Qin Gang, was so eager to join this department. Therefore, gather your cases, take up your credentials and weapons, and prepare to step through the gates of the base. The instructor's words neared their conclusion. Your mobile phones and communication devices will soon be returned to you, equipped with Ms. AI's encrypted communication software. Remember this one phrase. From this moment forth, your lives shall diverge from what they once were. In principle, Ms. AI's commands will take precedence over everything, including your very lives. He spoke with utmost seriousness, and as if to cultivate an atmosphere of gravity. A subtle notification sound suddenly resonated from each person's device. Han-Soo glanced down to see the first message from the software. Dear executing personnel, greetings. Iam Mise. I. And welcome to the first Execution Department D2 Workgroup of the Qingang Anomaly Disaster Assessment Management Bureau. Codename, Butcher. Initial rating, C. Am I merely in the D2 Workgroup? Han-Soo was momentarily taken aback. Had he known that attaining an A would secure a position in D1 or D2, he would have anticipated his 5 A's would guarantee him entry into D1. However, a fleeting glance exchanged with the doctor and Black Tiger revealed they too had been placed in the D2 group, with Han-Soo evidently leading in positioning while Black Tiger barely made the cut. As for D1, he cast a glance toward the distant Miss Crow and several others who had achieved an S rating in the cryptic incantation category. They seemed to be the only contenders. Of course, this did not concern him greatly. He merely instinctively looked around at other groups. What of old Zhang? Now that he was a member of the D2 workgroup, what new identity would he adopt to engage in conversation with him? A significant event was imminent. Come on, brothers, lend your support. Initially, he intended to write a single chapter later, but after consulting the editor, he learned that the performance of Divine Investigation Report had greatly exceeded expectations, surpassing the results of Twilight during the same period, much to old Gue's surprise. Initially, he only hoped for a small event, yet it not only surpassed the requisite data for a minor event, but was also on the brink of a major one. Currently, the backend data stood at 18,000, while the data displayed on the starting point app neared 22,000. Indeed, human desires are insatiable. He had originally thought a couple of buns would suffice, yet now he found himself yearning for 2 pieces of pork belly. Thus, he decided to release a chapter. For those interested in nurturing the book, if convenient, please lend a hand to old Gue at this crucial moment. Having never witnessed a major event, he wondered if this time they could push through. Old Gue could also learn from female streamers and show a bit of cleavage. Additionally, old Gue would not squander the support offered by the readers. This book was prepared extensively, and the approach would be more cautious, aiming for a steady launch and a smooth flight, neither hurried nor anxious, solely striving to pen the finest tale. Thank you all. Furthermore, the book group can now be established, and I will leave the group number here for those interested to join the discussion. 4546666831. Finally, with a touch of audacity, I bow deeply to the esteemed readers, urging you to rally together. The grand event is within reach, and with a little more effort, we shall enter Chapter 44. Mysterious talent. So, what on earth is this? Han-Soo received his black leather case, standing at the entrance of the Disaster Management Bureau's base, facing the glaring sunlight and the breeze of freedom, momentarily feeling disoriented. Zhang Qigua was nowhere to be found, and the members of the D1 and D2 workgroups were ushered out, reflecting on the past week's bizarre experiences, encountering Song Chushi, acquiring an incantation, and subsequently being drawn into a peculiar affair involving ghostly trucks and the deceased, followed by a week of training, programming, and receiving a license and a stun baton. Has my identity truly transformed? Interspersed with a flash of personal experience, it struck him as exceedingly surreal. Let us move on. Just then, a female voice called out, I will escort you. Han-Soo turned to find an unexpected individual, the secretary in the black suit accompanying Zhang Qigua. She retained her attire, black suit, and shoes, yet the intricate details of her clothing confirmed she had changed into a different outfit. Was she the type that only owned a row of identical black suits in her wardrobe? What about the fat pants? Han-Soo momentarily lost his train of thought before inquiring curiously, what about Uncle Zhang? He is preparing some items. I will take you home first. Upon hearing this, Han-Soo knitted his brows. When will I see him? The secretary, Cui Qiao, did not respond, her petite heels clicking as she led the way to the parking lot, where she entered a tall black SUV and asked, Where do you live? Gaoqiao District, Han-Soo replied, describing his rented, cramped, and high-rise accommodation, noting the inconvenience of shopping. He paused, adding, Uncle Zhang should be aware, I have no money. Although I applied for a scholarship, I still need to work to support my living expenses, so I can only afford this small place. Cui Qiao seemed unfazed by his words, simply stating, Now that you have joined the execution department, your financial situation will improve. By the way, it is quite surprising that you were assigned to the D2 group. It reflects your personal potential, survival probability, and hope for advancement as an investigator. During the coming days, take some time to rest and adapt to your new identity. Had you been assigned to D5 or D6, or even D3 or D4, you would have needed to halt your studies and sever social ties to serve in the Disaster Management Bureau. However, since you're in D1 or D2, you can maintain your social connections. Just be cautious. All information within the Bureau must not be casually disseminated. While driving, Chui Chiao advised him, due to certain considerations, the Bureau adopts a relatively lenient management approach for executing personnel with potential for advancement to Investigator. This is a new experiment. However, you must understand, this does not imply that the Bureau is incapable of implementing strict military management. If you are demoted due to a mistake, you will lose many of your human rights. Han Su grasped her words. Members of the D5 and D6 groups remained directly within the Bureau, subjected to management. Moreover, he had heard mention of the enigmatic D7 group during training, yet he had yet to encounter any members. As their conversation unfolded, Chui Chao's vehicle navigated through the intricate overpasses and bridges of Qinggang City, gradually arriving at the Gaoqiao district where Han Su resided. Upon reaching his building, she leaned out to take a look, her expression slightly perplexed. Is this your little abode? Indeed, it's affordable, Han Su replied, descending with his bag. Costs a few hundred a month. Chui Chiao pursed her lips, exiting the vehicle and following Han Su through the heavily secured lobby, ascending in a lavishly tiled elevator to the top floor, before stepping into a square, comfortably arranged small apartment, slowly turning around, a high-end apartment in a bustling commercial area, complete with dedicated management and security, as well as a rotating team of maintenance staff, and yet the rent is only a few hundred. It is indeed quite reasonable. To speak frankly, although the layout is comfortable, the area is undeniably limited. Han Su remarked that the floors are high, and it is inconvenient to shop as deliveries rarely make it inside, necessitating a trip downstairs to retrieve items. Chui Chao's mood had begun to sour. Shall we change it? However, this was a recommendation from a friend. Han Su continued, in fact, I used to live in a low-rent housing area, but my friend insisted that his apartment had been vacant for too long and feared it would lose its appeal, so he urged me multiple times to come live here. Nevertheless, I did pay him rent. After all, even among close friends, accounts must be settled clearly. Chui Chiao hesitated. Do you think this is clear enough? Certainly not. That young man had deliberately given me a favor. Even my laptop was a second-hand gift from him. Han Su chuckled, but doesn't he matter? I would accept money directly from him. Yet since he went through the trouble of persuading me, I felt I couldn't refuse without being disrespectful. By the way, would you like to stay for dinner? I only have instant noodles. Shall I prepare a pack for you? No need. Chui Chiao shook her head, dismissing his offer as she regained her composure from his peculiar reasoning. She turned her gaze to a power socket on the wall, stepped closer, and deftly removed the white cover, revealing the core with metallic copper wires. She then extended her right index finger, lightly touching the copper wire. Han Su was taken back. This woman had accompanied him back, and he had not refused her assent. He had assumed she wanted to stay for a meal, but who would have thought she would tamper with the electrical outlet? Before he could step forward to stop her, the moment Chui Chiao made contact with the power switch, an indistinct sensation of numbness coursed through the room, as if an invisible current had instantaneously enveloped the entire space. Ansuip Sirv. Even her hair seemed to flicker with electric sparks, with several strands floating delicately, suspended in the air. Indeed, there was something to it. Chui Chiao's action persisted for a while before she ceased, turning to place a lamp component from Han Su's room into a corner, tossing it gently onto the floor. She then moved around the room, extracting similar components from various concealed spots. She even unearthed the camera. Remarkably, she dismantled Han Su's pristine second-hand laptop, uncovering a data theft device within. By the time she retrieved the first component, Han Su had already grasped the situation. Those self-important private detectives and bounty hunters had indeed ventured into his home to install various eavesdropping devices due to the bounty. Zhang Jigua had suspected such occurrences and deliberately had her accompany him to clear things out. Now it was done. Chui Chiao cast all the retrieved items onto the floor, then crouched down, her fingers gently tapping, with faint electric sparks flickering between her fingertips, causing the devices to short-circuit and become inoperative. Simultaneously, in the dark corners of this vast city, individuals engaged in listening, watching, or simply operating machines to record information felt a sudden surge of chaotic signals. Sharp noises erupted in their headphones, causing them to clutch their heads in agony. Peculiar images flashed across screens, rendering some unconscious. Machines descended into chaos, expensive hard drives incinerated. All those who had been spying were punished in that instant. Yet Shui Qiao, the secretary, said nothing about the source of this retribution as she turned to Han Su and stated, "It is done, but be cautious in the future. Your browser history may have been seen, which is inconsequential, but if it leads to the leakage of information from the Disaster Management Bureau, it could become problematic." Understood. Han Su nodded, retrieving 2 packs of instant noodles and asking, "Are you truly not staying for a bite?" "Not at all." Shui Qiao smiled at the noodles in his hand, shaking her head slightly. She then resumed her formal tone, saying, "By the way, you have joined the Disaster Management Bureau, and you may soon receive a task. The initial assignments are usually just an adaptation period for you, but be vigilant. Any task deemed worthy of being issued by the Bureau, even an E-Level 1, may harbor danger. Do not be concerned with how tedious or mundane the tasks may be. You must complete them diligently, as they will affect your evaluation. Only with a sufficiently high evaluation, advancing from C to A, will you have the opportunity to undergo training in mysterious powers and become a true investigator." Ansu, intrigued, inquired. What you just used was a result of training in mysterious powers. Indeed, Kui Kiao affirmed. After completing mental infiltration training and receiving approval from the Disaster Management Bureau, I acquired the 2nd level of Sequence 3 Encrypted Incantations. It is in essence my ability. Chapter 45, The Monster in the Swamp. Ability? Ansu, who had paused while tearing open the noodle package, looked up at Shui Qiao, curiosity piqued. After a moment, he continued, "I previously studied mysticism and came across similar theories. It seems that abilities from the mysterious side often come with unknown risks. Is there a price to pay when you utilize these abilities?" "Indeed, there is," Shui Qiao remarked, a hint of admiration in her tone as she nodded gently. "Considering the cost of utilizing abilities before understanding mystical forces is commendable. Speaking of costs, they certainly exist." After a brief pause, she elaborated, "Using abilities entails a transition in mental energy consumption, exerting pressure on the brain and eroding rationality. Thus, those who abuse mental powers often suffer from insomnia, disorientation, and poor memory. Furthermore, within the mystical circles, there tends to be a significant occurrence of severe hair loss after the age of 40. Han Su was taken aback. "Is that all?" "There are certainly more severe consequences." Kui Kiao is mild, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Utilizing abilities draws one ever closer to those mystical entities, to the point of becoming inextricable. Just like you. Having merely encountered the bizarre, you found it impossible to return to your previous life and entered this department. Mental infiltration, however, directly shatters boundaries. You may envision the world as built upon a vast swamp, where humanity traverses its surface, while beneath lurk countless monsters and shadows, always poised to devour those above. Even without taking action, some unfortunate souls might inadvertently sink into the mire or be ensnared by the creatures lurking below. Mental infiltrators repeatedly extend their feet into the muck, even deliberately provoking the monsters within the ooze. Real-world ability users experience the same. Every use of their power brings them closer to those monsters, and the stronger the ability, the more visible they become to the beings dwelling in the depths of the swamp. The ability itself serves as a conduit for the monsters in the swamp to infiltrate reality. Do you comprehend this? Han Su nodded, genuinely understanding for the first time. Shui Qiao then unexpectedly smiled, addressing Han Su. "However, there is no need for fear. The Disaster Management Bureau has been established for several years. Some extremely capable and intelligent individuals have indeed reduced the risks associated with mental infiltration training to a minimal level. Moreover, the slots for such training are limited. It remains uncertain when you might have your turn." As she spoke, she raised her hand to glance at her watch and turned to walk towards the door. Han Su felt a twinge of anxiety. "Uncle Zhang," the secretary remarked without lifting her head, "do not casually inquire about the whereabouts of the key leaders at the Disaster Management Bureau." What a nuisance. Watching her leave without so much as a clear word, Han Su felt a sense of helplessness. He could only slowly prepare hot water for instant noodles while silently contemplating the words she had shared with him. A world traversing above a swamp? If what she said held true, then the entire world was indeed built upon a mire. And those who had achieved spiritual infiltration were akin to individuals who, from time to time, dared to dip their feet into the swamp to provoke lurking monsters. What then? Did that make him, who had been ensnared by monsters since childhood and was now unable to escape? Was he merely someone who had long been submerged in the swamp, only to surface repeatedly for air? However, if one were to consider this theory, what exactly were the monsters that had captured him? Why did some mysterious power linger upon him? He had entertained the notion that these monsters could be gods or something of the sort. Yet how could deities exist on such a mundane level? Although he had never truly escaped, he had outsmarted them, evaded them, and even harmed them. Those wretched beings were certainly not gods. Dispelling such bizarre thoughts from his mind, Hansu turned his gaze to his left hand, where an unmistakable cross-shaped scar marred the back of his hand, grotesque and vivid, exuding an unsettling aura. During his time at the Disaster Management Bureau, the only inconvenience had been adapting to this newfound ability. Though he had gained a general understanding during assessments, there was no opportunity to familiarize himself with or develop either the power of his right eye or his left hand. Of course, if he truly wished to unleash his potential without restraint, it would be imperative to clarify the costs involved. It must be said that Shui Qiao's reminder was indeed quite necessary. Hair loss was truly frightening. Yet, beyond that, the notion that the more one employed their abilities, the closer they drew to the monsters in the swamp, thereby risking deeper entanglement. Was that truly a cost worth considering? As he pondered, Hansu placed the instant noodles into a bowl. He preferred to use a bowl for his noodles for two reasons. First, a woman who had cared for him before he turned 10 had once told him that at home, one should never consume instant noodles from a paper container. This was a principle symbolizing that he had a home. The second reason was that Hansu had purchased bagged instant noodles. Suji, that fellow, was indeed generous to rent him such a small apartment. Yet the rent was cheap while the property and management fees were not. Having already taken advantage of Suji, it would be inappropriate to have him cover those expenses. So Hansu had to pay out of his own pocket, making it not much different from when he had worked and lived in a low-rent housing situation. After spending a week at the Disaster Management Bureau, the instant noodles he had bought were nearing their expiration date. As boiling water cascaded into the bowl, Hansu's right hand could hardly resist the urge to release its grip. Yet internally, he recited the incantation once more, and immediately, his mental energy began to flow. Concentrating at the location of his left hand, he had recited the incantation several times, accustomed to the sensation of his mental energy resembling flowing water, something he could capture. This hand, typically somewhat sluggish, now felt inexplicably cold, utterly impervious to the scalding heat of the water. Conversely, a sense of power surged forth, and though he merely held the large bowl without exerting force, a sudden crack appeared along its surface. Hansu quickly switched to another bowl, retracting the mental energy that had focused on his left hand. He silently mused. If mere contact could leave such formidable energy from those monsters upon his body, could it be possible that during his next visit to the ancient castle, he could seize an opportunity to touch those monsters and similarly imbue himself with corresponding power? Waiting until he returned to reality to activate it? Touching a monster? How peculiar. While lost in thought, he decided to celebrate his return by cracking an egg into the bowl and adding a sausage, indulging in a small luxury. Yet, upon returning to this familiar environment, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door, prompting Hansu to grab his chopsticks and approach the entrance. The moment he opened the door, he was momentarily stunned. Zhang Qi stood at the threshold, beaming, while his secretary Shui Qiao wore a somber expression, carrying an abundance of groceries. "Xiao Han," he exclaimed joyfully, then paused, catching the aroma of the instant noodles. "Have you already started eating?" Hansu, bewildered, asked, "What are you doing?" Zhang Qi turned to glance at Secretary Chui with a puzzled expression and replied, "I came to cook you a meal to celebrate your entry into the Disaster Management Bureau, and to have a chat with you." "Didn't Xiao Chui mention it?" Hansu replied, "No." Behind Zhang Qi, the expressionless Shui Qiao interjected, "Your whereabouts cannot be disclosed under any circumstances, and besides, how was I to know that when you said to prepare, you meant to go to the market, and to buy so much?" Indeed, they had purchased quite a lot. Once he helped Shui Qiao carry the groceries inside, Zhang Qi cheerfully donned an apron and entered the kitchen to cook. The secretary, clad in black, was assigned to squat on a small stool to wash the potatoes. Unlike his demeanor at the Disaster Management Bureau, in the kitchen, Zhang Qi appeared to be a homebody. However, Chui Qiao seemed different from her usual poised and confident self at the bureau. She appeared quite burdened, scrubbing the potatoes vigorously. Han Su thought it polite to sit next to her and help, but her demeanor had shifted from friendliness to cold indifference. Go sit on the sofa over there, she commanded. Director Zhang said, this is my task. The emphasis on task was particularly pronounced. Han Su contemplated that her attitude toward this task was evidently unprofessional. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts and reluctantly abandoned the notion of rescuing the potatoes. The aroma wafting from the kitchen indicated that Zhang Qigua was preparing oil-splashed fish and beef with tofu, prompting Han Su to set aside the nearly expired instant noodles. The tension that had long gripped him began to loosen. These were dishes he had loved as a child. His memories before the age of 10 were scant. Consisting of a few fragmented recollections, life had hardly been pleasant. The woman who cared for him had a temperamental disposition, leaving him with bruises. And he couldn't recall any particularly delicious meals, but at least he had not gone hungry. It was after the kidnapping incident that Zhang Qigua, under the pretext of protecting a witness, had taken care of him for a while. This rough-hewn man often prepared tasty meals and occasionally made him laugh. Of course, he likely intended to cheer Han Su up, hoping to trigger some memories, but that was no longer important. Back then, faced with the stern law enforcement officers, the frenzied media, and the anguished families of victims, had it not been for Zhang Qigua's tall and silent figure standing in front of him, he might have gone mad. As he mulled over these thoughts, he picked up a bean pod and began to slowly shell it. Chapter 46. Zhang Qigua Xiao Han, come for dinner. Soon, the meal was ready, and the three of them sat down to eat. Surprisingly, at the dinner table, Zhang Qigua did not broach any topics related to the events of 10 years ago or the work at the Disaster Management Bureau, but instead asked Han Su repeatedly whether his culinary skills had declined. Han Su answered by polishing off 2 large bowls of rice, and he appeared quite satisfied, as did Zhang Qigua. After finishing the meal, Chui Qiao went to wash the dishes, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds in the kitchen. Zhang Qigua, seemingly oblivious, gradually retrieved a cigarette case and lit one. He did not rush to speak, and Han Su merely handed him a can of cola. Zhang Qigua glanced at Han Su and nodded, while Secretary Chui, who was busy with the dishes, suddenly appeared liberated, shaking the foam off her hands before turning to step outside the house. Before long, the lights in the room began to flicker unexpectedly, as if there was some malfunction. Even the high-end television inexplicably turned on, yet displayed nothing but a continuous flickering image due to a lack of signal. However, from the window, it became apparent that only their residents experienced this peculiar change, while the surrounding buildings remained lit. Why was this the case? Han Su understood that Secretary Chui Qiao had followed him to this location to remove the hidden cameras and listening devices placed in the room, all orchestrated by Zhang Qigua for the purpose of their conversation. Yet, he was somewhat taken aback to realize that prior to initiating this dialogue, it was necessary for Secretary Chui to utilize her skills to establish a barrier. Zhang Qigua glanced at Han Su and nodded gently, saying, once you become more acquainted with this circle, you will comprehend that sometimes the danger lies not merely in certain conversations being overheard. At times, the conversation itself can be a perilous act. Han Su listened quietly, reaching for the cola in front of him. With a soft pop, he pulled back the tab and slid it back toward Zhang Qigua. Observing the cola, Zhang Qigua set down his cigarette, allowing it to burn between his fingers, and thoughtfully regarded Han Su, stating, young Han, your performance at the Disaster Management Bureau has exceeded my expectations. I admit I underestimated your talent. You are worthy of knowing certain matters. Years ago, you witnessed my demeanor as I desperately sought to investigate this case. To be frank, I did not believe your claims of monsters. I was more inclined to think you had been drugged or subjected to some other form of manipulation, especially since you appeared quite dazed, unable to articulate your identity or family details. Naturally, your account regarding the kidnapping was even less credible. Ansu expressed understanding, focusing solely on one query: what happened next? Zhang Qigua's expression darkened as he replied, I exhausted every means available to uncover leads related to the kidnapping. Strangely, there were none, or rather, all leads vanished in a bizarre fashion, as if the path one was walking suddenly came to an end. Nevertheless, I did uncover some peculiar details, such as the time you vanished from surveillance and the moment you reappeared. I conducted a thorough analysis of the entire kidnapping case and submitted a report. However, after submitting that report, my superiors instructed me to rewrite it. I refused, and as a consequence, the Public Security Bureau forced me to take a leave of absence. Even during that time, I continued my investigation through my connections until someone approached me, inquiring if I would be willing to work in a new department. Han Su's interest peaked. Secretary number 5? Indeed, Zhang Qigua's expression turned serious. At that time, I even thought I had encountered a fraud, for there was no Secretary number 5 in Qingyang. And what came next? After that, there was no return to ordinary life. Zhang Qigua exhaled softly, remarking at that time the Disaster Management Bureau was not fully established, and many individuals had to juggle multiple jobs. I too finally witnessed the bizarre and absurd phenomena that should not have existed in reality. The impact of that experience led me to question myself and temporarily set aside your kidnapping case. I collaborated with the individuals assigned by Secretary number 5 to conduct investigations, hire personnel, and standardize protocols, all while encountering an increasing number of absurdities. Everything I once trusted ultimately crumbled. Han Su was somewhat astonished. The Disaster Management Bureau has only been established for 5 or 6 years. Zhang Qigua cast a glance at him, clarifying, to be precise, it has been 3 years. The years prior to that did not even have an official name. It was merely a group of us fumbling about, ensuring we did not lose our sanity. At this revelation, Han Su felt a sense of surprise. I discerned that Zhang Qigua held a significant status, but I did not expect him to be a veteran figure within the Disaster Management Bureau. Zhang Qigua did not speculate on Han Su's thoughts. He simply shook his head slowly, stating, however, just as I attempted to include that kidnapping case among the bizarre phenomena requiring concentrated resources for investigation, I received a warning. Han Su's focus sharpened. What warning? It was quite simple, merely a reprimand, Zhang Qigua recounted, his face devoid of expression. Yet Han Su understood that this was perhaps the moment the seasoned detective felt most aggrieved, yet was forced to feign indifference from above. Someone asserted that the Disaster Management Bureau's resources were limited and should be allocated to more urgent and meaningful work, rather than indulging in the ramblings of a child. Han Su remained silent, suddenly recalling his own feelings from a week prior, discontent and unwillingness. Why should those things exist? While the monster kidnapping case was dismissed as nothing more than a figment of his imagination, Zhang Qigua continued, his voice tinged with profound resignation. It was precisely because of that statement that the kidnapping case was excluded, never to enter the queue for investigation. At that time, I even thought my compiled information lacked persuasive power and considered gathering more evidence to resubmit my report. However, the subsequent developments diverged from my expectations. At this point, Zhang Qigua finally lit his cigarette, the curling smoke revealing a hint of fatigue in his gaze. Your kidnapping case has far-reaching implications. Not only did I submit that report, but many investigators and data collectors who joined the Disaster Management Bureau at that time also attempted to submit reports, believing it might relate to our work. Yet, he paused before sighing. Without exception, all were rejected. Han Su raised his head slightly. No other explanations? None initially. Zhang Qigua slowly shook his head. It seemed that our submitted reports lacked sufficient persuasiveness to gain the approval of those above. Eventually, someone meticulously gathered all the data and submitted it. But this report differed from ours. It did not affirm any connection to the bizarre phenomena, but rather asserted the opposite, that it had no relevance to our work. I have never seen that report, yet I believe it must be riddled with flaws. It is difficult to fathom how someone could make such definitive assertions. Nevertheless, that report gained the endorsement of higher authorities, and from that moment on, the matter lost any possibility of being included in the investigation queue. Even we faced criticism and were barred from further inquiry into the case. At this juncture, a flicker of irritation crossed Zhang Qigua's face. I, along with all others who opposed the decision, came to understand that the more complex and perplexing a problem is, the simpler the answer often appears. Why was this kidnapping case so difficult to classify? The answer is obvious. Someone did not wish for it to be classified. Han Su deeply resonated with this statement, gradually lifting his gaze to respond. Uncle Zhang, who is the individual reluctant to categorize this case as a bizarre incident? Do not inquire. Zhang Qigua shook his head, gazing earnestly upon Su. In truth, I do not possess the answer. I was personally recruited by Secretary number 5. So I am familiar with the identities of those within the Disaster Management Bureau and those who can exert influence over it. However, I cannot even speculate on the identity of the individual who endorsed that report. Han Su could envision Zhang Qigua's mental state at that moment, displaying no emotional fluctuations. He merely smiled and inquired, setting aside the individuals above, who authored the report that dismissed the surreal implications of this kidnapping case. It was penned by a seasoned investigator. Zhang Qigua's gaze deepened as he slowly began to speak. You will easily discover his identity once you obtain the necessary permissions. You may find it for yourself. However, I suspect that it may not hold much significance. He is likely just a cog in the machine. Han Su remained silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his thigh, having already grasped the message Zhang Qigua was attempting to convey. Thus, this investigator was indeed someone he could not afford to offend. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Zhang Qigua suddenly spoke again, his expression grave. At that time, I naturally understood the implications from above and knew what would be the prudent course of action. Yet, I'm not inherently a clever person. Observing his serious demeanor, Han Su felt a slight tremor in his heart. So Zhang Qigua continued slowly. Even if I comprehended the instructions from above, I did not give up. Investigations on all fronts had reached a dead end. I could no longer utilize certain high-level resources from the Disaster Management Bureau, but after considerable contemplation, I still managed to find a new avenue for investigation. That is your mother. Chapter 47. The People Above. Mother? Han Su was taken aback, astonished that Zhang Qigua would continue to pursue this kidnapping case under such overt hints from the Disaster Management Bureau, and somewhat surprised by the lead he was following. Zhang Qigua and Song Chushi had surprisingly converged in their thoughts. At that moment, I thought simply, since this case had been categorized, it did not fall under the bizarre, and thus was not permitted to be investigated. Zhang Qigua stated. However, I merely wished to assist a child I knew in locating his mother. Surely, this is a reasonable endeavor, is it not? Han Su struggled to contain the tumult of his emotions, but refrained from interrupting Zhang Qigua. He did not believe that she was his mother, as that memory had faded significantly, akin to a film that had been washed, leaving only fragmented images. And even within those fleeting glimpses, he had no recollection of ever calling her mother. If she truly were his mother, how could a child, no matter how forgetful, fail to retain that memory? Your mother vanished without a trace, which is precisely why I harbor my suspicions. Zhang Qigua continued. Regardless of who it was or what methods were employed, it is impossible to simply disappear within a city, leaving behind not even the slightest trace of relevant documents or records. This was initially my foremost suspicion, but her disappearance was so thorough that it became untraceable. It was only when the Disaster Management Bureau was categorized that my motivation for searching for her dwindled down to assisting you in finding your mother, which unexpectedly yielded a clue. The word clue struck Han Su like a thunderclap, and he abruptly lifted his head, incredulous as he gazed at Zhang Qigua. Before the kidnapping incident, she had assisted you in transferring schools. Zhang Qigua noted, she enrolled you in that prestigious academy, but we have investigated that institution, and all relevant records have vanished. Furthermore, even your original school is non-existent, and you cannot seem to recall it either. However, just as I was on the verge of giving up, I unexpectedly stumbled upon your transfer records at the Disaster Management Bureau. Through those records, I located your former school and finally obtained a somewhat blurred group photo from a teacher who once taught you, revealing the face of that woman. Ansu, with a hint of nervousness, inquired. Where? Zhang Qigua gazed deeply at him, retrieved a document bag from Secretary Chui's briefcase. And Han Su instantly recognized it as the file pertaining to the kidnapping case from a decade ago. It turned out that Zhang Qigua had not lied at the Public Security Bureau. He had indeed retained that dossier all along. Zhang Qigua extracted an old photograph from it and handed it to Han Su. Han Su observed that it appeared to have been taken during a school parent-child event, featuring many children and adults, but his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the face of a tall, slender woman. It was her. The shadow from his memory was revived. This tall, slender woman possessed an aura that set her apart from everyone else, beautiful yet solitary. He stared at the photograph for a long time, attempting to awaken his memories of her, but to no avail. He was certain she was the woman who had cared for him prior to the kidnapping. Yet he could not recall any further interactions with her. It felt as though all memories related to her had been brutally extracted. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Is this the only photograph? Yes. Zhang Qigua slowly shook his head and whispered, Shortly after that, the teacher who once taught you passed away. I visited that school several times, but could not uncover any further leads, leaving only this photograph. Han Su's heart, which had been tightly wounded, began to sink slowly, his eyes fixated on the woman's face in the photograph, unsure of what to say. Zhang Qigua granted Han Su several seconds to examine the photograph before, as if arriving at a subtle resolution, he slowly said, "She may still be in this city." What? While seeing the photograph had stirred a certain emotion within Han Su. This statement caused him to look up in astonishment. "You heard me correctly." Zhang Qigua met his gaze and spoke slowly. 3 years ago, while dealing with a certain mysterious organization, I encountered her. I caught only a fleeting glimpse before she vanished into the crowd. To be honest, it is challenging to convince anyone of this, as I have only seen her in photographs and then unexpectedly spotted her unawares. No matter whom I tell, this may not constitute evidence. However, he seemed to struggle for a moment, yet spoke with a tone of unwavering certainty. I am certain it was her. I assure you, with the keen eyes honed over decades of criminal investigation, that individual is indeed her. After enduring numerous kidnappings and escaped from peril, Han Su never imagined a single piece of information could so profoundly destabilize his emotions. So what did you see her? Do not be overly agitated. Zhang Qigua gently patted Han Su's shoulder and said, "I possess information regarding this mysterious organization, but before I share this lead with you, I must caution you. Some organizations, once known, signified danger. The mystery, peculiarity, and peril surrounding this kidnapping case have escalated to a level that even I cannot fully comprehend, which is precisely why I did not wish for you to become embroiled in it further. If I do not provide you with this lead, you will remain unaware of their identity, making them seem like mere passers-by, business people entering the city, or unfortunate souls whose vehicles have broken down, smiling at you while asking for directions. However, once you become aware of their existence and deliberately approach them, you may find yourself inexplicably transformed into a corpse." With that, he drew out a third cigarette, sighed softly, and advised, "Therefore, I recommend that you only pursue this investigation once you possess the means for self-protection." Han Su felt an urgent anxiety but restrained himself, asking, "Uncle Zhang, when does one possess the means for self-protection? An investigator? You were an investigator from the outset. From your words, it seems you were a veteran figure in the Disaster Management Bureau, yet you too were once suffocated by others, were you not? Now that I have become an investigator, does that mean I can conduct my inquiries without obstruction? Young man, do you still not grasp the situation?" Zhang Qigua slowly lit his third cigarette and said, "Your position within the Disaster Management Bureau is destined to be fraught with peril. You will face obstacles from certain individuals, even encountering harassment and sabotage. Such occurrences are inevitable. Yet precisely because you are within the Disaster Management Bureau, it is akin to walking into a trap. Thus you must learn to utilize everything judiciously. The existence of the Disaster Management Bureau is predicated upon reason. Some actions, if too overt, will not only provoke the upper echelons of the Bureau, but even miss AI, potentially leading to paradoxes and self-contradictions, which could undermine their own foundation." At this point, he smiled. "Of course, more importantly, I am here to watch over you. Ansu, estanished, replied. Ju. Indeed." Zhang Qigua lightly tapped the document bag, smiled, and said, "Little Han, do not forget, this is not only your matter, it is equally my case. At the Judicial Affairs Bureau, I did not deceive you. I have never relinquished this case, whether during the initial days at the Bureau of Public Security or now at the Disaster Management Bureau. I firmly believe that 25 children cannot simply vanish without a trace." Uncle Zhang had just heard Zhang Qigua speak of the dangers within the Disaster Management Bureau. Yet Han Su remained composed even while smiling. However, upon unexpectedly witnessing Zhang Qigua's demeanor, he was abruptly struck by a surge of adrenaline. Feeling a momentary emptiness in his chest, wanting to voice something but finding it lodged in his throat. As men, let us refrain from uttering sentimental words. Zhang Qigua patted Han Su on the shoulder and said, "For now, you must focus on your immediate responsibilities, navigating through your role as an enforcement officer. Once you become a true investigator and possess the means to protect yourself, I will divulge every detail pertaining to this kidnapping case." Ansu interjected, "No." Zhang Qigua felt a flicker of self-doubt. "What have I not made clear? Uncle Zhang, I promise you, until I am capable of self-defense, I will not recklessly pursue dangerous matters. Han Su hastily added, however, regarding the clues related to this kidnapping case, particularly the information about the organization you mentioned that may be connected to her, please share it with me now. It is not that I wish to oppose you. Rather, what if, he paused to gather his thoughts. Not to speak harshly, but what if something were to happen to you during this time? Zhang Qigua was momentarily taken aback. Was that not harsh? Han Su responded, circumstances can change unpredictably. Regardless, I shall keep your words in mind. It is preferable for both of us to be aware of relevant clues. Therefore, Uncle Zhang, please inform me. Gazing into Han Su's earnest eyes, Zhang Qigua sighed softly, conceding, I can tell you, but you must exercise utmost caution. Chapter 48. The first official task, the Crystal Skull Organization. After bidding farewell to Zhang Qigua, Han Su returned to his apartment and sat quietly for a considerable time, his mind inundated with the information he had painstakingly extracted. Thus, Zhang Qigua was investigating an incident related to the enigmatic Crystal Skull Organization when he encountered that woman. This implies she has indeed remained in Qingang City. Perhaps not far from me? An uncontrollable sense of agitation and frustration welled within him, yet he ultimately relaxed. So near, yet unseen for a decade. The situation is indeed intriguing. The only question that remains is, when shall I seek out this mysterious organization? Zhang Qigua had strongly insisted that he must wait until he became an investigator to delve into such matters, and of course, he would heed that advice. Yet, on the other hand, merely skimming the surface of the investigation should not pose a problem, should it? His mood lightened, and he drew the curtains, locked the door, and sat down at his computer desk, powering on his pristine second-hand laptop. He messaged the woman with the Black Rose avatar. I'm back. Black Rose. Have you been kidnapped again? It's only been 8 days. Has your interval compressed to this extent? Ansu. No, it is relative. I was away on a business trip, and have just returned to Qingang City. Black Rose. What does that have to do with me? Han Su. I thought we were friends. Black Rose, all right. She replied. I just remembered, I have something to tell you too. The Bureau of Public Security has canceled your compensation and has transferred all your records, even forbidding me from keeping a backup. They even made me delete our chat history. Haha, but I'd already deleted it before they even asked. I certainly do not want our conversation from that day to be leaked. Is it because I joined the Disaster Management Bureau that my file has been encrypted? Han Su pondered to himself, suddenly sensing a peculiar undertone in her voice, wondering what could possibly be so scandalous about their chat history. Aside from the fact that he could be kidnapped again, that is indeed a concern. Initially, Han Su had been unafraid to share his kidnapping experiences, as he had already faced death multiple times. It was only after meeting Zhang Qigua and learning certain truths that he began to keep things under wraps. Now, he even contemplated whether he should silence Black Rose to prevent her from revealing too much. He hastily typed, that is no longer important. Do you remember the incident where I was disfigured and blinded? Question mark. Black Rose sent a large question mark. When were you ever disfigured? If you weren't so handsome, I wouldn't have the patience to chat with you. Also, regarding those chat records, I was not flirting with you. It was a serious conversation, so you better delete everything. Indeed, she had completely forgotten. It was only at that moment that Han Su realized what truly mattered to her. In this timeline, he had neither been disfigured nor blinded. His appearance was still commendable, and at least this Black Rose seemed far more enthusiastic towards him. She even occasionally remarked that chatting online was dull and encouraged him to visit her office, claiming she had a cat in her office that could perform backflips. He quickly shook his head, dismissing those thoughts, and pondered, tossing out a topic of concern. Do you know if there are any organizations in the city or nearby that worship mysterious powers, particularly involving crystals and skulls? Black Rose expressed her dissatisfaction. I'm a psychologist, you know, and a rather underemployed one at that. Do you think I understand everything? After a moment, she sent another message. There are many organizations in Qingang that worship mysterious forces. In certain social circles, it is quite fashionable to believe in them. You're not talking about the Crystal Skull Organization, are you? It seems to be a well-known group among enthusiasts of the mysterious, worshipping a crystal skull unearthed from a relic. They believe this ancient artifact possesses mystical powers, whether it revitalizes the spirit, grants eternal life, or something else entirely. It was quite popular, and many prominent figures were their followers, but they have since faded from Qingang. Why? Due to a crackdown. And you say I don't understand? It's just a hobby. Since the Bureau of Public Security is no longer funding my consultations, can I still seek your counsel? Of course, Black Rose replied decisively, adding, you just need to pay for it yourself. Very well. Hansu confirmed their collaboration, unconcerned about the financial aspect, even though he currently had no funds. This Black Rose, while somewhat mediocre in her professional performance and skeptical of the existence of genuine mystical forces, remained someone Hansu was eager to engage with. On one hand, her expertise may have been lacking, but her confidentiality was exemplary. For instance, any psychological counseling Hansu received from her would only be shared as outcomes should the Bureau of Public Security inquire, without divulging the content of their discussions. She was even more discreet than a confessor in a confessional. Furthermore, Hansu increasingly wondered why this individual, who did not believe in mysticism, possessed such representative insights in that domain. There were still many questions he wished to pose, such as regarding phantom freight trains, doppelgangers, and cryptic incantations. However, recognizing that he had just entered the Disaster Management Bureau and was unfamiliar with its operational protocols, he opted to hold back for now. Ensuring that this woman could still serve as his unprofessional advisor, he closed the dialogue box. This enigmatic organization undoubtedly exists, yet the descriptions from Heisei Changwei and Zhang Qigua present two starkly contrasting narratives. In this world, where institutions like our Zai-Guan Ju strive to prevent certain elements from infiltrating, there are also those who worship the mysterious and will stop at nothing to allow such infiltrations. Within Zai-Guan Ju, danger is an ever-present shadow. However, should you recklessly engage with those organizations, the peril intensifies. Thus, until you possess the means to safeguard yourself, when you encounter them, it is prudent to evade. Hansu is all too familiar with this sensation. During his time in the ancient castle, he would refrain from stepping into an unfamiliar corridor unless he had disowned its contents. Now, as he resolves to uncover the truth behind this matter, gazing upon the vast and mysterious realm of Qinggang City, he experiences a similar trepidation akin to that of approaching an unknown corridor within the castle. Perhaps entering this corridor signifies a step into danger, yet traversing it could lead to a door of hope. At that moment, while lost in contemplation, he suddenly received a crisp notification. After a brief moment of realization, he hastily grasped his phone and found that Zai-Guan Ju had sent him a message. E3 level task, from 1 a.m. to 5 o'clock a.m. Proceed to the third lamppost on the right end of Chunhua Street. Accurately record the times of its extinguishing and illumination, and submit the corresponding data. Is my task here? Hansu pondered, glancing at the time, which read 11 o'clock at night. Without delay, he quickly dressed, donned his shoes, and took up the suitcase he had received from Zai-Guan Ju. Descending the stairs and hailing a cab, he arrived at Chunhua Street in approximately half an hour. He noted that numerous shops remained open, with small eateries lining the roadside, and chose a vantage point to observe from a distance. Before him stood an ordinary lamppost, its black pole and vintage lampshade glowing steadily. Insects flitted around the lampshade, and nothing appeared amiss. With time still on his side, he patiently awaited the designated hour. Approximately 30 minutes later, the temperature on the street seemed to drop. Pedestrians hastened their pace, and even the inebriated seemed to regain some clarity. As the clock approached midnight, the shops began to shutter. After another 10 minutes, a patrol of officers from the Public Security Bureau passed by. Once they departed, the foot traffic dwindled further. Hansu remained by the roadside until 12:50 a.m., glancing around to find the street had become desolate, as if the entire city had emptied. Only the lamppost remained, quietly illuminating this vacant world. He lifted his suitcase and approached the street, positioning himself beneath a towering French parasol tree, gazing upward. The air had grown colder, and shadows vanished. A palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. Yet, the lamppost appeared to function normally until 1:27 a.m., when it flickered slightly, as if experiencing a power shortage. Hansu noted this time and continued to wait. Throughout the night, he recorded the lamppost flickering 3 times, with 2 brief extinguishments, one lasting 2 minutes and 23 seconds, the other 3 minutes and 56 seconds. Beyond this, nothing else transpired. Hansu remained until 5 o'clock a.m., when a thin mist began to rise. And early risers walked past, casting curious glances at the peculiar figure standing under the lamppost, suitcase in hand. At the appointed hour, the lamppost extinguished silently, and Hansu turned to vanish into the morning fog. That night, Nothing remarkable occurred. Han Su felt no disappointment. He simply submitted his recorded data. As he boarded the bus, a notification chimed, indicating that his submission was successful and the task was complete. Miss AI, thank you, Mr. Butcher, for your contributions to the front line of reality. Your initial evaluation is on the rise. Please continue your efforts. Chapter 49. Miss AI, is the first task truly completed? At first glance, the night's experience felt surreal, yet upon deeper reflection, it seemed reasonable. During training, the chubby captain had mentioned that their typical task, consisting of a bowl of instant noodles, a pack of cigarettes, and a day spent observing an elevator, was indeed the norm. Although issues had swiftly arisen back then, leading to a tumultuous turn of events, such challenges were orchestrated by Zai Guanju as part of a designated assessment. In regular circumstances, the monotonous duty of guarding an elevator overnight was standard. Anticipating excitement was merely a personal folly. Indeed, upon adjusting his expectations, everything began to progress smoothly. Days passed, and Han Su executed several similar assignments. Whether patrolling a street, searching for individuals who could not be reflected in a full-length mirror, or counting the steps between the third and fourth floors of a building, where a count of 13 steps was deemed normal. Any deviation required immediate reporting. Occasionally, he found himself at customs, presenting identification and assisting staff in inspecting a batch of incoming passengers. What a hidden task was to discern if any bore gills beneath their chins. These assignments were peculiar and tedious, occasionally evoking a sense of dread upon contemplation. However, when such oddities persisted in succession, Han Su began to consider whether he was being singled out. After all, Zhang Qihua had remarked upon the invisible enemies lurking within Zai Guanju. Had he not? When he discreetly inquired with Secretary Cui Qiao, she seemed somewhat exasperated. The D1 and D2 work groups operate independently. This is intended to train you investigators to confront the bizarre. As for the tasks, you need not doubt. All newcomers experience this, and your current assignments are personally issued by Miss AI, ensuring absolute integrity. Curious, Han Su inquired, why are you so confident? Isn't Miss AI merely an intelligent program of Zai Guanju? A program? Secretary Cui Qiao snorted derisively, shaking her head. Miss AI is not a mere program. Her existence is a concept that may be challenging for you to grasp at this stage, but you might try to perceive her as a kind of mysterious mechanism. Anything she is involved in achieves the utmost fairness and rationality. For now, your sole task is to complete more assignments, elevate your standing in Miss AI's estimation, and refrain from lamenting the monotony of your tasks. Keep in mind, for among your peers have already perished. 4. Han Su felt a jolt of shock. How did they die? While documenting the lampost's flickering phenomenon, they inexplicably lost their heads. Secretary Cui Qiao replied nonchalantly. As for the reason, it is still under investigation. Because they were Zai Guanju personnel, such incidents rarely make the news. Her words heightened Han Su's vigilance. He had undertaken the lamppost flickering task, yet the risks were evidently substantial. He felt a pressing need to recalibrate his attitude, and, in the process, grew intrigued by Miss AI. She was not merely an intelligent program, but a mysterious mechanism. Lowering his gaze to the app icon on his phone, he noted that compared to the plethora of popular commercial applications, Zai Guanju's dedicated program appeared exceedingly simplistic, vaguely resembling a serpent entwined around a tree. Upon accessing it, he found it resembled a dialogue box. With a spark of curiosity, he, typically passive in accepting tasks, typed a message to the program. Hello. Almost instantly, a reply came. Esteemed Executor Mr. Butcher, how may I assist you today? Han Su contemplated for a moment and replied, What can you do for me? Misai responded, I can issue tasks suitable for your current work level, facilitate task acceptance, quickly navigate you to designated locations, and provide information and technical support within your permitted access. If you're feeling emptiness or boredom, or experiencing significant emotional distress, I can also offer emotional comfort and psychological analysis. Han Su found this somewhat peculiar. Was this not just an ordinary intelligent program? He did not dwell on it, nor did he engage with this seemingly simple, yet somewhat enigmatic mechanical entity. Instead, he swiftly adapted to the operational rhythm of the Disaster Management Bureau. Although the tasks he executed were rather mundane, he took solace in the fact that each completed task resulted in a commission deposited into his account, a substantial sum of 10,000 yuan each time. Hansu was not overly concerned with this, having never even opened the commission calculation details. However, prompted by Chicho, he began to monitor his evaluation on the Bureau's program, noting that he had progressed from AC to AB since the conclusion of his assessment. The exact criteria for this rating remained unclear to him, but it seemed that each task completed not only yielded corresponding commissions, but also elevated his evaluation. When this be transformed into an A, he would be eligible for promotion. For now, he chose to focus solely on diligently completing these tasks, maintaining his attendance at school during periods without assignments, as if his life remained largely unchanged. The only adjustment was the absence of Shadi, who had been incessantly buzzing in his ear. Rumors circulated that Shurji had been grounded by his family due to a private racing incident that had resulted in a fatality. This development struck Hansu as odd. While he understood Shurji's confinement, given the Shur family's typical conduct, he wondered why no one had approached him yet. After some reflection, he dismissed the notion of visiting the Shujagungang with 2 kilograms of apples to check on Shurji. Instead, he began to feel anxious about another matter. It had been a full 10 days since he had been abducted at the Disaster Management Bureau while listening to a whispered incantation. Hansu was uncertain when the next kidnapping would transpire. Based on previous intervals, he anticipated being taken again in approximately 14 days. However, an anomalous kidnapping had occurred during this period. Did that disrupt the original timeline? He did not know the answer, yet an intangible urgency loomed above him. As he executed his 4th task, a change finally emerged. E4 level task. Proceed to Dadi Cinema at 31, Daotsun Street, E-City District, and choose an unattended film to watch alone between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. Should any apparent anomalies arise, immediately trigger an alert through this program. Having grown accustomed to these nonsensical tasks, Hansu arrived at the cinema, as usual. The establishment was diminutive, raising doubts about how such a small cinema could survive in such a vast city. Nevertheless, with a task at hand, he selected a film that had no ticket sales and was contemplating cancellation, settling into a seat. The movie proved to be tedious, and Hansu was uncertain what constituted an apparent anomaly, so he patiently awaited the film's conclusion. Initially, Hansu found such tasks unreasonable, reasoning that if something strange existed in the cinema, sealing it off would be far more efficient. At the very least, the audience and other screening rooms should be evacuated. Yet, the reality was that many of the tasks assigned by the Disaster Management Bureau were peculiar, discreet, and unbeknownst to the public. As the film approached its midpoint, Hansu prepared to jot down note anomalies in his black notebook, but he suddenly froze, a chilling sensation creeping up his spine. He quietly grasped the mysterious sword and subtly raised his gaze, only to see the movie screen seemingly transform into multiple shadows. It appeared as though a vague silhouette behind the screen was mimicking the film's characters. Hansu narrowed his eyes, remaining inconspicuous as he pressed the alert button on his mobile application and quietly moved forward to observe further. However, just the slightest motion seemed to disturb something. A rustling sound filled the air, akin to a multitude of invisible sparrows fluttering above him. The inexplicable noise sent a shiver down his spine. He immediately gripped his electric baton, but upon glancing around, everything had returned to normal. His phone chimed with an incoming message, task feedback recorded. Personnel must exit the screening room immediately. The subsequent task will be handled by a designated investigator. Confounded yet compliant, Hansu followed the instructions, taking his briefcase and leaving the cinema, where he could see police cars approaching in the distance. Upon reaching a distance of 300 meters from the cinema, he noticed the area was cordoned off with layers of security. Rows of police vehicles, armed personnel, and firefighters surrounded the cinema. Even a figure clad in a black trench coat, carrying a briefcase, added to the scene reminiscent of a war under the night sky. So we, the operatives, are utilized as anomalous alarm systems? Hansu mused, beginning to understand that not every task was trivial. Rather, it seemed that tedious work was merely his current role. Accepting this identity with ease, he returned to his apartment by taxi, only to hear a gentle call from the roadside. "Mister, have you been busy lately?" Startled, Hansu turned to see a luxurious black sedan parked at the curb, where a man dressed in a white shirt with a suit jacket draped over his arm greeted him with a smile. He paused, realizing that someone from the Shur family had finally come to seek him out. "Hello, Mr. Han." As he recognized the man's identity, the individual approached and extended his hand with a smile, saying, I am Xu Jinfeng, the assistant to Shiji's father. May I have a moment to speak with you? The absence of Shiji did not surprise him. He had anticipated that, in accordance with the Shear family's typical modus operandi, someone would eventually reach out to him. Thus, he turned and shook the assistant's hand, smiling as he asked, "Where to?" Shear Turjo invited Hinsu into the car, and as the vehicle began to move, he spoke. "Mr. The young master is currently under house arrest, and his phone has been confiscated, so he is unable to visit you. I have come to convey his gratitude on his behalf." "That is unnecessary," Ansu replied. "No matter how many times you thank me, Shirji will still express his gratitude once more. That is of no concern. Besides him, I also represent the Shear family." Shear Turju glanced back at Ansu's apartment building and remarked, "If Mr. Hun is content living in this apartment, I can arrange to have the name changed to yours." Hansu was taken aback and looked up at him, saying, "That is unnecessary. If you are so generous, why not settle the management fees with the property management?" Shear Turju appeared momentarily stunned, as if he had not fully processed the remark, but he still smiled and nodded. "I will inform the property management company." Then, he retrieved an envelope from his briefcase and extended it to Finsu with both hands, stating, "Additionally, here is a card containing 600,000 yuan. I hope Mr. Han will accept it." Hansu chuckled. "If I accept this money, does that mean I can no longer approach Shirji?" Xu Turju smiled back, saying, "The Shear family does not operate in such a petty manner. Moreover, even if one were to speak, the young master would not acquiesce. If the intention were truly to sever his contact with you, efforts should be directed towards the young master himself, rather than causing difficulties for Mr. Han, should it not? Of course, while it is true that the young master is currently under house arrest, the gentleman's purpose in summoning me was merely to express gratitude for Mr. Han's life-saving assistance. As for the present circumstances, it is indeed not ideal for the two of you to meet, but this is solely for your mutual benefit." After a brief pause, his expression grew somewhat grave. "You have not undergone hypnosis, and neither will the young master. Which means both of you belong to the category of bizarre deep contact individuals. Remaining together would pose significant danger." Hansu was momentarily taken aback. "How so?" Assistant Su explained slowly. "Deep contact individuals have a much higher probability of attracting mysterious phenomena or drawing the attention of certain aberrant entities compared to ordinary people. This is the reason many believe that once one encounters certain things, it becomes impossible to escape. When two deep contact individuals are together, the likelihood of attracting the bizarre is exponentially increased. Thus, the young master's confinement serves to mitigate the risks for both of you. Moreover, to my knowledge, the ghostly cargo truck that escaped its seal has yet to be located." Ghostly cargo truck? Hansu recalled the bizarre encounter on Route 48, filled with extreme astonishment. What is the Disaster Management Bureau doing? Assistant Su could not help but glance at Hansu, pondering that this young man seemed to lack a sense of respect for the institution. It was a particularly troublesome anomaly. He could only smile and explain, "While the threat level is not high and the confidentiality tier is not stringent, it is quite cunning and difficult to handle. It was once sealed in that desolate stretch of road by an independent investigator who had to employ considerable effort. However, that investigator has since been reassigned, and among the currently active investigators in Qingang, there may not be anyone particularly adept at dealing with this type." Understood. Ansunadith, indicating his comprensión. Yet, observing Assistant Su's casual manner in discussing the deep contact anomaly and the ghostly cargo truck, he gradually felt a peculiar sensation. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and remarked, "Assistant Su, it seems you possess an extensive understanding of these phenomena?" "Merely knowledge," replied Assistant Su with a nod. "However, even among affluent families in Qingang, few are truly aware of and comprehend these matters." Hansu slightly focused, inquiring, "What is the threshold?" Status. Assistant Su's response was remarkably straightforward. Qingang City is vast, with a multitude of wealthy individuals, and positions are always filled accordingly. Therefore, when it comes to wealth and power, many in Qingang can be considered as such. Yet, those with status are few. Ansu suddenly grasped something, murmuring, "What is the disparity in understanding brought about by this status compared to ordinary people?" Assistant Su pondered for a moment, then said, "Mr. Han, when you encountered the ghostly cargo truck with the young master, did he not explain its origin to you?" Idith Ansunadith, stating, "He mentioned hearing about it from a drunken man in a club." Assistant Su replied, "That may not have been merely a drunken man. Perhaps the elders intentionally arranged for those aware of the truth to leave an impression in a ludicrous manner at the appropriate time. That way, when an unexpected encounter occurs, they at least have some information to reference. And when the time comes for them to understand these matters, the prior foundation prevents them from bearing too much burden. Han Su sighed, thinking to himself how fortunate it is to be wealthy. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how Su Ji was always eager to lead him astray. Yet he, in pursuit of useful knowledge, refrained from indulging and instead immersed himself in libraries. Had he known, perhaps accompanying Su Ji would have allowed him to encounter these phenomena sooner. Of course, upon reflection, that was not entirely correct. At that time, he had not yet received the incantation from Song Chu-Shi, and recklessly engaging might have led to dire consequences. There is no need to feel regret, Mr. Han, Assistant Su gently remarked. The necessity of being aware of these entities' existence does not necessarily constitute a blessing. Perhaps you are aware that Qin Gang has many enthusiasts of the mysterious? They may have discerned peculiarities from history or subtle details, thus pursuing these phenomena. Some are driven by curiosity, while others are drawn to the power that distorts reality. Han Su nodded slowly, recalling an individual he had encountered, a fellow executor who had been consumed by the pursuit of the mysterious, ultimately leading him to the Disaster Management Bureau. Assistant Su turned his gaze to the window, letting out a soft sigh, stating, "Most of them pursue nothing at all, exhausting every means yet unable to touch the true essence of the mysterious. This, however, is a form of fortune. It is the work of the Disaster Management Bureau that grants them this fortune. Mr. Han, it has never been humanity chasing the mysterious. Rather, it is the mysterious that pursues humanity. Although it is said that in this pursuit, the distance is so close that the shadows of the mysterious entities could completely envelop humanity, there is often no need for ordinary people to be informed. The mysterious pursues humanity." Assistant Su's words unexpectedly brought to Han Su's mind the sensation he experienced during each abduction, his emotions surging like a roller coaster. He suddenly began to understand why the Su family had only appeared before him nearly a week after he emerged from the Disaster Management Bureau. The Bureau had only been established for 3 years, but some matters had likely existed for countless years. However, it requires status to uncover the truth. Perhaps a polite person would cease the conversation here, but Han Su, lacking such decorum, turned and earnestly posed his most pressing question. Thus, as individuals of status who have long been aware of these matters, Assistant Su, what is your perspective on the abduction case I experienced years ago? Assistant Su fell silent. Han Su recalled that at the beginning of his life, Su Ji was one of the abducted children, implying that at that time, Su Ji's family also belonged to the families of victims. Yet, he could not recall Su Ji's family ever seeking him out. Just as, in the current timeline, not every family of victims had appeared before him. Mr. Han, you're an unfortunate individual. After a long silence, Assistant Su slowly responded. Your encounter with such events elicits sympathy. Even I, who have long known of the shadows lurking in Qin Gang, cannot truly believe this is real. Han Su furrowed his brow. How so? Because Assistant Su contemplated before articulating a fitting response, speaking softly. If this were true, then even for those of us who are already aware of the shadows and interact with them, such occurrences are far too mysterious and difficult to comprehend. After a considerable time, Han Su slowly raised his head, meeting Assistant Su's gaze. Assistant Su chose not to elaborate further, even deliberately lowering his head to prevent Han Su from inquiring further. It was not until the vehicle came to a steady halt and the driver lightly tapped the window that he perked up, smiling as he pressed the button. There is little more I can discuss with Mr. Han. Let's change the subject. The curtain of the window parted, and he gazed outside, softly stating, Mr. Han, do you find this outcome satisfactory? Chapter 51. Emergency Assembly. Currently, the vehicle was traversing through a bustling alley in Qin Gang City. Looking out of the window, one could see the back alley of a bar, littered with garbage bins and crates of empty bottles. Amidst this refuse, 2 figures were being restrained. The distance was great, making it difficult to discern their words. However, the sight was clear. 2 figures knelt, fervently pleading, yet the surrounding crowd displayed no hint of compassion. They ruthlessly yanked at the victim's legs before raising a metal baseball bat high. With a single swing, the limbs of the unfortunate souls contorted into a grotesque V shape, their bodies convulsing in agony as they shrieked in pain. Yet, The onlookers remained unfazed, laughing as they seized the other leg. The harrowing cries echoed through the alley. It was evident to the naked eye that the two individuals were beyond repair, and the assailants exhibited a chilling professionalism. Every strike was calculated, aimed at inflicting irreversible damage. Hansu had already grasped the reason why Assistant Sue had brought him here, and he recognized the two victims. They were the very individuals who had attempted to apprehend him at the Public Security Bureau, lured by a bounty displayed on the black market table, even resorting to extrajudicial punishment. After his transfer to the Disaster Management Bureau, he had not encountered them again, only to find such a coincidence today. Was the Sue family truly so formidable? He observed the meticulous process of their legs being shattered and remarked with a smile to Assistant Sue. After all, they were affiliated with the Public Security Bureau. Mr. Han has misunderstood, Assistant Sue replied with a smile. The Sue family has never engaged in illegal activities, much less provoked individuals from the Public Security Bureau. Consequently, they have been disavowed by the Bureau 3 days ago. The current conflict merely arose from their entanglement with certain underground forces, a private vendetta that we fortuitously stumbled upon. The fortunate among the wealthy can witness their foes' legs being shattered, even while enjoying a leisurely drive. Hansu inquired with a smile, "Does that mean if I am dissatisfied, I might just happen upon them being sunk into the river?" Upon hearing this, Assistant Sue furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "That would be rather difficult." Hansu responded with curiosity, "Oh?" Assistant Sue replied earnestly, "Qinggang is a coastal city, so sinking into the sea would be somewhat easier. Do we lack the funds for such an endeavor?" Hansu chuckled as he drew the car's window curtains, handing back the envelope containing a bank card, and said, "But please, take this money back." Assistant Sue paused momentarily, softening his tone as he patiently explained, "Mr. Han, the Sue family does not intend to bestow arrogance upon you. We offer you this money knowing you may need it. I understand your life has undergone some changes. Due to principles, we cannot discuss it directly, but from my understanding, those within your circle require funds, even more." He endeavored to articulate clearly and directly, yet delicately, so as not to provoke the young man's sensitive heart. Hansu took the envelope back, stating, "Then let it remain." Assistant Sue seemed taken aback. Was the young man truly so easily persuaded? The initial refusal was for his own dignity, while the acceptance was for the Sue family's honor. Observing Assistant Sue's surprise, Hansu smiled and added, "Of course. It is also to assure you that if Sue Ji approaches me again, I shall inform you. It is prudent to exercise caution." Assistant Sue nodded in understanding and added, "Moreover, beyond these two individuals, if you require assistance with the bounty on the black market table, the Sue family may attempt to help. While we cannot directly eliminate the bounty, we can endeavor to warn certain private detectives and bounty hunters within the Qinggang underworld. Naturally, it seems Mr. Han has already imparted some lessons to them." Hansu was unaware that the lessons Assistant Sue referred to involved the many who had been surveilling him and subsequently found themselves hospitalized due to a certain clandestine logic orchestrated by Cui Chiao. He assumed Assistant Sue meant the arms he had previously broken in the library and shook his head, saying, "There is no need for that," without identifying the source. "The impact would be minimal. If the Sue family truly wishes to assist me further," he contemplated. He finally spoke, "There's a girl named Meilon. I do not know her surname, but she is likely from Qinggang. Beyond that, I only know she is between 17 and 20 years old, has long hair from childhood, comes from a well-off family, and has a faint scar on the left side of her forehead." Struggling to recall these details, he shook his head again, stating, "The information seems scant, but it is all I have. I wonder if the Sue family has the capability to help me locate her?" Assistant Sue pondered silently, memorizing the details Hansu provided, and nodded slightly, saying, "I will make an effort." Hansu replied, "Notify me once you have news." The two ceased their conversation, and Assistant Sue instructed the driver to take Hansu back to the apartment complex. After a polite farewell, Hansu ascended the stairs. Although Assistant Sue, the personal secretary of Sue Ji, sought to buy out Hansu's gratitude for saving his life, he bore no ill will. In this world, there are two types of wealthy individuals. One group is pleasant to interact with, while the other is not. Perhaps the Sue family, which fosters a sense of comfort, merely grazes the edges of nobility. As for the girl he had rescued, he could only attempt to find her through the Sue family's influence. However, with only a name and no surname, the likelihood of success seemed slim. The only tangible assurance was that bank card, though he felt obliged to refuse it initially. Given the sincerity of the offer, how could he not accept? After all, it was money earned through brotherhood, a legitimate source, and a renewable resource. After sending tonight's report to Mr. Sue's email, Assistant Sue made a call to the property company before sitting quietly in the car, contemplating, Malon, could it be her? They should have had no connection. The next day, Han-Soo continued his tasks as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, the Black Rose sent a message indicating that news had spread in another circle about two former Public Security Bureau agents whose legs had been broken and discarded in a bar's back alley, inciting considerable discussion. The bounty hunters, previously eager for the reward, suddenly became more cautious. They cared not for the innocence of those they sought or whether they deserved to be entangled in such matters. They were solely concerned with the ease of dealing with their targets. The once burdensome bounty seemed to vanish overnight. However, the duration of this effect remained uncertain. As long as the bounty existed, there would always be greedy individuals tempted by it. Yet now, with the elevation of his confidentiality level, it would not be so easy for them to track him down. If anyone were so reckless as to pursue him, Han-Soo would welcome the trouble they might encounter. 3 days passed, and Han-Soo set all other matters aside. With no tasks from the Disaster Management Bureau and no school to attend, he remained in the apartment, locking the door, drawing the curtains, and placing a cup of tea before him, sitting in silence. The round clock on the opposite wall ticked, and he focused on the hands moving toward 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This was the 14th day. According to the prior intervals, the flickering would occur every 14 days, having been interrupted once. However, since he began his tenure at the Disaster Management Bureau and learned the incantations, the time had returned. The intervals would only shorten, never lengthen. Thus, theoretically, the flickering would arrive before him by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Revisiting in his mind the events that would unfold after his abduction, Han-Soo watched the clock, awaiting the moment when the hands would become erratic and the surrounding environment began to warp and blur. Tick-tock, tick-tock, time passed second by second, approaching 4 o'clock. In the Disaster Management Bureau, disregarding the incident that occurred while listening to the cryptic incantation, the earlier abduction that transpired in the afternoon during class at school stands out. It was precisely at 4 o'clock, and this time, being kidnapped would only occur before the arrival of that hour. He watched as the seconds ticked by, sensing the hands of the clock subtly twitching twice. Everything around him trembled gently, as if crumpled like a piece of paper. Has arrived? He straightened his back slightly, preparing to confront whatever was to come. Yet the outcome was remarkably tranquil. It was as if some force was lacking. Only faint indications emerged, and even the peculiar sound of mechanical gears turning by his ear seemed to drift away before he could discern it. Nothing happened. Han stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the round clock on the wall. The time had already passed 4 o'clock, and everything around him remained unchanged. He was certain that there was indeed a transformation. A sign had manifested, but it had not culminated in a complete flicker. Why is this so? Did the flicker vanish halfway, as if it had run out of power? Confused, he sat on the sofa deep in thought, when suddenly his phone emitted a beep. He looked down to find a notification from the program. D2 level mission, urgent assembly. All personnel receiving this message. Proceed immediately to the base to collect firearms and head to the intersection of Pinga Road, assisting the investigator codenamed Mr. Strangebird in executing a patrol mission. In Chapter 52, Finding That Door, Han-Soo did not rush out immediately after receiving the mission notification. Instead, he waited 5 to 7 minutes, ensuring the flicker would not return, feeling perplexed. Being pulled back against his will did not please him, and being prepared, yet not summoned, felt equally strange. Lost in thought, he finally exited, took a taxi back to the base, presented his credentials, collected his firearm, and swiftly packed it into his suitcase, hurrying to the intersection of Pinga Road. What was the nature of this mission? As he approached his destination, he adjusted his mindset, reflecting on the time when he had just completed the assessment. The instructor had claimed that electric batons were more effective than firearms, stating that investigators disliked such antiquated and flawed weapons. Now, it seemed utterly nonsensical. It was merely a lack of trust in them that led to the reliance on electric batons. Otherwise, why, upon encountering a perilous mission, was he promptly notified to collect firearms and ammunition at the base? Upon arrival, he discovered a bustling and lively locale. Positioned at the center of an intersection with numerous winding roads, he reached the assembly point and unexpectedly spotted a few acquaintances. A bespectacled doctor, the casually dressed black tiger in camouflage, and the slender crow adorned in tight jeans and headphones. Besides them, there were several individuals from D3 and D4 groups who had completed previous training, all clad in standardized attire. Unlike the D1 and D2 members who were dressed in casual wear. Upon meeting, they exchanged mere pleasantries, all eyes drawn toward a small restaurant nearby. This eatery served as the assembly point, seemingly requisitioned on short notice. The owner and staff were nowhere to be seen. Seated at a table within was a man with impeccably slicked back hair, a silver suitcase at his feet. His triangular eyes and protruding mouth resembled a bird's beak. Not particularly handsome, yet his presence unmistakably commanded the attention of all. While perusing a map of the streets, he coldly inquired, "How many operatives have been dispatched?" An individual resembling an assistant replied, in hushed tones, 16. The man with the triangular eyes, upon hearing this, became somewhat irate, glancing outside and stating, "The Bureau is becoming increasingly stingy. With only this many people, what can be accomplished?" The assistant quietly responded, "They have all been dispatched to capture the ghost truck. It has been on the run for far too long, and someone above is dissatisfied." Although the assistant spoke in a low voice, Hansu could decipher his words through lip reading. The triangular-eyed man, however, showed no restraint in his tone, his expression darkening as he retorted, "What a bunch of incompetence. It takes so long to capture a mere sea-level anomaly. Are we to cease our work?" Yet, while berating them, he glanced at his watch and commanded, "Send out all those who have just arrived. Continue pressuring the Bureau. However many more personnel, send them over. We must find that door today." The assistant nodded vigorously, stepping out with a newfound confidence, now standing tall as he approached the gathered crowd at the entrance, casting a cold glance over the assembly and declaring, "Who is in which team?" The group exchanged uncertain glances. A few clustered together, yet many, including Hansu, Black Tiger, the Doctor, and Miss Crow, remained standing alone. "We are the D2 operatives, so we usually execute tasks independently." Observing the others clustering together, Black Tiger, wary of misunderstandings, began to explain, but the assistant impatiently interrupted. "What D1 or D2? You are all operatives." He casually pointed, "You two are a team. Investigate Foo Street. You two are a team. Patrol Line 2. And you two." As he arbitrarily assigned teams, his demeanor remained stern as he added, "Remember, I need you to scrutinize every face passing by. If you encounter anyone whose face is unclear, you are permitted to shoot immediately and alert us. Keep in mind, if you cannot see a face clearly, as if obscured by fog or double vision, it does not count if someone is merely wearing a mask. Is that understood?" Despite his brusque attitude, at least the mission was articulated clearly. Everyone, well aware of the Disaster Management Bureau's rules, refrained from further inquiries and swiftly dispersed to their designated locations for patrol. However, the notion of shooting on sight, observing the throngs of pedestrians on the street, they felt a sense of unease. Although they had mentally prepared themselves when collecting their firearms, it remained a daunting prospect to imagine shooting at these innocuous bystanders before any peculiarities manifested. It was evident that the girl codenamed Crow had contemplated teaming up with Hansu, but as they were all newcomers, they dared not overstep boundaries and accepted the arrangements of others, following the Doctor down a different path. Meanwhile, Hansu paired with another unfamiliar operative, proceeding to the designated location on Line 2, embarking on their patrol. This individual appeared to be from the D1 or D2 group as well, though he was unfamiliar, likely having participated in the assessment before Hansu. They did not introduce themselves, walking silently along the street, dressed in casual attire, blending into the surroundings. While those in standardized gear were assumed to be law enforcement, eliciting no curiosity from the passers-by. The mission continued, with reports every 5 minutes. Yet, as time ticked by and night fell deeper, this commercial district became increasingly crowded with pedestrians, yet the elusive individuals with indistinct faces remained absent. Was this another tedious patrol? Hansu mused silently when suddenly, a voice crackled through the earpiece, unmistakably that of the investigator. "This is not working. Listen carefully. I need you to recite an incantation. It's quite simple. Just repeat these syllables after me." Faintly, he could hear an assistant's startled exclamation from the other end. "Mr. Strangebur, this, silence." The investigator, codenamed Guai Niao, sternly reprimanded the others, his tone softening as he continued. "You should recall the foremost principle when undertaking an execution mission: obedience. Upon the completion of this task, I shall report our accomplishments to the Bureau, which will assist you in enhancing your evaluations and expedite your promotion to Investigator." With no objections raised, all remained silent, listening intently. Guan Yao then chuckled softly and gradually articulated a series of syllables. Wu Ling, Ru, Xian Shun, Guang Ming. His speech was fragmented and exceedingly slow, resembling the meaning of those words. Yet each syllable was distorted by his intonation, rendering it eerily bizarre and evoking a sense of dread. If one were to describe it meticulously, it would be akin to transforming this simple language into something imbued with strange power. Wu Ling Ru, Xian, Shen Guangming? Han Su felt a flicker of doubt, yet refrained from vocalizing the incantation. Although he had been aware upon entering the Disaster Management Bureau that the primary rule for execution personnel was to obey, the mystique surrounding the first spell he encountered dissuaded him from casually uttering any others. Just as he contemplated this, his phone emitted a beep, and he discovered that it was a message from a small group he had formed with the doctor, Wuya, and others at the conclusion of his assessment at the Disaster Management Bureau. A person with a black avatar had sent a message. No. Was Miss Wuya also cautioning me? A chill ran through Han Su's heart. In this small group, they occasionally discussed matters. But due to the regulations imposed by the Disaster Management Bureau, their conversations were always cautious and veiled. Now, during a mission, she had not even attempted to conceal her message, sending such a direct communication. While pondering this, he caught sight of his companion's lips moving, observing the shape of his mouth, clearly reciting the spell. Han Su immediately felt a surge of tension, as if a chill breeze had wafted past him, raising the hairs on his arms. At that moment, his companion, noticing Han Su's gaze, raised a hand to his earpiece and said blandly, "It is unwise to act so clever. As execution personnel, if you wish to survive and ascend, sometimes you must take risks. That door may not even be in our patrol area. Even if you chant, there is only a 1 in 5 chance of survival. However, if you choose not to chant and offend Mr. Guan Yao, he will make you realize how worthless the lives of execution personnel truly are." Is the old veteran imparting wisdom? Han Su sighed softly, his gaze now vigilant as it roamed across the faces surrounding him. He whispered, "What if you happen to be among that 1 in 5? As he spoke, his body stiffened slightly, every hair standing on end. Just ahead, he spotted a figure approaching, a woman, seemingly just off work, with a slender form and an air of fatigue, a commonplace sight in the city. Yet the crucial detail was that Han Su could not discern her face. It appeared obscured by a distortion of light, easily overlooked by passers-by. Only upon closer inspection could one detect the faint strangeness. Bang! For a fleeting moment, Han Su was still processing this when suddenly a shot rang out nearby. His colleague had raised his weapon, smoke curling from the barrel. The indistinct woman had collapsed to the ground. Chapter 53. Blocking the door with one's body? Bang! Without hesitation, the executioner beside Han Su fired a shot, and the entire street fell into a state of paralysis. Some were terrified, others stunned, their eyes wide as they gazed at the fallen office worker. Her once elegant form was now invisible. Her 2 pale legs sprawled unattractively, blood pooled beneath her, and a gory hole marred her face. Death has always been a grotesque affair. In less than a second, the surrounding silence erupted into screams. Chaos ensued, and everyone fled in panic, like headless flies, leaving only Han Su and the executioner standing amidst the tumult. "Be careful." Han Su struggled to articulate the tumult of emotions surging within him. He could not even inquire, for execution personnel were prohibited from speaking out of turn. Thus, he was left to ponder whether it was truly necessary to take a life so easily, whether the appearance of such an indistinct figure could only be resolved through her demise. Yet he clearly observed that once the woman fell, her face became strikingly clear, as if some force had stripped away a veil of obscurity. Simultaneously, he perceived a faint distortion in the air around her, as if an invisible shadow was swiftly departing. At that moment, the executioner beside him excitedly reported through the earpiece, "Mr. Guan Yao, an anomaly has been detected at line 2. "Excellent," came the exhilarated voice from the earpiece, belonging to the investigator codenamed Guan Yao. "Teams 1, 3, and 4. Withdraw from the lockdown area and set up control around line 2. The 2 individuals at line 2 remain in place and stand by, without the luxury of contemplation." Han Su and the executioner both heightened their vigilance. sensing an uncanny gaze upon them. Scanning the chaotic crowd, everyone appeared to be fleeing. Yet a few indistinct figures were weaving through the throng, swiftly approaching their location. A fleeting glance revealed that they seemed no different from the rest, but upon closer inspection, a profound sense of danger emerged. Bang, bang, bang! The chaotic gunfire erupted suddenly, and the executioner beside Han Su, having noticed the rapidly approaching figures, fired without hesitation. His aim was remarkably precise, as he quickly took down two of them. However, those indistinct figures were swift and difficult to distinguish amidst the turmoil, and several shadows closed in from behind. The executioner hastily created distance, firing a few more shots, but panic began to set in. He had indeed dispatched several indistinct passers-by, but with each casualty, a shadow emerged from the fallen, swiftly attaching itself to another bystander. In an instant, that individual appeared to short-circuit, rolling their eyes back, and when their gaze returned, they had transformed into someone entirely different, frantically lunging at him. Yet, as the panicked crowd thinned, these shadows, lacking hosts to inhabit, turned their attention toward Han Su and the executioner. Han Su found it impractical to unleash his abilities in plain view, but his reflexes were exceptionally sharp. The agility cultivated within the castle now shone through as he deftly evaded several shadowy attacks, darting to the roadside. Meanwhile, the executioner, having narrowly escaped a few shadowy assaults, found himself encircled. Countless indistinct shadows lunged toward him simultaneously, and in that moment, he let out a terrified scream. "Help me!" Yet that cry was short-lived. As his visage became obscured, his limbs stiffened, and the gun in his hand was raised without hesitation. Bang! Un sauvage vein da teleponepo, narrowly avoiding the shot aimed at him. However, at the same moment, a shadow lunged toward him from behind the pole. Han Su clenched his teeth and swiftly produced an object, thrusting it toward the indistinct shadow. Crackle! A dazzling current crackled, and a vague shadow that drew near emitted a distorted scream before being flung away. Han Su stood frozen in place. Was the electric baton even more effective than a bullet? All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as that executor was infected, a figure flickered at the street corner of Line 2. Mr. Guan Yao, clutching a silver briefcase, appeared. His face was adorned with a smile, as if he were destined to succeed. His presence exuded an eerie aura, moving with extraordinary agility through the crowd, leaping over car rooftops like a specter, swiftly approaching Han Su and his companions. The door was right there. All these entities emerged from that direction. As he neared, he remained vigilant, his gaze filled with a fervent intensity directed towards the depths of the street. In truth, when his figure approached, the executor had just been surrounded by 5 or 6 indistinct shadows. There was ample time, and perhaps the capability, for rescue, yet he did not even glance back. Merely brushing past, he even discharged a shot that incapacitated the infected executor, but the surrounding indistinct shadows simultaneously turned to assault him. Remarkably, he faced the onslaught of these shadows without a hint of panic. He suddenly spoke, reciting a vague incantation, and in an instant, his form flickered. It was as though he vanished from sight, leaving only a faint silhouette that glided through the murky figures, moving forward with purpose. What was this? Ansu, witnessing the scene, felt a twinge of astonishment. How had he suddenly disappeared before my very eyes? Was this a form of mysterious power? If I were to master such an ability, what would transpire upon entering the ancient castle? Previously, he had already deduced that spells could indeed function within the castle's confines, and this investigator's skills evidently allowed him to evade the grotesque attention. If I were to acquire this ability, could I become invisible before those monsters within the castle? As he wielded the electric baton, repelling the indistinct shadows while pondering this tantalizing question, the Guanyao investigator had already dashed outside to the street. About 40 to 50 meters away, seemingly confirming something, fixating his gaze on a door at the roadside. This must be it. He lifted the briefcase and strode forward, abruptly flinging the door open. Inside, a piercing scream erupted as a woman, clutching a child, looked at him in terror. The Guanyao investigator's expression shifted. Had he made a mistake? Realizing the predicament in an instant, he retreated from the room, his eyes fixated on the street, where the air seemed dense with a dozen indistinct shadows drifting by. They converged, all heading towards Han Su, or rather, toward an inconspicuous shop a few meters away from him, its door ajar, seemingly exuding a chilling mist. The Guanyao investigator's voice rose in alarm, shouting to Han Su, "Hurry, block that door with your body. Do not let these things return." As he spoke, he sprinted with all his might, the silver briefcase trailing behind him like a specter. Han Su's reaction was swift. He tightened his grip on the electric baton, unleashing two dazzling arcs of electricity that struck like whips across the entrance of the shop, visibly causing the indistinct shadows to tremble. However, Han Su still did not physically position himself in front of the shop's door. The indistinct shadows merely quivered as they passed through the electric arcs, swiftly darting inside. In just 4 or 5 seconds, the Guanyao investigator was nearly on the heels of the last shadow, entering the shop, bursting through the door that had only just swung shut. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the eerie mist and strange aura that had previously emanated from the shop vanished entirely, leaving only pale light behind. Inside, the indistinct shadows had disappeared, and the shopkeeper behind the counter stared blankly at the intruder. "What can I get for you?" The Guanyao investigator's face flushed with anger, veins bulging as if worms were writhing beneath his skin. He slowly released the shop door, his voice strained. "Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to find this door?" His hand trembled, his grip on the gun tightening. Han Su took a step back, left hand clutching the briefcase, right hand firmly gripping his weapon, mentally prepared to recite the incantation. Though his demeanor remained composed. "Now that we've found it, haven't we? Wasn't the investigator just instructing me to block that door with my body? I must have misheard, considering that the executor was instantly contaminated and subsequently shot by you. Surely, I must have misunderstood?" Mr. Guanyao regarded him, and he met Mr. Guanyao's gaze. In the silence, Mr. Guanyao's expression suddenly transformed, breaking into a smile, quite impressive indeed. "Which team are you from, and what is your name? Your response to emergencies is remarkably mature." Chapter 54, Return to Base. "Mr. Guanyao, what has transpired?" Amidst this silent standoff, chaotic and tense footsteps finally sounded. It was the assistants of the Guanyao investigator, stationed at various intersections and temporarily commandeered snack shops, along with other team members, the doctor, Wu Ye, and He Hu, who had received the news and rushed over. From a distance, they sensed something was amiss, and, as they approached, the sight of several star corpses on the ground caused their faces to blanch with shock. Moreover, the positioning of the Guanyao investigator and Han Su was unsettling, as if tensions were taut. The assistant, keenly observing, quickly inferred the situation, drawing his gun. Beside him, He Hu glanced at him with sudden vigilance, causing the assistant to flinch and take a step back. "It's all right." Amidst the tense atmosphere, the Guanyao investigator turned with a smile, waving his hand. "Let us return to the Disaster Management Bureau. The mission has failed. We lost 1 executor and 4 civilians. Inform Miss AI to send someone to clean up the scene." He flashed a smile at Han Su, then turned and departed the scene. On the street, his designated vehicle awaited, and he slipped into it, departing without a second thought. As the investigator left, Han Su felt the surrounding tension dissipate, and Wu Ye and the others gathered around him. Many other executors present, their speech hindered, but their gazes were filled with inquiry. Han Su shook his head. "It's fine. We should head back. I imagine the Bureau will have questions for us about this character, known as the Butcher, and his true nature." Meanwhile, Mr. Guanyao sat in the spacious back seat of an armed vehicle, his expression twisting into one of malice, gritting his teeth as he seethed. "Damn it. What sort of recruitment process is the Disaster Management Bureau following these days?" Yes. In the face of Mr. Guanyao's fury, his personal assistant and student appeared somewhat intimidated, hastily agreeing, then gathering his courage to whisper, "Mr. Guanyao, did you just make a mistake in identifying the door during your mission?" The Guanyao investigator's expression instantly darkened, his gaze cold as he fixed it upon him. The assistant trembled all over, nearly spilling the whiskey he was pouring. In a fluster, he hurriedly offered the glass with both hands, explaining, "What I mean is, if the Bureau finds out, it wouldn't bode well. Why did you stop there just now?" The implication was clear. After all, a life had already been taken. Mr. Guanyao accepted the glass, the ice clinking within as he squinted slightly, pondering, indeed, why not be more decisive? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the man had stood there so calmly, his body tense, staring directly into his eyes. How could he have missed that fleeting thought? The notion of killing him should have presented no challenge. Perhaps the reason lay in the fact that, when faced with a mouse, regardless of its size or ferocity, one could easily crush it, yet when encountering something too fierce, one might worry about receiving a bite while doing so. Keeping him alive posed no issue. Those tasked with execution inherently held a reverence for investigators. A complex thought flickered through his mind, and he slowly spoke. However, this marks the third failure to locate that door. The Bureau will inevitably require an explanation. You know how to write a report, correct? The assistant nodded vigorously, retrieving his notebook and unfolding it on his lap, affirming, yes, I will write it now. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Han Su accompanied the doctor, Wu Ying, and He Hu. Other execution personnel attempted to join them, but were deterred by the low pressure within the car. As Han Su swayed with the motion of the vehicle, he suddenly turned to the doctor, saying, "During the assessment, I recall you mentioned having memorized all the codes for the execution personnel." The doctor calmly glanced at Han Su and replied, "Not only those for execution personnel, but also for investigators." Han Su nodded, leaning slightly forward, inquiring, "Then tell me, in this recent task, how many mistakes did that individual commit?" His gaze shifted to Wu Ying, who had just sent a message to both him and the doctor, warning them of a significant error that could pose unpredictable risks to execution personnel. The lack of an operational plan, not requesting technical support when sufficient time was available, failing to set up obstruction personnel as per regulations, and disregarding the presence of civilians in the transmission chain. The doctor began to enumerate. He didn't even present his credentials while executing the task in a crowded area. "What sorts of mistakes are we talking about?" Wu Ying interjected. "The gravest error he committed was teaching execution personnel the encrypted incantation. Even those who have not achieved mental infiltration risk great danger by reciting such incantations in contaminated areas. Let alone that the purpose of this incantation is to forcibly attract anomalies towards oneself. But why do you ask about these matters?" After completing his enumeration, he turned to Han Su, questioning, "Are you planning to report him to the Bureau?" "Of course not." Han Su shook his head, producing his phone, stating, "There is no time to wait to return to the Bureau. I must report him right now." As he spoke, he dialed the number, saying, "Uncle Zhang, I have something to report." Nearby, Wu Ying, the doctor, and He Hu exchanged concerned glances. As Han Su and his companions returned to the Disaster Management Bureau, they found the atmosphere tense, with 2 rows of fully armed security personnel standing guard at the entrance. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, the armed personnel approached, their tone polite yet firm. "Mr. Butcher, please surrender your firearm and standard weapon, and come with us. We have questions for you." Wu Ying, the doctor, and He Hu's expressions shifted. While not far away, the Guanio investigator and his assistant turned to each other, sharing a cold laugh before striding towards the headquarters building. However, before they reached the steps, Zhang Qigua, accompanied by Secretary Cui Qiao and another team of armed personnel, approached them with polite handshakes, saying, "Mr. Guanio, please come with us. We have questions for you. By the way, let us keep the briefcase with me for now." This sudden turn of events caused the Guanio investigator and his assistant's faces to pale, realization dawning upon them. They glared at Han Su with a mix of fury and shock. Damn it, an executioner reporting an investigator? At that moment, Han Su, shielded by 2 security personnel, felt none of the tension he had earlier displayed while confronting the investigator on the street. Noticing the malice in the other's eyes, he returned a cold smile without reservation. As both parties were escorted by security into the lobby, the entire Disaster Management Bureau buzzed with activity. Han Su was led into an inquiry room with an all-metal aesthetic. After a brief wait, someone entered the room, followed by 2 other cold-faced personnel. The camera subtly adjusted, as if nodding to indicate that Ms. AI had also engaged in the inquiry. Meeting Secretary Chui's gaze, Han Su felt a sense of helplessness. He could not entirely blame himself for the events of the night. He harbored a lingering doubt. Were the incidents of that evening deliberately aimed at him, or merely coincidental? The former would be manageable, but if it were the latter, within the Disaster Management Bureau, the lives of execution personnel were certainly not to be trifled with. He recounted the events of the evening without concealing anything, detailing the task, especially the part where the Guanio investigator instructed them to recite incantations and shot the D2 execution personnel. Secretary Chui's expression, initially tense and anxious, gradually relaxed as she listened. However, as the narrative progressed, she appeared increasingly resigned. "Is that all?" she asked, looking at Han Su. "It would be best not to withhold anything." Hansu shook his head. Not at all. Then please compile the report. Zhang will discuss this matter with the investigator, and you can present the report we prepared for his review. After speaking to the two personnel who had been questioning Hansu and receiving their nods, she turned back to Hansu, stating, "You've gotten yourself into trouble. I can't be blamed for this," he retorted. "What does your predicament have to do with this?" Hansu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating the validity of her point. Secretary Chui, sensing his silence, appeared slightly more at ease, saying, "The Guanyo investigator submitted a report, placing the blame entirely on you. However, you should be safe." He was overly eager to complete this B-level task, seeking the source of the B-level aberration, and he made numerous fundamental errors. Had he succeeded, no one would have raised an eyebrow at his mistakes, but since he failed, every misstep has become an issue. Therefore, you are in the clear. Ansunadith. A subtle sigh of relief escaping him as he asked, "What about him?" Secretary Chui hesitated for a moment before smiling. "He will be fine as well. Although he lost an execution personnel and affected several innocent civilians, his determination to complete the B-level task was evident. Consider a lesson for you." She looked at Hansu calmly, stating, "Within the Disaster Management Bureau, for certain investigators who can achieve results, a little leniency is permitted." As Hansu prepared to voice his dissent, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. What more could he possibly say? Chapter 55. Assistant application. What kind of rubbish are they recruiting now? In another interrogation room, facing Zhang Qigua was the peculiar investigator known as the Strange Bird, who was now visibly displeased, seemingly embarrassed by Zhang's inquiries. Just moments ago, when a mission's failure was confirmed, he had maintained a facade of composure and a smile before Hansu. However, upon realizing that Zhang was fully aware of all his transgressions, his agitation became apparent. What about the death row inmates? I have long insisted that Secretary Number 5 should intervene to elevate the penalty standards in Qingang City, to create more death row inmates and bring them all to the Disaster Management Bureau. We have exhausted the supply of death row inmates. Opposite him, Zhang Qigua's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "In just 3 short years, we have run out of death row inmates in Qingang City. Merely increasing penalties is insufficient. If we truly desire more, we must import them from other cities. Yet those cities are unwilling to cooperate, as they too face shortages. Currently, all execution personnel are legitimately recruited. Their lives matter as well. Not to mention that the personnel from Groups D1 and D2 are reserve investigators. How ironic that now, when we speak of lives, we forget that we once risked our own in our struggle against the bizarre, all in pursuit of results." The Strange Bird investigator's expression grew even more sinister. "I have pursued this door for so long, finally pinpointing its location, only for this error of the execution personnel to ruin everything. Who is responsible? The failure of the mission is undoubtedly your fault," Zhang Qigua retorted coldly. "I am fully aware that you chose the wrong door. Had you not rushed to claim credit and waited for the support team to arrive, we would have had a greater chance of locating that door, and no mistakes would have occurred. Furthermore, do you realize the immense risk of casually teaching the coded incantations to execution personnel and compelling them to recite them? Before doing so, you even had no understanding of their mental state. The Disaster Management Bureau may tolerate some of your mistakes, but it cannot overlook your blatant disregard for basic rules. Now that I am here, I will keep a close watch on this matter." Faced with Zhang Qigua's ire, the Strange Bird investigator paused momentarily before suddenly bursting into laughter. Leaning back and resting his legs on the interrogation table, he chuckled, "Old Zhang, how naive you remain. Have you forgotten how you missed that promotion opportunity and ended up in this cold seat?" Hearing this, Zhang Qigua's face turned ashen. The Strange Bird investigator continued to laugh. "After dealing with these matters for so long, do you not realize that for our line of work, lives are merely numbers? Now you fret over lives. Try that when the tide comes in." The phrase "spare no effort to prevent infiltration" was not mine when the Disaster Management Bureau was first established. Moreover, are there not many others in the Bureau who work like I do? That one, who treats lives as mere numbers, has already been promoted, has he not? Zhang Qigua recognized whom he was referring to and replied with a heavier tone, "Do not mention that individual. Do not emulate him either. He indeed holds a casual regard for rules, and his execution personnel are notoriously high risk, but he is not like you. Each execution personnel who perishes under his command has a reasonable explanation in the reports, even those from D7. More importantly, he has never had a failed mission. This statement struck a nerve in the strange bird investigator, his expression turning frigid, yet he sneered. Old Zhang, I heard you were not well regarded at the Public Security Bureau. Do you really wish to tread the same path here in the Disaster Management Bureau? Zhang Qigua's expression darkened further, his gaze sharp. Meeting his eyes, the investigator awkwardly lowered his legs. Yet his countenance remained a cold smirk. I shall refrain from further unnecessary words. Transfer that individual to me. I still have an assistant quota, do I not? It would be quite fitting. I can nurture him well. Zhang Qigua had been anticipating this request. Every investigator is allowed to transfer 2 execution personnel under their command as assistants. To some extent, it is akin to mentorship, guiding, and training them. The strange bird investigator had already lost one of his 2 assistants, leaving only the one beside him now. Yet his current application was certainly not for genuine training. Zhang Qigua merely cast a cold glance. You cannot transfer him. The strange bird investigator's expression darkened. If you refuse, do you think I won't directly seek approval from higher-ups? Zhang Qigua, listening, wore a solemn expression, suddenly asking, That girl with the codename Crow, do you truly not know who she is? The strange bird investigator's expression shifted slightly. Who? Zhang Qigua scoffed. To execution personnel, you are naturally someone they cannot provoke, but do not forget. There are many here in the Disaster Management Bureau whom you cannot provoke either. For instance, that individual who favors red trench coats. Noticing the change in the strange bird investigator's demeanor, he softened his tone, continuing, You coerced her niece, who can also be considered her student, into becoming bait and forced her to recite the incantation that brings forth the plague in an area afflicted by it. Can you imagine what will happen when she learns of this? The strange bird investigator's face became increasingly unnatural, and he waved his hand. I do not know her identity. Anyway, nothing has happened. Just give me that individual, and I will take care of that girl. Zhang Qigua slowly shook his head. You may argue that you acted without knowledge of her identity. But have you considered when has that individual in the red trench coat ever been reasonable? The strange bird investigator's countenance darkened considerably as he slammed the table. Old Zhang, are you trying to set me up? She owes me a favor. Zhang Qigua ignored his words and calmly stated, Therefore, I could persuade her to consider this matter as if it never occurred. Of course, I could also advise otherwise. The strange bird investigator's breath grew heavy. Yet, gazing at Zhang Qigua's cold expression, he found himself unable to voice the anger simmering within. Do not bring me more trouble. After all, you just stated that being assigned to this position has already displeased me. Zhang Qigua gradually withdrew his piercing gaze, stating, This matter ends here. However, he suddenly shifted his tone. Of course, you may still submit your request to transfer certain execution personnel to your side. In the Disaster Management Bureau, sometimes a person's worth is the only standard by which they are judged. In another interrogation room, Secretary Cui Qiao sat atop the interrogation table, massaging her temples as she looked down on Han Su. You entered D2, which means your value is higher than those in the subsequent groups. Furthermore, his report is quite detrimental to you. If you did not report him in advance, and your accompanying execution personnel corroborate his misconduct during the operation, it will be rather challenging for you to extricate yourself from this predicament. Regardless, you have thoroughly offended the strange bird by making him lose face, even with Zhang's protection. You must be even more cautious. There are rumors that he has been deeply affected by his prolonged dealings with certain bizarre entities, leading to a deterioration of his sanity. Cui Qiao pointed to her head, whispering, It has become quite abnormal. This is one of the side effects of deep engagement with the mysterious, though it has not been publicly acknowledged by the Disaster Management Bureau. After all, being adept at mastering and utilizing mysterious abilities is already commendable. Of course, the cost he pays is a diminished personal evaluation. For those lacking rationality, becoming an independent investigator is nearly impossible. Transforming a fool into a sage and restoring sanity to a madman are formidable tasks. And these are the very challenges that Zhang Tu currently grapples with. Han Su inwardly cursed, wondering why it seemed as if everyone else possessed normal minds. Had he not been abducted by monsters once every fortnight? Nonetheless, this experience illuminated for him the perilous nature of the executor's role. Investigators, while probing and mitigating bizarre and supernatural phenomena, possess the authority to sacrifice executors as deemed necessary. Of course, the Disaster Management Bureau, Zhaiguanju, would subsequently scrutinize the actions of these investigators, imposing restrictions. Yet, even if issues were indeed uncovered. The consequences would typically culminate in mere fines or lowered evaluations. Only if the evaluations plunged to a certain threshold would an investigator's license be revoked, consequently disqualifying them. As he musingly lamented this, a pressing question arose in his mind. During his encounters with the bizarre, he had inexplicably felt as if he had become invisible. What kind of ability was that? One of the fundamental training regimens in the Bureau's arsenal of mystical powers, as Chui Qiao explained. Nearly every investigator undergoes such training. Why are you still concerned about this? Han Su replied, I am merely curious as to when I might receive such training. Training? Chui Qiao regarded him with curiosity. Shaking her head, it is too early. Unless you accumulate sufficient experience for the Bureau to decide to train you as an official investigator. Or perhaps you ascend from your position as an executor and catch the eye of a particular investigator, who then selects you as their personal assistant and trains you. But both scenarios are quite distant for you. Han Su's heart raced at the prospect. So, you mean to say, I do indeed have the opportunity to commence this training in the shortest time possible, simply by becoming an assistant to a particular investigator? What do you mean by simply? Chui Qiao found Han Su's words peculiar. You must perform admirably, garner favorable evaluations, and then be noticed by an investigator willing to mentor you. They would utilize their available slots to facilitate your spiritual infiltration, followed by training in mystical powers. This would certainly allow you to acquire such powers sooner than ordinary executors. But it comes with its drawbacks. She paused, adding, for instance, becoming an assistant to an investigator complicates your own evaluation, slowing your progression to becoming an investigator. The waters within the Disaster Management Bureau run deep. At this juncture, she shook her head. Yet, there is no alternative. Most current investigators and independent investigators have experienced the Bureau's tumultuous growth phase, wielding considerable power, nearly too unwieldy to manage. The Administrative Office has established a series of regulations and processes to restrain them, and Zhang Tu's assignment here is to address this issue, though she shook her head. Clearly aware of the difficulties involved, Han Su merely nodded in acknowledgement, unaffected by the situation's gravity. What truly mattered was that he needed to master that incantation promptly. A spell capable of concealing one's existence would prove invaluable to a child who occasionally played hide and seek with monsters within the ancient castle. Additionally, why had there been no signs of impending abduction as of yet? Following an initial shock, he began to formulate a hypothesis. Could it be due to his earlier return to the castle? If the current pattern held, he should be abducted no more than once every 15 days. However, during his initial entry into the Disaster Management Bureau, the cryptic incantation had resulted in his abduction occurring merely a day later. This variable introduced two possibilities. Either he commenced a new cycle of abductions with intervals reset, anticipating a second abduction roughly 15 days hence, or he considered the second possibility, accumulation. Given that he had been abducted after just one day the first time, he would have 14 days of freedom remaining, now compounded upon the current 15 days. This implied he would likely face abduction again in approximately 29 days. Of course, there were other possibilities. Perhaps he had rescued someone new, altering the intervals. Or perhaps he had fortuitously stumbled upon a stroke of luck that would exempt him from further abductions. Han Su had to concede that the last conjecture was somewhat fanciful. Regardless, the truth would reveal itself in 12 days. There was nothing he could do about the abductions. All he could focus on was mastering the spell of invisibility within that time. Perhaps he should seek out Zhang Qigua to see if he could offer a gift in hopes of securing a backdoor advantage. As he pondered this while waiting for Zhang Qigua alongside Secretary Chui Qiao, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Curiously, he pulled it out to find a new message from Ms. AI of the Disaster Management Bureau. Qinggang City Abnormal Disaster Assessment Management Bureau Benevolent Investigator Code, named Strange Bird, extends an invitation to you. In light of your exceptional performance in execution tasks, we hope you can join him in work and study. Wishing you a pleasant collaboration, together forming the most robust defense against infiltration. Registration period. Strange Bird. Han Su was momentarily taken aback by this notification. Gui Qiao, observing him in a state of inquiry, felt slighted by his apparent disregard for her presence as he glanced at his phone. However, upon hearing his words, her expression shifted, and she leaned in to take a look. Upon seeing the message, her countenance changed dramatically. How can this be? That individual is requesting you to work alongside him. How is that any different from sending you to your doom? Why would Zhang Tu permit him to send such a request? Zhang Qigua must be conversing with that strange bird investigator, which means he is also aware of this application. Han Su, while feeling perplexed, placed his trust in Zhang Qigua. Though he found the situation odd, he remained unperturbed, unexpectedly contemplating. If we adhere to the Bureau's procedures, could this potentially allow me an opportunity for early mystical power training? It was I who inspired him to submit this application. Just as Secretary Cui Qiao voiced her concerns, Zhang Qigua's voice resonated at the door, and he entered with hands clasped behind his back, a hint of fatigue in his expression, yet a decisive tone in his voice. Upon seeing Zhang Qigua, Han Su stood up, instinctively fearing he might have caused trouble that would displease him. However, to his surprise, Zhang Qigua merely patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to sit down, and said, "I understand your concerns, but I will not reproach you. This matter is not your fault. It reflects the prevailing atmosphere within the Bureau." Han Su felt somewhat taken aback, but gradually seated himself. Why? On the other hand, Secretary Cui Qiao was exceptionally astonished by Zhang Qigua's decision. That individual's reputation within the Bureau is notoriously poor. Such an opportunity is rare. Few possess such prospects. Zhang Qigua settled into a chair opposite Han Su, rubbing his temples as he spoke. Investigators can request 2 executors to work alongside them as assistants. However, typically, these slots are already filled. After all, every investigator seeks competent aides, often pre-selecting promising candidates to nurture and acclimate. These assistant slots can, to some extent, be seen as internal referrals, exchanged among acquaintances or families in the field of mysticism. Yet, the strange bird investigator is different. His team was already at full capacity, but recently, one of his assistants met an untimely demise. Thus, this equates to him possessing an absolute opportunity. Han Su listened intently and inquired, "Uncle Zhang, do you believe this opportunity is significant for me?" "Extremely significant," Zhang Qigua replied slowly, raising his gaze. "Through this incident, I have discerned a troubling issue. Within the Disaster Management Bureau, let alone any other crises or malicious intents, even the prevailing atmosphere alone is sufficient to jeopardize the lives of execution personnel like you. Therefore, you must undergo training in mysterious powers in advance." This statement seemed to simultaneously address Secretary Cui Qiao's concerns. The application from the strange bird effectively grants an opportunity for preemptive training in mysterious powers. Ansu Chakiv, that investigator does not appear very amiable. Would he be willing to assist me in my training? How could that be possible? Zhang Qigua shook his head. That fellow is stingy when he should be generous and capricious when he ought to adhere to regulations. Not only would he refuse you, but he wouldn't even train his true assistants, especially since he possesses a box that can turn people into puppets. If you were to fall into his hands, he might erase your personal consciousness at the first opportunity, transforming you into a mere tool. Han Su listened with curiosity. "So what do you mean?" Zhang Qigua let out a slow sigh. "What I mean is after you obtain this quota, I can utilize a personal favor to secure someone else's assistance in providing you with the training in mysterious powers. Prior to having this quota, receiving training in mysterious powers would be a violation. However, once you possess it, as long as the strange bird permits, anyone can train you. I've already reached a consensus with him on this. After completing the training, he will cancel the application, allowing you to regain your freedom." Han Su considered this thoughtfully, but Secretary Cui Qiao suddenly furrowed her brow. What if he refuses to cancel the application? I have stated that I have reached an understanding with him, and I am somewhat confident that he will cooperate with me, even if reluctantly. Zhang Qigua responded, turning his gaze to Han Su. "Of course, there are risks involved. You may worry about other potential outcomes, but even with risks, do you wish to seize this opportunity for training in mysterious powers or not?" Han Su couldn't help but laugh. "Of course I want it. Uncle Zhang is truly reliable. He arranged everything without waiting for me to bring a gift." As for Secretary Cui Qiao's concerns and the associated risks, do they really need to be discussed? In this world, how many things are guaranteed to be 100% certain? Especially considering that every escape from the ancient castle involved taking risks. Zhang Qigua regarded Han Su with a hint of admiration and waved him off to return, while Secretary Cui Qiao, this time, did not see Han Su off, but instead returned to look at Zhang Qigua, saying, "You seem different from before." Zhang Qigua knew what she was implying and retorted, "Do I appear foolish?" "Yes," Secretary Cui Qiao replied. You have improved significantly. At least you have learned to exploit loopholes. Zhang Qi will pause for a moment, then shook his head. Perhaps there's indeed something wrong with my character. Previously, at the Public Security Bureau, I found myself sidelined for disapproving of certain matters. Now, at the Disaster Management Bureau, I still find many things intolerable. He paused again, then continued. However, I have already experienced the same losses at the Public Security Bureau. Now that I am at the Disaster Management Bureau, I should learn to adapt in certain ways. Chapter 57. Ms. Crow, to participate in training for mysterious powers. Must one not first pass through the barrier of mental infiltration? Previously, I had been cautious, concealing the fact that I had already achieved mental infiltration and 2 other mysterious abilities. Now, during the training in mysterious powers, would this raise suspicion among others? Yet, that does not seem right. My previous concealment was indeed prudent. Over this period, Hansu has deepened his understanding of the Disaster Management Bureau through various channels, and he is now aware of the 2 possible outcomes for those who achieved mental infiltration upon entering the Bureau or encountering the bizarre phenomena. One outcome is being directly assigned to Group D1, which typically occurs for individuals guided by mentors from the mysterious side, deemed safe and controllable, such as Miss Crow. The other outcome is being classified as extremely prone to losing control, necessitating immediate containment, leading to assignment in Group D7. Lacking freedom, forcibly detained, and with no knowledge of when they might face the bizarre. Although Han-Su has never seen the elusive Group D7, he is certain that being in Group D2 is a relatively favorable situation. Of course, out of caution, it is most suitable to initially present as someone without infiltration, and, during training at the Disaster Management Bureau, to choose an opportune moment to feign a sudden achievement of infiltration. This way, he can navigate through unseen obstacles. The strategy is sound, but Hansu is unsure of its practical feasibility. As he contemplated this, he took out his phone and sent a message. Crow, here. Observing the succinct message that appeared in the chat box with the black crow icon, Hansu pondered and asked, how is mental infiltration carried out during the training for mysterious powers? Miss Crow quickly replied, come find me in training room C2. Hansu had merely intended to understand how others conducted their mental infiltration training to facilitate his own portrayal. He did not expect a response to suggest a face-to-face discussion, possibly out of concern for information leaks. He put away his phone and approached the designated area. Upon arriving at the training room accessible to personnel from groups D1 and D2, Hansu spotted Miss Crow sitting alone. She appeared to be engaged in some practice. The walls of the room were composed of dark metallic material, adorned with faint, intricate lines forming mysterious symbols. The training room was spacious, theoretically quite empty. Yet for some inexplicable reason, upon reaching the entrance, Hansu halted, enveloped by a peculiar sensation that rendered the room overwhelmingly crowded. Come in and sit, she said softly from the center of the room, not providing a direct answer. The moment she spoke, it felt as if something taut within the training room was abruptly released, akin to the sudden extinguishing of an overly bright light in a stadium, rendering the entire space normal and gentle. Hansu stepped inside, noticing the absence of chairs, and sat beside her. What are you doing? Miss Crow, sensing Hansu's proximity, seemed slightly unaccustomed, instinctively shrinking back before relaxing and returning to her original demeanor, maintaining a close distance from him. Conducting routine training in mental power control. She turned halfway to face Hansu, asking, what prompted your sudden interest in mental infiltration? Hansu considered his response, stating, I wish to undergo training in mysterious powers. However, I have never encountered these matters before. By understanding the sensations involved in advance, I hope to appear less unfamiliar when I commence my training in this area. Perhaps Miss Crow would view this as a breach of regulations, Hansu thought, having prepared his reasoning. Yet she did not question him. Instead, she tilted her head slightly and asked, have you made your decision? Miss Crow continued, upon completing mental infiltration, you will acquire a power beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Yet each use will exact a toll. If a certain mysterious creature were to descend, you would invariably attract its attention more readily than an ordinary person. Even simply walking at night, you would be more susceptible to encountering ghosts. Hansu chuckled. Isn't that quite delightful? Miss Wea appeared momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Delightful? Hansu continued. What is the purpose of joining the Disaster Management Bureau? Isn't it simply for the thrill and excitement? Upon hearing this, Miss Wea seemed somewhat perplexed. Could it be that people genuinely join for the sake of amusement? I certainly did not. Then you should learn to adapt, Han Su replied, ceasing his playful banter. He then inquired, on another note, the Disaster Management Bureau claims to assist us in achieving mental infiltration. What exactly does that entail? I have heard you speak of mental infiltration. What does this so-called infiltration feel like? With Han Su's emphasis on the key point, Miss Weir adopted a more serious demeanor. She faced him squarely and articulated, mental infiltration is the process of awakening one's mental power and, in a controllable manner, merging it with reality. There are two methods for ordinary individuals to achieve mental infiltration. One involves listening to encrypted incantations repeatedly until a resonance is triggered, leading to self-discovery. Once this sensation is retained, further training can help master the infiltration. The other method involves forcibly opening oneself through bizarre pollution. Han Su was momentarily taken aback. Forcibly? Miss Weir nodded. Using an analogy, it is akin to blood within the body that cannot escape. Some may experience an overflow due to excessive vitality, while others may bleed due to injury. The essence remains the same. Han Su felt an inexplicable stirring within, recalling that his own mental infiltration had occurred upon encountering a ghostly truck, which also belonged to the latter category. Indeed, Miss Weir added, seeking the bizarre to assist in achieving mental infiltration is perilous, as it can subject one to terrifying pollution and even result in the loss of sanity. However, there exists another method based on this principle. As she spoke, she took Han Su's hand, noting the chill and softness of her small hand. This involves individuals who have already achieved mental infiltration, guiding you through the experience. This method is fundamentally similar to the bizarre pollution, yet is more controllable and safer. The downside is that it can be quite taxing on the person imparting their mental energy, and it requires prolonged repetition to help you master the ability for mental infiltration. I can allow you to feel it once. Do you wish to? She asked. You are quite proactive, Han Su remarked, observing her earnest expression. He nodded slightly. Will this not contravene any rules? I am merely allowing you to perceive the activation, not assisting you in completing the infiltration, Miss Weir earnestly explained. This is permitted by the Disaster Management Bureau. Many have completed this step prior to joining. Reassured, Han Su replied, very well. Miss Weir appeared to perform no particularly extraordinary act, yet Han Su felt her grasp grow inexplicably colder. It was a chilling sensation that seemed to possess its own life, gradually permeating through her palm into his, slithering up his arm like an icy serpent, penetrating his veins. Quite amables expedients, en su mused internity. Exercise caution, as I am merely allowing you to perceive the vitality of mental energy, akin to what my aunt did for me in my youth. An even more extraordinary experience unfolded. Although Miss Weir did not vocalize, Han Su suddenly perceived her voice. It was the chilling essence she conveyed into his palm, a manifestation of mental energy that naturally bore the capacity to carry information. Thus, beyond the realms of language, sound, and touch, it transmitted information to Han Su. To be precise, mental infiltration comprises two steps. First, awakening one's spirit. Second, the spirit seeking an outlet. The icy essence she transmitted into Han Su's palm traversed his arm cautiously, delving deeper within his being. Due to the regulations, I can presently only allow you to feel the awakening of your spirit. This is the foundation. Once you can distinctly sense the awakening, you may attempt to control this sensation. Upon reaching the standard of control, mental infiltration will merely be a matter of time. As she conveyed this information, the icy essence navigated through Han Su's body, endeavoring to evoke some controllable ripples, akin to a twig stirring the placid surface of a lake. However, Han Su's mental realm was vast and solitary, rendering the twig's impact somewhat feeble. Consequently, Miss Weir had no choice but to exert more force. It seems his encrypted talent is at level A, yet that doesn't seem accurate. My aunt mentioned it was due to Minister Zhang's efforts, asserting that his encrypted talent is quite low. This aligned with her thoughts. Indeed, his low encrypted talent made his mental power stubborn. More mental energy was necessary to awaken it. As she pondered this, she deliberately intensified the infusion of mental energy, making the icy essence clearer and penetrating Han Su's palm at a swifter pace. Not sufficient. Add more. Still not enough. Increase it further. Chapter 58, Mental Counterattack in Truth. For the personnel of the Disaster Management Bureau, Reaching the stage of mental vitality brings numerous advantages, enabling focus, acuity, self-hypnosis, and other attributes. Certain mysterious items can also be utilized, albeit under conditions of contact. As more mental energy flowed into Han Su's mental realm, it also carried a wealth of information. Mental infiltration need not always convey information. It can also simply agitate the recipient's mental world, akin to two individuals dining in silence, both feeling a touch of awkwardness, prompting them to seek conversation. Miss Wea found herself in a similar situation. She had initially believed she could effortlessly awaken Han Su's mental realm. Yet the challenge was greater than anticipated. Consequently, as she intensified her efforts, she inadvertently infused a multitude of information. It was as though she transformed from a reticent girl into a somewhat loquacious one, her small mouth chattering incessantly. The processes of mental activation, infiltration, and transformation are widely recognized as the 3 steps to unlocking the door to the mysterious, and they constitute one of the essential criteria for obtaining an investigator's license at Qingang Disaster Management Bureau. Each standard encompasses a perilous and extensive discipline. Some view it as a ladder to ascend step by step, while others believe that a lateral expansion and deeper understanding can bestow greater abilities. Above this lies the comprehension of power, its understanding, theft, and mastery, though such concepts remain beyond our current grasp. Han Su passively absorbed all this information and, after a considerable pause, began to feel slightly embarrassed. Having received continuous dialogue without offering even a simple acknowledgement, he deemed it rather impolite. Thus, after waiting a while, finding nothing amiss in his mental realm beyond that single icy presence, he smiled and remarked, "Well, you..." At that moment, both individuals were engaged in a spiritual exchange. Miss Wea was communicating with him through the infusion of mental energy, and Han Su's response instinctively traversed the same spiritual channel. This was his will. Consequently, accompanied by this intent, the once stagnant sea of his mental world stirred slightly. Merely a slight movement, yet it resembled a twig stirring the surface of a lake, suddenly rousing some colossal entity beneath the waters. The small branch conjured a tremendous wave, while small pebbles on the surface created a mushroom cloud akin to an atomic explosion. Han Su abruptly opened his eyes, sensing that something was amiss. A faint sensation stirred within my body, as if something deep inside had been awakened. It was the ocean within my mind. Typically, it only came to life when confronted with the absurd or when Han Su deliberately uttered incantations. Yet now this ocean seemed to have stirred slightly, prompted by the cold energy emanating from her palm, and in a flash, it converged upon Han Su's right hand, which she held. Miss Corvid was transmitting her spirit into Han Su's body, and unable to disturb that ocean, she was gradually intensifying this transmission. This act itself was a form of mental stimulation that only a superior could administer to an inferior, as the superior would not harbor thoughts of harming the inferior. Thus, their mental power remained calm, while also remaining vigilant against unforeseen changes. Suddenly, Han Su's body retaliated with boundless mental force, akin to unearthing a colossal creature while digging into a mouse hole. The moment the spiritual realm within Han Su awakened, it repelled the mental energy that Miss Corvid had transmitted, not through intent, but as an instinctive counteraction. Not only did it forcefully push back the icy sensation from Miss Corvid's palm, but also surged back through her hand. Even the air seemed to resonate with a buzzing sound, as if invisible ripples abruptly radiated outward. At the center of their seating arrangement, these ripples collided with the surrounding walls, igniting strange red symbols that flickered upon the dark walls. The red light intensified to such an extent that the lights in the training room began to flicker, followed by the entire training ground, and subsequently, the entire base. The atmosphere suddenly thickened, creating a suffocating sensation that almost rendered one breathless. Miss Corvid, holding Han Su's hand, turned as pale as a ghost. She had never anticipated such an anomaly. In her panic, she attempted to release her grip, but Han Su's mental force was so overwhelming that as she loosened her grasp, her hand became stuck at a distance of 3 to 5 centimeters, as if ensnared by an invisible magnetic field. In the next moment, their hands clapped together once more. This was due to Han Su's mental force counterattacking so fiercely that it surged into Miss Corvid's palm, the will inherent in that mental power controlling her hand, creating a struggle against her own will. With their hands clasped again, The invasion of mental energy ensued. Previously, it was Miss Corvid who controlled the mental energy invading Han Su's palm. Now, the process had abruptly reversed as Han Su's mental energy surged upward, penetrating Miss Corvid's body. There was no caution akin to what she had displayed during her attempt. It was a raw, instinctual brutality. Not only did it invade her body directly, but before either had a chance to react, it had already reached deeper realms. Before Han Su's eyes, a myriad of bizarre and fragmented images flickered into view. He seemed to glimpse a classical courtyard, adorned with rockeries and flowing water, where a man clad in a high-collar Zhongshan suit shook his head in lament, scolding towards a room for which the cries of an infant emanated. Disaster star, only brings calamity. He also perceived certain servants and nannies, keeping their distance and whispering furtively to one another. They say she is the child of the devil. Whoever approaches her will have nightmares. The scene shifted again, revealing a woman in a red coat, exuding an imposing aura, squatting before him, looking down and saying, "You are an unfortunate child. From the moment of your birth, you are under scrutiny. Therefore, I shall bring you into this circle to ensure you can stand before you truly confront him, all right?" Following this, the images continued to flicker and shift. He saw a frail girl traversing a desolate land, the distant sky heavy with clouds. Observing her venture into a city ruin entwined with vines, a swarm of crows circled above her head. He noted her grip on a knife, emerging bloodied from a pile of corpses, while the woman in the red coat gazed down at her, stating, "The tide is about to descend. It is time for you to return home. I have a mission for you." In the final moment, Han Su suddenly caught sight of a pitch-black eye amidst the myriad of shimmering images fixated on him, existing in eternal solitude. The endless panorama flashed before him. All the time combined barely a second, and Han Su regained his senses. With sufficient resolve, he reined in his mental power and, like a jolt of electricity, released Miss Corvid's hand, leaning back. Freed from his grasp, Miss Corvid leaped up, creating distance between them. Han Su felt an indescribable astonishment within. He gazed at his palm, breath still uneven, enveloped by that strange and wondrous sensation. Had he just glimpsed her memories? Did the unconscious invasion of mental energy bring back information from her? The immense solitude and despair, along with the frenzy and brutality of her entire upbringing, made him feel a dissonance with the seemingly obedient and somewhat dull girl before him. His gaze gradually shifted from his palm to Miss Corvid's face, where he saw beads of sweat on her forehead as she stared blankly at him, their eyes meeting, once again eliciting the strange sensation of their mental connection. Was this the sensation of mental penetration? Han Su endeavored to smile, wanting to inquire of his mentor before Miss Corvid could speak. Alarms suddenly erupted around them. Soon after, hurried footsteps echoed outside, and the door to the training room swung open, revealing armed security personnel entering in two lines, their dark barrels immediately trained on the two within. Behind them, voices of astonishment rang out. Has someone lost control of their mental powers? Who's it inside? What is happening? Once the security personnel confirmed the training room's safety, Zhang Qigua and Secretary Cui Qiao entered. Upon seeing Miss Corvid and Han Su within the training room, he suddenly harbored a sense of foreboding. Chapter 59, Abnormal Testing. Miss Corvid was still engulfed in extreme shock, standing dazed as if overwhelmed by too many incomprehensible matters. Yet amidst the surrounding urgings, she slightly steadied herself and turned her gaze toward Zhang Qigua at the entrance, stating, "I intended to stimulate his mental activity, allowing him to comprehend the state of mysterious training in advance." However, she paused before continuing. "I failed to control the intensity and inadvertently facilitated the process of mental penetration. This seems to violate regulations, and I am willing to accept punishment. Mr. Butcher, please remain seated. Miss Corvid, kindly exit the training room and wait outside. Mr. Butcher, we will provide you with several instructions. Please follow them one by one without any extraneous thoughts or anxiety. Furthermore, security personnel, put your weapons away." The words of the crow caused the expressions of those entering the training room to change dramatically. Unexpectedly, after a moment of shock, they quickly softened their actions and attitudes under Zhang Qigua's subtle gaze. The security personnel holstered their firearms, remaining vigilant within the training room, hands poised on their weapons, ready to draw at a moment's notice. The crow exited the training room, and Zhang Qigua stepped inside, calmly nodding to Han Su seemingly reassuring him not to be anxious. Then spoke. Chui Chiao, isolate this training room and bring in the necessary items. Secretary Chui Chiao promptly left, returning shortly with a few individuals carrying various objects, among which was a large full-length mirror and several boards. She first positioned the mirror in front of Han Su, while Zhang Qigua observed coolly, maintaining a soft and relaxed tone, saying, Xiao Han, take a look at the mirror and describe what you see. What is your appearance now? It was only at this moment that Han Su had the chance to speak. He focused intently on the mirror and said, a nose, 2 eyes. Although I haven't slept for almost an entire night, I still look quite spirited. My appearance is not unattractive. Zhang Qigua nodded, and Secretary Chui Chiao flipped the mirror around. Zhang Qigua then said, now, imagine the appearance of those false beings you encountered during the assessment. The term false beings conjured images in Han Su's mind of the monstrous entity that emerged from the elevator. This was difficult to disguise, as the mere mention of the name naturally brought forth related images, almost impossible to resist without professional training. Zhang Qigua watched Han Su's face intently, and after a few seconds, gestured to Chui Chiao. The mirror was turned back to face Han Su. Xiao Han, describe your current appearance once more. Han Su felt a tinge of novelty and slowly replied, I look spirited, attractive. Zhang Qigua exhaled slowly, yet remained vigilant, pondering for a moment before suddenly saying, imagine the appearance of the ghostly truck you encountered earlier. Then describe it again. Han Su steadied himself, scrutinizing his reflection in the mirror. He was unsure of Zhang Qigua's intentions behind these actions, but presumed it was some method used by the Disaster Management Bureau. However, he truly did not notice any changes, except perhaps a slight copper hue in his eyes. Alarmed internally, he focused again and found that there was indeed little alteration, only a faint paleness to his skin, while his eyes appeared normal, albeit with an almost imperceptible copper-like quality upon closer inspection. After a moment of silence, he frowned and said, 1 nose, 2 eyes. Uncle Zhang, I truly do not notice any abnormalities. Are you repeatedly asking me because you expect some change? Do not rush. Zhang Qigua reassured him, then added, now I will give you a passage of text to recite completely. You may take your time, but try to finish all of it. As he spoke, Chui Chiao had already fetched a board. Han Su was somewhat surprised to find that the board contained the action manual he had previously memorized. The text still familiar to him. He began to read it aloud, and after reciting several dozen words, Chui Chiao's expression gradually shifted from tense to relaxed. Not only her, but also the nearby security personnel and Zhang Qigua eased their tension. Zhang Qigua stepped forward, waving his hand, and the atmosphere seemed to release a previously taut string. Standing about 2 meters away from Han Su, he said, Chui Chiao, you try now. Chui Chiao nodded, set down the board, and approached Han Su. The onlookers subtly sensed a resurgence of tension. Do not be anxious, Chui Chiao said as she knelt before Han Su. Where's your gap? Han Su was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry, unable to fully comprehend it. However, Miss Crow, who had been lingering at the training room entrance, interjected, the right hand. I was invading through his right hand. Chui Chiao nodded and grasped Han Su's right hand, softly saying, try to recall the sensation of channeling your mental energy through your right hand. Han Su observed her deliberately gentle demeanor, pondered briefly, then raised his right hand to meet hers, silently attempting to revive that sensation of mental energy, feeling it flow upstream through Miss Crow's palm. He exerted considerable effort, his jawline tightening imperceptibly. Concerned about any anomalies, he resolved to employ his utmost willpower to ensure the force of the penetration, exerting maximum strength while maintaining a delicate touch. Yet, to others, it appeared as though a novice was merely striving to achieve penetration, raising their concerns about his ability to control the intensity. Fortunately, it was Secretary Chui Chiao with whom he was shaking hands. No matter how reckless he might be, she could always maintain control. Finally, that sensation of mental energy revitalizing surged forth once more, but under Han Su's mental suppression. The massive tsunami was reduced to merely a trickle of fine droplets emanating from his right hand. The walls of the training room instantly blossomed with intricate patterns. Chui Chiao's palm seemed to jolt as if electrified, and a gentle mental force rebounded, compressing the droplets that Han Su had released back into his hand. Han Su's body trembled slightly, enduring considerable pain. The retraction of the droplets triggered a frantic, instinctive backlash. However, Having gained experience, he naturally suppressed this instinct, hastily placing his hand back against Cui Qiao's palm. It appeared as if he could not bear it any longer, abruptly withdrawing from Cui Qiao's grasp, his complexion turning pale. A look of immense pressure etched on his face. Cui Qiao rose, addressing Zhang Qigua. The penetration has indeed been achieved. Currently, the gap is in the right hand, and the intensity of the mental penetration is commendable, though the control is quite poor, resembling a somewhat clumsy young man. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qigua finally let out a long sigh of relief, and the security personnel also relaxed their grip on their weapons. "What is this all about?" Zhang Qigua exclaimed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "I just decided to be more open-minded, to learn from you youngsters, yet you all approach your tasks so irresponsibly. Do you not realize that your actions have rendered the work of the Disaster Management Bureau utterly frivolous? Do you understand the dangers of mental penetration? What if you inadvertently open a gap and he were to suffer from bizarre contamination within his cognition, leading to a mental breakdown?" Han Su observed Zhang Qigua's growing discontent and realized they had passed this hurdle. He inquired, "Uncle Zhang, what does this represent?" Zhang Qigua glanced at Miss Crow by the door and replied, "It signifies that you have just completed the training for mental penetration in an exceedingly risky manner. Are you trying to save costs for the Disaster Management Bureau?" "It is my fault." Miss Crow entered the training room and said, "I overestimated my ability to control mental penetration, and I am willing to accept the punishment from the Disaster Management Bureau." "You certainly cannot evade punishment." Zhang Qigua fixed her with a cold gaze, stating, "More importantly, your actions are far too perilous, understand? I am aware that stimulating the mental activity of subordinates is a form of grace, an opportunity that subordinates cannot easily seek. However, you are still merely an operative and have not yet obtained the investigator's license. Merely engaging in the perception of mental activity has directly opened a breach. One must wonder how much effort that entailed. This time, amidst the misfortune, there was a silver lining. No accidents occurred. However, I must place the necessary warnings at the forefront. When it came to the final moments, his voice and expression were stern. Should anything go awry, his mind would undoubtedly suffer contamination, and you might very well be relegated to Group D7. Do you comprehend?" Miss Wuqiao listened intently, her head bowed deeply, as if she had already accepted this outcome. Yet at that moment, Han Su stepped forward and said, "Uncle Zhang, there is a point of contention. She did not invade my mind of her own volition. It was I who initiated the request. If there is to be punishment, it should be directed at me. This was, after all, a rightful act. One must bear the consequences of their own actions." Miss Wuqiao suddenly turned to him, her expression one of surprise. Even a hint of emotion? Chapter 60. The empty incantation. Was Miss Wuqiao so easily moved? Noticing her reaction, Han Su felt a surge of curiosity. In truth, when he saw Zhang Qigua's severe countenance, he realized the matter was manageable. Had the consequences been dire, old Zhang would not have been in the mood for reprimands. By voluntarily assuming responsibility, he faced no repercussions. Moreover, even if there were consequences, they rightfully belonged to him. What warranted such a reaction from Miss Wuqiao? "Be silent. I have yet to address you," Zhang Qigua retorted, casting a sharp glance at Han Su, who immediately lowered his head, adopting a chastened demeanor. Yet, after this moment of ire, Zhang Qigua ceased his words, merely glancing at Miss Wuqiao with a furrowed brow, though his tone softened slightly as he instructed, "Remember my words. For now, return and reflect on your actions. I will relay the matter of punishment to your instructor, and there is no need for a written reflection. Your current mental state is quite poor. Rest and recuperate, for I do not wish to face her wrath." Miss Wuqiao lifted her head in bewilderment, seemingly taken aback by the stern reprimand followed by permission to rest. Was she truly to bear this punishment? Before departing, she glanced back at Han Su, who merely offered her a grateful smile. Miss Wuqiao had indeed rendered him a significant favor. This challenge was now overcome. Zhang Qigua waved his hand, signaling for others to leave, then turned to Han Su and said, "As for your situation, you will remain here at the Disaster Management Bureau for observation today. Additionally, I have matters to discuss with you." Han Su nodded, choosing to stay. Secretary Cui Qiao, noticing this, began to pack up the items used for testing, along with the other security personnel, and exited the training room, which was suddenly left empty. "Based on your performance during the encrypted incantation test, the ease of your mental infiltration should not have been so readily accomplished. as the door to the training room closed. Zhang Qigua's previously relaxed expression shifted subtly as he turned to Han Su and inquired, "Little Han, are you concealing something from me?" Han Su was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the intent behind the question, but a thought surfaced. Should he disclose the matter of being transported back to the past to Zhang Qigua? The incantation that Song Chushi had given him, along with the myriad of extraordinary powers activated by the creatures within the ancient castle. Yet just as he hesitated, Zhang Qigua's pupils contracted slightly, and he nodded, saying, "I understand." Han Su looked up. "Understand what?" "Some matters do not require a response." Zhang Qigua waved his hand, naturally shifting the topic. "This incident is exceedingly perilous. Even for someone with her innate gifts, assisting ordinary individuals in achieving mental infiltration remains a risky endeavor. Do you grasp this? I had the foresight to give you an A-grade evaluation during your test of the encrypted incantation ability. Otherwise, the ease with which you accomplished mental infiltration might have drawn unnecessary scrutiny. Do you comprehend?" Han Su slowly nodded, gazing at Zhang Qigua, and inquired, "So, Uncle Zhang, after achieving mental infiltration, what should I do next? At present, you must calm your mind and rest well. Refrain from dwelling on the sensation to avoid the loss of control over your mental powers." Zhang Qigua maintained a stern countenance. "Wait for the individual I have invited to return and assist you with your training in mysterious powers before you begin your exploration into mental infiltration. At the very least, this will provide a measure of safety. I will have someone bring you a glove prior to commencing your formal training in mental powers. Wear this glove on your right hand." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, sighing slightly. "It's too sudden. The breach in your right hand will likely be difficult to conceal from others." Han Su felt a flicker of curiosity. "Breach?" "The breach that allows mental powers to seep into reality is a secret that every possessor of mysterious abilities must guard closely," Zhang Qigua explained. "In the midst of unexpected confrontations during battles involving mysterious powers, the ability to swiftly identify the opponent's breach is crucial for preemptive action. Thus, many mental infiltration trainings occur in secrecy. Some particularly unique individuals are not even required to have relevant data recorded. However, for you, that is no longer significant. Far too many have witnessed it. Of course, this is merely a preliminary consideration. Once you mature into a seasoned investigator, you will naturally be able to open other breaches. But it must be noted that the initial stages are the most perilous and thus demand the utmost discretion." Through his words, Han Su suddenly grasped something but chose not to speak hastily, appearing contemplative. Zhang Qigua recognized that elaborating further at this juncture was futile and gently shook his head. "After your training concludes, you will be able to transfer out from the grasp of the strange bird investigator." Han Su blinked. "How long will that take?" "That remains uncertain," Zhang Qigua replied. "The instructor I have found for you is currently occupied with an urgent matter outside. I had originally planned for her to return within a week. In truth, although the strange bird investigator submitted an application, I intended to approve it upon her return. However, I now find myself compelled to expedite the approval. Otherwise, according to Bureau regulations, her assistance in your mental infiltration alone would significantly lower that young lady's evaluation. A week is neither long nor short. Yet it seems ample time for many changes to transpire. If my next encounter occurs as I anticipate, it will indeed suffice for me to master that incantation before returning." Transitioning from mental infiltration to the transformation of powers appears to encompass 3 steps. Yet why do I feel as though these 3 steps have already seamlessly been accomplished? A hint of uncertainty lingered in his heart, prompting him to unconsciously ask, "So, what is she currently busy with?" Zhang Qigua paused momentarily, stating, "She is engaged in a matter that pertains somewhat to you. Do you recall Song Chushi?" Upon unexpectedly hearing that name, Han Su quickly looked up, and Zhang Qigua continued, "She is in pursuit of Song Chushi. This dangerous individual previously surfaced in Qingyang City and had an encounter with you. Since that time, the Disaster Management Bureau has been in search of him, and the one specifically tasked with this matter is the person I entrusted to train you in mysterious powers." Han Su listened, a touch of surprise evident. "Song Chushi is still in Qingyang? Has she developed feelings for you?" At the same time, outside Qingyang City, within a large, multifaceted farm, Song Chushi sat quietly at a small table, consuming the only meal he would have that day. Beside him, a silver suitcase emitted a disgruntled voice. "Chasing so closely, I can't even eat in peace. Song Chusher continued to eat in silence, ignoring the suitcase's complaints. Yet the voice persisted unrelentingly, grumbling, "What exactly did you hope to achieve by coming back this time? Was it solely to send that little fellow into the Disaster Management Bureau? If he truly harbored issues, he would eventually be absorbed into the Bureau. There would be no need for you to take such risks to facilitate this step for him. It is not merely about placing him within the Bureau." At this moment, Song Chusher paused slightly, took a sip of coffee, and remarked, "I originally intended to present him with a gift. My prior venture into the depths of that desolation was for this very purpose. I felt that if one were to thrust someone into the deepest vortex, there ought to be a corresponding gift accompanying such an act. However, who could have anticipated that his gaze would take on an air of mystery? This sight, which had evidently never been intruded upon, which had long been sealed and only recorded in ancient texts, bore an S-level forbidden spell, and it is certain that this seal had not been broken. Yet, as the first person in a millennium to enter this ruin and the first to unravel the seal, I found this forbidden spell to be void. Who could have arrived before me?" Chapter 61. Normal penetration. Song Chusher is still present in this city? Upon hearing this name, an sofferta profound stinguitin. Since the inception of his previous lifeline, every change he encountered stemmed from the incantation bestowed upon him by Song Chusher. Even the girl rescued from the castle last time was related to the spell given to him by Song Chusher. Yet, curiously, after leaving the castle this time, a strange transformation occurred. Song Chusher did not provide him with that spell in this lifeline, merely aiding his entry into the Disaster Management Bureau. What, then, could be his true intention? Furthermore, even if he did not impart the spell in this lifeline, does he not have some knowledge of its origins? Let us not entertain the notion that it was merely a fishing chant offered by fishermen at sea. Hansu was now convinced that such a statement was a mere deception. Do not dwell on it. Zhang Qigua seemed to perceive Hansu's thoughts and gently shook his head, cautioning, "Regardless of Song Chushi's motive for approaching you, whether they stem from malice or other intentions, you must exercise caution. The enemies of the Disaster Management Bureau are not merely those grotesque entities attempting to infiltrate reality. There are also those madmen who worship the shadows of history, as well as dangerous individuals like Song Chusher, who hold no regard for taboos. Now that you are affiliated with the Bureau, any private interaction with him is likely to bring you trouble." Listening to Zhang Qigua's warning, Han Su exhaled softly and smiled. "Understood. Then Uncle Zhang, what should I do now? Perhaps I could serve as bait to draw him out for you?" Zhang Qigua had previously warned him about Song Chushi's perilous nature, and given that his entry into the Disaster Management Bureau seemed orchestrated, if not ensnared, by Song Chusher, Zhang Qigua was understandably more vigilant. Yet Han Su was aware that in his previous lifeline, Song Chusher had even granted him an incantation of immeasurable value, transcending time and space. This individual's demeanor was indeed ambiguous, but Han Su was certain that he was not his enemy. Whether he could be considered a friend remained uncertain, yet at the very least, they were on the same battlefield. No need for that. Zhang Qigua firmly rejected Han Su's half-serious, half-joking suggestion, stating calmly, "You are likely quite injured. It is best to focus on your recovery." Recover? Han Su was genuinely taken aback by this. Zhang Qigua nodded and explained, "You are now nominally under the command of the strange bird investigator. Although I have measures to restrain him and we have reached an understanding, no one knows when he might act on a whim. Therefore, the only thing you can do now is to avoid him until the investigator I have requested returns. At this moment, not only do you need rest, but you should also receive some form of compensation. You must be quite severely injured." Pondering Zhang Qigua's words, Han Su looked up to meet his gaze, which held an enigmatic depth. Those eyes, no longer youthful, seemed to possess a sharpness that could see through many matters. Realizing this, he supported his forehead and remarked, "After just taking this step, I felt a surge of excitement. Yet during our conversation, I found myself yearning to sit down, as if my mind lacked the energy to contemplate anything further." During his time in the castle, he had experienced a depletion of mental strength that nearly caused him to faint. Now that he articulated it, his description was remarkably accurate. Zhang Qigua chuckled, refraining from further comments or inquiries, simply stating, "Then sit down, clear your mind, and do not dwell on unnecessary matters. I will have Cui Qiao bring you some potent sleeping pills shortly." Han Su obediently settled down, listened to Zhang Qigua's numerous instructions, and discussed how to guard against the strange bird investigator before finally departing the training room. After bidding him farewell, Han-Su gently closed his eyes, yet his mind was incessantly mulling over thoughts. Is this the true essence of mental penetration? He could distinctly feel an invisible wound at the spot on his right hand where the crow had grasped him. Blood could seep from the wound, and the unseen wound's location seemed to allow his mental power to permeate into reality. However, this breach was vastly inferior compared to his right eye or the back of his left hand. Even though the back of his left hand had yet to genuinely achieve a breakthrough from mental power penetration, he could still sense it as a formidable dam, while the right hand appeared to be merely a minuscule anthole. The two were not even on the same scale. Regardless, the right hand seemed to embody a pure sensation of mental power permeating outward. Unlike the right eye and left hand, which could facilitate significant mental power penetration but lacked dexterity and could only utilize those two abilities, the right hand's penetration appeared to be a legitimate form of authority. He pondered silently for a while. Then a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Uncle Zhang, you truly are a seasoned detective from the front lines. However, if others experience such weakness after achieving mental penetration, why am I unaffected? The questions outweighed the answers, yet no matter what, mastering that invisibility spell before returning to the castle was of utmost importance. Patience, more patience. That segment of history is buried too deeply. The information we have found regarding that legendary forbidden spell may not be entirely authentic. Whatever unforeseen circumstances arise, I find them reasonable. Reflecting on that failed adventure, the voice within the silver briefcase sighed and added, however, I do not believe you intend to bestow that spell upon a stranger. If that spell is genuine, it could even shake the very foundations of the mental defense. What fool would relinquish such power, only to gift it to another? Nevertheless, as your most unsuccessful endeavor, it has transpired, and with your current mindset, you should not dwell on it excessively. Furthermore, you have successfully placed him within the Disaster Management Bureau. What purpose remains here? The coarse corn rice in this farm is so delectable? Merely sending him into the Disaster Management Bureau is insufficient. Song Chusher slowly picked up a napkin, glanced at the corn rice on his plate with a hint of disdain, wiped his mouth, and said, in my eyes, he is indeed innocent. As a victim's family member, I am compelled to send him into the Disaster Management Bureau, thrusting him into that vortex to aid me in turning the wheel. Yet at the very least, I should also provide him with a gift to lend him support that is only fitting. At this point, he paused slightly, seemingly still disappointed by the disappearance of that spell, and sighed, what state is he in now within the Disaster Management Bureau? Once again, I am tasked with pilfering information from that loathsome individual. Although she is currently imprisoned, this endeavor remains perilous. The voice emanating from the box murmured in discontent. Upon hearing this, Song Chusher felt no trepidation, merely sneering. The most ludicrous aspect of the Qinggang Disaster Management Bureau is that, despite possessing one of the world's most enigmatic machines, they still choose to encase her in locks. What difficulty could there possibly be in stealing from someone already confined? The box fell silent, save for the faint whirring of machinery, before the voice resumed. There is nothing particularly special, merely an array of menial tasks and preparations for cannon fodder. However, the fact that he remains alive indicates that those you suspect possess considerable patience, as they have yet to act against him. Their restraint is due to my continued presence around Qinggang City. Song Chusher showed no surprise, slowly shaking his head as he remarked, I fail to comprehend why Zhang Qigua does not promptly elevate him to the investigator's position, given this opportunity. The silver briefcase scoffed. You refer to that pedantic fellow? Song Chusher sighed softly, saying, indeed, relying on others proves futile, yet how long must we continue to wait? As he spoke, he tidied the dishes, rising to his feet as he slowly declared, since I owe him a favor, I might as well extend my assistance. The silver briefcase suddenly perked up. To where? Song Chusher replied nonchalantly. Into the city. The current pace is excessively slow, and it is far too late. I dislike lingering in anticipation. Therefore, print me the more detailed information about him, and I shall see if I can render some small assistance. And while you're at it, let us indulge in a bowl of wontons. Chapter 62. The promotion path. So he's the sole child who escaped from that notorious kidnapping case all those years ago. How unexpected. He holds considerable value, with a bounty of 3 million, enough to purchase a new car. In another room of the base, the peculiar investigator, donning loose attire, reclined languidly on the sofa, a glass of whiskey in hand. Listening to his assistant's report, a cold smile played upon his lips. His records had already begun to be expunged. The assistant cautiously reported, although the confidentiality level of those entering the Disaster Management Bureau is elevated, his clearance seems to be expedited. It appears Zhang Qigua places great importance on him. Sir, considering that Zhang Qigua was dispatched by higher authorities, I believe we may not need to interfere with his personnel. The investigator cast a frosty glance at the assistant, who promptly swallowed his words. He sneered, Zhang Qigua does not concern me. Why should I be wary of him? The assistant wished to counsel, but dared not speak further. The investigator abruptly shifted his tone. However, I cannot afford to ignore the higher-up stance. The assistant paused, whispering, from the Disaster Management Bureau's reaction to that kidnapping case. It seems the authorities do not favor this child. One wonders what Zhang Qigua is thinking by allowing him into the Bureau. Isn't that deliberately embarrassing those above? Huh. You suggest the higher-ups do not favor him? The investigator scoffed, retorting, if that were the case, they could simply make him disappear. After all these years, why does this lone survivor continue to thrive? Could it be that those in power are overly respectful of the law, too afraid to take a life? The assistant was momentarily taken aback, having never considered this perspective. The investigator, after a brief contemplation, huffed softly, murmuring, there must be some undisclosed truth regarding this lad. I have heard whispers about prior events at the Disaster Management Bureau. Like others, I do not believe that some monster abducted the child. Yet I am equally skeptical that this is merely a child's fanciful tale. The assistant hesitated, softly adding, given this bounty, many must believe he harbors untold secrets. But those who accepted this commission recently faced dire consequences. Yet the individual who placed the bounty wields considerable influence. Even now, the reward remains prominently displayed on the black market. The investigator merely chuckled coldly, stating, to someone of such influence, 3 million is but a trifle. This is likely a test, suggesting that the lad must indeed possess something of value. Speaking of which, he suddenly smiled, patting his briefcase with admiration and pride, proclaiming, in terms of extracting secrets from others' minds, who in all of Qingang City could rival me? Witnessing his obsession, the assistant recalled some dreadfully terrifying ordeal. A chill coursed through him, and he instinctively attempted to caution, Sir, I feel that this endeavor may lead to considerable trouble. The investigator narrowed his eyes, gently interrupting, yet if he truly possesses valuable information, do you not think my opportunity to ascend to the rank of independent investigator lies here? Let's not forget, our every advantage stems from our investigator licenses, and once the tide recedes, that power shall be reclaimed. Zhang Qigua approaches with ill intent, already setting his sights on me. To preserve my standing, I must ascend to a secure position before that occurs. Upon hearing this, the assistant fell silent, recognizing the investigator's fervent desire for the title of independent, and deemed it unwise to advise against it. Certainly, I understand the perils of engaging with those in high places. It is as dangerous as contending with the bizarre, if not more so. The investigator mused to himself. It is all incomprehensible and fraught with the risk of death. However, if the truth residing in his mind truly warrants such concern from Zhang Qigua and the higher-ups, yet they hesitate to act, then in my hands, it could serve as a tremendous bargaining chip. The moment this thought took root, it became increasingly irresistible, especially after glancing at the briefcase beside him. An insatiable desire blossomed within him, contemplating, if it were mine, a mere encounter would suffice. No one would notice, not even he. So where is he now? After some contemplation, the investigator abruptly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Since Zhang Qigua has approved my application, he is now my assistant. Why has he not reported to me yet? It is said he is recuperating. The assistant awkwardly responded, apparently. He was forcibly assisted by another gifted individual to achieve mental penetration, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He intends to rest for a week before resuming work. A week? The investigator immediately discerned. Is he waiting for that woman to return? Now, go apply for the medical room and summon him here. Since he is my assistant and has just completed the mental penetration phase, it is only reasonable that I personally help stabilize his mental state. Of course, this should be done after Zhang Qigua has left the base. In the base dining hall, Han Su, wearing a specially designed black glove on his right hand, sat at the table, accompanied by the doctor, Black Tiger, and Miss Crow, fellow operatives from the same cohort. These D1, D2 operatives had not returned to the base since the end of their assessment. They had remained due to being embroiled in an unexpected incident the previous day, necessitating their testimony. Thus, they encountered each other in the dining hall that morning. Reflecting on how these individuals had reported the truth, Han-Su felt a surge of gratitude. As operatives, being able to candidly relay the sequence of events related to the investigators is indeed a rarity. Like the other personnel involved in this task, most merely claimed to have seen nothing, and some even intentionally shifted the issues towards themselves. Of course, these individuals looked out for their own interests, and I too am one who reciprocates kindness. I sincerely expressed my generosity. Breakfast is on me today. Such is the nature of interpersonal relationships. Initially, everyone engages in casual conversations, sharing a smoke merely to break the ice. Now that you have supported me once, I will return the favor, thus advancing our relationship. If I wait until you assist me again before I help you, our bond would deepen further, transforming us into good friends. However, there are exceptions. One could directly wash one's feet, and a relationship would be solidified instantly. Facing Han-Su, several individuals exchanged glances. Hei-Hu appeared visibly moved. He first fetched a plate of steamed buns and congee, assessed Han-Su's expression, then returned for a plate of fried eggs and sausages, finally ensuring he would be satiated. As Hei-Hu began to indulge heartily, the scholar beside him furrowed his brow and remarked, "Isn't breakfast at the base free?" "Drinks are not," Han-Su replied. "Help yourself." Hei-Hu gazed at the 2 large glasses of orange juice before him, sensing the sincerity behind the offer. Rubbing the back of his head, he said, "There is really no need to be so courteous." Indeed, there was no need. The scholar adjusted his glasses with a casual flick of his middle finger and spoke delicately. "Through my observations over this period, I have concluded that the fate of the personnel at the Disaster Management Bureau is precariously unprotected. Initially, we were all individuals with exceptional capabilities, successfully assigned to the D1 and D2 groups, even regarded by others as intern investigators, seemingly just needing to bide our time until our evaluations were satisfactory for promotion. Yet now, I realize that what we truly require is luck. With good fortune, we can endure until we acquire enough qualifications. Without it, on the next mission, we may very well perish on some street corner or beneath an unremarkable streetlight." At this point, he summarized, looking at Han-Su, "Your initial suggestion was quite astute. We indeed need to assist one another. Regrettably, it is still insufficient, as we are lacking an opportunity." Curiosity piqued. Han-Su inquired, "What opportunity?" The scholar replied, "Naturally, the death of an investigator above us. With one less investigator, there is a need for someone to step up. However, we are newcomers, too new. Even if an investigator were to perish, more seasoned personnel would likely take their place." He seemed to ponder further. "Unless there is a mass death of investigators. A mass death of investigators would indeed create vacancies above, wouldn't it?" How curious it was that his words seemed to hold some merit. Initially focused solely on that incantation, Han-Su now found himself somewhat intrigued by the investigator's license. He turned to Miss Wuya and asked, "How is the normal process for an investigator's promotion determined?" Miss Wuya, slightly dazed, responded, "Once the initial rating is met, we will be afforded the opportunity to receive training in mysterious powers, thus gaining the status of investigators, though we will not be issued investigator licenses. Each newly issued license signifies yet another individual with remarkable authority, who may lack adequate capacity to manage the bizarre, leading to an imbalance of power on some level. Therefore, the current situation at the Qinggang Disaster Management Bureau is that while personnel may be somewhat lacking, investigators are somewhat in surplus. It's not just that they refrain from issuing new licenses, it's quite possible they may seek opportunities to revoke some as well." Of course, there were flaws in his analysis. At this point, Wuya glanced at the scholar and continued, "Aside from these 2 possibilities, there is another, the activity of mysterious organizations and an increase in bizarre incidents. In such cases, more licenses would be issued, granting more individuals the chance to become investigators. If others merely need to reach a sufficient rank to obtain the status of an investigator, then I am indeed different." Old Zhang made it clear to me that licenses are crucial. Han-Su contemplated this, suddenly intrigued, and asked the scholar if that is the case. If an investigator were to die, who would take their place? The assistant beside the investigator, the scholar replied, familiar with the topic like Miss Wuya. Albeit slowly, The assistant who is well acquainted with the work and possesses sufficient qualifications would inherit the license left behind by the investigator. However, should there be a mass death of investigators or the complete annihilation of a group, other sufficiently qualified personnel would step up. Yet such an opportunity is undoubtedly rare. So, if an investigator dies, it benefits the assistant at their side. Soothed. Did that mean he was merely one step away from an investigator's license, separated only by a peculiar bird of a man? He merely wondered whether the peculiar bird investigator would be amenable. Chapter 63. Investigator license. Temporarily setting aside this topic, Han-Soo turned his attention to Miss Wuya. After a night's rest, still appeared somewhat listless, her large dark circles accentuating her short hair, which seemed rather lackluster. He smiled and asked, "How did you rest last night?" Miss Wuya nodded silently, but replied, "After mental strain, the first night typically does not yield restful sleep." Recalling the strange and eerie images he had witnessed during the mental invasion of Miss Wuya, along with the inexplicable sense of oppression and loneliness, Han-Soo thought, "Is it my memory?" Miss Wuya suddenly raised her head, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. "How much did you see?" Meeting her gaze, Han-Soo replied, "Just a few images, all from your childhood." Miss Wuya seemed to exhale in relief, lowering her head once more. "My childhood was difficult. Please do not mock me." Han-Soo nodded earnestly, assuring her I would never. Initially wanting to engage her in conversation, he sensed from her demeanor that she preferred not to discuss such matters and even seemed somewhat superstitious about it. He was curious about the glint he had seen in her eyes, yet he suppressed his curiosity out of habit. The scholar observed the two with a puzzled expression, sensing something was amiss between them. Meanwhile, Hei-Hu, shoving fried sausages and eggs into his mouth, attempted to join the conversation but struggled to comprehend their discussion. Thus, he continued eating heartily while directing a question at Han-Soo. "Has that ugly person been bothering you again?" Han-Soo shook his head with a smile. "Someone has helped me, so I'm not worried about him for now." As he spoke, he glanced around and remarked, "Have you noticed anything odd? Why are there so few people in the base? They usually enjoy free movement and need not return to the base. Yet within, there are typically many individuals from the D5, D6, and D7 groups. Particularly, as the group number increases, so does the number of personnel. Among those who joined at the same time, there are over a dozen, not to mention those who joined earlier, along with members from various departments such as information, security, medical, and news. The overall flow of people should be substantial. Correspondingly, during mealtime, one would expect a large crowd, evident from the numerous service windows and spacious dining area. However, now that they had the rare opportunity to dine at the base, they found it eerily empty. The windows displayed stacks of fried eggs piled like small mountains. Yet aside from Hei-Hu, no one approached to take any. Surveying the dining hall, they noted that the few individuals present were scattered and few in number. "There are mysterious missions," Miss Wuya spoke up. "They must have all been dispatched, leaving only us, those from groups not too low, yet lacking a captain to lead or an investigator to directly command, thus appearing somewhat idle." As she spoke, a sudden cacophony of footsteps caught their attention, prompting everyone to turn in surprise, their expressions shifting to one of seriousness. A figure approached, clad in a tactical uniform, his face adorned with a broad smile. He appeared amiable. However, several individuals in the vicinity instinctively felt a surge of wariness, for he was the assistant to the peculiar investigator they had encountered during last night's mission. Accompanied by 4 or 5 armed security personnel, he strode confidently towards them, coming to a halt as he cast a cursory glance over the group. He remarked with a smile, "Yesterday, we faced considerable setbacks, and the losses were incalculable. Yet today, your appetites seem quite healthy." The group remained silent, gazing up at him. Han-Soo furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it? Since I have come here." "It is indeed for a matter of importance," the assistant replied, his gaze drifting to Han-Soo's right hand, which was adorned with a black glove. "Executor Butcher, the synchronization report indicates that you have just completed your psychological infiltration. Why have you come to a public area? Come, Mr. Strangebird wishes to see you. He intends to personally assess your mental state." "What?" The attendees were taken aback, rising to their feet in unison, particularly Miss Crow, who understood the intricate entanglements at play. Her face darkened and her lips lost their color, revealing a hint of fierce resolve. "Sit down," the assistant commanded. his expression growing stern before he plastered a smile back onto his face while directing his gaze at Han Su. "Let us go. Don't keep Mr. Strangebird waiting." Meeting his smile with a slight lean back, Han Su responded, "Is this merely an attempt to trouble me under the guise of my Uncle Zhang's absence?" Within the Disaster Management Bureau, no one acknowledged any familial ties. The assistant narrowed his eyes slightly, stating, "You are now, like me, an assistant to Mr. Strangebird. He is quite concerned about the completion of your psychological infiltration training. Thus, he has specifically requested the training room for you to assist in completing your foundational training." This was indeed a request, yet it bore the weight of an order, aimed at preventing any potential threat to the base from psychological instability. "Will you not accompany me?" At this juncture, his voice had turned icy, the threat unmasked. The security personnel nearby promptly raised their weapons, their duty being to maintain order while avoiding any personal connections with the executing personnel or investigators. They were strictly regulated to dine and rest in separate areas, responding only to commands formally sanctioned by Miss AI and her superiors. If summoned by Mr. Strangebird through official channels, they would not hesitate to enforce compliance upon Han Su. Witnessing this scene, even He Hu and the doctor felt a surge of tension. However, they understood that engaging in conflict with security personnel within the base was out of the question. Whether investigator or executor, one could be as arrogant as one wished outside. But within the confines of the base, facing a firearm necessitated obedience. "Mr. Strangebird is so benevolent towards me?" Han Su squinted his eyes, suddenly seizing his phone and scrolling a couple of times before addressing the assistant. "Perhaps you would like to see what this is before returning to convey my thanks to Mr. Strangebird?" The assistant, already somewhat impatient, involuntarily glanced at the screen, momentarily stunned. "You accepted this assignment? Am I to wait for you to shuffle me around and make my life difficult by not accepting it?" Han Su displayed the screen to the armed security personnel, then tucked his phone away, his expression devoid of any semblance of emotion. "Did you truly believe you're the only ones capable of exploiting loopholes? Take a good look. This task was approved prior to my becoming Mr. Strangebird's assistant, which means that even if he wishes to command me, it must await the completion of this assignment." The assistant found his tone met with Han Su's steely demeanor, his expression morphing into one of profound embarrassment and seething anger. Yet at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words as he glimpsed the content on Han Su's phone, which clearly displayed, "B1, level task, track the movements of a dangerous individual Song Chusher, remain on standby for summons, cooperate with base operations. It must not be delayed for any reason." This task adhered to the highest standards, implying that even Mr. Strangebird's orders could not supersede this authority. In that instant, he felt a gnawing frustration. Had they anticipated that Mr. Strangebird might whimsically summon Han Su under the pretext of an investigator? Conversely, Han Su's eyes reflected unabashed disdain and hostility. Having severed all pretense of civility, he saw no point in maintaining decorum. Fortunately, he had conferred with Zhang Qigua the previous night. Merely applying for rest on the grounds of unstable mental state could open doors for further complications. Thus, he required alternative safeguards. Within the Disaster Management Bureau, only two significant matters held weight beyond ordinary commands and cases. One involved tracking or expelling the dangerous individual Song Chusher, while the other pertained to capturing the ghostly transport vehicle that had escaped its seal. As someone who had previously interacted with Song Chusher, Han Su's designation as an extraneous personnel approved for special circumstances by Zhang Qigua was entirely reasonable. In matters concerning Song Chusher, he was perpetually at risk of being summoned to assist in operations. With this task safeguarding him, no matter the pretense or reasoning Mr. Strangebird employed to take him away, Han Su could easily dismiss it with a simple reference to cooperating with operations, at least until Zhang Qigua returned. Upon uttering these words, even Han Su felt a sense of admiration for Zhang Qigua's newfound acumen. Upon seeing this order, the assistant comprehended that all his meticulous plans had come to naught. He found himself in a conundrum where leaving was not an option, nor was remaining. The armed security personnel beside him exchanged glances, promptly lowering their weapons, nodding towards Han Su and his companions, seemingly apologetic for the interruption to their meal, before stepping back to signify their disengagement from the matter. The sudden shift left Mr. Strangebird, who had been eavesdropping through the radio, unable to suppress a curse. The wine glass in his hand shattered under the pressure of his grip, spilling liquid across his attire. At that moment, he had arranged for the medical room, utilizing his privileges to secure the highest confidentiality level, only to encounter this unforeseen complication. What nonsense was this about tracking Song Chushi? How could this novice, who had only just become an executor, be deemed worthy? Zhang Qigua had apparently evolved into a cunning fox, striking a deal with him while simultaneously playing his own game behind the scenes. In a fit of rage, he stormed out, his eyes smoldering with fury, teeth gritting audibly. Meanwhile, within the restaurant, witnessing Han soon navigate the crisis, Miss Crow, who had been on high alert, and the doctor, who observed with composure, along with Heihu, who was gnawing on a piece of ham, began to relax slightly. Neither the assistant's intentions to escort Han Su away nor the enigmatic Song Chushi were known to them. They only sensed that, in the span of a single night, the conflict between their classmate and the peculiar investigator had intensified significantly. However, just as Han Su settled back down, resuming his enjoyment of freshly squeezed juice, casting aside the aggrieved assistant and the furious Mr. Strangebird, the previously tense atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly shifted as red lights began to flash, accompanied by a series of urgent alarms, an annoying beeping that pierced the air, capturing the attention of every individual present. In the next moment, the large screens mounted throughout the restaurant switched to a scene that appeared somewhat blurred. It depicted a modest storefront where a man, clutching a silver briefcase, sat at a small table, intently savoring a bowl of wontons. The entire restaurant fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on the unfolding scene, perplexed by the bizarre spectacle before them. Suddenly, a tense electronic announcement pierced the stillness. Emergency notification. Emergency notification. All investigators and relevant personnel with discretionary time at the Disaster Management Bureau's base are hereby ordered to accept a temporary level A task. Pursue the dangerous individual, Song Chushi. Repeat. All investigators and relevant personnel of the Disaster Management Bureau immediately accept the task and proceed to various observation rooms to assist in the pursuit of level A dangerous individual, Song Chushi. In his reflections, he acknowledged the gravity of the moment, anticipating a flurry of activity post-midnight. He had little else to convey, knowing his audience was not particularly engaged. As he aged, he had come to embrace certain truths, recognizing that writing was a craft that required sincerity in approach yet a light-hearted state of mind. This book was a vessel for storytelling, aimed at delivering a narrative that readers yearned to experience. His ambition was modest. He simply wished to articulate this tale with care, encapsulating the essence of reciprocity. The more one invests, the greater the reward. As he pondered this sentiment, he felt a desire to articulate something more eloquent. Yet it seemed futile. His passion for writing remained fervent. Even post-surgery, he had neglected follow-up appointments, choosing instead to devote no less than 10 hours daily to the craft. Oftentimes, he would discard days of work upon discerning flaws, questioning the significance of such efforts. Yet, for those who have broken into this circle and garnered recognition, who among them had not traversed a similar path? Achievement and acknowledgement stem from relentless effort. The outcomes would inevitably be visible. If not, it merely indicated that the endeavor had yet to suffice. Thus, he decided to simplify his message. He could only commit to narrating this story to the best of his ability, ensuring that the content shared daily was substantial. He urged all readers to hold him accountable. Lastly, he included a group number for interested readers to join in discussions about this new journey. Chapter 64. The invitation from Song Chushi with the urgent notification flashing on the screen. A flurry of notifications erupted as numerous phones received the same message. Level A emergency task. Pursue the dangerous individual, Song Chushi, who has invaded Qingyang City. The terminology employed was invade, revealing Miss AI's emotional turmoil. Doctor and the others turned their gazes toward Han Su, the only one among the operatives to receive this notification. The others appeared to have been excluded from such a perilous task. The restaurant, once bustling, suddenly fell into a hush. Moments later, a few diners abruptly pushed aside their plates and hurried toward their lounges, eager to retrieve their equipment for the mission. Even the peculiar investigator, the crow, paused, staring at his phone screen, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. It was clear that not only Han Su must comply with this mission, but even those wishing to evade it could not disregard its importance. Level A tasks would inevitably lead to thorough inquiries, and any overtly conspicuous behavior could result in severe repercussions. With gritted teeth, he turned to return to the training room, while his assistant, relieved, darted toward the training area without casting another glance at him. The armed security personnel remained silent, turning away, their duties confined to the internal security of the base, leaving external missions beyond their purview. Song Chusher had not fled, but had instead entered the city. Amidst the chaos and urgency, Han Su found himself taken aback by this development. Watching the man on the surveillance screen, who was meticulously savoring a bowl of wontons, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if the man were speaking directly to him. Song Chusher was the very person he longed to encounter. Aside from mastering the art of invisibility, what would he be doing? Was he craving that egg yolk wonton? As he observed Song Chusher, a peculiar sensation stirred within Han Su, akin to a silent dialogue. He scrutinized the screen, confirming that Song Chusher was at the same wonton shop where they had shared meal. Notably, he had ordered the same, a bowl of wontons and 2 side dishes. Yet the surveillance footage revealed him alone, with 2 bowls of wontons and 2 sets of chopsticks laid out. A curious thought sprang to mind. Was he inviting me? This notion struck Han Su, igniting a flutter of excitement within him. Though he had accepted the task to pursue Song Chusher, it was merely to prevent the crow from acting irrationally, not an invitation to genuinely engage. Zhuang Zhigua had sternly warned him against any private interactions with Song Chusher. However, without such engagement, who could he turn to with his inquiries? In the ensuing silence, observing the now desolate restaurant, he rose from his seat. The crow, who had been watching him, spoke up. "I will go too." Han Su was momentarily taken aback. "You?" The black tiger also looked up. "Are you going? Do you need assistance?" Han Su glanced between the crow and black tiger, hesitated briefly, then smiled. "Shall we go together for some fun?" Doctor adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Under normal circumstances, we shouldn't go, but as you, an investigator's assistant, have extended an invitation, it changes everything. Besides," he paused, glancing at the man on the screen, "this person seems intriguing. It would be quite enlightening to follow along." As the Qinggang Disaster Management Bureau braced itself for an impending crisis, Song Chusher relished the completion of his wonton meal, sighing contentedly. This was the essence of dining. He then proceeded to settle the bill and, before the first wave of armed vehicles could arrive at the wonton shop, exited with his suitcase, slipping into an unmonitored alley. Having satisfied his hunger, it was time to attend to business. On the surface, Qinggang City remained vibrant and enchanting, yet beneath its facade, a rising tide of darkness surged. Numerous vehicles, laden with fully armed personnel, emerged from hidden bases throughout the city, converging like arrows targeting the wonton shop where Song Chusher had dined. Individuals clad in black trench coats and carrying suitcases traversed rooftops and shadowy streets, silently encircling the area. The city seemed to come alive, consolidating all available forces to encircle the man enjoying his wontons. Yet, just as the encirclement was about to solidify, approximately 60 seconds later, Song Chusher exited the wonton shop and entered a taxi parked roadside. As he boarded, he mused aloud. So his current superior is codenamed Crow or something? What is this person's task? The driver, glancing curiously at him through the rearview mirror, assumed he was on a phone call, oblivious to the Bluetooth headset he wore. He only heard Song Chusher pause in contemplation before nodding. Level B task? How serendipitous. How intriguing. Hand me the details. In the briefcase he held, the mechanical whirring emitted a series of creaks. Moments later, a slip of paper was expelled from the seams of the case. Song Chusher grasped it in his hand, casting a cursory glance before furrowing his brow. Had the investigators in Qinggang sunk to such a low level? The infiltration of a clandestine organization had reached this extent, yet they had failed to uncover it until now. As he pondered, he scrutinized the information in his possession, and upon lowering the paper, he had already formed a plan. He turned to the attentive driver and instructed to Baishui Street, please. Baishui Street? The driver perked up, responding enthusiastically, "Young man, are you heading there for a foot massage or to sing? I'm a native of Qinggang. Let me tell you if you want to unwind. I could take you somewhere else. Baishui Street isn't lively anymore. Too much enforcement." Song Chusher slightly frowned, producing a banknote which he handed over, saying, "I apologize, but this note should suffice to curtail your chatter. Just ensure that we arrive there within 10 minutes. The driver accepted the money, appearing busy adjusting his seat and fastening his seatbelt while he remarked, "It's not about the money. Young man, I must insist, Baishui Street is truly not bustling anymore. How about I take you somewhere else first? Just take a look." In response, Song Chushi drew a firearm from his pocket, disengaged the safety, and aimed it at the back of the driver's head, commanding drive. The driver, taken aback, promptly accelerated the taxi, just as this cab sped away from the intersection. Within mere seconds, an armed vehicle swiftly approached, halting directly in the middle of the intersection, a squad of fully armed personnel on alert. Soon after, several more armed vehicles emerged in various locations across the area, and individuals began to appear from their vehicles or from the shadows. Among them was a woman clad in a red trench coat and heels exceeding 10 centimeters in height, who quickly led her team to the entrance of a wonton shop. Having been pursuing Song Chushi outside Qingang, she was now visibly vexed upon learning he had entered the city. Striding into the wonton shop, her gaze fell upon the empty tables and the untouched bowls and chopsticks, prompting her to frown deeply. Grabbing a walkie-talkie, she spoke as she exited, "He has already left," confirming the departure time of no more than 5 minutes. "Now, immediately assist Miss AI in accessing all city surveillance cameras, take control of the traffic signals, and summon all idle investigators to the observation points, ready to deploy. When we lock onto this individual's whereabouts, I want these personnel at my side without delay." She paused, adding, "Please consult with superiors regarding whether we can grant Miss AI access to a single lock. Just one. Song Chushi is highly dangerous and should be afforded greater authority to deal with him." The voice from the walkie-talkie became momentarily garbled, causing the woman in the red coat to frown slightly. She turned to leave without further arrangements, but her assistant interjected, "Miss Lee, shouldn't we lock down the city? What if he attempts to escape? Lock down the city?" The woman glanced at her assistant, a cold laugh escaping her lips, her eyes filled with disdain. "First, Qingang is vast. Do you truly believe one person can be contained? Second, knowing he is in the city, do you intend to confine both the tiger and yourself along with all the citizens?" As she spoke, she waved her hand dismissively, discarding the walkie-talkie. Under the cover of Qinggang's night, numerous surveillance systems activated, and information flowed to countless individuals. Chapter 65. B3-level mission: suspicious sightings of Song Chushi reported on Qingbei Street. Sightings confirmed on Shanghong Road. The target was briefly located at a collection point in the west of the city. Notice, the taxi license plate number confirmed to be transporting the target is XX. Road control has been initiated for this vehicle, intending to intercept it on Jiangbei Street. Notice, the target has circumvented the blockade by unknown means and is currently in the vicinity of Baishui Street. Among the flurry of activity, the strange bird investigator dispatched from the base was also compelled to head towards observation room number 5, an infrastructure established by the Disaster Management Bureau across various districts and intersections in Qingang. It served multiple functions, including safe houses, supply replenishment, and surveillance interruption. Upon the issuance of a Level 1 alert, all idle investigators were to immediately report to their nearest observation rooms, ready for deployment, ensuring rapid response across designated points in the city. Throughout this process, the Strange Bird Investigator's mobile application maintained the latest updates. After listening to several notifications, he grew increasingly agitated, exclaiming, "Damn it, what are these people doing? In such a large city, they can't even stop a taxi?" His assistant couldn't help but remind him, "Mr. Strangebird, the last location where he was spotted is merely 7 kilometers away. Should we not go take a look?" Not going, the Strange Bird Investigator shot him a glare. "What is the point of gathering where there is no direct command for me?" He grumbled, flipping through previous notifications, muttering, "What is this guy even doing in Qingang? Strolling about?" Suddenly, after flipping through a few more notifications, he paused, realizing the reported locations where Song Chushi had been seen and lingered were eerily familiar, igniting a strange sensation within him. At that moment, the latest notification rang out. The target had appeared on line 2 in the eastern part of the city, pausing briefly, prompting relevant personnel to move in for interception. This revelation startled the Strange Bird Investigator. The route taken by this individual was precisely the one he had tracked previously when pursuing that door. Could it be that he had entered the city in search of those individuals? This unexpected realization sent a shiver down his spine as dozens of thoughts raced through his mind. His eyes remained fixed on the screen, and when the next location update arrived, he suddenly comprehended. Leaping to his feet, He coldly commanded, "Let's south head to Beatty Street." At the same time, within the base, Hansu, Crow, the doctor, and Black Tiger arrived at the entrance with their briefcases in hand. The doctor frowned, stating, "The Disaster Management Bureau is quite stingy. None of us are qualified to participate in this mission. Although you are, it's merely to assist in the investigation. We don't even have the authority to acquire sidearms. Our only weapon is a stun baton. The most outrageous part is that we couldn't even secure a vehicle from the base. We have to take a taxi." Hansu, gazing at his phone screen, mused, "That's not a significant issue. I'll cover the taxi fare." The doctor shot him a sidelong glance, replying, "Well, that certainly resolves a major problem." At that moment, Black Tiger had already stepped to the side of the road, attempting to hail a cab, swinging his arms as he turned back to inquire, "Cabs are easy to find. Where are we headed?" That was the real question. Hansu observed the official Disaster Management Bureau application on his phone, which aside from his own permissions as a member of the D2 task force, had 2 additional permissions unlocked, granting him access to certain information and documents. One of these was timely updates regarding Song Chushi. This was due to his receipt of the assignment from Zhang Qigua, thus the program had opened relevant permissions for him. The other, however, piqued his interest. It pertained to a task being executed by the Strange Bird Investigator, B3 level mission, investigate the source of the crystal plague. Further down, he could see various investigative results related to the task, each one a real-time report and record made by the Strange Bird Investigator during the course of this assignment. "Isn't this task something I participated in online too?" Hansu casually skimmed through these records, feeling a sense of curiosity. "So, now that I have become the assistant to the Guai Niao Investigator in the program, does that mean the permissions for tasks related to him have also opened up to me?" The most crucial point is that the information he acquired from both sides was swiftly scanned, and he felt a flicker of surprise in his heart. Is Zhong Chushi also pursuing this door? The report from the Guai Niao Investigator regarding this door mentioned several locations where the door and the phenomenon of infiltration had previously appeared, with the last one being Line 2. In the immediate reports, the locations associated with Zhong Chushi seemed to lack any discernible pattern, as if he was wandering aimlessly around the city. Yet those locations curiously overlapped with the investigations conducted by the Guai Niao Investigator. Upon discovering this issue, he slightly curled his lips, and after a short while upon receiving the next immediate report concerning it, he promptly made up his mind to head to Beatty. From the perspective of the program's immediate reports, Zhong Chushi appeared to be aimlessly trying to find a way out of Qingdao. But when compared to the records investigated by the Guai Niao Investigator, it seemed highly likely that Zhong Chushi's final destination would be unexpectedly towards the west of the city. Only in this manner could a contrasting pattern be constructed with the previous locations. However, why would such a dangerous individual enter Chang under such tense circumstances to investigate anomalies? Is it truly here? As Ensu and others confirmed their taxi location, the Guai Niao Investigator had already arrived at the corresponding position ahead of them. No one understood this door better than he did. The locations where it had previously opened in Qingyang were deeply etched in his memory. Thus, he immediately deduced that Zhong Chushi's objective was related to the door he had previously investigated. Even so, as he arrived at Baidijie, he still felt a sense of uncertainty. Could the Guai Niao Investigator be sure that this dangerous individual would appear here? At that moment, the assistant also looked at his phone and, through his own permissions, confirmed something, feeling a slight shock. Should we report to headquarters? Report. With no lingering doubts in his heart, he nodded immediately. Currently, from the content of the report, most personnel from the Disaster Management Bureau were still gathered in the eastern part of the city, yet unexpectedly, Zhong Chushi had already crossed nearly half of Qinggangcheng and reached the western location. Earlier, he had no idea why Zhong Chushi was searching for that door or where he had obtained the information, and what if the first 3 locations were merely coincidental? Reporting under uncertain circumstances could lead to a significant error if it turned out to be wrong, causing most personnel to run a futile trip. Only after confirming could it be the right time to report. He had even begun to gaze through the taxi window, rapidly searching for the silhouette of the person he suspected, yet he still felt some confusion. Is this truly the street? Why can't I see any indistinct figures? Good. Upon hearing this, the assistant also let out a sigh of relief and was about to report to headquarters when suddenly his expression froze as he stared at the red cross in the upper right corner of his phone. Muttering dazedly, "No signal? This is the city center. How could that be possible? Ah, he might have eliminated the electronic signals in this area." The Guanyao investigator glanced around and noticed many people on the street were looking at their phones in astonishment, with even the advertisements looping in front of some shops, showing glitches and distorted images. With a cold smile, he remarked, "This further confirms that this guy's target is right here. But there's no need to worry. Misty will soon discover the lack of electronic signals in this area and will send people over more quickly. Moreover, my task trajectory aligns closely with Thongchushi's entry into the city. Misty will not overlook this detail and will likely analyze it soon to arrange for others to encircle this area. However, how long will they take?" He was murmuring to himself when suddenly his eyes widened. He stared blankly ahead and saw a taxi driving past the hotel entrance, coming to a stop. A tall, slender man got out, carrying a silver briefcase, and turned around, preparing to pay the fare. However, the taxi sped off without collecting any fare. The man had no choice but to smile helplessly, put his wallet away, and then cross the street to sit in front of a cake shop. It's him. The Guanyao investigator watched from the car, feeling his heart suddenly plunge and then race wildly. The man sought by the entire Chigong Disaster Management Bureau just appeared before my eyes. Should I approach him? Or should I withdraw? If I withdraw, it might be hard to explain later. If I approach, this guy is a dangerous individual who cannot be subdued even by that red trench coat. Chapter 66. The Crystal Plague. Could you please send me the relevant task information regarding the door of the Crystal Plague? Hanso, on his way to this location, focused intently on the task that the Guanyao investigator was executing, and a myriad of doubts arose in his heart. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired through his phone to Miss. Detected relevant permissions, sending data now. Good luck, Mr. Butcher. Surprisingly, the process went exceptionally smoothly, as the identity of the Guanyao investigator's assistant helped him gain access. B3 level task. Investigate the door of the Crystal Plague. Task description. Traces of the Crystal Plague have been detected in multiple locations in Qingdong, but effective transmission and deep infection have not yet occurred. It is suspected that members of a mysterious organization with a cult-like influence are intentionally releasing the plague. Due to the light level of pollution, it has paradoxically complicated the investigation. Relevant personnel are requested to investigate the patterns and locations of the Crystal Plague's release, and to locate and resolve the source of the Crystal Plague, thereby halting the phenomenon of its transmission. Below this, there is extensive descriptive material regarding the Crystal Plague. Essentially, the origin of this plague is traced back to a crystal skull unearthed from the radiation era, which feels like crystal and resembles a piece of art. However, upon testing, it has been confirmed to be human skull material. Moreover, certain activity was detected from it. The cause of crystallization, unknown. However, it has been proven that this active crystal skull possesses the trait of influencing individuals who observe it closely or share the same space, causing a degree of pollution that leads to physical and psychological mutations in the contaminated individuals. The physical mutation entails the transformation of the contaminated individual's bones into those of an abnormal human, exhibiting crystal characteristics and possessing eerie strength and bodily regeneration abilities. The psychological mutation refers to these contaminated individuals believing they hear the crystal skull speaking, perceiving themselves as receiving divine revelations, and being willing to sacrifice their lives for certain objectives. Those who have come into contact with the groups contaminated by the crystal skull are registered as an illegal, mysterious organization by the Qingdong Disaster Management Bureau, the Crystal Skull. Is this the mysterious organization that Dong Chiguo mentioned, related to that woman? A sudden feeling of surprise and delight washed over him. He had promised Dong Chiguo that he would not recklessly engage with this mysterious organization until he had the means to protect himself. Yet unexpectedly, he encountered them during this task. He contemplated sending a message to inform Dong Chiguo of this discovery, but the message failed to send. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the signal on his phone had vanished. How could there be a lack of signal in Qingdong? Or is this also part of the bizarre influence? He had no time to ponder this. Only quickly running through in his mind, confirmed Song Chusher entered the city to investigate the door that the Guanyao investigator was looking for. In the span of a week, this individual had scoured 3 locations, all of which coincidentally were places recently visited by Song Chusher. Now, Beidi Street stood as the 4th destination he arrived at. Could it be true that he had taken merely half an hour to discover the door that the enigmatic avian investigator had been unable to locate? Upon reaching Beidi Street, as Han Su pondered their purpose for being here, The taxi driver dropped him and his companions at the street's entrance. 3 of the 4 in the group cast curious glances toward Han Su. Let's take a look. Han Su slowly tucked away his phone and raised his gaze. Before him lay a bustling thoroughfare, teeming with pedestrians, flanked by numerous shops. Above, the neon lights appeared to form a cloud, casting an unreal ambience over the entire street. Beneath this ethereal canopy, a myriad of people hurried past. However, as Han Su frowned and scrutinized the crowd, he noticed that the faces of the passers-by appeared entirely normal, devoid of any obscured features. Although a sense of unease gnawed at him, he found no tangible signs of danger. Had Song Chusher made an error? As he contemplated this, his gaze swept across the street, and suddenly he froze upon spotting a familiar figure seated at the entrance of a cake shop across the way. It was indeed Song Chusher, unchanged from their last encounter, a suitcase resting beside him. With a calm demeanor, he turned his gaze toward Han Su, a smile gracing his lips as he subtly nodded in greeting. Then he slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. In that instant, the flow of pedestrians on the street seemed to stutter, pausing momentarily. The next moment, the crowd resumed moving, yet countless faces began to blur into indistinct shadows, coalescing into clusters. One shadow even passed less than 2 meters in front of Han Su. A chill ran down his spine. The door was indeed here. The permeation of this place had evidently commenced long ago, yet neither the avian investigator nor the Qing Gang Disaster Management Bureau had detected it. How had Song Chusher found it so swiftly? As Han Su's astonishment grew, the doctor beside him suddenly halted and whispered, "Did you see that?" "What's wrong?" asked He, who perplexed. "The faces," the doctor murmured. "It seems many people on this street have suddenly lost their faces or perhaps have just become invisible." He, whose tension escalated. "Where? Is this the bizarre phenomenon we encountered while following that investigator in the vicinity of Line 2? Miss Wu Ying also sensed something amiss. She switched her black suitcase to the other hand and whispered, "Why are we appearing in a location related to our prior mission? What are these entities?" "They're the source of the plague released by the Crystal Skull." Han Su's gaze shifted back to Song Chusher as he recalled the information sent by Miss AI. He spoke slowly. "The data indicates that this plague possesses the ability to infect normal individuals' memories and self-awareness, lying dormant within a person for 3 to 5 seconds before transforming them into its puppets. Those with strong willpower and prior preparation can resist for about 30 seconds. While those who have undergone mental infiltration may endure until their mental energy is entirely depleted, typically lasting 3 to 5 minutes without counterattacking. Electric shocks can effectively repel them. You may wish to try. If necessary, eliminating their host can also delay their actions." He articulated his previous experiences and observations from the Line 2 mission in concise terms. The doctor, upon hearing him, instinctively took a step back. Meanwhile, He Hu and Miss Wu Ying regarded him with strange expressions. The doctor calmly shook his head. "My willpower is not particularly strong. Why has Song Chusher brought me here? Is it for a meeting?" Ansu Wistorn. If Song Chusher had invited him here, why seek this door? His ability to follow him here was only due to the avian investigator's advantage. However, on the flip side, if he could discover this, how could the avian investigator not? He even suspected that the investigator might have already arrived nearby, perhaps having noticed Song Chusher just as he had. Would they still meet? As they conversed, the number of indistinct figures around them grew increasingly alarming, surpassing those Han Su had encountered on Line 2. Yet these individuals remained undisturbed, calmly moving about. "Gather close to me." At that moment, Miss Wu Ying suddenly declared, "The scale of pollution on this street exceeds expectations. Stand near me. I can shield you." Her tone was grave, as if earnestly advising Han Su. The prudent course of action was to swiftly vacate this street and inform headquarters of the plague's emergence, dispatching personnel to address the situation. Han Su listened to her words, but his eyes drifted to the opposite side of the street, where he suddenly saw Song Chusher rise, pause briefly, and then, without hesitation, turn to enter the door behind him, the door of the cake shop. At the very moment he crossed the threshold, all the indistinct figures within the crowd abruptly froze, as if experiencing a glitch, pausing momentarily. The next instant, they all turned in unison to face the direction of the cake shop. Was this the door? Han Su's heart raced as he realized that Song Chusher had not only located the area where the door appeared, but had also discerned the hidden pollution and pinpointed its location. Before he could react further, a figure suddenly leapt from a vehicle on the other side. It was the avian investigator. His countenance seemingly infused with fervor as he navigated through the crowd, gripping a gun in one hand and a suitcase in the other. His form began to fade, as though disappearing, swiftly traversing the throng of static figures, following closely behind Song Chusher into the door. He was going to. Chapter 67. Shadows Beyond Reality. Witnessing both individuals enter the door, a fierce determination surged within Han Su, leaving no time for hesitation. Since he had already accepted Song Chushi's invitation and arrived here, how could he not take the opportunity to meet? Moreover, the avian investigator had entered as well. This individual had been preoccupied with him even within the confines of the base. Thus, how could Han Su not bear him in mind? As his thoughts raced, Han Su brandished his electric baton and declared firmly, "I will enter to assist the avian investigator. You all remain outside or withdraw swiftly. Remember my words, do not come in. This is a task for me and the avian investigator." He had initially brought them along to compile a report, but as the situation grew intriguing, that necessity had dissipated, and clarity was required. As he spoke, he took purposeful strides forward. The figures standing idly before the door suddenly became alert, turning to reach for him with outstretched arms. Han Su thrust the electric baton against one of them. With a crackling sound, a flash of electricity sent the individual flying. However, this action seemed to trigger some sort of switch as countless indistinct figures on the street surged toward Han Su, creating an eerie tide of obscured faces that seemed to envelop the entire thoroughfare. With a firm grip on his baton, Han Su prepared to carve a path through the chaos. Unexpectedly, a figure surged forward, elbow thrusting, sending another figure crashing into several others. Han Su turned his head and saw that the one who had acted was He Hu. With this fierce charge, he had already moved from behind Han Su to the forefront. Somewhat astonished, Han Su asked, "Aren't you afraid?" "There is nothing to fear," He Hu replied earnestly. "Although I took a bullet to the head, I still grasp the fundamentals of calculation. If their contamination requires merely 3 to 5 seconds, then as long as we can defeat them within 3 seconds during each confrontation, the risk of contamination is eliminated, is it not? Rest assured, I will not engage. I am merely clearing a path for you." Han Su, taken aback, gazed at him deeply and sighed. "Brother Hu, you truly are a genius." He Hu paused momentarily and replied, "Thank you. But do take care yourself. When you reach Miss Wu Ying, do not charge too fiercely." Han Su spoke the solemnly, gritting his teeth slightly as he maneuvered through the figures obstructing him. Yet the street was teeming with countless individuals hastening towards Han Su. Their movements coordinated as they concentrated at the entrance before pushing outward, resembling a swarm of worker bees attempting to safeguard the door. The scene was reminiscent of a chaotic struggle against a mistress. Each face was indistinct, and the eerie, oppressive sensation in the air was magnified 1,000-fold compared to the second line. It felt as though he had plunged from the bustling mediocrity of the street into a bizarre, surreal realm. The world had begun to warp. Even He Hu amidst the crowd felt slightly dizzy, as if he had returned to that battlefield, facing incomprehensible zealots once more. Han Su had not yet mastered Mr. Guan Yao's ability to render himself invisible, and facing layers upon layers of infected individuals, he could only clutch his suitcase in his right hand, mentally rallying himself while focusing all his attention on his left hand. Gradually, the back of his left hand began to radiate heat, especially the cruciform copper scar, as if something were about to seep forth. In an instant, as the pain in his left hand reached its zenith, Han Su abruptly thrust forward, seizing an infected individual's neck. Like a cold, unyielding iron claw, he lifted the person into the air and, with a decisive stride, used the individual as a shield, forcefully pushing through the crowd ahead, advancing straight forward. Miss Wing observed Han Su engulfed amidst the chaotic infected and furrowed her brow, preparing to assist him. However, at that moment, the doctor, as if anticipating her actions, reached out to stop her. "Let him go." Wu Ying looked over in confusion. Not intervening is the real assistance. The doctor cast a deep glance at the door, his peripheral vision assessing Wu Ying's expression, stating, "We are all adults. The decisions made are undoubtedly founded on their own rationale. As teammates, we must not let emotional factors interfere with others' plans." He adjusted his glasses with his index finger, his voice calm, yet rapid. "To disrupt others' plans under the guise of concern is a foolish act we must all refrain from. Moreover, we have known each other for a similar duration. Miss Wu Ying seems to have no need to overly concern herself with the butcher's affairs, correct? Upon hearing this, Wu Ying's gaze sharpened, causing a slight shiver in the doctor's heart. The most advantageous strategy now was to establish a defensive line at the door, preventing anything from exiting within while also blocking the entities outside from re-entering. He turned slightly, adjusting his glasses once more, and continued calmly. As we learned from the butcher's account of the second line incident, once these anomalies return through this door, it will close, and at that point, we may never locate the butcher again. Conversely, constructing a temporary defense in accordance with the rules not only aids the butcher, but also facilitates a more straightforward report afterward. His cool analysis left He Hu in a daze. Had he articulated so clearly earlier? How had he not realized? The doctor, however, thought to himself, the butcher is clearly a figure with many secrets he wishes to keep from us. Entering that door surely serves his own purpose. Following him inside is not a wise choice. For such connections, lending a hand and leveraging influence is sufficient. Regrettably, while this is apparent, persuading others is quite challenging. As he spoke, the indistinct faces surged toward them. Yet due to the doctor's analysis, He Hu regained some composure, and even Miss Wu Ying fell silent in acceptance. She looked up to see Han Su already traversing half the street, his form swallowed by the frenzied crowd. Reflecting on the doctor's words, she made a decision. With an impassive gaze sweeping over the advancing figures, she lowered her head and softly uttered, "Anchor me, descend into reality." As she spoke these 8 words, they flowed swiftly and indistinctly, almost compressing into a pair of abrupt phrases. At that moment, a transformation occurred. She slightly bowed her head, uttered these 2 words, and when she lifted her gaze again, her eyes were a blank white. An intangible psychic force field instantly enveloped everyone present. A tingling sensation coursed through their skin, and in their ears, they seemed to hear a sinister and eerie laughter, while their vision blurred momentarily, manifesting severe double images. They distinctly saw a spectral shadow extending from beneath Miss Wu Ying's feet. Shadows only appear when illuminated by a light source. Yet in Miss Wu Ying's current location, there was no strong, concrete light source. Yet suddenly, a shadow emerged beneath her, as if an unseen light had ignited in a realm beyond reality. This light illuminated only her, casting a shadow that should not exist in the real world. However, for those standing beside Miss Wu Ying, it resembled not merely a light, but rather an eye existing beyond reality. It abruptly opened because of the incantation Miss Wu Ying had recited, gazing from a distant future into the present. This very eye bestowed upon her a shadow from beyond reality. This shadow twisted and elongated rapidly, like a black python stretching its body, extending outward and instantly enveloping the onrushing crowd, resulting in a cacophony of countless bones shattering. Those infected with twisted, frenzied expressions found themselves ensnared at the moment they approached, collapsing en masse as their calves and ankles morphed into grotesque shapes. Meanwhile, Han Su pressed on, using the infected as a shield, charging directly toward the door, surrounded by a chaotic throng of indistinct faces. Even clusters of distorted shadows clawed at his left arm. The scar on his left hand effectively resisted the onslaught of the plague, yet the tide of encroaching figures posed a significant challenge. This time, the number of infected on the street far exceeded that of the second line, exceeding tenfold. Just then, a black shadow crept up from behind, instantly obliterating all the infected in its wake and clearing a broad path before him, like 2 invisible barriers unfurling on either side of his body. Was it Miss Wu Ying? Han Su did not look back. Instead, he felt a slight alleviation in his heart and without hesitation, concentrated his psychic energy into his left hand, unleashing a terrifying force once more that propelled him forward, stepping into the threshold of the door. Chapter 68. The Investigator's Combat Mode. The moment Han Su stepped through the door, darkness enveloped him, causing him to halt abruptly. Clutching the unfortunate individual in front of him as a shield, he swiftly scanned the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. It was evident that this was no ordinary cake shop. There were no counters or display cases for pastries, nor any semblance of decor. The walls radiated an unreal, shimmering glow, rendering the room akin to a crude and unstable realm. Directly in front of him, merely 3 or 4 meters away, lay a rudimentary and bizarre symbol drawn on the floor. At the center of this symbol rested a corpse, seemingly deceased for quite some time, its flesh and blood in various states of decay, yet the rotting areas shimmered with a crystalline luster, particularly around the head, where flesh had almost entirely decomposed. The exposed bone emanated a mesmerizing hue. From the corpse itself, one could observe distorted auras seeping out, transforming into blurred shadows that writhed and stretched, swirling past him and drifting out through the door. The shadows attached to the living outside had evidently emerged from this lifeless body. Where were Song Chu-Shur and that peculiar bird-like investigator? The space was minuscule and laid bare, devoid of any other living souls, save for himself and this cadaver. They had undoubtedly entered before him, yet now their whereabouts were a mystery. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he raised the suitcase in his hand defensively, the sound of claws scraping against it creating a grating noise. It was those infected by the crystalline plague from the streets, 5 or 6 of them, pushed through the door by him, were now desperately clawing towards him. Once ordinary individuals, they had gained astonishing strength through the infection, their rationality stripped away, fearless of death. Resembling marionettes under a malevolent control, their assaults imbued with a sinister cruelty. Outside, he had been inclined to keep a safe distance from such creatures. But within this confined space, confrontation was inevitable. Hansu promptly hurled the infected individual aside and switched to the investigator's combat mode, shield in his left hand, weapon in his right. In essence, he lifted the suitcase with his left hand while wielding an electric baton in his right. As he defended against the oncoming infected, he activated the device, and with crackling sounds of electricity, he jabbed the baton toward the nearest assailant. 2 infected fell to the ground, convulsing as their previously indistinct shadows sharpened into clarity. Yet, undeterred by fear, the remaining infected lunged at him, leaving no time for electric strikes. He swung the baton down upon them. This specially crafted weapon from the Disaster Control Bureau was remarkably sturdy, delivering a blow that surpassed even that of an iron rod. Even the infected crumpled to their knees under the force. This mysterious weapon was indeed effective. It could deliver electric shocks, and its power could be automatically adjusted. Strength level 30 was sufficient to incapacitate an adult male for an extended period, while level 50 greatly diminished the frenzy of these infected. Quickly maneuvering the baton, the reflexes honed from previous escapes in the ancient castle were now on full display. He deftly evaded the grasping hands, delivering strikes, electric shocks, and swift kicks, bringing the assailants crashing to the ground. However, compared to those outside, the infected within this door appeared significantly stronger, their resilience and tenacity far exceeding that of ordinary humans. When Hansu struck their legs with all his might, they merely stumbled, and even those he struck with greater force showed signs of struggling to rise. Even the ones that remained down exhibited vague shadows writhing away from their forms. Laning Tawardansu. Yet he raised the suitcase in his left hand to block them. Having encountered these infected online too, Hansu had returned to the base and consulted Chui Chiao, learning that the suitcase assigned to each investigator was, in fact, a valuable asset, constructed from low-sensitivity materials. It not only mitigated the infiltration of mysterious forces, but also possessed bulletproof capabilities. With the left hand wielding the suitcase immune to contamination, Hansu felt unencumbered, swinging it to shield against the encroaching shadows. The room was filled with the sounds of crackling electricity, dull thuds, and the splintering of bones. As he observed the infected, incapacitated, and the area around him clearing, he hastily glanced towards the door. To his surprise, a profound silence met him. No additional infected rushed through. It seemed his teammates had successfully held them back. Outside, the infected who had been subdued by Ms. Crow appeared oblivious to their pain, desperately trying to rise. Even with just one hand still functioning, they attempted to grasp anything within reach, and even with only their mouths available, they sought to bite down on whatever they could. Yet, standing at the edge of the shadows, Ms. Crow remained impassive, her hands raised in an ethereal manner, while the shadows beneath her swirled with an inhuman coldness, encircling the door as a protective barrier. Limbs that could move were twisted, hands that could grasp were shattered, and mouths that could bite were broken. There was an icy detachment to her actions, devoid of any human emotion, embodying pure harm and devastation. In this bizarre tableau, while the street's inhabitants appeared deranged, Miss Crow resembled a meat grinder amidst the madness. Her current demeanor starkly contrasted with her usual calm and amiable self, almost as if the two personas were irreconcilable illusions. Black Tiger observed this scene, clearly bewildered. Initially, the chaotic figures on the street reminded him of a battlefield, evoking memories of terrifying zealots, but now he sensed something was amiss. This Miss Crow beside him resembled the nightmare that haunted him, far more than the frenzied individuals around. The doctor gazed in astonishment at this surreal spectacle, his eyes shimmering with awe. It was extraordinarily enchanting. This power that transcended the boundaries of reality was utterly captivating. Bang! 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 After swiftly dispatching the few infected that had rushed through the door, Hansu extended his left hand, tossing them out one by one. Eager to assess the situation within, a chill suddenly crept down his spine. A faint yet peculiar sound, akin to the grinding of bones, echoed behind him, accompanied by the sensation of countless fine streams intertwining, the distant murmurs resonating at his ear. Catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, he straightened slightly in alarm. Just a short distance behind him, the corpse still lay quietly within the mysterious symbol, its pallid and decaying visage turned towards him. The deep-set eye sockets void of life. Yet, crucially, the position of the corpse had shifted. It had originally been lying on its side, facing inward, but now it lay directly facing him, as if it had surreptitiously turned while he was preoccupied with the infected. Its face devoid of vitality, had eyes that had decayed into hollow voids, yet within those depths lingered an unsettling, eerie hue. Hansu felt a slight chill creep over him, his hair standing on end. While he was undeterred by the frenzied infected, the sight of this corpse filled him with a disquieting tension. Uncertain whether it was due to frayed nerves or the unsettling, oppressive energy emanating from the space behind the door, Hansu found himself momentarily engulfed in a hallucination. The corpse facing him seemed to tremble slightly at the jaw, as if attempting to utter a word. Hansu could not ascertain whether the corpse had truly spoken, yet he distinctly sensed that the bizarre realm beyond the door had suddenly transformed. An eerie energy, akin to a life force of its own, began to permeate this otherworldly domain. It resembled a distant melody or the incessant chatter of a voice, spoken so swiftly that the sounds overlapped. Hansu felt the presence of this voice clearly, yet he could not discern its transmission through the air. It felt as if it had manifested directly within his mind. This voice carried an overwhelming sense of assimilation and suffocation. Hansu felt himself plunging into an abyss, unable to see the sky above or the depths below, as endless waters surged from all directions, attempting to infiltrate him through every orifice and pore. Simultaneously, the corpse released a multitude of distorted and nebulous shadows, each bearing faint silhouettes of anguished figures, resembling tormented phantoms hurtling toward him. Was this corpse attempting to taint him? Just before these indistinct shadows could envelop him, a sudden chill coursed through Hansu's right hand, jolting him back to awareness. The gap in his hand exuded spiritual power, aiding him in breaking free from the suffocating grasp. Realizing this change, he instantly became alert. He had learned from Miss AI's materials that the greatest threat posed by the crystal skull was its ability to pollute, infecting ordinary individuals with the crystal plague and manipulating their will and thoughts. This transmission represented the infiltration of the crystal skull, or rather, the mystery it embodied, into the realm of reality. Faced with such overwhelming pollution, he could no longer rely on electric baton or the cross-shaped copper scar on his left hand for defense. In a moment of resolve, he swiftly turned, extending his palm toward the crystal skull on the ground, whispering, "Divine beings, grant your decree." Chapter 69. The eye of the giant Hansu was reluctant to utter this incantation lightly, unless absolutely necessary. Normally, spiritual infiltration or employing the power of his left hand would not evoke the dizziness previously mentioned by Zhang Qigua. However, his experiences within the ancient castle had taught him that reciting the incantation would lead to a significant depletion of his spiritual energy. In a fleeting thought, the incantation escaped his lips. A seemingly mundane phrase, at least in the eyes of those who seek mystical power, appeared deceptively simple. Yet, in the rapid recitation, it was challenging for others to catch, and even Hansu was unaware that he had inadvertently added two indistinct syllables. Ein for. However, in that instant when the simple incantation was spoken, Hansu felt his spiritual energy surge tumultuously, racing toward his right eye with an unrestrained fervor bursting forth from it. Blood flowed from his right eye. Within his line of sight, the air abruptly became chaotic and dense, as if some uncanny force had descended upon reality, saturating the atmosphere. The sound of a resounding horn echoed faintly, piercing through the ears of those present. In the confined space, it felt as though an immense figure from another dimension had forced its way into their realm. Within the illusion created by the spiritual upheaval, all sentient beings seemed to behold a pale giant seated upon a throne, gazing down at the bustling ants below. With a swish, the murky shadows that had drifted through the air dissipated beneath this imposing gaze, as if an invisible hand of unwavering will had ruthlessly obliterated all existence. In comparison to the shadows and the power emanating from Hansu's right eye, they appeared akin to snowflakes falling into the ocean. Hansu himself could not fathom the reason for this. Theoretically, it was his first time employing this incantation along this trajectory of life, and it felt distinctly different from before. At this moment, he sensed his spiritual energy surging like tumultuous waves, spilling forth from his right eye, distorted by some divine force, acquiring an indescribable characteristic. The first phase of the mysterious power revealed three traits: vitality, infiltration, and transformation. His current state seemed to suggest that his spiritual energy had undergone a metamorphosis through the divine force at his right eye, bestowing upon him a kind of advanced might. Yet, how formidable was this power? The characteristics of the crystal plague were already frightful for ordinary individuals, capable of distorting one's will and thoughts in an instant. Even when struck by an electric baton, these entities could only be repelled, but never obliterated. Yet now, the power from his right eye effortlessly dissolved them. There was no entanglement, no opposition. Wherever it reached, it wielded an unyielding dominion. This overwhelming sense of pressure led Hansu to feel as though he were a towering giant, exuding arrogance and disdain as he crushed everything within his sight. Was it the potency of this incantation, or did the power of that pale giant inherently possess such hierarchical dominance over the bizarre phenomena of reality? With the spiritual energy from his right eye surging wildly, Hansu observed that not only were all manifestations of the spiritual plague dissolving, but even the corpse lying on the ground was affected by this force. The distorted aura emanating from its surface dissipated in an instant. With a resounding thud, the corpse was unexpectedly thrust backward by an unseen force, colliding violently with the wall. Even its flesh began to melt away layer by layer, revealing beneath the decaying tissue bones that shimmered with a crystalline radiance. What had once appeared as a grotesque corpse now revealed itself as a piece of art, with 2/3 of its skeleton transformed into a crystalline texture. Particularly, the skull gleamed with a translucent brilliance, radiating iridescent hues. This corpse was undoubtedly an infected host of the plague crystal. Hansu realized, based on Miss AI's descriptions, that this body had evidently spent an extended period in proximity to the crystal skull unearthed from the ruins, becoming an aberrant host. Due to its close proximity to the crystal skull for too long, it had been infected into this state, and upon death, it became a secondary source of pollution, capable of infecting those on the streets through this door. Yet, who had placed such a ghastly entity here? Without time for contemplation, as Hansu's focus sharpened on the corpse, the mysterious power within his right eye descended, instantly suppressing the vibrant colors of the corpse. Even the crystalline texture of its bones began to dissolve under his gaze, transforming into a dull, grayish appearance. The air filled with the sound of plastic bags being torn apart, as more of the crystal plague was eradicated. Outside, the plague-infected individuals who had surrounded Miss Crow and her companions suddenly froze in place. The indistinct shadows on their faces appeared to dissipate under some invisible influence, revealing their true features. Bereft of will, they resembled marionettes, standing dazedly in place, no longer rushing toward Miss Crow in a frenzy. This prompted the doctor and others to sense something amiss, their expressions growing serious as they turned their gazes toward the door. Mechanical fragments within the confines of the door, Hansu found himself ensconced in an endless stream of consciousness. Yet, the spiritual flow unleashed by the crystal skull had been forcibly dissolved by the gaze of the giant, rendering it devoid of its corruptive properties. During this process, Hansu felt a persistent resonance of a certain term echoing in his mind. This seemed to be information embedded within the crystal plague, dissipated by the power of his right eye, and then perceived by his own mental faculties. But why did the crystal plague encompass this information? Han Su was momentarily at a loss, but after uttering an incantation, he found himself suddenly dizzy, as if the very essence of his mind had been drained, leaving him feeble and devoid of strength. Much like during his encounter in the ancient castle, his mental power struggled to withstand the depletion wrought by this spell. It felt as though in a mere 3 seconds his mind had been emptied. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness, and immediately turned his attention to the mysterious corpse. Before him lay the body, once subdued by the power of his right eye, now scarcely retaining any flesh. Most of the bones had turned a dull brown, yet the crystal skull retained an eerie beauty, radiating a crystalline allure that seemed almost alive, flowing gracefully over its surface. A sudden thought flashed through Han Su's mind. This entity was still alive. Ignoring his mental fatigue, he seized the electric baton and prepared to strike the crystal skull. Just as this thought surged within him, the crystal skull, seemingly gripped by fear, erupted in a cascade of dazzling illusions. From the dizzying spectacle, Han Su heard the voice. Chingang, how could there be the power of the pale upper echelon? In that instant, Han Su felt as though his consciousness was being drawn into the resplendent glow of the crystal skull, revealing a distant and profound realm. He beheld countless similar crystal skulls existing within this space, arranged in layers, rows, and columns. Each skull was clearly visible, yet surrounded by endless afterimages, reflecting their plight in the real world. Some were accompanied by ethereal altars. Others bore semi-transparent bodies, indicating they were venerated in certain places. Some grew upon living hosts, while others were confined within safes. An infinite array of crystal skulls formed a colossal pyramid. The higher one ascended, the fewer the numbers, yet the greater their size, with the crystalline hues intensifying. At the apex rested a massive crystal skull, serene and radiant, its brilliance surpassing all others, embodying a source of divine significance. The crystal skull Han Su was now closely observing was merely a fragment at the base of this vast pyramid. The power of his right eye had diminished the strength of this skull, yet it had also awakened a mysterious connection, allowing him to glimpse a corner of that enigmatic world. Were all these crystal skulls interconnected? As he discerned this hidden realm, Han Su suddenly understood the link. Referring to the data provided by Miss AI, he grasped that the corruption of the crystal skulls occurred in layers, with one skull tainting the surrounding living beings, causing them to undergo crystallization and transform into similar skulls. Most crucially, it appeared that these crystal skulls were unified entities capable of sensing one another. Non-believers must not gaze upon the realm of the divine. In a flash, Han Su heard a cold and haughty voice and felt an abrupt gaze directed towards him. It originated from a skull situated 2 tiers above him, beside the base of the pyramid. Through its ethereal shadow, Han Su discerned a tall woman beside that crystal skull. She seemed to have perceived his reaction through the connection among the skulls. Indifferently, she raised her hand and placed it upon the adjacent crystal skull, and in that instant, the skull by his side burst forth with bizarre and brilliant colors. Chapter 70. The skull pyramid. The crystal skull beside him had dimmed under the mysterious power of his right eye, yet unexpectedly, an indescribable spiritual force surged through the connection among the crystal skulls. This force activated the vitality of the skull before Han Su. The vibrant colors coalesced toward its hollow eye sockets. As this accumulation reached its zenith, the gaze transformed into a tangible essence, suddenly locking onto Han Su's face, exhibiting a quality of life as it deftly bypassed his right eye and projected itself onto his right hand. At that moment, Han Su was drained of mental energy and found it nearly impossible to resist, feeling an icy presence coalesce upon his right hand. The low-sensitivity fiber glove he wore suddenly became tattered. This glove, akin to the material used for suitcases, was chosen for its capacity to effectively block the infiltration of spiritual energies, serving as protection for newcomers. Who would have imagined that the force projected from the skull's eye sockets could even corrode the glove? In a moment of urgency, Han Su withdrew, feeling the cold presence winding up his arm. Invasion? He suddenly realized that this decaying corpse harbored the will of a living being, or perhaps a form of sentient matter. Originally subdued by the power of his right eye, It was on the brink of dissolution, yet that mysterious woman had remotely activated and strengthened its will, igniting an ambition within the crystal skull. Seizing the opportunity, this will attempted a full-scale mental invasion, choosing to target his right hand, as he wore a paper-sensitive fiber glove there, a signal indicating a vulnerability in his spiritual defenses. Han Su's mind sharpened, and in that instant, he felt two overwhelming emotions. First, the realization that the Crystal Skull organization was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated, capable of discerning his weakness from afar through their connections. This invasion not only promised a swift contamination of himself, but also aimed to seal his means of resistance. The second was of amusement. Why target his right hand? With a sudden determination, Han Su clenched his right hand, halting the invasion of will. Not only did he stop the encroachment, but he also took a deep breath, focusing his gaze upon the crystal skull once more, and resumed his incantation. Divine decree descends. Having fully exhausted his spiritual strength moments before, he found himself rejuvenated after a brief respite and once again recited the spell, allowing his spiritual energy to flow forth from his right eye. An immense, intangible force swiftly descended upon the eerily colorful crystal skull. This time, with the crystal plague no longer obstructing the way, the power from his right eye struck with greater directness and specificity, instantly suppressing and dissipating the renewed colors of the skull, reducing it to a dull, lifeless hue. This formidable and domineering force even obliterated the mysterious connection between it and the other crystal skulls, shattering their bond. Like employing a brutal means, it severed the intricate and delicate threads. In that fleeting moment, the will that invaded his right hand transformed into a rootless source. It was indeed a revelation that Han Su had discerned long ago. Reciting this incantation would lead to a swift depleting of his mental energy, resulting in a sensation of dizziness and emptiness in his mind. However, this feeling could be restored with a brief respite. The specific reason eluded him. Yet he had grasped this pattern. In an instant, Han Su seemed to hear a furious wail. The will emerging from the crystal skull was crumbling. Enraged yet puzzled, it appeared to struggle with the incomprehension of why, despite having infiltrated his mental breach, the peculiar ability exerted by the opponent remained entirely unaffected. The woman connected to the other side of the crystal skull, upon sensing the disruption of the bond between them by that immensely powerful force, experienced an indescribable shock. He had clearly exhausted his mental strength. In the midst of this despair, the remnants of the will within the crystal skull, imbued with unprecedented madness and desperation, even tinged with a certain greed, surged up Han Su's right arm, attempting to invade his mind and seize his corporeal essence. Yet, this greed swiftly transformed into terror. The moment it penetrated Han Su's brain, he was confronted with an indescribable, chaotic expanse. A scream nearly bursting through the ceiling resonated within his mind. Amidst this scream, there was a singular, vulgar message from the will of the crystal skull. You are not human. It was impossible to articulate the despair of the crystal skull's will at that moment. Even Han Su, through the invasion of this will, began to gain a modicum of understanding of his own mental realm. It was akin to receiving a punch to the face, awakening one to the fortitude of their own resilience. The essence of the crystal skull lay in the spread of a mental plague, a form of mental invasion. Mental invasion entails tainting another's spirit and will with one's own. It devours the opponent's life memories, commencing from the most recent recollections, gradually tracing back through the years to the tender age of 2 or 3, thereby completing the contamination of their entire life trajectory. This form of invasion grants a distinct advantage to the older over the younger. The elder possesses decades, even centuries of memories, while the younger is significantly outmatched, often by several folds. Thus, when he successfully entered Han Su's mental realm, even with his dwindling will, he yearned to make one last effort. This endeavor proved disastrous. Upon invading another's mental world, one would typically encounter a straight road, a linear progression through time, year by year. Yet, after making considerable headway into Han Su's psyche, approximately 10 years, he became lost. Countless diverging paths emerged, intricate and labyrinthine. Even the dead could not withstand this. What the hell kind of life is this? This shock and despair nearly shattered his very will in an instant. How could I be berated by a living skull for not being human? A sense of absurdity welled up within Han Su, and he finally comprehended why. During his encounters with Miss Wuya and Shui Qiao, he could sense that his mental prowess seemed somewhat extraordinary. His life had been far too extensive, with countless flickers, returning to the past and then to the future once more. He had lost count of the experiences he had undergone, nor did he know the tribulations his spirit had endured along these lifelines. The only certainty was that, in terms of the accumulation of mental strength, he had amassed the equivalent of centuries since the onset of his maturation, and yet this accumulation had been fragmented and chaotic. This was also why each recitation of the incantation resulted in a rapid depletion of mental energy, yet recovery was swift. Each segment of mental power had its limits, consumed entirely by the high-intensity incantation. However, he could replenish another segment, as simple as swapping out a battery. Hence, could it be that my spirit and soul, to a certain extent, transcend the confines of time and space? Only this incantation could awaken such potential. With a quiet sigh in his heart, he felt an overwhelming surge of mental power from his right eye, pouring forth towards the crystal skull on the ground. The once indomitable crystal skull, which even Han Su's left fist could not shatter, suddenly emitted a sound akin to shattering glass. Countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared upon its surface, and its luster dimmed instantaneously. Within his mental realm, that singular will, amidst its collapse, hurriedly attempted to retreat from Han Su's psyche, seemingly striving to preserve some secret. Yet little did it realize that the path of retreat had already vanished. The shattered and dulled crystal skull could no longer harbor its will, leaving behind only eerie and pure streams of spirit, diffusing throughout the confined space. In a moment of collision with Han Su's own mental world, an infinite array of fragmented images unfolded within his mind. Han Su suddenly realized, was this information? The spirit inherently carries the capacity to convey information, while the human mind harbors an inexhaustible reservoir of knowledge. Typically, the information released directly by an individual is controlled by their will and lacks inherent content. Much like how one can govern whether to unveil the secrets of their heart. This crystal skull, due to its peculiar nature, retained the ability to contemplate and store information. Yet the entity that originally sought to invade him found itself ensnared within its own mental realm. In its collapse, the information was laid bare. Now, it was as if he were perusing countless shards of spirit. As Miss Wuya had stated, this might be an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Yet, considering the enigmatic connection between Song Chushi, who had deliberately led him here, and the Crystal Skull organization and that woman, Han Su steeled himself, allowing even more of his mental energy to permeate these endless spiritual fragments. This was a task he had become quite adept at. Each time he returned from the past to the present, he experienced a form of memory reading. Chapter 71. Information, it was as if one had entered a kaleidoscope. From all directions, vibrant, multicolored, and splendid fragments surrounded him. Each fragment contained distinct experiences, varying insights, or perhaps secrets deeply buried in the heart, known to no one else. Han Su directly glimpsed the crystal cranium, or rather, the secrets of this peculiar corpse in life. It was akin to unlocking a sealed hard drive. The original identity of this deceased individual was a warehouse keeper from the neighboring Haiti city, leading a blissful life with his wife and child, until he chanced upon a certain artifact unearthed in a newspaper. The eerie beauty of it captivated him deeply. It was an artistic piece resembling a crystal skull, possessing breathtaking allure. He recklessly took leave to attend the exhibition, gazing closely at the translucent skull, as if it had penetrated the depths of his spirit. However, this admiration was swiftly shattered when robbers stormed into the exhibition hall, brazenly firing their weapons, claiming countless lives. Upon seeing him, the robbers seemed to perceive the lingering luster in his eyes. With a smile, one of the robbers extended a hand, saying, "We're one of us." Without hesitation, he abandoned everything and followed the robbers, thus becoming a member of the Crystal Skull organization. They worshipped the Crystal Skull day and night, kneeling before it for countless hours. The leader of the organization urged them to be devout and earnest. The Crystal Skull was said to speak a divine message for the faithful, a key to unlocking new dimensions of life. He truly believed. Thus, he worshipped fervently until one day, he genuinely heard the voice of the Crystal Skull. He felt a grace from beyond the realm of reality, and his body began to undergo mysterious transformations, gaining extraordinary strength. healing from injuries swiftly, and he even felt as if he had been resurrected. Consequently, his status within the organization soared, rapidly elevating him from a peripheral worshiper to an official disciple, and then from a disciple to a preacher. Who cared about this wretched affair? Han Su frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Although Miss Wuya had warned him that memory reading was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, he was now nearly certain of it. He considered himself a natural master of memory reading. Each time he flickered back, he experienced the process of perceiving countless new memories, akin to a physician who had long practiced various surgical techniques on himself, coupled with his parallel mental realm. Reading the memories of a deceased individual would not lead to his own obliteration, no matter how extensive the reading. However, a person's memories are vast. Passively reading them would only reveal the most vivid and profound recollections. Thus, what he currently witnessed was merely the memory of the individual at the moment the crystal skull first tainted or permeated his being, which he deemed the most significant phase of his life, repeatedly reliving it with emotion. Yet in Han Su's eyes, he was simply a man forsaking his family and descending into madness. He longed to uncover more valuable clues regarding that woman or the Crystal Skull's organization. A hum of intricate vibrations arose, and countless fragments of memory flashed before him like frames of a film multiplied 300-fold. Han Su's reading remained chaotic, relying solely on instinct to capture myriad memory shards. A cursory glance led him to discard them aside. No insights into divine grace. No joy from severing a companion's head to extract another crystal skull. No demonstrations of miracles in the wilderness to attract followers. None of it was of interest to him. He could sense the vast mental fragments of the deceased rapidly dissipating, as the individuals had crumbled and vitality faded, leading to the self-dissolution of those fragments. Thus, he grew increasingly anxious, desperate to seize more fragments before they vanished. Suddenly, he beheld an unusual scene. A woman clad in a black qipao spoke down to him, saying, "Mr. Peng, this task is of utmost importance, requiring your personal involvement. We must locate the mechanical fragment hidden within Qinggang City. After deliberation among the elders, we have resolved to adopt a mental approach. We need someone to act as the hand of our Lord, enter Qinggang City to unleash the plague, and subsequently recover the memories of those affected, using this method to trace the whereabouts of the mechanical fragment. Are you willing to shoulder this responsibility?" The scene culminated in a photograph of a broken mechanical fragment, adorned with bizarre patterns resembling living veins. "Is that him?" Upon seeing the woman, Han Su's heart contracted violently, as if some distant memory were surging to life. That woman, the one who cared for him before he turned 10. It was she. Even though she wore a qipao entirely different from what he recalled, her lofty, aloof, and enigmatic demeanor was unmistakable, and Han Su was certain it was her. She was indeed part of the Crystal Skull organization. As Han Su's emotions surged, he felt a disorienting tremor, as all lingering mental fragments in the air began to disintegrate. He could not halt this process. He could only concentrate, desperately embedding the image of that photograph into his memory before all information faded away. So, it was that woman who instigated these events. Therefore, the recent spiritual plagues were indeed released by the Crystal Skull organization, and their purpose was to seek this mechanical fragment. What was this mechanical fragment and why? He stood there, dazed, as waves of thoughts flooded his mind, quietly pondering. There was nothing novel regarding this crystal skull or the memories of the deceased. It was merely a tale of being bewitched by mysterious forces, ultimately becoming a corpse cast into Qinggang City to spread spiritual plague, to worship the unknown. Perhaps this was a common fate. No wonder the plagues released this time were so shallow and difficult to detect. They were not meant to pollute. They were traversing the minds of many through the release of the plague, in search of a secret. So, what exactly was this so-called machinery that the Crystal Skull organization or that woman sought? Contemplating the photograph, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before, not only seen it but even conversed about it, although he was so close. The lengthy time spent in mental infiltration and reading had left his mind momentarily vacant, rendering him unable to recall. At that moment, in a sealed room not far from Qinggang City, a tall woman draped in a black veil gazed in astonishment at the crystal skull before her. It resembled a work of art, translucent and occasionally shimmering with a captivating vitality. Yet this artwork was gradually fracturing, a painful fissure emerging. She could hardly believe her eyes as she stared at the crack, and after a moment, she extended her hand, her mental energy seeping into it, revealing a vision she could witness 1,000 times, yet still evoke awe and reverence. The colossal pyramid encompassing nearly the entire universe. A pyramid constructed from countless crystal skulls, collectively safeguarding the one atop, which represented the faith of them all. It was precisely because she could perceive this vast and mysterious entity that she resolutely obeyed any command, even if it meant sacrificing herself. For she understood, the innumerable crystal skulls symbolized countless shared beliefs, inseparable and indomitable. Yet now, she was incredulously witnessing a dimming at a barely perceptible position at the base of that colossal pyramid, a part of it erased from the system. Most critically, she considered the possibility that the directives issued directly by the Lady of Sacrifice had been glimpsed by outsiders. As she contemplated this, a chill of fear coursed through her. Simultaneously, while Hansu was still in shock, reflecting on the information captured from the will of the crystal skull, he was suddenly startled by a sound akin to fragile creation shattering. He looked up, noticing layers of dust-like substance cascading down from above. It felt as if the very space he inhabited was becoming unstable, the forces constructing this space collapsing. Was it because the crystal skull had been destroyed that the world beyond the door had destabilized? The mysterious symbols covering the walls and floor were rapidly fading, rendering everything around him increasingly tangible. Hansu observed the ground beneath him transforming into wooden flooring. As he surveyed his surroundings, elongated counters emerged, adorned with an array of delightful pastries. Behind the counter, a server gaped in horror at the scene before her. Following her line of sight, Hansu beheld Song Chushur, who was poised opposite Mr. Monsterbird, gun drawn and aimed directly at him. In that instant, he saw Mr. Monsterbird had already squeezed the trigger, flames bursting from the barrel as a bullet shot forth, hurtling towards Song Chushie's forehead. To his astonishment, the man still managed a foolish grin in his direction. Chapter 72. Time freezes 1 second. No, it need not even be a second. Merely half a second is all I require to subdue this man. In that moment, Mr. Monsterbird concocted 100 reasons to bolster his courage, charging into the cake shop with singular focus on Song Chushur, disregarding everything else around him. Fixated on the back of his target's head, he closed the distance, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger. A fool would utter words while pointing a gun. Mr. Monsterbird opted for direct action. Behind the counter, the round-faced server was startled as a customer entered, only to be followed by a man who drew a gun at him, eliciting a scream from her. Yet, her reaction came too late for any warning. Without hesitation, Mr. Monsterbird squeezed the trigger, feeling the gun's recoil and the bullet's release. Simultaneously, a peculiar sound emanated from the box in his hand, as a cable-like appendage, akin to a tentacle, slithered forth from specially designed openings, darting toward the back of Song Chushie's head. Even if the man were impervious to bullets, something far more formidable awaited him. He had anticipated Song Chushie's position, believing he needed only half a second. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a soft chuckle, Song Chushie's voice resonating with a haunting calm. As an investigator, do you not possess the most basic ability to assess danger? Mr. Monsterbird froze, his eyes widening as he fixated on the figure before him. Unflinching, seemingly indifferent to his presence, Song Chushur slowly lowered the menu of pastries, his face obscured. Yet the disdain in his voice was palpable. But wait, Mr. Monsterbird belatedly realized he had already fired the gun, and the bullet had left the chamber. Why was it that he did not flinch? Why was the bullet moving so slowly? As he grasped this realization, he noticed the bullet had traveled a mere 10 centimeters from the barrel, leaving only 5 centimeters to reach Song Chushie's head. Smoke and fire still erupted from the gun's muzzle, yet the bullet remained suspended in the air, as if time had frozen around it. He then discerned that the appendage from his box was also struggling to advance, its movement slowing, becoming increasingly immobilized in the atmosphere. Mr. Monsterbird could not fathom this phenomenon. The eerie slowness was accompanied by an inexplicable sense of oppression. As he strained to move his eyes, he noticed the air around him was thick with dust. In the light of the hotel lobby, the dust glimmered, enveloping the space between him and Song Chushur, filling every corner. Where the dust settled, all sound vanished, and time itself ceased to exist, leaving behind a solitary tableau. The dust's presence rendered the bullet suspended in midair, as well as the mysterious weapon from his box. The server behind the counter, along with her scream, was similarly frozen. No, even he was trapped in this stasis. It was only then that he realized he was encircled by dust, and because he too was immobilized, his capacity to comprehend these matters was severely hindered. Apologies. Song Chushur spoke softly. I bear you no ill will, but you are simply unfortunate. Listening to his languid words, Mr. Monster Bird felt a sense of absurdity wash over him. He could not comprehend how, after facing numerous bizarre entities and formidable adversaries, he could encounter such a foe who rendered him incapable of reaction. At that moment, outside the cake shop, sounds of various figures traversing the air emerged. The echo of hard-soled shoes striking the cobblestones. Shadows clad in black overcoats, carrying briefcases, flitted past the entrance. Alongside them, all external sounds and the frantic movements of pedestrians faded into silence. They have arrived too late. The Disaster Management Bureau requires a complete overhaul. Otherwise, how shall they combat the tide? Relying solely on that creature? Song Chushur sighed quietly, his gaze fixed on the glass display of the cake shop. It was as if he could glimpse a parallel realm through the reflection, witnessing individuals assaulting a crystalline skeleton. He patiently awaited the conclusion of their assault. As the other space began to dissolve, Hansu's figure gradually emerged within the cake shop, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he exclaimed, "Be careful." "Thank you." Song Chushur regarded Hansu, a look of genuine surprise crossing his visage as he expressed his gratitude, even inclining slightly. "You." Hansu stared at Song Chushur, who was now under the threat of a gun, with a bullet already discharged, his heart racing in disbelief. Initially, he feared that Song Chushur was about to be eliminated by Mr. Monsterbird. Only upon realizing the bullet remained suspended in the air did he come to understand that the situation was not as he had imagined. It was not that Mr. Monsterbird sought to eliminate Song Chushur. Rather, the man had been entirely subdued. Yet the horror lingered. How could one freeze a fired bullet and an investigator of the Disaster Management Bureau without resistance? What ability did Song Chushur wield? Casting a glance at Mr. Monsterbird, his expression was intriguing. A sinister grin flickered across his face, contemplating the rewards of eliminating Song Chushur, yet he had recognized the shift in circumstances. His eyes now filled with dread. The individual with the crystalline skeleton is likely searching for something. I wonder if you remember? Son Chusi Edrestansu. You should be aware that the children who were kidnapped must know of this object, though it is peculiar and should not be mentioned lightly. Otherwise, it may become aware and evade us. Of course, I have come to grant you an opportunity, but you must seize it for yourself. As for the subsequent report to the Disaster Management Bureau, you may fabricate it as you wish. Hansu instinctively opened his mouth to speak, only to find himself unable to utter a sound, his thoughts racing, yet his voice trapped. Had he been frozen as well? Your status is insufficient, Song Chushur remarked coolly. I may converse with you, but your words will be heard by others. There exists a voyeuristic entity in Qinggang, capable of observing all within its realm, including you. It sees all your secrets, both public and concealed. You have lived under its watchful gaze all along. Thus, during that time, whatever you wish to search for remained elusive. I seized the fleeting moment of its transformation to enter Qinggang, leading you into the Disaster Management Bureau. However, its metamorphosis is nearing completion, and its scrutiny overall will intensify. At that point, I cannot ascertain whether it will continue to observe you or simply erase your existence. While uttering these chilling words, Song Chushi suddenly chuckled. Yet, there is no need for fear. As long as you acquire the investigator's license before its complete awakening, all will be well. Miss, I can shield you, but you must possess investigator status or even greater authority for her to operate smoothly. Shortly, I shall endeavor to discern the extent of its awakening and relay the intelligence to you, but you must vow to keep it solely to yourself and speak of it to no one. Now, allow me to impart a small technique. Should you wish to explore some clandestine matters in the future without drawing the attention of certain individuals, I recommend placing a glass of water nearby. If ripples appear, it is prudent to refrain from proceeding for the time being. As he succinctly conveyed these two phrases, he turned to face the peculiar Mr. Guainio, who held a gun to the back of his head. Casting a glance at the writhing tentacles protruding from his box, he let out a cold smile before reaching for the firearm clasped in Mr. Guainio's grip. Throughout the entire process, Mr. Guanio remained motionless, as if he had never contemplated resistance. Song Chushi reversed the gun and aimed it at Mr. Guanio's forehead. At that moment, Mr. Guanio was overwhelmed with terror, his eyes nearly brimming with tears, yet he found himself powerless, desperately gazing at Han Su, as if hoping for assistance. He then perceived that Han Su's gaze toward him was filled with anticipation. Bang! Song Chushi fired, the bullet swiftly piercing through Mr. Guanio's head. And even the image of the bullet embedding itself into his skull and extracting his brain matter unfolded in slow motion. Following this, Song Chushi discarded the gun, grasped the nearby suitcase, and turned to exit the cake shop. As he departed, the dust enveloping Mr. Guanio began to recede, as if time were reversing, gradually coalescing into the suitcase he carried. The surrounding silence and emptiness began to dissipate. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. The bullet, suspended in midair, struck the sofa. Immediately afterward, the tentacles emerging from Mr. Guanio's box collided with the sofa, collapsing limply. Then, Mr. Guanio exhaled a breath filled with despair and fear, collapsing onto the counter, his lifeless body twitching twice. Chapter 73, Mechanical Components, Many Familiar Faces Upon Stepping Out of the Cake Shop. Song Chushi was met with the cold glares of individuals carrying suitcases and the countless gun barrels hidden behind armored vehicles and atop various rooftops. The street had been cleared, leaving an expanse of emptiness. The sharp aura of impending violence felt like a blade grazing against one's skin, yet amid the multitude of scrutinizing gazes, he exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, he faced the crowd, offering a slight nod, even smiling. Yet outside the cake shop, those numerous cold stares grew increasingly vigilant, with no one daring to respond. Song Chushi remained unfazed, maintaining his composure as he hoisted his suitcase and turned in a particular direction. When suddenly a voice from the crowd rang out, "Halt!" He obediently came to a stop, turning to see countless searchlights directed toward him. Under such circumstances, an ordinary person would struggle even to open their eyes, let alone discern the figures behind the lights. However, Song Chushi merely squinted, and the brilliance of the searchlights abruptly dimmed. With a smile, he addressed, "Mr. Hong, what wisdom do you have to impart?" The voice of the woman who spoke earlier was frigid, coldly asking, "What is your purpose in entering Qinggong?" Song Chushi replied with a grin, "The food outside is unsatisfactory. I came to the city for a bowl of wontons." "Mr. Song," the woman interrupted him, her voice suddenly grave. "Qinggong is not a place you can enter and exit at will. At least 100 guns are aimed at you, with 20 investigators observing you. We ask for your most basic respect. What is your true intention in entering Qinggong?" With a swift click, the sound of gun bolts being pulled echoed in the darkness, seemingly affirming her words. In the shadows, the sound of electric flashes could be heard, revealing that an unknown number of investigators had armed themselves, exuding hostility. "I said I entered Qinggong for wontons. You choose not to believe me." Song Chushi faced the myriad of threats with a smile, his expression gradually turning indifferent. "If I were to express my genuine concerns, who among you would dare to discuss it with me face to face?" His tone remained polite, yet his inquiry caused the questioner's countenance to shift dramatically, rendering them unable to respond. With his smile now retracted, Song Chushi no longer held back, casting a cold gaze upon them. Despite the multitude gathered, he was somehow able to discern their reactions. Countless hearts raced, instinctively averting their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. "If you inquire, I shall respond." Song Chushi began slowly. "I returned to Qinggong to ascertain whether it remains as it once was or has deteriorated further." At this juncture, he found himself at a loss for words, merely shaking his head gently, murmuring, "Please convey a message to Mr. Wu. Even I cannot impede the current Qinggong. How can you halt those entities that descend into reality? As for your words," he paused, surveying the crowd, stating coldly, "I shall depart now. Do any of you dare to take action against my 100 guns and 20 investigators?" As he completed this statement, the shadows surrounding him began to stir. Countless individuals wore grim expressions, and the audacity of his words had left many feeling uncomfortable. Among the crowd, Hongfei also appeared troubled. Instinctively, she looked up, her gaze seemingly piercing through the night, focusing on the tallest building in Qinggong. This structure remained dark, save for the top floor, which glowed with light, rendering it a ghostly presence hidden within the city, the uppermost level resembling an eye hovering above the skyline. The order she had received did not include engagement. Yet this individual was so provocatively bold. Was there no response from those in the building? Meanwhile, Song Chushi remained silent, his gaze seemingly drifting toward that building, revealing an expression of disappointment as no anomalies materialized. After a second, then two, all eyes observed intently, as if some invisible oppression tormented them. Far above, someone with a sniper rifle had been tracking him, but the higher-ups had yet to issue commands, causing the sniper's palms to sweat profusely. Within the shadows, an investigator fixated on Song Chushi, gripping an electric baton tightly, suddenly felt a surge of adrenaline flood their mind, their lips moving instinctively, as if to recite some incantation. Yet, just as the incantation was on the verge of escaping their lips, they perceived a colossal shadow rising like a tide, unleashing a torrent of darkness, as if an immense hand were reaching for their face. Their heart raced violently, and they collapsed to the ground, leaving those nearby bewildered, rushing to check on him and wresting the dangerous, mysterious sword from his grasp. A hint of disdain flickered within, a coward, merely startled into unconsciousness by a fleeting glance at that individual. Yet, the commotion in a certain corner failed to garner further attention from those ahead. They remained steadfastly fixed in place, their gazes riveted upon Song Chushi. With a suitcase in hand, Song Chushi appeared to await something, his pace neither deliberately slow nor hastened. However, as he arrived before the narrow alley, no one took action. He sighed softly, ceased his waiting, and calmly turned to enter a small alley beside the hotel. A profound sense of unarticulated disappointment crossed his face. Had this transformation made him more astute? I intended to buy you some time, but now it seems impossible. As his figure was engulfed by the shadows of the alley, a voice, inaudible to others, reached Han Su's ears. 1/2 a month. This transformation had been exceedingly successful. Even I had begun to feel trepidation towards him. 1/2 a month? Upon hearing this, the immobilizing sensation beside Han Su dissipated abruptly, and his thoughts, previously hindered, resumed their course. He did not pause to marvel at the sacrifice of Mr. Guanio beside him. Instead, his liberated mind immediately recalled Song Chushi's words. That monster could achieve transformation in merely 1/2 a month? Song Chushi claimed it had been watching me, thus rendering my searches futile. The world before me seemed unnaturally rational, as if everyone adhered strictly to principles, leaving me as the sole madman. In another 1/2 month, would this intangible distortion again descend upon me? No wonder Zhang Shi was speculated that my entry into the Disaster Management Bureau would incite targeting. Yet thus far, the anticipated targeting had not materialized. Was this due to the transformation? As the tension within his heart surged, he inhaled deeply, recalling another remark from Song Chushi. The crystal skull was seeking that mechanical artifact. Initially, he felt a haze of memory, but upon Song Chushi's mention of all the kidnapped children, he was struck by a sudden clarity. He remembered. In the recollection of the crystal skull, he had glimpsed his objective, the search for a specific mechanical component. The photograph and the tone of their discussions felt eerily familiar. Finally, the memory resurfaced. He had seen that photograph before. The discussions echoed in his ears. However, this was not in the present, but a decade ago. 10 years prior. Before the kidnapping incident, he had encountered that photograph, as it was featured on a promotional leaflet. At that time, the children in his class boarded that bus to the Science Museum because it showcased new technology, including the latest unearthed mechanical components, all depicted in identical photos. Thus, upon returning to the ancient castle, he had overheard children asking if the large machine mentioned by the teacher was located within the castle. The reason it did not come to mind immediately was that each return began at the castle, with each flicker of memory corresponding to a decade. That promotional leaflet had long since faded from his sight. Why was the crystal skull searching for this object? It was only when Song Chushi's figure vanished entirely into the alley that the woman in the red trench coat, her expression icy, issued a command, prompting fully armed individuals to advance cautiously towards the alley. However, as they neared, their flashlights illuminating the entrance, every expression froze in astonishment. The alley was shallow, merely 7 or 8 meters long, easily visible from one end to the other. It was utterly vacant, devoid of any shadow. All exchanged glances, speechless. In the rear of the crowd, the woman in the red trench coat regarded the empty alley with apparent anger. Yet those familiar with her understood that, in that moment. She exhaled softly, seemingly relieved. Just as they harbored peculiar thoughts, awaiting further instructions in the profound silence of the street, a voice suddenly pierced the air. The crowd jumped, turning in unison to see a figure emerge from the cake shop, raising an object aloft. "Elders, I just found something. Come take a look." Chapter 74. My mentor sacrificed. The crowd directed their attention to the object he held, which resembled a crystal creation, gleaming with mesmerizing and eerie colors under the neon lights. Some recognized it incredulously. The crystal skull? Instantly, countless guns were aimed at him, voices rising in alarm. "Quickly, put it down. That thing will contaminate the mind." "I'm putting it down. I'm putting it down." Observing the multitude of terrified faces and the black muzzles directed at him, some hands trembling, Han-Su cautiously raised his suitcase-bearing hand. One must not appear arrogant before a gun. A single flinch from them could spell disaster. He spoke as he slowly crouched, placing the crystal skull on the ground, then taking 2 steps back. "You all should step back." All attention converged on the crystal skull at their feet, no one daring to move excessively. But just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. The woman in the red trench coat parted the throng and stepped forward. Appearing in her 30s, she wore exquisite makeup, radiating beauty. Han-Su recognized her from the memories of Miss Wuya, knowing she had taken the child long regarded as a disaster and privately nurtured her, assigning her a task to return from the wilderness to Qinggang. The woman approached the crystal skull, glanced at Han-Su, her expression impassive, then knelt down, removing her gloves and tentatively extending her hand. All around, breaths were held in anticipation. When she gently touched the crystal skull, furrowing her brow, and then grasped it, an unseen pressure seemed to vanish instantly. "It has lost its contaminating properties." The woman in the red trench coat looked up at Han-Su and inquired. "This is a secondary mysterious object of the crystal skull. Where did you find it?" "Over there." Han-Su gestured towards the door of the cake shop, explaining, "I was originally following my mentor, Mr. Guanyo, to carry out a mission. However, upon arriving here, I unexpectedly witnessed Song Chushi's appearance, and it became apparent that this perilous individual's objective was related to our team's ongoing task concerning the crystal plague. I entered that door with Mr. Guanyo, who confronted Song Chushi alone, while I was entrusted with the significant responsibility of independently resolving a troublesome B-level task. Of course, several other operatives also contributed greatly." His gaze traversed the scene until he spotted Crow, Doctor, and Black Tiger behind an armed vehicle. Nodding, it was these few who significantly aided in preventing the contamination from the crystal plague. "You? Solving the crystal plague alone?" The expression of the woman in the red trench coat was one of indescribable incredulity. In truth, her confusion extended beyond this point. She could not believe the tale of Mr. Guanyo confronting Song Chushi alone. Not only her, but even the figures lurking in the shadows, clutching suitcases, displayed clear astonishment. Was Mr. Guanyo truly that brave? He would face Song Chushi alone, or rather, he was influenced by some method employed by Song Chushi that affected his mind. The lady in the red windbreaker cast a penetrating glance at Han-Su, waved her hand, and immediately 2 teams rushed swiftly into the cake shop. Under normal circumstances, in an area where dangerous individuals linger, one would have to wait for a period for the situation to de-escalate before entering for inspection. However, today, there was no time for such considerations. Indeed, there was the B-level task he mentioned. At the same moment, a girl clad in denim shorts with flaxen hair stepped forward from behind the lady in the red windbreaker, presenting a tablet and stating that it was related to the crystal skull. This anomaly had already triggered several mild outbreaks, originally a bizarre phenomenon being investigated by Mr. Guanyo, which had dragged on for a week without resolution. Just yesterday, there had been a failure, resulting in the loss of 1 operative and 6 civilians. Little did they expect it would be resolved today. At this juncture, she lowered her voice, saying that Miss Wei Wei and her accompanying operatives were also handling the infected individuals of the crystal plague here, implying they were not acting on their own accord. Although her voice was low, many around still heard her, their expressions shifting to astonishment as they cast furtive glances at Han-Su and the figures of the doctor, Black Tiger, Crow, and others behind the armored vehicle. Thus, the Guanyo investigator indeed had the audacity to confront Song Chushi, leaving an assistant and several operatives to contend with the B-level crystal plague alone. The looks of disbelief were akin to witnessing children topple a professional boxer. At this point, The lady in the red windbreaker could no longer inquire further, instead gesturing for her flaxen-haired assistant to remain silent. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden exclamation of surprise rang out from a short distance. It was Mr. Guan who sent them. The speaker was none other than the assistant of the Guan investigator. He had been waiting in the vehicle outside, witnessing all that transpired, feeling as though the sky was collapsing. He did not comprehend how all this had happened, but he knew Mr. Guan had made a grave error by provoking Song Chushi without reporting or receiving orders, especially with his own task nearby. Now, Song Chushi had swaggered away, and Mr. Guan remained unresponsive. Who could say what the outcome would be? He was also unaware of what awaited him upon returning to the Disaster Management Bureau. If after arriving on this street, he failed to report due to disrupted signals, why had he not synchronized information with others while rushing here? Strangely, at this most desperate moment, he spotted Han Su, noticed the crystal skull in his hand, and heard his words, which filled him with unexpected delight. Exclaiming without restraint, "This operative is Mr. Guan assistant, and can be considered a student." It was indeed Mr. Guan who discovered all of this, thus devising this plan. This task was accomplished under Mr. Guan leadership. As he spoke, he frantically gestured toward Han Su, understanding that only by attributing this achievement to Mr. Guan could he possibly navigate the scrutiny of the Disaster Management Bureau. The lady in the red windbreaker paused, sensing that the situation was not so extraordinary, yet still found it somewhat peculiar. Her gaze swept from the face of Miss Crow, who stood behind Han Su, back to Han Su himself. So, is this indeed the case? Since the investigator had spoken, it indicated that the matter was largely settled. In the face of a bizarre incident involving mysterious believers, only under the direct planning of the investigator could it be deemed reasonable. Upon hearing this, Han Su cast a look of surprise towards the assistant, stating, "Indeed." The assistant's expression shifted to one of joy. "This is remarkable. If such a clever individual were to follow in Mr. Guan footsteps, he might carve out a realm within the Disaster Management Bureau." The lady in the red windbreaker was taken aback, her brow furrowing. What about him? Upon hearing this question, Han Su's expression suddenly turned grave, after a long pause. He sighed deeply, looked back towards the cake shop, his lips twitching slightly, revealing a profound sadness as he said, "Mr. Guan has already sacrificed himself." What? The expression of the lady in the red windbreaker transformed into one of utter disbelief, her voice wavering. Han Su's demeanor grew somber as he sighed softly, explaining, "During the process of preventing the Crystal Skull organization from unleashing the mental plague, Mr. Guan met his demise, leaving me to complete the remaining tasks and bring this out." What? The crowd was suddenly engulfed in shock, particularly the assistant of Mr. Guan, who trembled violently. Staring blankly at the direction of the cake shop, Han Su sighed, turning to point, "The body is over there. You may go check." The lady in the red windbreaker stood stunned at these revelations. Meanwhile, the two teams that had rushed into the cake shop had swiftly emerged, instructing the cleanup crew to enter with body bags, and then approached the lady in the red windbreaker with a grave expression, stating, "There are indeed signs of a door being opened. We found the Guan investigator inside, shot in the forehead and devoid of life. Preliminary examination suggests that the bullet that killed him came from his own firearm. We have questioned the staff in the cake shop. She merely stated that she saw an ugly man suddenly burst into the store, pointing a gun at a very handsome man, and after that, she knew nothing, waking up only to find the ugly man remaining." Such an unflattering description. The lady in the red windbreaker could not help but chuckle incredulously. However, as she turned, her expression grew more serious. Suddenly, she reached out, grasping Han Su's right hand, her gaze scanning his palm before shifting to his left hand. Not finding any evidence of gunfire, she slowly withdrew her gaze, a half-smile playing on her lips. "You really got lucky, kid. However, upon returning to the Disaster Management Bureau, you must provide a thorough explanation. As a newly inducted operative, how did you manage to resolve this B-level crystal plague contamination incident, which poses significant challenges even to ordinary investigators?" In the absence of Mr. Guan, Han Su met her gaze, nodding as he smiled. "I have already devised how to draft my report." Chapter 75. Miss AI's report writing reports upon returning to the Disaster Management Bureau. Han Su and the other investigative assistants, as well as relevant operatives, were locked away to compose their reports. The sequence of events, the problem-solving process, whom they encountered upon entering, whom they saw upon exiting, and what exactly fled from within that door. All required thorough clarification, even mandating adherence to report formatting. Hansu had long prepared his drafts and mentally braced himself for the challenge. Intertwining his fingers, he stretched outward, consuming 2 cups of coffee that Secretary Tsue Qiao had sent over, and began to write with great flourish. Having already prepared his outline, the writing flowed effortlessly. Yet Hansu dedicated considerable effort to ensure that this first formal report of his was coherent and well-structured. Of course, he could not include the powers of his right eye and left hand, nor the incantation bestowed by the divine, nor the memories of the will of the crystal skull. Nevertheless, even without these, he possessed ample justification to elucidate how he managed to resolve this B-level incident. The guidance and courage imparted by his esteemed mentor, Mr. Guan Yao, could not possibly be insufficient, could it? The Disaster Management Bureau has crafted a bespoke left-hand shield of protection and a mysterious sword for the right hand. Are these not indeed formidable weapons? Coupled with one's extraordinary prowess, piercing gaze, and astute judgment, vanquishing several infected individuals and a mysterious acolyte who had already succumbed to death should pose no challenge. Moreover, the esteemed doctor mentioned on the way back that they had, as per his instructions, established a barricade outside the entrance to assist Mr. Monsterbird, thereby playing a significant role in resolving this B-class incident, which deserves documentation. Thus, let the report be composed. This report is not only adorned with eloquent rhetoric and graceful syntax, but Hansu even employed parallelism. What then shall the outcome be? After meticulously checking for typographical errors, Hansu submitted the report to Miss AI, eagerly awaiting feedback on the results. Is it truly the case that this dangerous individual strolled into Qing Gang, dispatched one of our investigators, and brazenly departed? The entire Qing Gang became a hive of activity in response to this incursion by a perilous figure. Upon returning to the base, all relevant personnel promptly divided into 2 groups. After a swift exchange of information with Lady in the red trench coat and Zhang Qigua, they collectively proceeded to a heavy and secretive office. Seated beside the oval conference table, the surrounding lights dimmed, and corresponding figures began to materialize in the vacant chairs. At the head of the table sat a gaunt middle-aged man. His voice bore a hint of self-deprecation. During this process, he effortlessly infiltrated the Disaster Management Bureau, stealing confidential information, and even performed a live stream of a small wonton eating show for the cafeteria staff. Naturally, it culminated in the fact that with just a glance, he instilled such fear in our Qing Gang investigators that none dared to intervene, allowing him to depart unchallenged. Everyone detected the self-mocking tone in his words, yet none found the courage to speak. The atmosphere in the conference room grew exceedingly oppressive, with some contemplating whether to feign expressions of shame in response. It all depended on one's perspective. At that moment, the woman clad in a red trench coat suddenly spoke, stating, conversely, this dangerous individual, who is highly monitored and wanted across 17 regions and supercities worldwide, was detected the instant he infiltrated Qing Gang. We then executed a swift response, encircling and intercepting him, ultimately driving him away after a brave investigator sacrificed himself to confront him. Regardless of the context, this was an impressive performance. Furthermore, theoretically, we successfully thwarted his objectives, leaving him to return in failure. Oh, the dignitary at the head of the table smiled slightly and inquired, how so? From the location and route of Song Chushi's appearance, it is evident that his goal was that door which disseminates the mental plague. The woman in the red trench coat continued, as the display screen began to showcase Song Chushi's route after entering Qing Gang, alongside the times and locations of his appearances around that door, revealing a staggering overlap exceeding 90%. She remarked, indeed, at the last moment, Song Chusher had evidently located this door, merely a step away from making contact with the secondary source of the crystal plague. At this critical juncture, it was our monster bird investigator who detained him, preventing his entry, while another operative from the Bureau exhibited remarkable performance, swiftly resolving the crystal plague and the death cultists behind that door. Ultimately, he even confiscated the secondary mysterious artifacts employed by this group of enigmatic acolytes to propagate the mental plague, marking a resounding victory. Of course, the true intentions behind Song Chushi's quest for that door and the connection he bears with the crystal skeleton remain to be investigated, but undeniably, our efforts resulted in his resounding defeat. In the conference room, Many exchanged glances, astonished expressions evident on their faces. Can it truly be articulated this way? Meanwhile, the dignitary at the head of the table displayed a hint of amusement and addressed someone nearby. Not bad. Remember to include this in the briefing. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened noticeably. However, when the dignitary turned back, his expression grew serious once more, stating, "Yet do not be under the illusion that a few clever arguments will suffice to dismiss the matter. I do not wish for Qinggang to become a sieve through which anyone may pass freely. Even less do I want the secrets of the Disaster Management Bureau to transform into a library accessible at his whim." A sudden silence fell upon the crowd. When someone spoke gravely, "This matter is simple. We merely need to unlock the locks on Miss AI, and it suffices to open only two or even just one." No one responded to this remark. The issue seemed to be a tacit understanding, open for discussion, yet the outcome of such discussions always remained deferred. Before concluding this meeting, I have a small matter to raise with all of you, as it pertains to this incident and thus is not a digression. Amidst the oppressive meeting, just when someone was needed to speak up, Zhang Qiguo lifted his head and stated, "Just now, Miss AI provided an analysis of this incident, along with evaluations of the relevant personnel's performances. The sacrifice of the monster bird investigator deserves commendation. However, of greater concern is a particularly outstanding evaluation report that has emerged since the establishment of the Disaster Management Bureau. As you all know, all operatives receive task assignments uniformly from Miss AI, and evaluations are adjusted based on their performance in these tasks. Only those who achieve an A rating are eligible for training in mysterious powers or the issuance of investigator licenses." Yet just now he paused, then continued, "One operative's evaluation standard has reached S rank." S rank? A chorus of astonished voices resonated within the conference room, as everyone exchanged bewildered glances. This S rank refers to Miss AI's value assessment of the operatives, formulated based on their potential, abilities, and contributions, resulting in a comprehensive score. The higher the score, the greater the value. Since the inception of the Disaster Management Bureau, no one has ever achieved an S rank evaluation. In fact, such an occurrence is virtually impossible. For those who attain a rank, they are typically promoted to become investigators, at which point their self-assessment would naturally drop back to D rank, requiring them to prove themselves anew as investigators. Now, an operative has emerged with a self-assessment of S rank. It is akin to a test paper where someone scores 150. Has Miss AI's report been released so swiftly? The woman in the red trench coat was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "I had thought this would be a topic for discussion in the next meeting." She then raised her voice slightly. "I am aware of this matter. This operative, having joined the Disaster Management Bureau merely half a month ago, and only just completing his mental infiltration, single-handedly resolved a B-class mental plague transmission issue. Furthermore, according to his account, throughout the entire process, as his mentor was bravely confronting Song Chushi, he had no proper assistance, receiving only minimal support from a few operatives. Yet most importantly, it was precisely because he resolved this mental plague transmission issue that Song Chushi's incursion into Qinggang failed. This accomplishment, let alone among operatives, would elevate even an investigator by a significant degree of merit." As she spoke, the corresponding report was projected onto the screen, and the audience gazed in silence at the name associated with the butcher's codename, shaking their heads in muted disapproval. What sort of codename is this? Today's youth seem to revel in such flamboyant titles. Upon seeing this codename, one can immediately ascertain that the individual is certainly not a person of composure. At the very least, Miss AI would not have been able to randomly generate such a name. To single-handedly resolve a B-level crystal plague and yet emerge unscathed after interacting with Song Chushi is quite extraordinary. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke coldly. This is certainly beyond the capabilities of an operative. Even the investigator of the strange bird perished. What grounds does he have? We ought to send someone to investigate. There are surely discrepancies in his report. Zhang Qiguo simply replied calmly. This is a report that has received Miss AI's endorsement. The conference room fell silent once more, with no one daring to refute the assertion that Miss AI's report was flawed, yet equally, no one voiced agreement with Zhang Qiguo's statement. Were they all feigning ignorance? Yet at that moment, a hoarse voice interjected, laced with mockery. Everyone present has the authority to access the butcher's information. Have we not considered his background? Chapter 76, The Heir of a License. It is he, the survivor of the kidnapping case from 10 years ago. The speaker, having initiated this line of inquiry, continued ominously. Back then, Song Chushur betrayed the research institute because his sister disappeared in that very kidnapping case. And this operative, he must be the only survivor from that incident. Song Chushi's incursion into Qingang coincidentally intertwines with this sole survivor joining the Disaster Management Bureau and achieving great merit. Moreover, they have even met before. Given these suspicions, it would be reasonable not only to deny him extraordinary training in mysterious powers or the issuance of an investigator's license, but even to demote him directly to Group D7 for confinement. An invisible tension exploded in the air like a silent bomb. No one reacted outwardly, yet internally, every heart quaked. In this oppressive atmosphere, Zhang Qi was suddenly turned to him, his expression calm, yet tinged with seriousness. Do you have evidence? The other party was momentarily taken aback. Evidence? Zhang Qi nodded. Your reasoning is quite sound, and your conjectures are not unfounded. Therefore, can you present relevant evidence to substantiate your claims? In response, the other scoffed. I am not responsible for such matters. Zhang Qi interrupted him, stating earnestly, I understand it may be somewhat excessive to ask for evidence now, but if necessary, we can postpone our discussion on this matter, granting you ample time to investigate the connection between him and Song Chushur. Once you find the evidence, and it is approved by Miss AI, the Disaster Management Bureau will issue an official order. At that point, I will personally lead the team to apprehend him and confine him to Group D7. What do you think? The entire conference room fell utterly silent, with several individuals displaying knowing smiles. Indeed, the first to speak out would attract misfortune. If one is truly dissatisfied, then let them conduct their investigation, though the peril of probing into Song Chushur is immense. Merely investigating this child is tantamount to challenging Miss AI's assessment of the report. What difference does it make if one willingly invites a heap of troublesome burdens upon themselves? Notably, Zhang Qi, who had always been rigid and unlikable, now bore an even sharper demeanor, akin to a stone sprouting thorns. Amidst the awkwardness, a figure beside the hoarse voice coolly interjected, There is no need for such complications. The kidnapping case from a decade ago has long been classified as the ramblings of a child. If he was unreliable then, what merit does he possess now to warrant the issuance of an investigator's license? He should not even be permitted in the execution department. He ought to be hypnotized or eliminated. Even if admitted, he should not be assigned to the scattered D1 or D2 groups. Before he could finish, Zhang Qi calmly interrupted. His entry into the Disaster Management Bureau's execution department was entirely in accordance with the established rules and regulations. No special treatment was afforded to him, nor were any exceptions made. This means we have no grounds to dismiss him. Quite the contrary. The Disaster Management Bureau oversees a cadre of unruly individuals perpetually teetering on the precipice of life and death. To expect compliance and diligence from such individuals necessitates that we both adhere to the rules without exception. We can subject individuals to hypnosis or special clearance. But prior to undertaking such actions, we must ensure that our conduct is justifiable within the Bureau's regulations. On this occasion, he resolved the spread of the mental plague as an executor, receiving an S-level evaluation from Miss AI, and his mentor has already sacrificed himself. Thus, by convention, he should inherit the investigator's license from one of his assistants. In contrast, the other assistant of the strange bird investigator only received a B-level overall evaluation. Is it truly so difficult to choose between B and S? This eloquent discourse from the moral high ground only served to irritate the hoarse voice, which sneered, is it not enough that he was tainted in childhood? No. Zhang Qi turned to him and stated, the classification of that incident was that a child lied. Thus he merely told a lie a decade ago, rather than being mysteriously tainted. The other party found themselves at a loss for words, feeling a sudden panic that stifled further expression. Meanwhile, during their deliberations, the prominent figure seated at the head of the table had remained silent, merely listening. Within the projection, only a blurred silhouette was visible, obscuring his expression and thoughts. Beside this figure, a previously composed, dark silhouette suddenly spoke softly. The incident from years ago has been classified. I believe further discussion is unnecessary. Upon hearing this, all present straightened their postures, including Zhang Qi and the figure in the red coat. It is well known that there are 3 seats beside the prominent figure, which are typically closed off. During each meeting, corresponding projections are displayed. Yet the individuals occupying these seats seldom speak, often remaining absent. Thus, their shadows merely represent their authority. This time, however, one of the shadows unexpectedly spoke, indicating their participation in the meeting and intent to express an opinion. I have reviewed the relevant materials in his report. The dark silhouette remarked, "It is indeed peculiar, with many coincidences. To put it plainly, as an operative, he should not have had the authority to participate in either task. Yet he did, suggesting a possible oversight." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi's expression grew slightly serious. He comprehended the situation and shared the same sense of peculiarity, realizing that if the matter of oversight were pursued, he too would be implicated. However, at that moment, the dark figure suddenly chuckled, stating, "But if he did exploit a loophole, it merely indicates that we have loopholes to exploit as well. Ultimately, all matters must be resolved within the framework of rules. In my opinion, those who need to be dealt with should be dealt with, and those deserving of reward should not be begrudged. Even if some may feel apprehensive about him, those who are most concerned ought to be placed in higher positions for better oversight, should they not?" Upon reaching this juncture, he smiled and added, "Of course, this is merely a suggestion. The professional decision remains yours to make." A deafening silence enveloped the conference room. "You might as well make the decision yourself. I too support that he should receive the corresponding promotion and reward according to standard procedures." At this juncture, another figure chimed in with a youthful voice, suggesting, "Given his unique status and the connection to Song Chushi, we might leverage him to draw out that dangerous individual. Furthermore, it is high time we remain vigilant. Due to the existence of tides, we have granted excessive authority to the investigators. However, to be candid, a significant number of these investigators have acquired astonishing power. Yet the results they deliver are far from satisfactory. In light of this, it is imperative to reward those who have genuinely demonstrated their worth. Otherwise, how could one dare to defy the tides?" A meeting was convened. It was this individual whose remarks were the most disheartening. Everyone understood that the earlier mention of the strange bird investigator entangling Song Chushi, which thwarted his objectives, was merely a superficial gesture for the sake of harmony. In reality, this individual concealed information and monopolized credit. A B-level task dragged on for an entire week, resulting in numerous casualties. Yet it remained uncompleted until the execution personnel resolved the situation. Not to mention, this fellow even attempted to usurp the achievements of the execution personnel in front of everyone, only to be called out publicly. Although those in higher positions did not speak openly, they could hardly be oblivious to the implicit criticism directed at the investigators through this incident. The matter seemed to have reached a point where a conclusion was necessary. Yet the hoarse voice continued to resist, asserting that, even disregarding the doubts surrounding him, this task could still be considered accomplished by him. However, how long had he been in the disaster